Thank you, Benno!
We are evaluating internet connections and will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome! Welcome to the March Invitational. That's right, the maps you see on your screen are the battlefields of today. Some of them might have been of yesterday. We see maps like Cocytus, Fata Morgana, Pantheon. These maps had been around for a while, and at least Fata Morgana was actually present in the previous Invitational that we had, the Winter Invitational, at the end of 2023. But here and now, we have many new maps along with us. Titan Forge, the Purgatory, Omnivore, Blood Drought, and Axiom, which is our starter. All of these maps and their authors are listed on your screen. One thing that is not pictured is Victory Square by Balethal. This will be our tiebreaker free-for-all map, should it be necessary. Should we get into a situation where after 6 matches of our group stage, we have none other than 3 players going 2 for 2. If that is the case, a free-for-all will decide it. We have gotten tantalizingly close in the past, but unfortunately, it just never came to pass. Nonetheless, we have our groups on your screen. Yes, that's right. Group A from downtown. That's where we'll be heading first. Obviously, starting things off here is going to be DeadInfested against 3Crow. Londier picked the lower number, and as a result was not able to make it in the first match. And so therefore, he will sit this one out, watch, bide his time, try to remain awake. Something that many of our players will probably be feeling after the exertion that is required to play Cosmonarchy, the greatest Brood War mod ever made, almost certainly. The most ambitious mod for any RTS, probably. Let's see what kind of greatness we are going to witness. Starting with you. Hello, sir. Welcome. I am now talking to 3Crow, also known on the Discord as simply you.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, dude? You've decided to get a new phone right before your games today. So how was that?
Well, dude, I'm no longer a dumb phone poster. I'm now a smartphone poster.
Got him. Absolutely got him. Now, I guess looking at the complexion of your group, obviously one of the things that we've noticed in the last little while after the cooldown period following the Winter Invitationals, we didn't really see that many competitive matches, and I haven't really seen you play any competitive matches. But the same can obviously be said for DeadInfested, and Londier, although he's been playing a little bit more recently, also hadn't really been playing regularly anyway. And so, how do you look at your group? Do you feel like the time off has made it so that this group is going to be more even? Do you still consider yourself the heavier favorite, considering your past tournament placings? How are you approaching mentally the group here?
Well, I may not have been in the griddle, so to speak, but my hands have still been busy making maps. And I do practice a little bit against the AI here and there. So maybe I'm a little rusty, but I am not worried.
Okay. Well, you're also playing Protoss, which is the race that I guess has changed the least since the last Ascension tournament. Obviously, Winter Invitational did have the changes to Zerg, but beyond that, we've had a lot of changes to Terran. DeadInfested has only now basically gotten the game up and running again, so he will be the sole Terran in your group. Otherwise, it's going to be a mirror matchup against Londier. Do you predict that this first match against DeadInfested is going to show some of the new tactics, or do you think he's going to play an older style? What are you expecting out of this guy?
Well, I'm willing to bet you $3 that we're going to see some phalanxes in this game.
Okay, obviously alluding to the fact that the Palladium is now available at Tier 1, and honestly, Fulcrum has just emerged as like the opener, which is really funny because nobody was opening with Fulcrum in the past, so it's very interesting to see how quickly the tide turns, so to speak. But it'll be interesting to see that. And on the Protoss side, I mean, okay, Legionnaires are cheaper in terms of time cost. A lot of units in general coming out a little bit faster. Dracoden's got a mineral cost decrease, right? So there are things about the changes that have affected Protoss, but it does feel like mostly maybe their playstyle can remain pretty much the same as the last tournament. Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think the timing costs are going to be great for early aggression. I'm looking forward to that for these upcoming games.
Okay. All right, you got a plan already?
I am curious to see how the increased gas changes are going to go for like middle and late game.
Yeah, well, it has definitely made a difference in how swiftly people feel. It's like essentially for Terrans in particular, they don't feel pressured to go to tier 2 as early, but as a result of the changes to the tier 1, they're able to be more competitive for longer on a lower tier, but then they still eventually do want to scale up. So it becomes a trickier question, a more strategic question, perhaps, instead of it just being a foregone conclusion, which was always my vision, and now it seems like we're actualizing that. I want to switch gears at the close of this interview here to talk about the maps. Obviously, we're going to be starting on Axiom by Btyb. This is a space platform map, but we have a lot of maps here, and I don't know how many. Some of them are brand new, like Blood Drought and the Purgatory, but many of them are also just weird, obscure maps that people haven't necessarily played too much on. Do you have much experience? You obviously made a mission of Trenches out of Pantheon, so I know you know that map, but and you cheesed Scholar on Fata Morgana, so there's different aspects there to it that maybe some of the maps will be more familiar, but a lot of these are new. What do you reckon of them?
Well, I definitely enjoy Fata Morgana. I'm excited to try Axiom. I want to say I might have tested this a while back, but I can't really remember. Most of these maps are new to me. I think you named the only two that I am familiar with. Looking at the maps here, though, I do think the Purgatory has a really interesting design. I'm looking forward to playing on that.
All right, well, maybe it'll be a situation where that gets picked against you or you pick it against somebody else. Definitely interested to see some games on all of these maps. I think we're going to get some answers as to maybe certain conventional map standards we can set for competitive 1v1s. So some of these are smaller, some of these are bigger, some of these have certain features that I think will probably end up being pretty obvious for the future. But even beyond that, it's just something I'm interested in seeing. All right, man. Listen, thank you for the interview. Thanks for hanging out and giving your thoughts. Of course, thanks for participating in today's games, and I wish you some good luck and some good fun against DeadInfested now.
Hey, thank you for having me, and I wish luck to all of the attendants.
All right, there it is. Even his opponents. GG's, 3Crow.
See you.
And that pretty much does it. We obviously, again, I'll show the map pool briefly while we get geared up. And we will be seeing what our players want to get up to. There was a question about casters. I will be soloing this particular group. There may be a chance that Veek can join me for the next group. Not sure. Might be soloing that as well. And Group C and D have Neblime available, and Group D may have Hupsea available. So I don't know confirmed for Hupsea being available to cast. It would be great to get him on. Certainly great to relieve my particular vocal cords after a certain point in time. But nonetheless, kicking things off on Axiom is going to be exciting. In this group, I expect some cheesiness, I expect some silliness, and I certainly expect some fun games, some exciting matches. So I will be just about ready to send this off to our lovely, lovely time here. I'm just going to go ahead and shill the stream for a moment. I see Alexhandr was asking if everybody gets an interview. The people who get interviews are people who signed up and said, yes, I'm okay to be interviewed. And then when I ask them, they say, yes, I would like to be interviewed now. So that's before the, basically right before we start the first game. And then after we close the last game so that the group standings are decided. Alrighty. The link has been shilled. I will be seeing you guys in the map. We're asking our players for a ready check before revealing the exciting situation. All right. That is going to be G, L, H, and F as the March Invitational is about to begin, jumping straight in to Axiom. And 3Crow had a cannon moment. Absolutely annihilated. It was working after they updated, so it must be some very low percentage chance thing. We'll just start until we get it right. It's no problem. Easy clap, boys. Easy clap. Drunk cast. I should show the coffee. Yeah, it's in the bottom right. Of course, I'm not actually sure what's causing that, because it sounds to me. So one of the things I did, right, is I changed the Discord handling so that it only says Cosmonarchy, but then I'm still seeing, for example, DeadInfested's Discord presence say Cosmonarchy Brood War, which makes me feel like he didn't update, but then he did update, or he says he did. And in fact, you wouldn't even be able to join the lobby if you didn't update, because so much has changed. Easy clap. Instant candidate. But while we wait for 3Crow to return, it looks like he might have actually had some trouble, and maybe it's unrelated to the game. Nonetheless, there was some weird connection issues that they were having. You know what this might actually be? Is I wonder if... which Radmin network are you guys on? Because maybe it's something to do with that, because we now do have a secondary Radmin network specifically for Cosmonarchy. And I wonder if maybe people should be leaving the first one and going into the second one. Because that could be potentially causing some issues if one player is in both or whatever. I'm on both, so maybe I'm the issue for this particular lobby, because I don't see DeadInfested. Let's see. Oh, I guess he must be... Are you Scribe? He must be Scribe, I guess. Maybe see if Scribe is in here as well. Okay, no, not. All right, yeah, that's okay. That's probably it. Oh, or owned. Apparently, 3Crow is Wizard's Tower. Yeah, so I can't remove people from the old server or the old network. So we'll just iron that particular issue out. Drunk night, drunk casts. I'm impressed that it worked at all, then. The fact that we even got into the lobby is pretty impressive. Okay, I see 3Crow in here now. Okay, I want to restart then. I see you in there. All right, so we'll wait for we will wait for DeadInfested to return. Almost perfect, Brood War. I like that one. Okay, DeadInfested is back. 3Crow is on the way. I was gonna say, like, it's so weird that something like this would come up, right? Because when you, like, nobody else has had any problems connecting to matches, and I've spectated matches, and other people have spectated matches. So yeah, it would be really strange if it was like a thing. So now it makes sense that we would have stuff like that. In fact, now it also makes sense why, like, Shambler and Hupsea were, like, having problems earlier or whatever. Or maybe it was Shambler and somebody else, I can't remember. All right, for real this time, we will be getting ready to begin the March Invitational A. And there will be a B on the 16th of March, where, potentially, we might even be joined by people like Herbmon. Isn't that exciting? All right, in the bottom left, we have 3Crow. In the top right, we have DeadInfested, the red Terran against, what is this? Sunglow, Protoss. I love that color on Protoss. Easy clap. Well, I'm interested in what the build orders are going to be. We instantaneously see DeadInfested harvesting Vespene. Obviously, 3Crow doing the same thing. I suspect we'll end up seeing a gateway out of the 3. There it is. Probably a fast Dracodon follow-up. And it looks like DeadInfested is probably going to be going for... I mean, he's still harvesting gas even after accruing 50. It's 150 minerals now for the Fulcrum. Oh, boy. 3Crow said that he had some weird hash thing come up. So I got player 0. This is player 1. All right, there we go, Fulcrum. I mean, everything seems fine to me, so we'll just continue on like nothing happened. 3Crow, meanwhile, we can see his trajectory heading towards the top right, remembering that this is an XY map. Now, Axiom is an interesting map because it has like a really large distance, I think, for ground scouting. This is the first time I'm seeing a game played on Axiom, And it's the first time I think maybe people like DeadInfested are playing as well. So... Fulcrum on the way. Scribe has arrived. Will we see a cheese? Will we see a proxy pylon? He's got a lot of minerals in the back. Vulture coming. The gateway is finished. The second one on the way. So the second one actually stymied the initial Drakiden purchase, it looks like. Back at home, Three Crow thinking about what he wants to make. There it is. Queuing up the Drakiden a little bit late. Had a lot of minerals. Now DeadInfested. Remember that Terrans can go for a treasury and then a quarry. So we'll see if DeadInfested is already thinking about that. I don't know how much he's played already or how many games he's watched of the casts that have been played. A lot of Terran casts have been uploaded to the YouTube channel already. Legionnaire coming from the second gate. This guy here has been allowed to hang out for quite a while, so... Oh my god! Now that's ballsy. Okay, we've got the first vulture coming. Obviously, that anchor's gonna have to get canceled. I respect the spirit, but I also suspect that there's there's something silly happening over here.
Hey.
Hi. Can you stream me your game?
Yes.
Alright. And then if you just want to mute until the match is over. Because it looks like I'm the one who got owned at the start.
Can you see it?
I cannot. Oh, wait. Maybe I can. No. Owned. You might not have permissions to do it in here. Let me see.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Alright, I'll just call you then. Alright, we are good there. All right. Wait for DeadInfested to confirm that he is ready. And now, we are getting the classic first-person perspective. Love to see this. So it looks like the Fulcrum has been responded to by Legionnaires. The thing that you want to do versus Fulcrum first is you want to try to challenge that initial set of military units. Because when you have the military units come out like this, if the first push is... Yeah, you can tell. He was a little bit delayed. In fact, oh, okay, hold on. We might actually have something even more silly than I thought. All right, hold on, boys. We might have to wrap this one up a little bit differently. Because it doesn't look like we're actually... It looks like we're all three of us are on a different side. This will be an opportunity for us to test without the second Radman network then. Although I don't actually know if I can leave the first one. I guess I probably can, yeah. Okay. All good, boys. Okay, let me jump into here. Okay, I have left the other one, so it should be a lot easier for people to tell if they are hanging out. Nah, Newt, it's just how things do. He's just memeing. He's pranking us. I mean, I guess they're definitely over here. It does feel like there's always some issues as soon as you do an update, where previously there were no issues before, so it's pretty surprising, or maybe unsurprising here. So, okay, we've got the same spawns. We have DeadInfested in the top right here as the yellow Terran. We have 3Crow as the purple Protoss. He's sending out I thought it was a faster scout, but he's actually just going to go ahead and put a forward towards the ramp pylon. And of course, third time is the charm around in this community, so should be all good now. Maybe it actually was the Radman stuff to begin with. This is the first time running a tournament or any sort of competitive event with the multiple Radman dueling networks thing going on, so I should have just left the other one a long time ago. Looks like 3Crow second guessing his first option there for the gate. Wants to get some Vespene instead. Thank you for bearing with our technical troubles as we open things up. A Fulcrum coming for DeadInfested. I don't know, 3Crow looks like he's being a little bit lackadaisical. Yeah, I'm already starting to see signs. But we didn't see any issues earlier. Trying to think about what the last thing was that was changed in the game that we can use as like an A/B test. I guess the last thing I changed was the structures in let me see here. Oh yeah, it's big time busted. Okay. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely it's busted on both sides. Okay, never mind, we're all good. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly pop in here and do some testing, so I will switch off the view back to the group view. And we will take a moment to try and figure out what's going on here, because it feels like a lot of these players have not actually, like some of these players maybe are not updating. Or maybe it's like the maps or something like that. Oh, you know what? I didn't update the maps in the release folder, so that actually could be a potential issue. I don't think there was anything that was particularly off about the different versions. So if I spawn a Vornath here, yeah, that's updated. That's updated. Okay, so on my end, the Zerg structure stuff has been updated. I updated the graphics for the Zerg structures at the tail end of that. And we will go ahead and, yeah, because I never updated the maps on the release folder, this includes not having like the new campaign folder and all that other stuff, like the tutorials. So that could actually have been the source of our troubles. Because sometimes it doesn't actually download the latest maps. So I'm now posting those up to the release branch. And then I'm going to also A/B test the Discord stuff, but I have to remember where that setting is. Does anybody else play with Discord integration? I imagine most people disable it. Let's see. No, okay. So on my end, it also says Cosmonarchy Brood War. So I suppose that's the that's just the way that it is then. Okay. So it just hasn't been updated. Because that was me thinking that somebody didn't update it properly or whatever, but it looks like what I changed in the Discord integration didn't actually change anything. For safety's sake, I will change it back then and rebuild and then post that plugin as well. And that will also disallow people from joining if they have not updated release yet again. Just waiting for it to build on Visual Studio's side. All right. Because there could also be a situation where, like, I've got to update Discord integration differently than I thought. Because I didn't do that. That was all Veek. So we'll go ahead and try that one out. All right. All good there. Oh yeah, Beaver does do it. Players who don't update should be fined. Yeah, that is true, actually. And yeah, shout out to Takeshi for the follow. I don't even know. I mean, he was subbing on YouTube. I have no idea if he's watching the stream or not. That's a tricky thing for YouTube because it will tell you when people subscribe to you, even when you're like they're subscribing off of a video. So it's not always that useful when you're doing a live stream. All right. We have DeadInfested returning to the lobby. Yeah, I remember seeing it in. I think it was still working when I scrolled down and saw your profile earlier, Sipiak. It said you were in the menu or something. So I just wanted to see if it was rolling. Although now it doesn't seem to be doing anything for DeadInfested, so that's pretty funny. Absolutely got him. Maybe he disabled it or something. Okay, we've got all of our players here. Really quick, can you check your downloads folders and see if Axiom is in there? Starcraft maps download. The game crashes the first time because of your config file, because you have like a setting that is invalid now. We have like A/B testing for that in the config, so can you delete and rejoin? Okay. That seems to have been the actual problem, but... Yeah, so what happens the first time is it, like, clears your config to a valid setting or whatever, and then you can launch it again. If you want to go into your config and edit it to customize it, you'll just have to make sure that you pay attention to what it's, like, telling you about. No, it's like the map issue, Alexhandr, because the maps weren't updated on their end. Okay, big testing time. Ready? Okay, 3-Crow needs a moment. Oh yeah, he's giving me the stream on the backside so that I can see what's up. Alright. Let's do it for real! Ladies and gentlemen, we will pretend like the March Invitational A has only just begun, because it essentially has. We've got DeadInfested in the bottom left. We have 3-Crow in the top right. Terran versus Protoss. DeadInfested, likely going to be going for a Fulcrum first, as versus Protoss. That is a pretty solid play. Nonetheless, 3-Crow has generally played fairly stably when it comes to Protoss, so he will be dropping a pylon by his ramp, and then scouting based off of that. Interesting choice. Some gas already being harvested here. I'm guessing it'll be, the last couple of times, right, 3-Crow went for, like, early gas, and it was even, like, before his gateway went down, so I think he's actually error-correcting on that now, although he is going to be cutting a worker here. So, there's the gateway coming. We do have some Vespene being collected by the geyser. Makes a lot of sense. There's the Fulcrum. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. So, as a sort of reminder, there's a cheeky Mason being moved over. I didn't track whether or not these two parted ways or found each other, but this Mason is on the way over here. This is an interesting location for DeadInfested's worker to be. Meanwhile, Fulcrum on the way. About halfway through construction. We could see Legionnaires be the response. That's something Shambler has always said, is you should absolutely just throw a Legionnaire out there. Still a lot of Vespene here for DeadInfested. Double gate coming for 3-Crow. Usually the reaction from Protoss when you see Fulcrum first is to, oh my god, it's a star pad. Usually your reaction is to waypoint units to the enemy base. If DeadInfested can hold this, it feels like he'll be able to do some pretty good play. Now, he is going to go ahead and relocate his Fulcrum a little bit here. And because of his star pad, it's 125 minerals on this latest update. Legionnaire going to be cleaning house here, but it is indeed Legionnaires first. So that's good to know. It's only some Vespene being harvested now by 3-Crow. Because of that star pad, there's not that much money here for DeadInfested to spend on anything. He's going to go ahead and opt for a Vulture, fearing maybe the Legionnaire push. And what 3-Crow doesn't know is he could walk across the map, and by the time his Legionnaires arrive, there might only be one Vulture. You know, maybe the mines get him. Maybe he's able to clear something there. Now, the question I have as another proxy going down here at 6 o'clock is whether or not this is going to be Wraiths. Indeed it is. I thought maybe you could do like a Vulture drop, kind of like an old school TVP proxy starport into, you know, a fast drop ship or whatever, but obviously it's a little bit different in Cosmonarchy. The mines do get laid down by the choke, and the Vulture is going to get, completely ambushed here, but thanks to it just completely ignoring them, funnily enough, it will not be caught. Okay, there we go. The third Legionnaire does end up catching it, and the rest of them are able to blink on top of it. But there's a Palladium coming behind this. This is really, really grim here for DeadInfested. It feels like he's going to get absolutely bamboozled by this. Look at the way that this is working. Okay, yes, we've got the Wraith heckling the Scribes, but 2 Drakodons are going to pop out. And we've got nothing but Legionnaires and a single Drakodon at the choke. Okay, your Palladium's done. You don't even have enough money to queue anything other than a Vulture out right now. So DeadInfested looks like he's really playing with fire here, and he might be forced to lift and fly away while he heckles the infrastructure. This was a gambit and a half, but I don't think it's going to work out for him. He's killed 3 workers so far. The Palladium coming out, a Madrigal being queued up. That'll be finished even if the Palladium goes down, but that's a very expensive loss. And the Madrigal, you need to deploy it to attack ground. So I think that DeadInfested is going to be just absolutely annihilated by this. That needed to be a phalanx if it was going to be something out of the Palladium. You look at the versus ground threats that you have here. The Madrigal has arrived. It does a little pirouette. It's going to need to go ahead and deploy. If he even can. He's trying to dodge and maybe see if he can drill onto the Dragon. There we go. He's trying to protect it so he can deploy it. And now he can start to launch some fire at it. But remember that the Madrigal is very, very vulnerable. And okay, he gets the repair off. That is apparently intimidating 3-Crow. He's not interested in, facing off against that. The Wraiths have been pushed away. There's only 2 of them. That's not going to kill a Drakodon. Okay, what can DeadInfested do? His Gambit has not paid out. He's 0 minerals in the bank. He's got another Vulture queued up that he's going to see if he can maybe use to convince the Protoss forces to come a little bit closer. He's thinking about it. Drops a mine. Not at all interested in, contesting for that second vulture, apparently. That all-important second vulture. Only now returning to mining with 4 workers. He's got a third Wraith. Okay, the first mine proc is good. The second one stuns all of his units, though. And now here come the Wraiths to try to clean house at the scribe line, but that's not going to be enough at all. And even if he lifts the Ministry, surely that's not going to be enough. The Dracodon here, totally forgotten by 3Crow. He could just zone this away with the 1 Dracodon. He's got the proxy gate over here as well. The Ministry was lifted, but it was not ordered to move away. There is a delay before you can actually order it again, so that actually might have cost DeadInfested a little bit, but he still has a star pad. So as long as the star pad holds, he's technically still in the game. What a banger of an opener, although, again, 3Crow just forgot about this Dracodon. So he's like, oh yeah, I had this one too. Yeah, let me just add that to the control group and clear this out. So, DeadInfested, it's crushing, but he has lost this match. GGs are called, and 3Crow emerges victorious. After all that went down, that was how it closed out. That means Londier will challenge 3Crow and select the next map. I did kind of like the fact that, there were the balls to make that happen. Londier has some note-taking to do for what DeadInfested is willing to do versus his opponent. But 3Crow now taking the early dub. And you gotta appreciate silliness. You gotta appreciate the attempt. I think it's kind of turbo greed, If we're in a situation where you go into like, oh yeah, here's my next move. I'm gonna go ahead and starport proxy or whatever, and then you go. But after that, you've already opened Fulcrum, and then you go Palladium. Like versus a two-gator, that is really risky. So DeadInfested will fall for now and wait his turn for the next round. We just need to wait on Londier to select map 2. And I can see the crowd is going mild for the prospect of a Protoss versus Protoss. So with Axiom out of the picture, we have Blood Drought, Cocytus, Fata Morgana, Omnivore, Pantheon, the Purgatory, Titan Forge. Those are the maps that are left over. It will be Fata Morgana, a map by Veek7. Yep, DeadInfested already thinking about what needs to be done there. For sure, an anchor with Vulture or, a couple Cyclops or something. Definitely could have been good. I liked the Wraith play. I liked the gall of it. The balls on this man. So I don't think Fata Morgana was updated, so we probably don't need to worry about any issues here. Famous last words. All right. Protoss on Protoss violence. The one thing you can say is that at least Protoss will die. In the top left, Londier. In the top right, 3Crow. As a reminder, if you are listening to the stream right now, and you are playing right now, what are you doing, you goober? There's prize money at stake. Get out of here. And I didn't really talk too much about the prize money, but Fagudo is correct. Prize money is at stake. In fact, you might even be able to buy a stake with the prize money that you win if you place first. 3Crow just bought a new phone, so he's in need of some recompense. Might as well earn a little bit of it back. Nice and early gateway out of him. Londier, on the other hand, his pylon's a little bit further away. His gateway, as a result, a little bit slower. But he is not harvesting Vespene. Not yet, anyway. Oh my god, it's not a gateway! This man is going Warden first. Can you believe it? Can you believe what you are seeing? I certainly can't. Oops, I pinged, but don't worry, they can't see my ping. That's a new feature that I added. I can ping as much as I want, and nobody can see it. Because I'm a witness, and they're not. But there you go. That is indeed the rally point. Oh my god! It's a second warden! Yes. I should shut out the... Oh my god, he's putting a defensive... Oh my god! Well, as we wait for the warden farming to take into effect, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to our amazing sponsors for this event. Don't you understand? We have $108 dues, smackaroos, on for grabs here, up for grabs in this particular tournament. Lucifirius has pledged $50. Btyb has pledged $33. Benno has pledged $5. And Neblime has pledged $3. Oh my god! The warden strikes! And 3 Crow was not prepared. By the way, we are still accepting additional donations towards the prize pool, so if you want to bump that number up, go ahead. It's an embassy first! And a 4th warden! Oh my goodness! 3 Crow has never experienced something like this before. And there's even some shit-talking happening as Londier sasses that Dracodon out of business. Well, 3 Crow knows what to do here. Drop a Nexus. Surely, my opponent won't just expand after putting down all of these wardens. So this warden has actually struck, which is very interesting. Now we get to know that information. That means that 3 Crow has seen that information. It's an envoy? This man is going to move static defense into 3 Crow's base. And 3 Crow is already ready for some shenanigans. He is ready for it. He has Dracodons patrolling the streets, looking towards the skyline, west of his base. An embassy halfway done for this man as well. Another warden. Oh, no, it's a scribe. Oh, it's a pylon. Oh my god, the number of wardens is intense. So I guess he's just like proxy expanding or something. Yeah, he wants to take mid. Mid's not an island though, so I'm not really sure what's up with that. Oh my god! He drops the Nexus. Okay. Alright, hear me out, guys. He drops the pylon and the scribe. His second envoy is here. Yep, he scoops up the warden. He's doing it! He's doing it! And not only that, but yeah, he can just warp in another warden and then scoop this up. Dude, this is next level gameplay coming out of this man. This man has no fear. Oh, he shows for a brief moment. I don't think 3 Crow noticed. He's got a Zealot. He's got a Dracodon. What do we have for stocks here? Another warden. Well, there's way more where that came from. Warden and a pylon gets dropped. Tickle in your scribe. Alert! Alert! You're being cannon dropped. Alert! The wardens are biting. I mean, he's just out of range of the Nexus, so this could be a little bit more menacing, it feels like. Yeah, there you go. He creeps forward. Well, I don't know why he but that was pretty funny. I can't believe this is real. A witness. Oh my god, he sniped the witness with his own witness! Another envoy on the way. Nexus in the middle of the map is finished. There he goes. He's kind of face tanking with the pylon. He needs to scoop that pylon up. Okay, he swoops on back. Can he save the pylon? Oh, he can't save the pylon! And you can't load them when they're unpowered! Oh no! Quick, get it! Get it, Londier, stop typing, get it, don't Shambler! No, you're Warden! No, it's so close to working! Oh, he's thinking about it. Yeah, okay, here we go. Round 2, question mark? Another envoy on the way. Ardent Authority coming for siege. Counter Warden with Warden. Alright, thinking about it. What shall we do? Okay, drop it. Drop the pylon. Yeah. Oh my god, he could have just killed it, but he did not want to. All right, coming back in. He's slowly encroaching on 3 Crow's base. He's brought away. He's lured him away, but there's a counter warden. Don't you understand? Oh my god, he's farming wardens. He's got so many workers on one base. But he's kind of shut down mining and slowed this mining down, so... Okay. There we go. There's a double warden and a pylon. He needs to just unload and then move back immediately and scoop up even more. There we go. There we go. He's doing it. He's making it happen. The witness is even spotting the ramp. He knows that there's nothing coming. He knows that it's just Dracodons. Oh, but he's going around the other way. He's not going to go for the frontal attack. He just wants to cause chaos and maybe get a couple of Dracodon frags. Where's the knife in? Unpower his Ardent Authorities. Oh, he has another one, but it has a warden in it. He didn't unload the warden. He got to unload the warden to kill a warden with the warden. Warden. Yeah. Unload the warden. Put it somewhere you can actually build. There you go. Easy. Yeah, get that pylon. Oh my god, he's going to do it. He's going to do it, boys. He's unpowering the Ardent Authorities. He did it. He disabled the Cantor. He delayed Iquare. Man, there's so many references in this. He's taking that base. He needs more Nexuses. He's only now harvesting off of the middle. Okay, well. Londier has the worker lead. I repeat, Londier has the worker lead. Double Warden pylon drop coming again. I need to see more envoys. Here we go. Hitting that Nexus again. That scribe is going to die on the next return. Oh, never mind. Gets pulled away at the last moment. Another witness leaving the battle. Second witness arriving. Looks like a third had already been killed. Double Warden over here for 3 Crow, trying to protect his investment. First Cantor has been concluded by this point, crawling slowly down to attack the pylon. But don't you know you can scoop those up? Engram! That can't be teleported, sorry. Oh my god, the Nexus has dropped down to below half HP. Guys, I think the next round or something or so could actually do it. He's keeping all of his Dracodons up here. He doesn't want to lose them. Do we have any more envoys coming? Taking maybe 9 o'clock now? No, still nothing in the natural. The witness is scouting that. This might be fueling 3 Crow to think that, like, nothing has been taken expansion-wise. But, you know, we know that 3 o'clock is taken. Central is taken. I can't believe this is real. Oh my god, he just drops... He drops directly onto the Acantor. I don't think it's going to work, sadly, but it was a really ballsy attempt. I liked it. Nexus has 200 health. No, you unpowered it. You unpowered it. Now you can't do it. Oh, no, you can still do it. Oh, no, that pylon just finished. Okay, that's fine. Dude, you definitely need more envoys. A 4th envoy on the way. 5th one being trained. Nothing else behind this. He has no military units. All of his military units in the top right are envoys and witnesses. Architect on the way. That's going to be a pretty big deal. Here we go. Instantly sniping workers. If the envoys were still here to hopscotch, they could actually leapfrog them forward. More wardens being made. He canceled the Nexus to make more room for wardens. Meanwhile, taking exact 6 o'clock. He still has room for another warden in there if he can move his work. Yeah, there you go. Now he's figured it out. Unfortunately, the pylons get unloaded in the front or whatever based on his positioning. What's he doing back at home? He's fallen back. And a Cantor drop is fomenting. But he can just scoop up a warden and shuffle it around. Although he doesn't have great power coverage. And now he's unloaded it and he can't pick it back up because it's unpowered. Honestly, annihilated. Losing a lot. His other wardens are over here loaded up. Now he's thinking, okay, I can counterattack with this. And he can. He can unload directly in the mineral line. Oh no, don't lose them. Oh no, not the architect. Unload quick. Okay, well, they're not gonna, yeah, they're gonna kill the architect. They can have cliff advantage. They can kill the Acantor. Ah, unfortunately, they did not kill the Acantor. Transfer into the middle of the map. 3 Crows taking the worker advantage. The engram. They're fomenting a phalanx. Yes, save the scribes. Another warden. He's got so many minerals. More engrams being added to defend this land. He kept all 4 of his envoys alive. He just needs to grab a pylon real quick, and then he can move out with this. He doesn't have a pylon in that control group, so. Okay, he's unloaded. 10 scribes now hanging out over there. Engram does have range. Now forcing 3 Crow to kite backwards. He has lost some hull damage onto that Acantor. Oh yeah, that Acantor is going to get toasted if he's not careful. Oh no, the other one's being hit multiple times. At the same time, the unload comes out. Only 1 finished warden over here, 2 more about to finish. But they can kill the pylon. Oh, there's actually 2 pylons here, so I hope that for Londier's sake that he doesn't get baited by that. Here we go. Spread damage not super ideal. Scribes tearing down one of the wardens in the mineral line. But both of the ones that Lyrico had built are completely destroyed. And now there's 1 left. Here comes the Acantor, trying to save his poor robotic brethren. Double Stargate has finished, but no units coming out of it just yet. Now Panoptus is on the way. Londier has trapped his scribe. He needs to... Okay, he's evacuated the scribe. He's freed it. He built an embassy on site to make more envoys. We need more pylons. A second embassy coming. He needs double envoy production to ferry more and more static defense. More like static offense at this point. Yep, scooped up that warden. Get ready to unload it, but fear the splash damage of the Acantor. Meanwhile, the Acantors on this side are doing their best to try to flank the engram. Unfortunately for 3 Crow, he is going to have his hands full as his 3rd is now under attack. That's right. Oh, but just narrowly... The Acantors are able to deal with the devil. That is the engram. However, back over here, we have a big losses stacking up on the worker side. Londier kind of closing the gap here after losing his main. Rebuilding the middle, taking bottom. Now taking bottom left. This is a legendary game. This is exactly what I had hoped to see. More envoys. He lost one of them in that sortie above the 3rd. Draconins have come over to clear house, but not before losing a lot of workers. 3 wardens down here, covering the natural, which is so very close to being destroyed. Could even see matrices at this point, honestly. Wouldn't be a bad shout. All right, here we go. 6 strong, but the Acantor can still be very deadly. Oh my goodness! Instantaneous unload, and the wardens are wreaking havoc on the wardens. The Acantor are going to be splashing both of these, but not before they get a lot of scribe kills. These workers need to evacuate, but the Draconins and Servitors are trying to make their way through. There's only 1 engram. The second one finishes, gets 1 shot off, and gets blown apart. The scribes are now being evacuated by the horde of envoys that previously carried forth brave wardens into battle. They'll even get that pylon on their way out, but at this point, that Nexus is as good as dead. Almost no worker saturation anywhere. You can just land on top of the Ardent Authorities now, but a morass of Panoptuses is being amassed, and Interior 6 is being destroyed. He's got no defenses anywhere else. Bottom left, and 6 o'clock. I think our brave champion Londier, who has attempted to play this game without building a single military unit. In fact, he's trying to serve Alexander's wishes by making sure that Protoss stay alive and don't ever die. Not a single Protoss has died for Londier's side. Multiple embassies. Many of these structures are unpowered. He's scooping up as much as he can. He has 9 wardens, or 9 envoys rather. 7 wardens, 2 pylons. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Panoptises, they're massing up. They're gonna get splashed to death. There were 4 engrams in this base. Well, 3 now. You'll take that trade any day of the month. Warden's now holding their own. A big unload just comes in. That's within range of the Acantor that gets sniped. It had almost no HP left over, and this natural is completely kaput. Everything at 9 o'clock. They haven't found any other bases. Now trying to scoot around and relocate. Maybe see if they can keep the Panoptises at bay while the natural is being destroyed. We have no land effects to disable them and to hunt down the envoy packs. Nothing to try to counteract the envoys themselves. Scribes moving up. They have revealed themselves at the 9 o'clock position. Hopefully, for 3 Crow's case, he does not pay attention to that on the minimap. Heh. He's trying to block it. He's trying to stop it from noticing, but now, no, he's noticed. And 28 workers on minerals. Engrams being added. Gas being mined. That is his last operational base, as these workers are undoubtedly going to try to evacuate if they can. No Nexus over here. 3 embassies instead. All the envoys packed up here. He's got 10 of them. He needs more wardens. He's instead going to warp in a lot of additional structures, including a gateway. The first production structure of the whole game for Londier is coming online, and it's little more than a wall as he tries to scoot over to bottom right. Now finally warping in additional production. Military units. Wink. Trying to scoop up as much as he can, but he was a little bit lax. Artisans laying siege to this force, which is still taking over, and the Panoptises have returned. Witnesses spotting out the positions of those know that they have just left, scooping up these before they're inevitably destroyed. Oh no. Okay, they've narrowly avoided death. Here they come, swooping in, unloading. There's still 1 warden in there. It gets unloaded there now. Okay, counter wardens have been destroyed, but the architects, they are going to be too much for this particular force. No economic damage dealt to the 1 o'clock position. Engrams holding the fort over here for now. Panoptises can swoop in from the other side potentially. More envoys being made, more wardens being constructed. Bottom right being taken by Londier. Scooping up the limited forces that were put on over here. No, you got to unload one of the pylons and then I know it's silly. Londier is I can't believe it. I can't believe what we're seeing today. Everybody in chat, you guys witnessed 13 envoys scooting so many static defense structures. No, he's forgotten a couple of his envoys. Here we go, big unload coming. Needs to focus fire. Some of these pylons are actually wounded. Those could be a pretty big focus fire. Panoptis is coming in to clean house. I think Londier has run out of steam, boys. Instead, the whole left side of the map has been taken. Upper left quadrant. 11 o'clock. The 10 o'clock main that Londier used to reside in, as well as the natural, has all been taken by 3 Crow. And he might not be harvesting there yet, but he has the map control. He has boxed Londier in to the bottom right quadrant of Fata Morgana, a map by Veek 7. And I just don't see how Londier can make this happen. He needs to make me believe. He needs to make himself believe. He was so tantalizingly close. Okay. All right, I like this. He's pushing the architects back. And the envoys are dead too. No more vision. Now I got to scoot closer. The walls are adding. More units are being added to the walls. More structures, I should say. Scooting forward with the... Oh my god! He's unloaded, but just in the nick of time, the Panoptises and Auroras arrive. Only killing a single architect. No more forces close to the ramp either. Still some engrams over here, but I feel like the architects will be able to deal with this. And oh no, the envoy fleet is being harassed. Engram getting a couple of shots off here. Does have to be careful of that, but one of them has been destroyed thanks to the architect missiles. Losing an Aurora for the process, but obviously the architects themselves outranging. Need to be collapsed upon by these wardens. This is the last ditch move. Needs to kind of play around the range of this last engram. Gonna go ahead and unload right in their face. Try to focus down the architects. Multi-building select, helping Londier out massively. But the pylon is destroyed. Focus fire coming out of 3-Crow. And the writing must be on the wall now. A gateway coming out. The envoys being heckled. The last engram in this area. It will soon be destroyed. And as it falls, the air units swoop on in. The architect missiles dealing so much damage to the envoys as they try to pick up all of these static defense structures. What is even left in the cards? Drakiden storming out of the ramp. An engram finishing in the backline, but there's no pylon! GG! 3-Crow has survived the most insane cheese I have ever seen. I'm left speechless after that. How can anybody top that? Oh my goodness. I honestly was so hoping he would win and pull out the dub. Here we go. The next map has been selected. DeadInfested will challenge 3-Crow on Omnivore. Map by me. Meek7. Meek7. Well, let's see if 3-Crow can complete the 4-0 to get first place. It'll start on this round, well... Owned. Got the map issue again. This map did go through a number of iterations, so that makes sense. At least now we know what it is. I really am still flabbergasted, so this is actually good that we get a moment of breather, because, like, how the fuck... How has Londier never played in an event before if that's what he's going to cook up on his own time and come in with? Like, that is just incredible. My dad would be proud. Yeah, of course the issue right now is that the fixes to the, like, unload locations or whatever don't... they respect the building grid, but not the actual unload sizes of the structures or whatever, so... That's something that Veek worked on to initially implement it, like, 2 years ago, I think? Or maybe it was Iceware. It was great. I look forward to the new version of that strategy when it's less jank. Nonetheless, we are continuing on. 3-Crow is going to be taking on DeadInfested. Terran in the bottom left. Protoss in the top right. I want to say this is Glacial. Oh, Alice Blue. Close. And this is Ultramarine. We'll be keeping tabs on who can guess the colors the best. Very fast scout once again by DeadInfested, moving to the left-hand side of the map, and 3-Crow is revealing some interesting aspects of this map to us. Look at this. Okay, not what I thought he was going to do, but it looks like he might be hopscotching his stockade over. There it is. Nothing at home. So, you know, after the star pad shenanigans that 3Crow experienced on Axiom, he's going to scout his opponent and not see any structure in production. And surely he's going to think, this guy's cheesing me, and start scouting around the map or whatever. This is an interesting little feature. You can mine these resources to reveal a path over here to deplete them. Like if it takes 2 returns to do so. But something you can do that I'm not sure if people know about, but you can harvest like the mineral here, then come and harvest the gas, and then harvest the mineral again. And so that was like an interesting thing that I had to balance in my head about how far away is the nearest gas node. Well, it will be an anchor follow-up almost certainly. There we go. Stockade nearly complete. Back at home. See if he can do some defenses. We've got a Dracodon followed by a Lattice. Yeah, 3Crow scouted out all of the different locations that you might go for an expansion on this map. You've got these in-bases and, of course, your more bona fide natural. Multiple Masons chasing the Scribe down. Not exactly what you'd be hoping for DeadInfested's wavering economy. Although he is technically up in workers, but many of them are going to be married to construction and similar effects. Thinking of an anchor down here by the ramp makes sense. But he has allowed this Scribe to go over here. Now, you can do this a lot easier, right? You can go ahead and get the mineral, then the gas, then the mineral again to mine that out. Over on this side, though, we've got a pylon coming down, so it'll be a counter proxy. Anchor lifts off. Looks like it's going to see if he can land over here behind the mineral line. You love to see cheese. No units over here, so there's a Dracodon here. 3 Mavericks. I mean, that's a pretty heavy amount. 3Crow still has not yet noticed this, by the way. It's lingering above his base. Now he's figured it out. Wait a second. What's going on here? He's tried to block it, but that's not going to be enough, so he will instead attack it with the Scribes. Remember that the Anchor doesn't have enough armor to block worker damage. Workers have 1 armor penetration. So a couple of workers will die. He's now got to think about stimming his Mavericks and, you know, gunning these down. Maybe falling back a little bit, trying to get more economic damage. And a Dracodon has waypointed into near death, so that's going to really cut down any opportunity for DeadInfested to take damage in this early stages of the game. In fact, that distraction has been enough for more workers to get killed up here, so 3Crow kind of flubbing the defense on that. Waypointing more units across. There's another anchor being loaded up, so it's not like that was the extent of the aggression. I think the second one could really break 3Crow's back if he's not careful. He does have this pylon down here as well as the Scribe. He's gone completely unnoticed. But he hasn't warped anything in, and he has no money to do so. Second anchor will have 4 Mavericks in it. In fact, there's a third anchor on the way, and I think we're going to see double anchor with full Mavericks in it. So if this gets held over here, and the Protoss is not capable of dealing enough damage, Simulacrum unfortunately will end up falling. There needs to be a pull over here. He's a little bit slow to do it. Another Dracodon. No, that's a Simulacra. Another Simulacra. Now here's a 4th Dracodon. At 4 Dracodons, you can break that a lot more reliably. But over here, I mean, it's just a ticking time bomb. We still have plenty of stuff here. I think DeadInfested is going to go ahead and complete the upset. 3Crow not responding as dutifully as he really needed to. Kind of a perfect storm of errors here. Not scouting around his base for the proxies after the first game, which was a proxy, and the fact that he didn't scout any production. Not exactly responding here. He's trying to see if he can focus down the Masons repairing the anchor, but back at home, he's in trouble. Second gateway, or second, the Dracodon's out of the gateway at this point, but I mean, I think at this point he's lost most of the units back at home. He's forced even more of a pull. He's going to pan back to his base, see 2 more anchors there. And honestly, that has to feel bad. He doesn't even have enough money to warp in another Nexus. Not that that would really save him in this situation. He's recalling as many of his units as he can. We saw the unloads for the stim. The pylon will pop. That will complete the... that'll just confirm that things are indeed not going 3Crow's way. And when his armies inevitably end up getting owned, I think he's going to end up GGing out of here. So we have a bit of a competitive group as a result of that. Pylon does finish, but there are, one of these anchors has unloaded. The other one more close to the ramp has not. So we will have a bit of a bloodbath. I'm sure there's going to be some satisfied chatters who hate Protoss, who are going to enjoy the fact that Protoss are getting owned. Another stim. Oh, there's the stem. I was waiting for it. GG's going to be called. 3Crow has dropped a map. DeadInfested cheeses his way up the ladder, up the leaderboard. Londier selects Titan Forge. First time Shambler's maps will be played in an event like this one. I'm sure he's happy with that reality. We've had some very cheesy matches, but if DeadInfested is going to, you know, proxy/cheese every game, and Londier is going to insane cheese every game, man, this is going to be a banger, or it'll be over very quickly. I'm not sure which. We do have to wait until Alexhandr takes the stage in Group B to see some Zerg here. Hope you guys are excited about that. Oh. DeadInfested will take a moment. He might be checking his maps or something. Or he hit the wrong key. Not sure which. Let's get into it, boys. DeadInfested wants to build on this. He wants to go up to 2 wins to challenge 3Crow. DeadInfested in the top left. Londier in the bottom left. This is a 2-spawn map. Much like Megalith Empire and Otherworld, it is a Y-mirrored map, which means the top half from left to right mirrors the bottom half from left to right. There are some neutral treasuries helpfully revealed by map revealers. They serve as pretty distant harvesting return areas for like early gas and such like that, town outposts, if you will. And obviously, flying workers can benefit from them a little bit more. We'll see if that comes to pass. And we are entering an installation, as you can see. DeadInfested is interested in maybe a more straightforward scouting game. Londier, on the other hand, is it going to be a lattice first? Oh my god! He's doing it again! And oh my god, he's doing it again. When an unstoppable cheese meets an immovable proxy, who wins? I guess this is the unstoppable proxy and this is the immovable. I guess neither of them are immovable. Now this is epic. Yeah. Yep, that's correct. That is correct. The stuff I have seen so far today, man, what an insane reality this has been. Anchor going to be coming down here momentarily, I would imagine. It's a little bit more dangerous to do it in this location because you can get spotted if anybody comes up over here. But Londier isn't really the scouting type. In fact, DeadInfested this time has actually put an anchor closer to his base. He built up over here before he built up the anchor down here. So that's interesting. Embassy on the way. Another warden. You only need minerals for an envoy. He can go straight back to mass mineral harvesting as he adds more wardens. And what can the anchors do versus the wardens, right? Like, that's another thing. I don't know. I think Londier is going to do it. I think Londier is going to get on the board, and 3Crow is going to have to contend with this a second time. You know, he's such a mind gamer. After the last map, when Londier unfortunately was not able to topple 3Crow, And I say unfortunately because it was fucking glorious. Starpad on the way as well for Londier, for DeadInfested. Londier said, that's only going to work once. And yet he does it again. He's mind gaming. The question is, will DeadInfested scout it and realize what's happening? He sees no expansion. Well, he's about to see no expansion. The Anchor's going to come over here and see the embassy and see a bunch of wardens and pylons being built and think to himself, wait a second. I've seen this before. Here we go. Here's the reaction. He might have to force a lift here. He's only going to get one scribe kill. No, ends up getting 3, actually. They were all targeting different ones. Well, the envoy's here, but obviously you can just scoop that up and shuffle it over. Well, you got a 4th scribe kill out of it, so it can't be too bad. And scooping away. He's unpowered as Warden, unfortunately, but he is going to go ahead and try for a bit of a proxy base somewhere. It looks like somehow, by pure dumb luck or chance or maybe just gigabrain, DeadInfested's Mason is over here. And so he's actually going to scout the Envoy as he foments yet another Anchor. There's the liftoff sequence. 3 more Mavericks in there. Thinking about how he can deal with that. He does need to power this again, so it's a little bit awkward. And the Stockade is actually going to go ahead and airlift home. He's put Watchdogs around. He's got Wraiths coming out of that star pad. I think he might be in a pretty good spot. Oh, my God. I like the idea of just dropping that and refusing to elaborate as usual, you know. All right, a second envoy has been made. Oh. What? Oh. 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 Well, here we go. Scribe, Pylon, Warden. Where's the farm spot going to be? Looks like he's chosen the high ground over here. You have no Pylon, buddy. There you go. Wraiths are moving around. Third envoy here with the Warden. Uh-oh. Quick, drop everything. Oh, he can snipe the Scribe, though. That can be big. He needs to scoop the Scribe. Oh, narrowly avoids getting destroyed by the Wraiths. That could have been huge. Remember, the Artisans no longer build structures, so you can't actually use them. Their bottom right has been taken. This Anchor with 3 Mavericks is just kind of hanging out in the middle of nowhere, hovering over the bottomless pit as the Mavericks contemplate jumping. Okay. Looks like maybe he's learned from his mistakes previously because he's adding in more witnesses, but he does have the faster 3 envoy timing. Can't believe that's a real thing. All right, he can force the unload here. There it is. Got to watch out for that. It is a little bit of a kerfluffle. Every single time Londier has to try to set himself up here. The Stockade floated to provide more vision. Here's the forced unload. Falls away. The Wraiths are going to get bopped by this. Is there a reaction? Stimmed Mavericks are going to come in. The Stim Pack buffs are pretty big after it kicks in. And that should be enough to kill at least one of these Wardens, which will make the rest of it a little bit more, I would say, workable. One more? One more? Hey, there it is. 2 armor on the Warden, so the Masons deal 1 less damage. Plenty of Watchdog coverage on the bottom side, though. So even though this looks bad for DeadInfested, he's not in a horrible position here. Well, he should... Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Here comes the reaction. The Wardens have destroyed the Watchdogs. I repeat, the Wardens have destroyed the Watchdogs. The Palladium on the way. Phalanxes will absolutely shut this down. But oh my god, there's more! He just keeps making more. This Anchor could have shut this base down a long time ago and at least bought some time for the Palladium to come online. Oh my god, the humanity! A Mason spins! Oh my god, I can't believe it. I thought for sure when I saw all these Watchdogs that, oh, we were going to see some pretty good play out of that. Here comes the Phalanx. Trying to buy some time, sacrificing the Stockade. A little bit of a move. Oh no, the Wraith. Ah, You know, he could have put the Wraith over here. He still has this anchor. He can land it. Although I think, yeah, it's going to be covered. Oh, no, that Warden's unpowered. That's a fake Warden. He doesn't know it, but that's a totally fake one. And he's landed within range of the other one. Oh, no. Phalanx has arrived. He's going to have to lift off the Fulcrum, though. Oh, no. Could we see it? Could we see the move? Londier can't believe it. He can't believe that he's basically won. The anchor in the backline has been destroyed. And no, the Palladium. The Palladium is going to go down. You can lift those bad boys off with your... Oh, no, you can do that with the Trojan, but the star pad was destroyed long ago. And now all of the Masons are going to get creamed on the way out. The Palladium will fall, too. Oh, my God. No, he didn't unload the pylon. Okay, the pylon's unloaded. But here comes the Phalanx back into tank mode to see if he can evacuate at the heat of the moment. The Watchdog gets blown up on the other side. The Fulcrum can go down next. It'll burn down. The Ministry, not exactly in burning range, but he's got enough for 2 more Masons. I think we all see the writing on the wall. Never, and I mean never, have I seen this in my whole damn life. No, the Phalanx! Oh! The Heartbreaker Warden. That was over half of what, what DeadInfested had. His Fulcrum blows up too. Ew, the humanity. You know, one of the things that could have been a legit strategy versus this is putting watchdogs around the farming spot, and then you can't actually get the envoys out. That could have been funny. Well, this is a campaign mission if I've ever seen one. Oh my God, the shit talking. Londier. What has happened to you? Here come the Mavericks. Oh my God, no. No. Oh, well, actually, there's only the one word. All these envoys are fake. Dude, I would be so scared as a Maverick fighting envoys if this is what's been going down. Huge scribe transfer. You know what? You gotta respect it. GG. DeadInfested has fallen. The castle has moved to him. Ladies and gentlemen, Londier is on the board. My God, man. Guys, can you believe what we just witnessed? Yeah, that'll only work once. Twice. Well, I guess maybe what he was saying is it didn't work the first time, so he had to try it again until it worked once, and then he'll abandon the strategy. It will be the Purgatory, switched on for the next map. 3 Crow challenges Londier, looking for that all-important 3rd round. Now, okay, for those asking in the chat, if Londier defeats 3 Crow, he will go up to 2-1. If DeadInfested then defeats Londier in the rematch that follows, they will all be 2 for 2, and we will FFA. But I don't know if that's going to happen. We got to take it one game at a time. Apparently, yeah, you only need to know Warden. Protoss versus Protoss continues on the Purgatory, a fitting map. Off in the top left, Londier. Bottom right, 3 Crow. This is a map by Veek7. You'll notice that it has 8 mineral fields and 1 geyser in the main. And over in the natural, it has a geyser and a ridge and 8 mineral fields. Pretty much 8 mineral fields all across the board as far as the bases go. But the gas counts are generally a little bit lower until you start to expand outward. Will we see Londier try it again? The mind game is real. 3 Crow just watched him do it against DeadInfested right after doing it against him. So surely, right, DeadInfested is thinking to himself, oh, I got to figure out a counter for that. He already thinks he knows it in his head. But the Warden is coming up over here. It is going to happen again, I think. No gas being harvested just yet, so the embassy not in the cards immediately. 3 Crow's Scribe revealing strategy within this map. And honestly, the fact that his scribe gets in... Okay, we've got a lattice coming. Double Warden. It will be revealed as he gets up the ramp. Oh. Tickle. Tickle. So here's my question. Yes. Yes! Yes! I have lived to see all things, the end of all things. And at the end of all things is a Warden in your mineral line. Do it. Do it. Yes! It's happening! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Although, honestly, the Wardens were going to come out here for Londier anyway. It's actually delaying any military units coming out of these lattices. This is not 3 Crow's strategy. Like, he's doing it because, you know, cheese. But he's about to lose his scribe. The Warden here will finish before any of the others. He's going to be forced to cancel this Warden. And then this back Warden is just going to get bopped in the meanwhile by the one that's finishing behind the mineral line for Londier. All the while, a lot of Espion is being harvested. There's the embassy. Can probably pull those workers off of gas now if he's going to continue the strat. Okay, it is actually going to finish, but it'll be canceled right as it finishes. It could have maybe gotten a single worker kill, but I don't know if that would have been worth it. Now, at the same time, we've got vassals. But do you really want to make vassals versus wardens? Well, it's 3 Crow. So, maybe. I appreciate the gusto. I appreciate the attempt. But I can't... Imagine doing what you just did to all of these people, and then somebody tries to do a very tepid version of it back to you, and you type cheeky. Like, whoa, you can't just cheese me, bro. Third lattice coming. Many vassals on the way. You might be able to see a critical mass of vassals. Critical vass, if you will. And you know what? This is kind of exactly what I wanted to see out of this tournament. I was interested to see if we would see any legitimate games as well. But I'm happy with them all being cheeses. It's fine to me. I think we had a bit of a spike there, but all's well that ends well as a scribe and pylon are dispatched. We've seen this twice before, so we know what's happening over here. Going to be taking the 9 o'clock position for the Warden farm. Nice and secluded. But the vassals may go straight over there. No, he decides to go for the in-base. Ah, wants that Nexus. This is an opportunity for the vassals to do a lot of damage. Because they... Well, I mean, maybe a lot of damage is an overselling of it, but... You know, the Warden coverage is looking a little bit scant. Man, that's at the very edge of the pylon power field. Double Warden and a Pylon. Another Envoy on the way down with a Warden of its own. It looks like we're going to be sticking to 2 Wardens here. 2 Envoys, that is. Rogue Gallery follow-up. Oh! We're going to be seeing the new Bar Guest. That's what's happening over here for 3 Crow. So vassals are faster than the Bar Guest, so this is going to require a little bit of coordination. But when the Bar Guest decloaks, for every unique Bar Guest in the area, all of the allies within a small radius will get +1 armor penetration. Obviously, the vassal has no armor penetration, so it's only going to be dealing 4 damage to Wardens, unless you have, you know, say 2 Bar Guests in the area, then it will be dealing 6 damage to Wardens, you know, the full amount of damage, which obviously is going to be pretty big. However, we already have an initial drop attempt. Doesn't go super well, but the Envoys do manage to escape with only a little bit of a tickling. And maybe the jig might be up, but more Wardens have been amassed. The novelty factor can only really help you once or twice, and it looks like 3 Crow has a plan of his own as a Bar Guest is on the way. Warden meet Pylon. Another Envoy here to pick up yet another Warden. Kind of sharking around with the Witness spotting. He kind of knows where things are. He's going to start amassing on the doorstep over here. The vision range of air units is pretty reduced at this stage in the game, so you're not going to see, you know, the vassals, for example, actually spot this out. So he might be able to just ferry a bunch of units over and then maybe see if he can hopscotch them forward. As he puts down a Pylon over here, starts to harvest from the ridge. That's interesting that he's going for that. I think he realizes he might need some engrams behind all of this. Although he's only harvesting from the geyser with 1 worker. Let's see if he changes that. No, more minerals. Yep, here's the hopscotch some more. A little bit forward. Here comes the attempt. Of course, the Pylon can be focused down. You can see that red overlay trying to do its due diligence. Now, the Bar Guest almost died there. There's 2 of them. And as long as the Bar Guests remain uncloaked, the armor pen will be there. And so that is really scary. You do want to do something about that. You do want to have some sort of situation where you're having some crowd control. And, well, Londier doesn't have any units. He only has Wardens. And you can see there the armor pen is really allowing the vassals to deal even more damage, but even I think without the Bar Guests, you're talking about like 14 plus, 6 corpses on the ground. There were 20 vassals in that army. He could have definitely focused down the Pylons, but he will have to abandon his position. The scribe was not slain. Well. I'm waiting for it. It looks like 3 Crow's already realized he pretty much only needs like 2 Bar Guests, so getting a 3rd one for redundancy in case they get sniped makes a lot of sense. We don't have anything in these Envoys, so those will fall back. An engram being erected at the expansion, but that's not something that 3 Crow's even aware of. So if he's not careful, you know, his forces are just going to get bopped. You know, there's no engram. There's pretty much no protection over here whatsoever, actually. Engram coming now, but I think it's a little bit too late. And we might be denied the FFA yet again, boys. Because if this worker line gets destroyed, I don't see a way out for our buddy Londier here. He's going to see if he can evacuate, pulling them off, trying to scoop as many as he can into that Envoy that just finished, canceling the engram as well. Oh, seeing if he can maybe distract them. I like the idea of using the Warden, or the Envoy, as like a bait, almost. Pulling the Witness back as well. So the Nexus will eventually be destroyed. Again, you know, sure, you've got 3 armor pen because of the Bar Guests, but you're only... That's still not going to fully nullify the Nexus. So it does take a little bit longer than it would otherwise. Definitely showing some compositional sass. Now, Londier can't afford another engram. Let's see if he wants to stick to the strategy or if he's going to go for something else. Obviously, his Pylon not in an optimal position here. Going to follow this force with his Witness so that he at least has some idea of where things are. Another engram on the way. Another redundancy Pylon. Envoys just being used as scouts. 3 Crow can always GG. I don't think that's allowed. We might have to add anti-throwing rules. Three Crow wants that first place. He wants that money. Although it's worth noting, he has not actually confirmed first place with this win. He needs 4 wins, so DeadInfested can reserve the right to upset him. Okay, flying over, focusing down the engram. Plenty of Barguests over here. And that is going to nullify that. The other engram getting bopped before it can even finish. And that will be GG, as 3 Crow claims victory a 3rd time. So if 3 Crow wins the next map, DeadInfested and Londier play to decide 2nd place. And if DeadInfested wins the next map, it'll be DeadInfested and 3 Crow playing to decide 1st place. And 2nd place, technically, and Londier will exit 3rd. It will be Pantheon selected by none other than DeadInfested. It was a good attempt, Londier. I appreciated that you tried to go for it a 2nd time. And you know, his Warden antics behind your mineral line slowed him down a lot. But unfortunately, like, if he had ever moved out with his vassals at any point, then you could have done something, but it would have been hard otherwise. Pantheon is a map by Veek7, another jungle map as well. You may have seen it if you had played Trenches. And over here, in the bottom left, DeadInfested's Terran. Top right, 3 Crows Protoss. Alice Blue. Ultramarine. Easy clap, boys. Cheeky. So this map does have a pretty, I would say, like, very important middle. If you can hold this ramp and this ramp, you can be in for a pretty good sort of control of the middle of the map, and thus the game. But DeadInfested may or may not have played on this map before. He is going to go ahead and send out another scout. This one is actually targeted towards the top right, so he knows where his opponent spawns, of course, but also he's not necessarily going to proxy. A very normal time to scout it. Maybe going to go for a fulcrum opener or something to that effect. This may be our standard episode, as Alexhandr in the chat so illustriously puts it. A gateway coming at a very normal timing. Fulcrum coming fairly normal timing as well. Both of our players keeping that economy going. We will use this opportunity to once again thank the people who have put up prize money for this event. Lucifirius, Btyb, benno, and Neblime. If you want to join those names or pump up your contributions, then you know where to go. The coffee page in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Send in a donation. Tell us that it's for the tournament. Or don't. In that case, we just take the money ourselves and use it for development. But either way, your support is appreciated. If you're participating in this event and you send us money, then you can win some of it back. Isn't that exciting? It's like placing a bet on yourself. Just don't throw, because then it's match fixing. So it's going to be a fast scrapyard, actually, before any military unit. Maybe DeadInfested looking for proxies of 3 Crow's own, but none to be found just yet, as a Warden is being added. Okay, we've actually had double Warden over here. I think he's maybe a little bit paranoid about the cheeses, but it's nothing of the sort. 2nd Fulcrum almost certainly going to be added here, and it will be Blackjacks in this anchor, as the Mason continues to dutifully scout, surveying the lovely lands of Pantheon. There might actually be a proxy fomenting over here. But instead, it looks like the scribe is just going to move its way over to the other side of the map. We've had double Draconins. Very defensive formation here for DeadInfested. Okay, and we have a star pad coming now. What is the second fulcrum going to have? Another scrapyard. Okay, this looks like it might be even like Blackjack and Matador drops. Something to that effect. The star pad makes me think drops. I guess it could be Blackjack or Wraith, but I haven't seen that before. And it looks like this, yeah, we might even see like a cheeky little anchor be put behind this mineral mine. Instead, he's going to move up with the Mason, so a bit more of a standard play. We'll see the Dracodons. And I think he manages to get up the ramp there and maybe spot like the Warden warping in and stuff like that. So he should know that some antics are afoot. However, his star pad finishing and his Blackjacks cowering in the anchor aren't necessarily helping him when there's a forward Warden being built. I think 3-Crow just likes Wardens. He's making 3 of them at the same time right now. No embassy in sight to move them around. Not gonna, cancel this or anything. Yeah, this is just a straight up like I want to make, some Wardens to slow down the expansion attempt. And there is indeed a Trojan coming. So we will be seeing a quad Blackjack drop. We might see a second one, like a second Trojan. It really depends. Like 4 Trojans by themselves aren't going to do too hot versus static defense and Dracodons. 8 Blackjacks though, those could be a pretty big deal. It doesn't actually look like that's going to be the method here, though, for DeadInfested. He wants to see if he can scout. And, you can obviously delete things like Wardens. And even the Prostration stage, it's a very tanky building. Very high tier one. So clearly this is a bit of a tech rush coming as a second gateway makes itself known. There could be some things that get interrupted over here. Nothing more going on as the drop is holding in a holding pattern right now. More and more Blackjacks being added. A lot of S-Beam being not spent just yet, but can be conserved for things like certain critical infrastructure. Where's the drop going to come in? At the sweet spot, maybe. Uh-oh. Just thinking about it. Doing a little bit of drop micro, perhaps, but unfortunately not able to scoot. Doesn't really get any frags there. Could have maybe committed onto this Warden, popped it, and then the pylon. Nonetheless, it will confirm to him that his opponent is going for a bit of a tech rush as the Prostration stage is on the way. It's going to be a Potentate. These are high damage targets, high damage units. So, they kind of operate within a range. Fortunately, one of these Blackjacks is going to get destroyed by this Warden, but otherwise it's just a momentary delay of the expansion. So DeadInfested should eventually have the economic advantage. Looks like 3-Crow thinking about taking his own Nexus at the same time. So, okay, we've got about the same sort of timing here on the Expos. The Nexus will finish a little bit sooner. No embassy on the way just yet. Potentate nearly done. It's not exactly artillery, but, it's pretty good damage. Mostly single target. Probably here to deal with Phalanxes, if I had to guess, because he scouted... he probably just knows that DeadInfested is going to go mech. There is a 4th Fulcrum being added. This one, 3rd one is making a Palladium. So Phalanxes are in the future here, almost certainly. The move out is occurring. The wounded Blackjack will be sacrificed for a scout. It's just on a regular move, not an attack move, so it won't get any shield damage or anything. But it will indeed reveal that the Dracodons are on the move. There is a pretty big Blackjack army over here, right? There's 11 of them, plus 2 in the anchor. Goliath's coming out of the other Fulcrums. No money just yet available for adding on the inevitable Phalanxes into the picture. But you might even unload the anchor and put the Goliaths in there for the sake of getting stuff done there a little bit better. Could also maybe try to use like the cliff over here, plus anchor range. Maybe you can hit some stuff at the same time. It looks like you can. But this map has a little bit more of an open, like the natural is further away from static defense locations, right? So you can kind of come in and attack even from this like bottom slice. No melee units here for 3-Crow though. A Mind Tyrant has arrived. Probably also here for the sake of seeing if it can turn some of the heavier duty units, but obviously not effective against buildings. There's a mind control channel onto one of the blackjacks. Goliaths are going to be next. Ends up getting targeted, though. And that will indeed mean that the mind control is out. The Potentate is the next to fall. All the gas-heavy units are dead. We have a Phalanx that's just now starting. Vultures over here. A Phalanx does end up getting deployed. Blackjack still staying alive, adding a little bit more fire, and this is a mass repair ordeal while the Phalanx continues to shoot. This one's still within range, actually going to take some damage. The Blackjack's not actually being moved forward. Now it's going to be on to the Dracodins to try to focus fire some of these Masons, but the Vultures are out, and so that's not going to be long for this world. Nice stun happening on one of the Dracodins there. Mostly on his own units, of course. And there you go. The natural move there is just to unsiege it. Get a little bit more armor. Reduce some of that incoming damage. Second Phalanx is also up. And that was a lot of gas expended on powerful units like the Mind Tyrant and the Potentate, only for them to end up getting owned. But there is an embassy out now, and the economy is definitely coming online a bit more for 3 Crows. Capping a geyser in the main. He has fully saturated, or nearly fully saturated, his minerals, for basic saturation there. Not oversaturated, but basic one. Cantavis is out. We are pretty likely to see some hallucinate then. So we've got double Phalanx production here. No secondary Mind Tyrant. It gets focused down a little bit too quickly, perhaps. 3-Crow thinking about taking that, I guess you can call it kind of like a 9 o'clock interior base there for his third. Gonna have 3 Potentates out with the next attack force, as he also gets some Amaranths. Much needed melee. He definitely needed a bit more of a front line in that last fight, for my money. Something to draw fire from the Blackjacks and the Goliaths, because they were able to get close enough to just focus down the Mind Tyrant, and at that point it was open and shut case, right over and done with. With 4 Phalanxes, 2 Goliaths, and a handful of Vultures, we are going to see DeadInfested think about moving out. But he also is maybe a little bit over-prioritized on the power unit, and doesn't have that much fodder. I think that's partially down to his worker deficit. 13 on the minerals there. Got about 14, 15 on the minerals in the main. Could definitely have a little bit more saturation there, and definitely could be thinking about another base as well. Third base coming online here in maybe about a minute for 3-Crow. So DeadInfested a bit behind the 8-ball on that, but he can have a more efficacious army over here if he holds the middle. Unfortunately, he didn't decide to hold the forward position here, so it's going to be fighting on even ground. These units are on attack move as well. There's no mines being laid. The Amaranth's actually getting destroyed before they can really do too much. And here comes the committal. All of his units stacked up on top of each other. 3-Crow going to have to deal with the Phalanxes. He does end up popping 2 of them pretty early on. Here's a Cantavis for a little bit of extra remove. That's on the Storm. But you can, on this open ground, you can easily just sidestep most of that damage. No Clerics or anything for healing. Just a couple of Masons on the front line for repairs. It looks like maybe the dust is settled. That Cantavis has to be very, very careful about going in again. The mortars narrowly missed him the first time. Frustration stage, idle. Grand Library, idle. Synthetic Synod is up next. Okay, maybe we'll end up seeing Clarions or some such. 4 Goliaths at a time being produced out of those Fulcrums. Phalanxes creeping on forward. Cantavis looking for an in for a Psystorm. Unfortunately for him, he's not stormed the stationary targets. You can storm the Phalanxes, get a lot more value out of that, but as it currently stands, not ideal. Hallucination would have served him, I think, a little bit better for the frontal fight that he took earlier. And thus he has ceded a little bit of map control in the middle of the map. More and more Goliaths storming the fields. 2 Phalanxes being ordered up as well. But no third base in sight, crucially. And 3-Crow's floating a lot of minerals. It feels like he could get into a really nasty situation here and have to fight his way out with a powerful tech unit or something. Still no pariahs or anything like that for the attack speed steroid when they kill a unit. Would have been an optimal move. This base could get bopped here, but it looks like DeadInfested is none the wiser right now. Taking a bit of a forward location with his Phalanxes, not within range to actually do any damage here. Ruins are buildable in Cosmonarchy, so you could see an anchor or something like that, but the Mason instead is just going to scout, reveal the positioning of the army, and that is a dead Cantavis. The only spellcaster that 3-Crow had in his arsenal. A little bit of a lackadaisical follow-up here, so he might end up losing 2 phalanxes, maybe just the one. Ends up suiciding the one Mason that he still had with his army for repairs. So that's a little awkward for him, but again, he's chipping away at the amount of forces, and a potentate has been rallied there. That's a big misrally and a very expensive loss. Okay, a bunch of scribes going to get hit here. Losing some of the gas workers. Now the rest of the forces going in. The Goliaths protecting the phalanxes in the back. Normally you see that it is a bit of an inverse, but in this case there's no melee, so really no need to appeal for the phalanxes in this situation. DeadInfested seems to have read the situation pretty well, and that Aquifer going down is going to be a pretty big hit. We now have a Demiurge on the way. That was where all of the gas was going. But I think 3 Crow's forces are just going to get bopped before he can really do too much. The Tier 1 mech army proving very effective, considering there is no front line. There is no fodder for 3 Crow to throw up against those mech units. Scribes are now going to move. Man, that's a juicy shot. 38 workers could have been killed there. Oh, even on the last end, just 6 or 7 of them going down at once. Love to see that. Maybe not if you're a Protoss fan. Maybe not if you're 3 Crow. He's still slowly harvesting gas over here. No minerals. Got a lot of idle workers there. Maybe trying not to arouse suspicion, perhaps. But more likely, he just ended up forgetting. He's lost his embassy. The Demiurge has arrived. But the Demiurge also needs peel. It needs to sustain the mind control hits in order to do anything. And it's not within range to do that right now. Goliaths are going to deal with the vassals. Plenty of anti-air over in this situation. Drakken's maybe getting caught a little bit outside the ramp. Some of the Goliaths are being turned, but not very many of them. Again, cliff advantage, you have to have your Demiurge in a certain vicinity in order to actually project control over the units that you're trying to dominate with its on-hit effect. More and more vassals being made to try to spend some of the minerals that were had there, and an Argosy in the backline is going to yield epigraphs, but there's so much good anti-air over here with all the Goliaths, it doesn't feel like that's the answer out. It feels like he really needs to crash upon this with a lot of melee, and he just doesn't have it. This is a pretty big stack of scary ranged forces, though, and DeadInfested should not try to take this fight without his phalanxes. That Warden will finally go kaput, and there are some more Goliaths and phalanxes standing by. Some wounded units over here, though. Again, no healing or anything. Still no third base on the way. DeadInfested has plenty of minerals, but not so much Vespene. Can think about maybe taking that extra base. Yep, we can see his camera position. He's thinking about it right now. Scary stalemate, but at the same time, the bottom right base is being taken. Maybe 3 Crow can think about taking this one here at that 5 o'clock location as well. But I would still be more concerned with actually getting myself out of the situation that I'm in. He is getting a second epigraph, and these can be pretty good at dealing with the Goliaths if they're in low enough number. Creeping forward with the phalanxes, as soon as he gets some vision up this cliff, this could be real risky for the workers. Well, only one of them going down so far, and DeadInfested realizes he needs to creep forward even further. Adding a Warden, or sorry, a Watchdog. Sorry, Wardens are on the brain after the last couple of games, but Watchdog is going up. That is going to help with things like the epigraphs. Pulling his phalanxes back, and crucially, they're in tank mode, so the epigraphs multi-hits are dealing much reduced damage. Clearing out the vassal front line. Now the epigraphs are a little bit more vulnerable to getting committed upon by all of these Goliaths, and the Watchdog is done as well. Not a huge difference at this stage of the game, but absolutely could be. Maybe could even be lifted as a scout, actually. That could be the real thing that makes a big difference. But as soon as DeadInfested scouts this base, a lot of the economy that 3 Crow's relying on is just going to end up getting destroyed. And that's a big situation where he just hasn't done that yet. The Vultures might end up running in to allow the Phalanxes to creep forward while the Goliaths stand stolid in them. Maybe thinking about sneaking up over here and just to draw out some more of the forces. Again, get more vision as well. And you can see here the Phalanxes doing a lot of damage to these very, very minimal units. Every unit is a precious resource here for 3 Crow, but DeadInfested, he might have actually gotten a little bit impatient in this situation. His Phalanxes are not within range. He's trying to commit the Goliaths up the ramp so that he can deal with these epigraphs that are picking off his Phalanxes on the left-hand side. And indeed, he will zone them away. In doing so, he might end up revealing that this base is available here. But the Grand Library will be destroyed in the meantime. Demiurge deems that Goliath unworthy. A more committal force More and more demiurges being added here. Now here comes the committal. Nothing on the front line to heal for the phalanxes, but it might just be enough because all those Dracodons were too wounded to do too much. Demiurges doing their best from a range, but again, they need to commit to get the most benefit, and they can't really do that when there's phalanxes on the back line. 4 epigraphs now. Needs to be more and more anti-air in this situation. DeadInfested has busted up the ramp. Gets one shot off with the Watchdog, adding more and more over here. Unfortunately for him, not going to be enough, it doesn't look like. Okay, so what can 3Crow do now that he's broken the contain? Again, a little bit ambitious by DeadInfested to try to bust into that. But he is establishing his Atlas back at home. Looks like we might see an overcommittal from the misplaced epigraphs here. One of them does end up going down. Now seeing if he can focus down the demiurges. That's a pretty big deal, actually. Again, these are very, very useful units for peeling. It looks like he can't decide exactly which ones he wants to focus on, and the longer this fight goes, the more it favors the Protoss player peeling units off and using them to his own ends there. But he does scout that another Nexus is coming online. Again, this seems like the biggest thing. If DeadInfested figured this base was here a lot sooner, he could have mopped the floor with 3Crow way earlier. But now the bottom right's being taken, and the 5 o'clock is being taken, and these are all things that were enabled by this base being here. This is where those scribes came from. Another Fulcrum being added. Back at home, Atlas nearly complete. Takes about as long as a Ministry does to complete. Third base is operational. So DeadInfested has sort of scaled up his operation, although he is floating a lot of minerals right now. And now he's falling away. I feel like I'm really worried for DeadInfested in this situation. He's up against a player who he doesn't know it, but this whole time has been mining from this base, and now is mining from this base in the bottom right. 5 o'clock operational as well. That will get scouted by this Mason, and maybe that will make the hair on DeadInfested's arms stand up a little bit. Back of his neck, maybe telling him, wait, there's more bases than I thought. Like, there's way more bases than there should be. Vassals won't get very far past the Watchdogs. More and more demiurges amassing. The one dominated Goliath, the only thing that 3Crow has to show for all of that, despite all his best efforts. More and more phalanxes. Sentinels coming online at the natural. Warden's coming online over here. He could send these phalanxes out, maybe provoke an attack. That would be the best order of business here. Trying to fight an opponent on 2 fronts. Make him hurt for taking bases so far away and at such disadvantageous positions. But it looks like he's going to focus on one thing at a time. This may draw out the epigraphs and other such units away from 3Crow's main and natural. Because it's 2 Wardens, that's not going to stand even to the Goliaths. One of these isn't even going to finish before the Goliaths arrive, so there's an evacuation happening here. And there we go. 5 o'clock no longer going to be operational. Engrams being added over here. Obviously, phalanxes can deal with this as well, but maybe buying some time. The Goliaths really should just make a beeline for this interior 9. But DeadInfested doesn't know yet. Maybe the scribes moving to the bottom right have clued him in. He can just charge up here. The engrams aren't like maybe halfway done at this point. He needs to move up that ramp though and give some room for his phalanxes to get a little bit closer, but he's not currently paying attention. There we go, stepping a little bit closer. Now trying to focus down the Wardens if he can. Unfortunately, the first shot goes a little bit awry. There we go. The engrams are going to start finishing though. He's going to have to watch out for that. And at least one phalanx should end up dying here. Maybe a second one. Yep, there we go. And looks like that will be enough. He's desperately trying to body block him, but he made that a lot more expensive than it really should have been. With good target fire out of DeadInfested, he could have survived in that situation there. Looks like instead he's just going to go ahead and deal with the... Maybe he thinks these are engrams. These are just gateways. But now focus down the workers. Beautiful. Beautiful situation for DeadInfested to try to reestablish some economic independence, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen. He does cancel that last Warden, so more static defense needs to be set up. But money is no object for 3Crow because he's floating so damn much. Now, what is the reaction? You've got your Atlas. The only thing so far that's been used are the Sentinels. Needs to think about going for... Oh, a Starport. Okay. I was going to say, you know, Mantles could be really good here. Jesus. Here come more Phalanxes just to poke in and see what's going on. An interesting move. All right, well, now that these defenses are coming online, the epigraphs return to the main. The army is being built up. DeadInfested had this game 6 ways from Sunday, ladies and gents, but he just didn't scout for those hidden bases. 3Crow using the Mesk strategy on people. The one wounded Goliath still here just to... I mean, why not? Why not make use of it? Now, there are a lot of Goliaths. Rotaries are on the way. So I guess what we're going to see is Sundogs. Anvil coming. Ooh, okay. Maybe that second starport will be a commandment then. A lot of money for both of our players, especially minerals. Capping the geysers and now taking this base down here. That's pretty ambitious, honestly, to take 5 o'clock after your opponent expanded next to it with engrams. Middle of the map now being funneled through. We've got 8 epigraphs with this army. That's a scary amount. But plenty of Goliaths. The question is, can they hold? We have some Madrigals here for anti-air as well, so... Not the end of the world, perhaps. But unfortunately, what might be the end of the world for DeadInfested, he is on the way on a bit of a parade up here across the top. Maybe thinking about going to that 1 o'clock base. See if we can clear that. We see that 3Crow is expanding over there. It's also taking the interior there. That's interesting. I heard an explosion. I don't know what it was. The units are flummoxed, perhaps, thinking about where they need to go, just scouting other bases. This is where getting, you know, he had the star pad for a long time with the drop, and he's only now, like, sort of moving it out of his base so he can clear more space, but he could have maybe made a Wraith or an Ancial or something like that just for moving around and seeing what he can find. Up to 9 epigraphs, serving him well. 3Crow trying to fortify a position in the middle of the map right now. The new Madrigal has 2 armor penetration on its main weapon, but it's air only. Okay, he's found an angle over here to maybe try to take an engagement, but I just feel like the Goliath count is too low to deal with the epigraphs. In isolation, if he gets like the perfect god timing and flank, he could maybe set up the Phalanxes in such a way that he deals with things like the Demiurges. Scribe gets zoned away. That's gonna potentially yeah, okay, now there's no more timing potential here. The army is just too damn strong. He's gonna siege the Phalanxes a little bit further back. He even sieges the Madrigal, all the good it does him. And yeah, it just gets mopped the floor over here. Kills a Zealot for his trouble. Maybe a couple other units ended up dying in the middle of that. I'm not sure what they were. Potentates, perhaps? Doesn't feel like it was very cost efficient whatsoever. No Sentinels over here for defense. Gorgons coming out of those starports. More and more rotaries operational. He made the anvil, but he doesn't have anything to launch it with. He's got some Sundogs out as well. Feels like 3Crow has done his due diligence. He's come back, and with 64 vassals. Want to see the new Madrigal in action? Doesn't look good for our Terran representative. It looks like he'll be duking it out against Londier for second place after this match. I really wanted to see him challenge 3-Crow again. I thought for sure he had the mech opener, but just didn't scout for the hidden bases. And that's what really seems to have gotten him. Looking around at the tech, we got Magisters behind this, some Vagrants coming out of the Rogue Gallery that was made in the rubble of the Grand Library. It was grand once upon a time. Yeah, I think at this point, 3-Crow's being cautious with how he secures the game. Doesn't want to make the same mistake that DeadInfested made. But even still. I mean, this looks pretty thematic to me, the fact that you're expanding in a swamp, you know? Got the phalanx deployed, then it's not facing the same angle as always. Got the new Goliath model. Pretty based. That's about as based as it gets for DeadInfested right about now. More and more of his Magisters are coming out. 3-Crow is about to close the jaws of death. DeadInfested, your base is besieged. But here comes the counter. Many Gorgons. Remember, there's not that much splash damage coming out here from 3-Crow's army. A lot of his forces were busy at that third base location. Some of the Madrigals are in the anti-air mode, some of them are in the Furia, but that is going to call GG. He just didn't have that much else, and he had no real vision on where things were. And that means that 3-Crow has officially won the group and won the prize money. Well, most of it. Technically, there's like $8 right now that's provided for the, the second placers, which is kind of a piddly amount. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see if we bump up that money in the next little bit. So that takes us to either Blood Drought or Cocytus for the final match. It will be Cocytus coming to us. This is a map by the Shambler. And yes, DeadInfested almost certainly won that game at the onset there. Unfortunately, he had no idea that 3-Crow was cooking up something terrible with the with all the proxy bases. Nah, dude, that one was close. You had that one. Now challenge this Warden Cheeser guy for second place. Let's do it up. Watch for flashbang. Oh, yes, this is an ice map. That's right. Prepare your eyes. I even remembered to look at the game. Isn't that crazy? Londier, the Protoss on the bottom left. DeadInfested. Terran on the bottom right. This will be the first time that many of you are seeing Cocytus, but I actually have done castovers on it, which is pretty interesting. Looks like we had the somebody had the map in their folder still. Absolutely bamboozled. At least we get a warning for it. Although the players do. I guess maybe if you get the warning, then it's you who has the wrong map file. And the reason why we had like both of them have the warning on Axiom was because they both had the wrong map file, which is pretty funny. Yeah, there we go. Londier is downloading it. Try that one again. I really wanted to see DeadInfested duke it out again, but that's all right. He'll face off against Londier, who is in the bottom right, with Cocytus, DeadInfested in the bottom left. Celadon Terran against Blue Protoss. Say it ain't so. Yes, they have swapped positions now that Londier has the correct version of the map. And it looks like we instantaneously have something tricky going on from DeadInfested. I'm not sure he knows that this is a 2-spawn map, because it does almost on its face look like a 4-spawn, and then you look at like, oh wait, who would put the resources on the low ground for a main? Like, that's crazy. Stockade coming. Maybe he just wants to proxy. He's not queuing up another scout order, so I wonder if he's just thinking about the proxy. No? No? Yeah, moving to the top right. He doesn't know. Maybe Londier mind gamed him. Well, it will be awarded on the cliff again, so we know what's happening. But does DeadInfested know what's happening? Was he able to scan chat real quick and see that Londier does not know how to play Protoss, and that's why he did this? Crazy. Okay, it's going to be a fast 2 stockade. That's an interesting choice. Mason does get bopped by the 2 wardens. What? Why did he do that? Now we just need that embassy. But does he know what DeadInfested is planning? Puts the watchdog up here. Got some Mavericks on the ramp. Yeah, he's just going to sort of situate his whole base with watchdogs. I don't know what this Mason on the top right is thinking about. Vestry on the way. I really wonder what he's thinking. He's harvesting from the ridge instead of the geyser, which is inefficient, but... Clerics on the way. He's going M&M versus this Warden silliness. Out in the frozen wastes of Cocytus, a Mason considers his task. He's putting watchdogs in random locations just to harass the flyovers that are likely to come. We could really... I still think you could do a watchdog contain or something. First envoy is just about here. Oh, look at this. This random watchdog in the middle of nowhere is actually going to potentially do something here. We'll see if they're paying attention. No, narrowly not. It doesn't look like it. Oh. Just a little bit of lag. Ships passing in the night. All the way to the top left. That'll be the farm. This one watchdog is the only defense that's really there. Another one over here. M&M at the natural. What will DeadInfested do? He'll add more watchdogs. Oh. Watchdog sighted. Has to reconsider where to put his farming location. If I'm DeadInfested, I'm flying some of these watchdogs all over the place trying to find where he's putting the farm. Oh no! One of the envoys already critically wounded. Won't survive another pass like that. There we go. There's the watchdog contain I was looking for. Do gotta watch out for cliff advantage. This is within range. But definitely will heckle the Protoss. Envoys darting around here, seeing if they can dive on in. Watchdog operational. Where's the sim? Where's the reaction? Is he gonna pull the men back? Uh-oh. No, he might just be committing. Oh no! Oh, there's another one. There's a dead envoy. That completely negates any follow-up. You can only move one at a time. If he can wipe this, he will be in the clear. We've got multiple wardens coming out online over here. The stims could be good. Yeah, there we go. The stims are going to come in. Here comes the charge. Right up the ramp. Surrounding the warden. Unfortunately, his clerics are not healing. Okay, there we go. We're starting to get an activation here. He's going to need to do another stim follow-up. There we go. Now he can focus down the rest of the wardens. Oh, couldn't cancel that one. Tries to go in and fight on it. Londier is lag switching. Can't believe he's been bamboozled like this. Trying to hopscotch more and more wardens over. Clerics are doing their best to heal the Mavericks. Through the lag, through the warden shots. Looks like they will indeed be melted away. The vestry has died. One of the stockades has died. No anchors coming online over here to counter the wardens themselves. Gotta watch out for those watchdogs. The cleric staying alive over here. 2 more Mavericks. 4 more Mavericks, actually. They've kited backwards. Okay. So he can return home with these. He really needs to think about putting down an anchor or something. He's got a 900 minerals. But instead, it looks like he just wants to stop the bleeding. If he can get rid of the envoys themselves with using the watchdogs, you know, maybe he can do something there. But right now, the only thing being produced in the whole game is an anchor. Such is the situation that we find ourselves in. No! Your Mavericks are a precious resource! Oh no. Oh, another one's down. 2 Masons in there. Okay, kiting backwards. Here come more, though. Ministry coming online. No, DeadInfested. Oh. Oh, Londier. Well, absolutely annihilated. I can't believe it. Londier was about to beat him. Londier was going to beat him and he just rage quit his whole internet. We could see the writing on the wall. There was the initial lag, the little lag box. Then there was the initial... Yeah, I feel like that game was pretty over. He didn't have any production. He had 2 Mavericks and an anchor. Dying to peak times. Yeah. It's an anticlimactic way to close out the group. Momentum killer indeed. But I would say, unfortunately, that does seem like that's the way that it closes out. Between the lag and the cheese, it is not an enviable situation for you to be in, DeadInfested. I thought you had the right call with the Maverick push, but especially with all the watchdogs everywhere, dude, that was great. You actually almost saw the first one that came out. It was pretty close. What a ridiculous situation. What a ridiculous set of matches. My. Well, Londier, after a performance like that, I'm afraid I am going to have to ask if you want to make good on your confirmation there where you mentioned that you are free for an interview. So let me know if you think that's still on the cards. And you can hop into one of the voice chat rooms and I'll drag you in a moment. I agree. Fuck Protoss. Nerf toss. What's the no, that's the emoji. What's the thing that Alexhandr always says? Oh, okay, Ben. You're thinking like a true Protoss here. You do say lots of things. All right, boys. If Three Crow is still in the chat, he is free to join as well for an interview. It doesn't look like Londier is in there. And all else being equal, we will finish our job here in a moment and go on to a brief break while we wait for the next round. Hello, Three-Man, winner of Group A from downtown. How the hell are you, dude?
I have returned, and I have survived Main Street's deepest, darkest alleys.
I was really quite shocked that that's how that game went.
Like, that was
all of those games really. It was. Let's say a big surprise was in store for us. If anybody missed that one.
That first game against Londier when he dropped the Warden in my expansion, I was like, my boy has finally done it.
And he later on in chat after the second time when he was successful against DeadInfested on Titanforge, he even posted, I don't know how to play Protoss. like, why'd you pick it then? But no, he had a plan.
That's a lie. He knows exactly how to play Protoss.
Yeah, yep.
It's me who doesn't know how to play Protoss.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows how to play Protoss now. Not like Londier does. Well, hey, you won your group, which means you're eligible for a quarter of the split of the prize pool. The way that we were going to do it initially was just the whole prize pool was going to go to first place. Depending on if we get more money in, I might decide that like the second round of money goes to like the second placers or something. So, but at minimum, you've earned like $25 out of that, thanks to the generous donations behind the No Frauds Club, this community that we have here. So that must be nice, reimburse you for a little bit of that phone that you bought.
Yeah, exactly. Big thanks to everybody who contributed to that. It's really cool to have events with prize pools.
I think it adds a little bit of spectacle to it for sure, yeah. So I'm glad we were able to figure out the technical troubles that plagued this particular group at the very start where we were trying to figure out what's wrong with the hashes. And it turns out it's because like the minerals were different on one person's map than the other. And so like you tried to make a gateway at one point, but you didn't have enough because the travel times were different for the real game. So that was funny. Figuring those kinds of details out, it's annoying that for whatever reason the map hash doesn't just fix that for us, like tell us, oh yeah, you have to re-download this map. But what are you going to do with Lard? Nonetheless, we were able to get off to a start, and I did want to talk about that match on Axiom because there was an attempt from DeadInfested to wraith you, to sort of proxy starpad you and cheese you that way. Were you kind of surprised that his very first move was kind of like a weird cheese?
I didn't know what to expect from DeadInfested. I kind of expect anchor cheese in general from Terran, just because it's a fun thing to do.
Sure.
I think by the time the wraiths showed up, the writing was on the wall.
That something was
for
up.
him.
Oh yeah, you mean like the whole rest of the game was basically you already had units in his base, I think, by that point, but or near to it. So.
Now, it was a good move. I was actually really distracted for a bit, so I didn't respond to it fast enough, and I think he could have done more damage if he was, focus firing the scribes. But it was a try.
And then he actually did get the better of you following the immortal Londier cheese on Fata Morgana when he took you to Omnivore and managed to get some anchors in there. What was going through your head there on that match?
I wanted to put pressure on him to try and stop him from sending out, units from his base, but I misjudged it and I opened myself up to the double anchor drop. I think if I had those units back in my base instead of pressuring his ramp, I would have been able to fend it off, but it was just too late.
And I guess maybe the writing was on the wall again when you were given a lot of berth on Pantheon to do your thing. Because I thought for sure that, the Purgatory, that match was very straightforward. You got to show off the bar guest interaction with vassals. But you go to Pantheon and, your natural's getting pushed in and you're contained to what you think is one base or what he thinks is one base, but really you've got your third up. For a while, it looked like you weren't even mining minerals from that third, and yet eventually you kind of wait, he's not killing it yet. What's going on here? What was going through your head during that match?
I know, yeah. I was like, okay, he's got a bunch of phalanxes in my natural. I'm, just kind of struggling here with my potentates and my demiurges, trying to fend him off. And somehow, some way, my third just never died. So I was like, okay, let me go throw down some more bases since he's not paying attention.
And, one of the things I noticed out of that game is that you made good use of the epigraph. Do you have thoughts on this? It's some of the first times we've seen that unit actually get fielded in a tournament match.
Oh yeah, I love epigraphs. I think their staggered attack is really cool. And I also wanted to do something besides massing magisters for once.
Aha, okay. You did make a couple of them at the end anyway, but that's just more for a supportive role, I suppose. All right, well,
yeah.
It's some cool games that were played, and then obviously we just saw the second and third place decider go the way of Londier thanks to his cheese. Here's the real question: do you think somebody could actually do that, at a higher level and get it working? Do you think that's you could incorporate that in? Because I feel like there's too many ways to counter it with the early stages of the game, but is it just a one-hit wonder, kind of flash in the pan? Oh, you got people by surprise, or do you think something like that could be done at a higher skill level?
Honestly, Londier was able to pull it off pretty effectively here. He may not have been playing against a player who would have a better reaction to it. Let's say if you tried it on Neblime or Shambler or Hamster or somebody.
Yeah.
But absolutely, yes. I think this should be a meta.
This should be a meta. Well, you are talking to the guy who did the double Kagrin drop, obviously, back in Ascension number 3, so it's not really any surprise. But
that's right, Londier. I'm counting on you to switch to Zerg as your off race and do Kagrin drops.
You got to carry forward the RTS legacy, dude. It's got to happen. Well, man, some insightful answers for sure, and some interesting games. I don't know how you top this particular group, but at least we're starting strong. That's the narrative I'm going to go with, that we had some incredible cheeses go down, especially from Londier, who was somehow able to make it work more than once, since he did it every single game that he played. So.
I have so much respect that he committed to it all the way to the end. He did not build any production structures.
Yeah, he put gateways up for a wall and then was just going to cancel them after. So, yeah, pretty legit.
Oh, quick question. How did you like me putting down gateways to block DeadInfested's units in that last match?
Yeah, on the bottom right. I noticed that that's when Londier was saying, dude, they have the highest HP shields ratio in the early game, so you can put them down for cheap and you can even cancel them after for the money. I did see that you canceled, I think, at least one of them. And another thing is that in the heat of the moment, because the construction graphics look identical, I mean, there's technically a difference in terms of spacing, and perceptive players might pick up on it, but it might look like it's an engram or something, you know? So you're thinking to yourself, oh shit, he's warping in defenses, and you maybe think to focus them down, and it's actually not that. It's like a very expendable structure, so I think it made a lot of sense. It also does definitely slow you down and add more stuff that you can have to path around and get annoyed by it. It definitely seemed to do the intended reaction there, so...
Yeah, I was just thinking, how do I buy enough time for my epigraphs to show up? And that was the answer.
Yeah, I was worried that he could like draw you out and then do a pincer attack or something, like attack into your natural at the same time before you amassed a big enough ground army that wasn't a problem anymore. But he was pretty focused on one thing at a time in that match. So
yeah, I think he would have had it if he had controlled his units in such a way that he kind of lured my air out and then sniped them with all the Goliaths.
Right. Instead, he tried to commit into your base that one time, and that was kind of like the impatient move, right? It's like, oh,
yeah,
gotta end this now. Wait, you don't really have to end this now. So yeah, unfortunate. I'm sure he will be back. He has rage quit the server, so you know, there's always that.
Did he really rage quit the server?
Yeah. So he'll be.
No
I'm
way.
sure he'll be back. I'm sure he'll be back. Don't worry.
Wow.
This is not the end for DeadInfested's RTS legacy. I want to see him get better at Terran. I want to see him deploy them phalanxes. He had a couple of opportunities to do some interesting things, and he did some interesting things. So, you know, it's not like he exited winless here, and so we'll have to see what happens. But he had a fuck Protoss moment. Once an Artosis mod, always an Artosis mod. You know what I mean?
Well, DeadInfested, I hope you return. We welcome you back for more games.
Well, there you go. GG's, boys. And 3Crow, congrats on the win again. We'll be seeing you sometime later on, I'm sure.
Thank you. See you next time.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. The final standings are in. 3Crow does indeed top the group with Londier clutching it out versus DeadInfested. We hope you enjoy this first group. We will be taking a break for about 20 minutes or so. And when we return, it will be Group B. So, yeah, just steel yourselves, I suppose. We will have Alexhandr on for an interview. Perhaps Btyb will be available. I know Newt said that he would be available, so we might actually get to hear from all the different players in all the different groups going forward. But for now, we'll focus in on that second group, and we will be catching you guys very soon. I'm a happy camper so far with all the cheeses. We'll see if they can one-up us in the future. Until soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have today an exciting situation. We have Group B. Trusty Rusties. We have Alexhandr. We have Newt. We have Btyb. We have so many people who just haven't been playing lately, but they want to play now. They want to compete for moolah, for money, for dollary dues. And you know what that means? It means we can talk to some of them.
Games.
Hi, Dad.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, you're on the stream now, dude. What's up?
Not much. How are you?
Doing pretty well. We just saw some incredible cheese. Do you have any thoughts on Group A?
I'm a little upset because it was such good cheese. I don't think I can cheese now. I can't rise to that same level. I don't want to just copy him.
You don't want to copy him. Okay, interesting. I mean, hey, it is an option potentially. So maybe this is all mind games. You never know. Maybe you're gonna bust out the double warden embassy
I would never proxy. Never proxy wardens.
I would never do that. In a little bit more changing tactic to your group in particular, we are thinking about obviously your compatriots. So you're just talking to Alexhandr, who is the Zerg player in your group. You were obviously bigging up Newt earlier, the Terran player in your group. Is it safe to say Newt seems like the favorite in your eyes? Because everybody keeps saying, "Oh, I didn't want to die to this guy." You know, they're counting themselves out almost. It feels like.
Well, Newt seems like he's able to actually beat Class 1 players, where someone like me or Alexhandr, it's more of a rarity. So
Okay.
I'm kind of basing it off that.
So based on his past experience, the fact that he was able to, for example, qualify in the last tournament, it has been a while, and his race has changed very substantially. So I guess he's been grinding out the games, but I'm just saying there might be a chance for you to do something unconventional, or maybe he just hasn't played that many games against Protoss in particular and doesn't know that much about how to fight that. You never know, right? So you should still give yourself a chance, but your first opponent is indeed going to be Alexhandr, who also hasn't played that much. So what are your thoughts about that matchup? How are you feeling about your versus Zerg?
I don't know. It seems like whenever me and him play, I'm usually able to eke out a win since we're pretty even anyways. But he has technically played a little more than me, so I don't know how that's going to go.
Okay, but you think like in terms of broad skill level, like maybe it's more of an even matchup?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all things considered, I'd say it's pretty even.
Well, that's interesting. Good to hear that you're giving yourself some chances, at least in some of these matchups. This is, of course...
I don't think I'm going to go 0.
Okay.
I don't think I'll get 0.
Okay.
Hopefully.
You're going up against Alexhandr on Axiom, your own map. Are you excited about that? You've obviously done some testing and seen some games played on it, so you feel like you know the map well enough, given that it is home field?
Yeah, I mean, I got a few ideas that I'm going to try to employ. We'll see if those work.
All right, interesting. Okay, and do you have any other thoughts about the way that the game has evolved recently? Obviously, like some early action is maybe a bit more possible now with some time cost reductions. You can get to bigger armies faster. Obviously, at the same time, there's more support for later stage stuff, which I know you tend to favor the faster games, right? So how are you feeling about the way that the game is changing?
Oh, all the better. I love more options early game. I love the more expensive stuff late game. Don't even need to see that. I don't even know what that is half the time.
Okay, so you're saying, yeah, just keep delaying that. That's fine. Keep pushing that back. I just want to end in 10. All right.
End in 10, Ben.
There it is. Yeah. So, all right. Well, we might actually see that come to fruition. You did. I should hearken people back to the group in one of the Ascension tournaments where you 4-0'd. It was number 6. You managed to get super deep into that tournament because you absolutely just destroyed Keen. You destroyed Lucifirius was also in your group at the time, so you managed to run over them and get some places with that. So that was like the immortal moment. We could potentially see a repeat. I'm just saying you could end in 10 and just rush them all down.
Hey, and don't forget, I'm good at killing Zerg with scribes.
Yes, that's right. Sipiak will never forget that because that was in number 7, and he thought Protoss couldn't cheese, and boy did you show the original Londier move. All right, well.
Yep.
That is good enough for me, man. Thank you so much for the pre-match interview. Hopefully we'll be able to catch you after the games, depending on your availability, of course, and pick your brain about how they went. But for now, I'm going to take the mic and hand it over to Zergman, a.k.a. Alexhandr. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Howdy-ho.
It's Alexhandr time. How you doing, dude?
Oh, man. I'm alive, brother.
There it is.
Breathing.
There it is. Hey, listen, Zerg regenerate over time, so just give it some time.
And that's what I'm doing, baby.
There it is.
Hiding my little egg, coming out. evolved, stronger.
I'd like to hear it. I like to hear it. You know, the Zerg music is playing right now in the background, so it's kind of announcing your arrival almost. We're going to talk a little bit about this group. I posed the same question to Btyb to start. What's the deal with everybody saying they're going to die to Newt? You guys have no faith?
Well, you know, I'm a retard.
Okay.
And I've barely played, and you know, I'm taking muscle relaxers right now because of the stupid car wreck I was in. So I'm already kind of like foggy. But yeah, I mean, Newt just consistently played all the time, and already I was not that great fighting Terran to begin with. So, you know, I'm an honest man, but that don't mean, you know, I'm not gonna do my best and annoy the shit out of him. Btyb and I think, even though he's a class 2, he's more on my level. Sometimes, like whenever we fight, he usually beats me, but sometimes I can get a win or two in. Yeah, so I don't have any, you know, foolish aspirations, but hey, you know, anything can happen.
Listen, the American healthcare system is such that you can actually earn some money towards your bills by winning this event. So I'm just saying.
Plus, I got all the homies in the stream cheering for me.
I was going to bring that up next. You got a bit of a crowd cheering you on at home. So
yeah, they all bless their hearts.
There it is. Bless their hearts because they're cheering for you instead of the other guys, huh?
But hey, I love it. You know, makes a man feel wanted. You know.
Yeah, of course. Listen, people in the Discord server were cheering on Ben, but you know, people in the stream, they got your back. So it looks like it'll be a nice even fight here.
There you go.
All right. Well, your versus Protoss is going to be tested on Axiom. This is a map that I don't know. Well, I don't know how many games you played on some of these maps. I did catch a couple matches you played versus Benno, where you did fight against his Protoss. You did have some success there. Obviously, that caster would drop this morning, and you watched it. I saw you left a comment. So you have some thoughts on what you can do better?
Yeah. I won both of those simply because he didn't push. So that's the only reason I won both of those. I definitely need to work on making sure everything is saturated. I also need to work on actually using my T2 because both times it took, you know, a minute or two before I actually started doing anything with the T2. And I also need to stop making so many Quasilisks against Jakulangski.
Okay.
That would do that. So yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We like to see that. We like to hear that there's some improvements in the mental game, at least, you know, figuring out what you need to focus on, what you need to do. I'm really looking forward to this group, man. I figure we can just call it there and get it rolling. The crowd's obviously baying for Btyb's blood over here, hoping that Alexhandr can be the man to take him to task. And, you know, I guess I should say goop because, you know, the Draken and goop as opposed to blood, but you get the idea, you know. Total Protoss death, right?
That's right, Total Protoss death. Let's go.
Let's go. All right, Alexhandr. Thank you for the interview, sir, and good luck on your match. We will be getting started momentarily. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You know what that means. It's time for Group B to just about kick off. We're going to ask if our contestants are prepared and ready. And we are going to also ask that anybody who is playing in this match doesn't actually watch the stream, or at least listen to it. Come on now. GLHF, it's Axiom time. March Invitational's second group, Group B, kicking off. We have Alexhandr, apparently the stream home field favorite, in the bottom left. And Btyb over here. LOL. Maybe they can send me a screenshot of that. 5. Well, we'll try a remake. You know, keep that energy, keep the cheers going. You know, technical troubles. Let's go, Alex. Shout out, Alex. Try that one again. Maybe I have it in my downloads folder. That would be funny if it was me. We have so many troubles specifically on this map because it went through so many different versions that so many people have downloaded it. Let's see. I don't have it in mine. Oh man, this might even be in like that really wacky spot. Where is SE installed? There's a funny spot that you can get into where your files won't get downloaded to the right location. Here, I'll try a fix. There's like a silver bullet to this that I can just do now. It's a bit silly, but... if I rename the map file, it will be downloaded correctly. So, easy clap there. Btyb has to select Protoss. Okay. There we go. Let's do it for real this time. We have Btyb in the bottom left as the Sunglow Protoss. We have Alexhandr in the top right as the... oh, is this Maroon? Yeah, Maroon Zerg. Check it out. Total Protoss Death. Lots of GLs, lots of HFs. Mostly GLs. I would say HF. You don't say GL. You don't want your buddy to have a good luck if he's facing you. You know, you want him to like kind of slip and fall or something. Maybe trip and hurt the old dad bone. Nonetheless, Btyb will be duking it out against Alexhandr. This is Btyb's home map, but the chat is with Alexhandr. P1. Flag. Flag on the play. You know, if it continues to give us silly issues like that, it would be interesting if we could get like a screenshot or something from Alexhandr's base. Because I got 0. So I got Btyb. Btyb's trying to rig the game or something. He's stacking the deck. What a goober. Because if it's like the minerals are in the wrong spot or something, but everything seems to be working properly, so we're going to play it out for now. We'll see what happens. Got a pool coming in here for Alexhandr. Hatch at the ramp. He's been watching Neblime play, and he thinks that he wants to do that same thing. That's interesting. Drolith going to come out here and scout out, see what's up. Oh my god. Shade is being thrown in the chat. Oh! 2 beats 1, you know, that's math. Fast Embassy, that's an interesting choice. Nothing out of the Drac... okay, now a Dracodon queued up at the gateway. Scout Idol back here. And yeah, I'm gonna side with Hamster on this. I do think Axiom is a little cursed. Still tickling. Still just seeing what's going on. Some Quasis coming. Artisan, fast Artisan. That's an interesting choice. What's Btyb doing? What's he up to? What's he got cooking? Okay, the first Dracodon is out. Is on a auto acquire there. Artisan flying to the top left. Meanwhile, floating a little bit of money, but nothing too out of the ordinary. Oh, he's going after the reservoir. Now that's a move. I didn't think about this at all, but of course you can do this with the reservoir there. Although he's not actually currently mining out of it. Yeah, we're starting to see signs of maybe some foul play here. And by foul, I just mean it's Btyb pranking himself with some version of the map. We'll take screenshots and take a moment to figure out what's going on here. Some absolute baiting happening on this map. I thought for sure renaming the map would fix it. So I don't really know what else could be the cause. We'll see what he sends me. What's up, Shambler? Yeah, Axiom is just having a rough go of it. We tried to show off Btyb's latest map, and he's having some troubles with it, apparently. Btyb did. I saw him re-download it. At least I'm pretty sure. If you can rewind in the stream and confirm Newt, that would be helpful. I guess I can do it too. Just got to go to my live dashboard on YouTube. I had the Twitch one open. You know what? You might be right, Newt. He might not have re-downloaded it because he has a version that's called the same thing. I'm pretty sure, actually. You know what that means? It means I gotta call it something better. Something nobody's ever called it before. Axiom XD. I'll quickly do that for all the other maps as well after this. Oh, I know Blood Drought is fine. Let's do it. Alexhandr now on the bottom. Btyb on the top. Electric Orange Zerg. Sunglow Protoss. No, Beige. Ah! I thought for sure it was Sunglow. Whoa, Btyb firing back. Oh no, Alexhandr, you've missed a worker. He's not doing anything. He's contemplating. Oh no. Oh no. Btyb's dirty shenanigans have caught on. Oh, he selected everything. Oh, no. Alexhandr, no. No, Alexhandr. No. Oh my god. What is this advanced strategy? Faster scout from both players. Will he notice? Do you guys think he'll find out? Do you guys think he'll pay attention? The best thing that can happen is that this scribe goes in there and aggroes this guy, and then Alexhandr figures it out. He's like, oh yeah, I was idling a worker the whole time. Alexhandr realizes Btyb needs all the help he can get. So this is a lot of gas in the early stages of the game. Btyb is looking for a proxy, I think. Fairly bog standard here from Alex, though. He's probably going to be going for that hatch first. I would have loved to see a proxy hatch, of course, but there it is. Does he notice? Does he see? See worker, see Droleth, see. Ooh, tickle. Nothing here at all. Btyb, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, boss man? What are you thinking? He doesn't even have a pylon over here. What's he thinking? Very sus. Pool coming. Oh boy. I think Btyb is Btyb pranked again? Did it happen silently now? This is a bait, right? Wait, what is he doing? What's going on here? Oh, Btyb. Looks like maybe a back base in the bottom right. No Avaleth coming yet. No gas here for Alexhandr. So that, no, this is definitely... This is a prank. Why would it be... He re-downloaded for sure this time, because I saw it. He's moving his camera over here like he has something, but he never made anything. So, we're getting baited for sure. Well, I wonder why he put this scribe here. Maybe he was like putting an embassy there or something for proxy. Yeah, I think Alex is using his psionic powers to prank Btyb. Alex is getting jiggy with it. Oh shit, Florida Man has joined the server. That's scary. You gotta watch out for that guy. Honestly, I don't know why it only happens on this one map. Alexander can't believe it. He's like, no way, dude. No way at all. Where's all the stuff? Yeah, this is pranked, dude. Unless this is deliberate. I don't know. This is the next level play. Yeah, Helltrix, I agree, honestly. Nah. Baited. Yeah, okay. I need to figure out what's going on here. Let's go into the replay real quick, because maybe we can figure out what happens. Because I think what happens is usually what will go down with something like this is like if the resources are different or whatever. So at some point, like he goes to make a worker, or he goes to make a structure or something, right? So he's getting this stuff, right? I don't know. He's like keeping his money down. Does he ever make a pylon? I think I went too fast, maybe. Can you do GSW? Yeah, we can. Yeah, so this guy... Well, he had the minerals for it, so he just chose not to make a pylon? Yeah, honestly, Shambler, I'm kind of thinking that I need to pick a different starter map. Or a different map at all. Where is it? When does his first pylon come out? So this is just a rally. Oh wait, he's actually right here. Alright, what's up, dude?
Hey, yeah, what's going on?
I'm trying to figure out where you broke. Like, maybe your resources are laid out differently or something, and that's causing the conflict. Because this is what it looks like for us, where we have these mineral fields in this order. I will share my screen so you can see. I don't know if this is the layout that you have on your end when you go into the replay from your side.
One sec.
Yeah. I'll pause it so you can compare when you're in. Because I'm thinking what's happening is that you don't have enough money to like build a structure or something when you do. I don't know when you built your first pylon. I was trying to track when that order was given, but I couldn't see it.
After the second scribe went to the gas, I pulled one for the pylon.
And then put it back on or something?
And then scouted. with that.
Okay. So what probably happens, I'm thinking, is that scribe was harvesting a mineral field that was like further away. And so like on our game, it was further back, so it didn't get to the time fast enough. But yeah, I'll be able to confirm when I see your, when you tell me your layout or whatever.
Should be the same. I don't see any difference.
Can you send me a screenshot?
Oh, yeah. That would help.
Maybe if you like specifically if you click on your Nexus so that it's centered, and then I can take the screenshot and just compare it in Photoshop, basically. Live troubleshooting, boys.
Where do you find the screenshot in the folder?
It's usually where the exe is, I think, if you're taking a regular screenshot.
Okay. How are you? Oh, let's do it this way.
MAME Street Starter, so nah, dude. I wonder if maybe like more stuff needs to be different to load the right file name, but I don't see how it would be the case. It's definitely weird that it like you re-downloaded it this time, but you still had some weird difference.
I was gonna say I definitely was using whatever version you were using, right?
Yeah, the other thing
we can downloaded it.
Yeah, the other thing we can compare is the placement of this mineral field, because it's actually in between normal legal placement. So that if that's different for you or something, that would be another thing. The one in the natural. But I can tell when I see a screenshot.
Yeah. 1 second, sorry.
No worries.
So I did an event for mine.
Oh, okay, I see.
And then, yeah, I have the moved node that you're talking about.
And it's like
it
should
halfway,
be like halfway
yeah.
in between the others, yeah.
And that's the only thing you changed, right?
Yeah. Well, the other thing is like maybe you made some other changes on your version or something, which is why I wanted to compare the...
I don't think I've touched it. I sent you that third version, and I haven't done anything with it.
Right. Okay. Let me scale this up on my side.
Well, since I won on my end, does that mean I get the victory?
Let's see.
Yeah, as soon as you said I was pranking, I'm like, uh-oh, that's not good.
Right.
Because I don't prank.
You would never prank. I don't know, it doesn't look like there's a difference in the main minerals. Like the layouts are all the same. The types are all the same, like the unit IDs or whatever, so... Yeah, I feel like it should just be fine. But there's definitely something weird going on because you're the one on both times that had the problem, and then like mine and Alexander's games are synced. So yeah. That's where it's confusing me mostly. So
just try one more time.
Yeah, well, let's do. I'll do another rename for the map, and if it doesn't work here, I guess we'll probably just try to play on like a different map, see if that resolves it. Because the other thing I would double check on is that you're. Because the other thing we did at the start was, are you in the... You're in the new Radmin. I see you here. Alexander's in the new Radmin. I don't know if you've both left the previous Radmin network.
Oh.
But just doing that to be safe might be a good choice, just to narrow down whether or not we've run into problems.
So yeah, only in Cosmonarchy?
Yeah, that's right.
Okie dokie.
I'm going through the whole steps that we did when we cleaned out the... Like, we were able to resolve the issues on the first group, and that's the first thing we did was do the Radmin stuff, and then we looked at the maps.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if this works.
We switched servers, Heltrix, because we ran out of we were running out of space in the other one, and I didn't have permissions to like kick inactive people, so I remade it. All right, dude. Best of luck this time around.
Yeah, thank you.
Fingers crossed. All right.
Yep.
Okay. Let's try again. Feels like something is definitely weird with the way that the map hashes are working out. Insofar as like it's supposed to basically give you a like notice when you're no longer able to, like when you have the wrong map or whatever, and then just forcibly re-download it. Got him. So sometimes they'll get it, and sometimes then I won't, which is kind of interesting. Hold up a second. I just noticed something particularly suspicious. Is this actually the map that I think it is? Okay, it is. He put 88 in there. I was wondering what was going on there. All right. Easy, Alexhandr Dub. Easy, Alexhandr Dub. Format and reinstall. I'm not sure why it's this map in particular is the problem, because the other maps were working just fine, except for Omnivore, which also had people had it in their downloads folder. My suspicion is that Btyb or Alexhandr have the game installed to their C drive, and the files are going into some not right protected area of their documents or temp files, and as a result, the original file is still being loaded somehow. Oh yeah, it could be something to do with that. I'll ask him when he pops in. They're going to see if it works or if it's looking like it. Because maybe Btyb was playing like a different game mode. That's something that Shambler mentioned earlier. Delete the map. Then no, they can't find, like, basically if it's in the wrong folder, I can't remember where it even is. So we'll see. We didn't have any typing immediately, so maybe this is the real legit move. I don't know what Btyb just did before he left, so like he left and came back, so there might be a chance that there's something going on there. All right, boys. Is this the Alexhandr Dub everybody's looking for? He is the, what is this, maroon again? Mahogany. Mahogany Zerg in the top right, up against what looks to be the turquoise? No, cyan. Cyan Protoss in the bottom left of Btyb. The pylon has indeed been warped in. I'd say that is a good omen. Oh, never mind. We'll see what happens. Because I didn't get anything, obviously. And when things start to go haywire on my end, we will see, or if things start to go haywire on my end at all, we'll see what happens. Workers crossing paths. Alexhandr is indeed going to go ahead and drop the hatch at the ramp. I think so, Haltrix. I think so. Alexhandr does say that he gasses out sometimes. It's all according to plan. Okay, Alexhandr hiding his Droleth, parking it in the back line there. Oh, but look at this. Btyb already aware of it. Hey, buddy, what are you doing over here? Gateway up. Embassy up. Rude. Dracodon on the way. No pool just yet, but Alexhandr is massing up towards it. Now, crucially, Alexhandr has chosen to harvest some Vespene in the early stages of the game, but in doing so, he's actually kind of delayed his tech, and yeah, he's getting a little befuddled over here. Looks like his worker has also been killed on the opposite side, so the early embassy is indeed done. Pool now coming. One of the workers was wounded. It looks like that's the one that was used to make the pool. Scribe once again looks to harass the harvesting of the Vespene. There's no purpose for the Vespene initially for anything other than an Ovaleth if you're going pool first. So that's interesting. He might be going for that transport. That's something that Neblime likes to do. The Scribe is finally going to be put down, and Btyb will be a little bit upset that that happened, but nonetheless, on the board, Artisan now up. One thing that's kind of underrated about what is being done with the Artisan is that I feel like it's actually a pretty good competitive unit in the early stages of the game, as far as like actually just doing combat. And you can see here the Artisan is indeed regenerating or returning the resource without needing any town center. If your opponent is doing this and you're Zerg, you might have some real rough times of it. Now, the problem is, we've got some Zets coming, right? Here come the first pair. Some kiting can do Btyb wonders here. Another pair is on the way, and a Circuit will soon be done. A Hydroth Den nearly complete as well. Many more pairs of Zets have been started, so this is pretty committal. You know, those could have been workers for more economy. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Circuit nearly complete. Second Dracodon has arrived. But a lot more Zets are out, so this should actually be the go signal here. One of the Dracodons very, very low. Ooh, even gets body blocked on the very end there by the Dracodon in the back. There's a second one coming. Well, I guess it's a third, but there will be two out here to fight, and the Zets can't really deal with that with good stutter step micro. Nothing being produced by Alexhandr behind this. Zets trying to return to the ramp. Some Hydras on the way. No workers again. A second Artisan to fully saturate that reservoir. We've got another one on the way just to get some more Vespene. This is a cheeky play from Btyb. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about how he can secure an economic advantage using the new tools available to him. Oh, it looks like he might actually end up losing one of those Dracodons if he's not careful. Oh, never mind. Pulling away from it. Miss micro on both sides. Some more units will be forthcoming. Another idle worker. Classic move. And we're going to stream into Btyb's perspective in a moment here. What up, brother man? Looks like you guys are synced. Can you stream me your POV?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Me?
Yeah, you. Oh, I think I have to directly call you, though, so let's do that. All right, sir. Stream when ready, and then I will ready check you.
Okay. Can you see it?
I can see Discord. I can see Discord.
Oh, did I streamed Discord? Whoops.
We're having a dad moment. The action will resume shortly. This pause is brought to you by Btyb, who donated $33. Can you believe that? What's up, dude?
Where? Oh, there we go.
We're still looking at Discord right about now.
Still?
Oh, no, now we're good. Now I see it. All right, sir. I'm going to mute and deafen on this side so you can't hear me and I can't hear you, but we'll play on in a moment. I'll type in a sec. Okay, boys. Let's see what it's like. Right now, what we're noticing here is getting the game audio back online for you guys. We have more and more artisans making their way across the map to harvest them geysers, getting that gas injection. You can see resources on the top right. Btyb having a good amount of resources to his name right now, but his early aggression had been put off a little bit. You know, it does take some serious investment to get those artisans online. But he is starting an Ancestral Archives, and that is going to be a pretty big boon for him. Adding a little bit of a defensive emplacement there with the Warden. He's got a pretty good front line with those 4 Zealots. That's going to definitely help him deal with any melee Zerg that are coming in, like the Zeth Hydra Flood, that I think is pretty common in ZVP at the higher levels. So maybe Btyb intuiting that from watching some of the casts. A nice scouting Zeth, just poking its head in, seeing what's going on. Doesn't, crucially, scout the higher tech options. I don't think Alexhandr has any idea that the artisans are on the field right now. More and more of them are being rallied across. Yet again, still harvesting just the Vespene, the valuable tech resource they're trying to pay for themselves. Structure warp concluded. Got to be wondering what's going on Alexandr's side right now. Spectating his opponent, seeing what they are up to. Alexhandr currently sending some forces across the map, it looks like, just trying to scope out and figure out what's happening. There we go, having a nice little force there, attacking inward, but has to turn tail. Not exactly the highest number of Zerg that we would see out of that. So our Zerg player will have to try and defend his territory. Being chased just by a single Zealot right now, so Btyb's going to refocus his attack force. Still doesn't have any of the boons of that tech. He's building an Archon, which is a very meaty, powerful frontline unit. That will definitely help him sort of wipe the floor with the chaff, if you will. But Hydralisks, in enough number, can burst down the Archons. So you got to keep that in mind as well. More forces amassing at the doorstep here. Remember, we talked about this in the interview that started this off. Ben likes to end games in 10. That's 10 minutes, and we are approaching that minute mark. Using these artisans to sort of leapfrog up the tech tree. But still nothing really doing for the mineral income, so his gateway count is actually quite low. I don't know that he can actually bust this. There's even Lucifirius on the ramp, or the high ground there by the cliff. I'm not sure that he's noticed. Now he has, moving a little bit further away. This looks good for an Alexhandr hold. Although how many forces he's going to have on the outset, I'm not sure. Frontline still holding strong with that Archon, now kiting backwards to benefit from flash shielding. Azorius very meaty frontline Zerg unit of itself, is now falling back. The Lucifirius did wisely make its way down to sit behind the static defense, continuing to provide a lot of crowd control, and that is what shredded all of the Zealots already. More units being queued up, but not that many. Can't replace his army nearly as fast as Alexhandr can with all the larvae he's got. 2 bases operational. That mineral economy definitely doing him justice compared to what Btyb has in store right now. Here comes the Zeths to try to finish the job here, as one of the circuits is indeed going to get popped. But yeah, really not much left over here for Btyb. The Archon was a pretty good choice, but it did require a hardcore commit. And it looked like Alexhandr, despite posturing aggressively, was actually almost baiting Btyb into a more aggressive opener there. And as a result, all of his forces are pretty much shattered. He's got the one Archon, a couple of Drakodins, but even he knows, you could see him thinking about that. Like, man, I should be doing something here. I should be maybe trying to focus in and try to charge in, but it's not happening. It's not working. Now, still doesn't have enough minerals. He's got plenty of Vespene, but not enough minerals to spend on some of these critical units. Going for the siege option. I'm not even sure he's fully saturated his main base, for that matter. Might even be thinking about taking these artisans and putting them onto the minerals instead. His plan may be backfiring a little bit, but the question really remains whether or not Alexhandr can capitalize upon it. It doesn't look like the 10-minute mark is going to be beneficial for him. Now, some of the Lucifirius are burrowing forward. He's trying to step on top of them so he can reveal them. Of course, an Aziracore actually unburrows there. That's not exactly the unit that wanted to be burrowed, and indeed, some Zethicores also got forcibly burrowed in the response there. It feels like one of those Archons could have been taken care of had Alexhandr remained in the stones, but I would say that we're still pretty even. The economy does worry me for Btyb. I do feel like Alexhandr has the better job there, especially considering his worker count is undoubtedly higher than our Protoss player. The problem is that this tech deficit is going to continue to expand, right? And a lot of additional Lucifirius have been made. He's now sort of seeing if he can stand on top of those Lucifirius and reveal them, but unfortunately for him, he's not exactly really able to do too much there, and the rest of his units, as minimal as there were in terms of unit count, they weren't really able to do anything. Hydra's even blocking the ramp. If you get through them, you got to get through the Zorius after. That's not likely to happen. A lot of the forces here for Btyb have fallen already. He's going to be relying on his Optekton, a very powerful artillery unit, very expensive. See if he can do something there. At the very least, he has his opponent somewhat contained. You can see here Alexhandr trying to expand with that worker, but not able to take 12 o'clock. Still stuck on his natural base. There's an outside chance that maybe he made an Ovaleth for transport, but with all the gas he's been spending on the Kizilisks, I would hazard a guess that he's actually conserved that. Hydra's now coming out. It's a pretty scary force. If he can dive onto this Optekton, it's a very slow and immovable unit. And sure, there's plenty of Striders over here for range damage, but we saw this in Group A. 3Crow went for a very heavy ranged force, and he lost a lot of units to DeadInfested's mech push because he didn't have a front line. He did not build any Zealots or Amaranths or anything. But here we go. The ultimate gambit. The tech rush is continuing, and a third base is starting to get online here for our Zerg player. Unfortunately, he's a little bit slow on the burrow. The Optekton definitely dealing a lot of splash damage, so you got to watch out when you're clumping up your units like Zerg tends to do. And the Drakodins so far are serving as acceptable peel, but I think as soon as you get any sort of Aziracore swarm, even Vorvicores can definitely help. Definitely Gorgorcores, the air unit that deals a lot of splash damage to melee or to ground units, that could be a really, really big choice for Alexhandr here. It's a question of how long does he want to stay on tier 1. He is trying to get his third base set up, and so far he's been allowed to do that, but I don't think Btyb is going to let that go for a long time. And even still, if he manages to get a Star Sovereign out, which is probably what that Monument of Sin is for, and look at this, using the Witness to detect the Lucifirius, he's popped one of them with the Optekton. He's trying to force an engagement. The Lucifirius have to move forward and burrow, but a second Optekton is in the back line. We might be able to see a bunch of Hydras have some purchase over here. Btyb's a little bit awkward with his micro, trying to cycle backwards with the Optekton. A bit of a surround happening. Meanwhile, Lucifirius trying to burrow during the middle of that fight, and Btyb trying to refocus in the whole time. But he has lost one of his Optektons, the second one not long for this world. The Witnesses have not moved to keep in tune with the army, but indeed, the Monument of Sin is coming online. Kept pressing U for burrow. U. Can we get a U in the chat? Monument of Sin coming online. Using the cliff advantage, hopefully to his advantage. And a Star Sovereign has been deployed. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the Protoss is going to do nothing but glass the Zerg. Lore-accurate simulations, perhaps. Maybe drop a Crucible in this situation. No, it decides to go for an Argosy, finding it challenging to fit all those structures into the SimCity. Alexhandr, meanwhile, he is doing his best to macro up. He has kept his third base alive. The Witness continuing to spy on his forces. Bottom right being taken here by our Protoss player. That will be his third base, but it will be a little bit of a ways away before it can actually be used. Talking about maybe 70 seconds or so from now is when that Nexus will finish. I think Btyb understands that his front line is lacking, so he ends up going for another Archon. The Argosy obviously operating pretty well at this point as a choice for Btyb to just use the fact that he has that Vespene gas advantage, but only now is he going to have comparable mineral income to his opponent. And even then, I'm not so sure it is comparable, because remember, Alexhandr has his third base online. We're going to get a little bit of a look-see into what the Zerg player's base looks like. That Witness is going to be finding a little bit of info. And it does seem like if Alexhandr can get enough of a critical mass of Hydras, for example, or maybe even something a little bit beefier, like an Almaxilusk at tier 2, I could see him getting some pretty good mileage out of something like that. But the Star Sovereign is done, and this is much faster than you would expect to see. But here we go. Alexhandr coming in, trying to see if he can go for the frag. He hasn't yet spotted that the Star Sovereign is there, but it's such a slow-moving unit that if you do spot it early, you might be able to make a difference with it. That Star Sovereign is going to be there. The Witness is here to scout, so the Lakizilisks will be destroyed, but not before a lot of the front line and a lot of the ground army is going to be dealt with. So gateways are going to start lighting up. Another Star Sovereign queued as soon as the Vespene is available. Despite all of the harvesting that he's been doing, he hasn't actually been able to get too much of it. The Archon has died. I believe one of the Uptectons has gone down. So it's just one Drakon and one Uptecton and one Star Sovereign against all of what Alexhandr has back at home, including some Zethrakors that are lying in wait. Potentially going to be borrowed for a trap at some point. Droleth moving out towards 12 o'clock. Alexhandr trying to keep up the expansions. See what he can accomplish. But a Solarian is already on the way. And this is something you have to watch out for against Btyb when you scout the embassy first, is are there artisans somewhere allowing a tech rush to occur? And can I pressure him before, or can I just kill the artisans and thus nullify his gas investment entirely? A lot of minerals being sort of hovered for both of our players right now, but particularly Btyb. North of 1,000, still not able to spend it on stuff like Mass Gate. A second Solarian being queued up. That second Star Sovereign will finish sooner. Starting to transfer some more workers to bottom right. It's going to be a little bit of a ways off. I don't think his satellite bases have actually been spotted yet. And here comes the Star Sovereign. It's going to be doing the best that it can to get into a good position for glassing this third. It does have to watch out for the Hydras, but if he can get on top of it... Oh, he's actually channeling the glassing a little bit sooner than he needs to. He's going to end up losing a lot of his own units as a result, but it is within range. And that is going to be it. LMAO, GG, and Alexhandr does it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, but Alexhandr is bopped out of the field. He GG's. He's not interested in continuing that one. My God, man. The glassing was enough, apparently. That was enough to kill his spirits. The tech rush is successful, and that means Newt will challenge Btyb on a map of Newt's selection. Btyb saying he forgot that his glassing worked against him as well. Ended up losing a lot of his own ground army. But that third, apparently that was enough to break Alexhandr's spirits, just seeing all of his Zerg units getting owned. Well, as you can see in the stream chat, Alexhandr, you. You was you. It was an interesting move by Btyb to try for that, but at the end of the day, he'll have to face off against Newt on Fata Morgana. So the story is not over for Alexhandr just yet. He can count that as a warm-up game, extenuating circumstances and etc. We're getting right into our next match. It's going to be Newt taking on Btyb. Terran versus Protoss. Fata Morgana is our map. Newt will be the yellow Terran in the top left. Btyb will be the... What is this? Oh, man. Is this... No, this isn't bedazzled blue. Maybe Zephyr? Oh, it is bedazzled blue. I should have trusted myself. Btyb in the top right. All right. Enough Axiom shenanigans. We're straight into a solid match between these two. Workers being produced in the top right. Of course, when you look at your supply counter, it's actually workers over military. Btyb showing an interesting move with the tech rush, but Newt has had time to think about that and see that maybe it's not so easily held if you go for early aggression. But the question is whether Newt will actually go for early aggression at all. He has started a Fulcrum nice and early. Gateway coming up next. Lots of Vespene being harvested, actually. This might be some sort of avant-garde build first. We'll see. Well, it's going to be a gateway. But I suppose the gas is just there for a fast embassy. Fulcrum is indeed going to be completed, but the Mason will be tickled, thus forcing a scout from Newt. Will it be a 2-gate? 2-gate indeed. Gas still being dutifully harvested right now by Btyb, so he's banking it for something. With the Fulcrum done, 62 damage. Maybe he can hunt out that low HP Mason. It would only take 4 more hits. But the Vulture is halfway completed, and so it looks like Btyb will choose to maybe park his scribe somewhere else. One thing you can do on this map is you can kind of just meander in the center of the map or back here or something like that, and or even indeed right over here. And if it's not dutifully scouted by the Vulture, then Newt may allow a rescout as a result. Let's see. Yep, looks like he is going to indeed pass through. Means the scribe can be reused later on. And there's the embassy we were thinking of. First Dracodon already done. Second Dracodon almost certainly going to be on the way as soon as the minerals allow for it. This is kind of what I meant by the gas being mined pretty heavily. Is that he overmined for the embassy, and now he's got his second gate, but he doesn't have enough mineral income to really make anything happen. He seems to be a little bit worried about a potential move for a drop as he's positioned his Dracodon in that way, but now's it pulling away, thinking to himself about holding the ramp. Got a bit of a mass of vultures here. Fourth one nearly complete. Quarry is operational, so we're going to start to see Newt continue, I suppose, to stretch ahead in terms of worker production. That embassy can counteract that particular move. Only the one mine so far. And it looks like they did eventually get the scribe. You can see the rubble there. Artisan nearly complete, so that will indeed be more gas harvesting, it looks like, for Btyb. But I don't know that Newt is going to let him rest on his laurels. The stockade is halfway done. He'll undoubtedly use that as vestry material so that he can produce some healers. Only 3 Dracodons. I mean, he can deal with this using the Legionnaires as well. So this shouldn't be too bad. Looks like some attempts were made to do some mine work, but that did not end up going Newt's way, so he will be zoned out. And we welcome DeadInfested back to the server as well. A treasury coming down. Vestry nearly complete. Not very many military units, you'll notice. If this embassy was a 3rd gate and there were a lot more from Btyb on the side of military, I feel like he could absolutely do some damage there. 5 Legionnaires moving around. They're going to take the long way, maybe. A Madrigal has... It's not deployed yet, but it has been made onto the field. Phalanx to follow it. That's an interesting choice, the Madrigal. Maybe he's worried about the Legionnaires, right? This one is not actually tasked onto the geyser, by the way, so that's a little bit awkward. Looks like this mine will get a little bit of scouting intel done. Quarry being added. Phalanx on the low ground. Vultures here to peel. Well, Btyb has a strong force. Madrigal's going to go ahead and do some damage. Here's the Phalanx. Legionnaires seeing what they can do to get onto it. Unfortunately for Btyb, a lot of his forces ended up getting stuck onto the Phalanx. He does pick the Madrigal, so that's an expensive loss in terms of Vespene. And now he's going to have to remake a lot of his melee units. Yeah, this is a little rough for Btyb, not using this artisan the whole time. Going to go ahead and send the other one down here to join this good fella. He could be getting a lot more efficient gas harvesting out of that. Not that it really makes a huge difference right now, considering he's even-keeled on resources. Plenty of additional work being done on the economic side for both players, as we do have double quarry out here. 3 production queues for workers. Newt is stretching ahead in that department and adding a 3rd fulcrum. It will definitely be a cleric mech army here. Gonna see some Goliaths, some more vultures. I love seeing vultures. It's been a while since we've had a Terran player actually try to build them. Oh, I gotta pause. Gotta pause, please. There we go, and we are back. Argosy on the way, thanks to all of the harvesting that the artisan has been able to do so far. Again, he has not actually started harvesting with that one on the bottom, and this one is still idle. So that's a lot of Vespene tied up, not really offering anything right now. Adding some wardens. General defense. The siege line will move forward. It looks like he's mostly using madrigals as a conceptual counter to things like the Legionnaire spam. Little does he know, the Legionnaire count is very low. He's actually only got 2 of them right now. Well, I tell a lie. He's got 4. But there's not so many of them. The artisans might need to be scrambled for defense at this stage. Although the madrigals can definitely make short work of them as well. Coming down here towards 9 o'clock, maybe setting up for a little bit of a backstab. I like this play from Btyb, because he might lure his opponent in a little bit of a false sense of security. Like, oh, you have no melee, and then the melee comes in from the other side. Still, could potentially run into some issues. A bunch of wardens going down now. Static defense, baiting out the phalanx. Is going to go ahead and get a shot off, and these are not on hold position. That was dangerously close to the lobotomy mines. It's actually dragged in some of the vultures here. At least one of them will go down. Maybe a second one. Yep, there's the snipe. And here comes the melee. A little bit of a crunch attempt. Some of the vultures getting focused down on the other side. Phalanx doing lots of good damage. Splash spread, but the melee has indeed fallen. So the Legionnaires and Zealots, now that they're cleared out, feels like maybe things are A-okay for Newt's push to continue. But he does have more wardens, so Btyb can indeed focus this down a little bit further. Slow it down a little bit further. His Solarian is nearly complete. He's defeated people like Neblime with the fast Solarian, and now he has the tools necessary to make it happen even more. There's not that much anti-air, right? I think there was like 1 Goliath. I'm not even sure if it was canceled or if it was completed. Certainly didn't hear it die earlier. Vulture scouting over here. All it sees are the artisans. Obviously, you can't do much versus that. Anciel is here for detection and shielding. But again, the only anti-air are these 3 madrigals. And I haven't seen them in action, but I don't necessarily think they can defeat a Solarian. Actually, the Solarian it's not even going to be used for defense. I'm not sure that that's a good move, but if Btyb can buy enough time and even just stymie the push with all of his ground units, I do feel like maybe there's a good chance that Newt will end up getting surprised, if nothing else, by the Solarian. Another one is on the way. Scribes are going to get pulled away. I don't think many of them will end up surviving. Engram on the high ground is definitely going to, either provoke a more immediate attack, or it's going to slow down things so that the Phalanxes can get their jobs done. Drakken's on the hold position on the ramp, and the Solarian has arrived back at home. Only one Goliath is finished. The star pad on the way. No air defenses whatsoever, targeting the gas miners for now, though Newt has plenty of idle workers down here at his natural. Never ended up starting a third at 11 o'clock. Artisans will now move away. Second engram on the way. The second Solarian has arrived. And the Goliath is now going to get picked apart. A lot of Goliaths being queued up. Nothing out of the stockade. No watchdogs being made elsewhere. A Phalanx is just about to pop out, but it's not going to be any good versus that Solarian. Using the Ancials to spot, but it's a little bit trickier than it looks. Phalanxes need to move a little bit closer. Trying to keep his composure right now. The Solarian wreaking havoc on the mineral line, but it is doing so relatively slowly. Two Goliaths are here. Can at least maybe get some of those interceptors down, those stewards. The second Solarian is arriving, and it's going to stop this treasury before it begins. But I think that might illustrate to Newt what he needs to watch out for here. This is a little bit more of a focused play out of Btyb. The Solarian's doing their job, but it does feel like the Goliaths will be able to put some damage onto this one at least. And with 3 Fulcrums producing non-stop Goliaths, more and more of them are going to come out. He's going to soon have to deal with 4 of them. Madrigals might be moving backwards, or maybe further in. This Nexus nearly completely destroyed. Artisan doesn't mind too much. One of the Fulcrums has gone down. Watchdog's now being put up, but is it too late? The wounded Solarian, very, very low. About 100 HP left. Watchdog now up. See if it gets focused down. Looks like it will. Newt trying to see what he can do to salvage the situation. He is pulling his Madrigals and Clerics and 1 Goliath back. Got some Cyclops over here as well. Could certainly at least heckle the Artisan. Stop some of this gas income from happening, but there's a 3rd Solarian about to arrive. A 4th one has already been queued up. Here are the Madrigals, dealing their best amount of damage, doing their best work as anti-air units now. Newt's got a lot of minerals in the bank. Could be using a little bit better for that, and you can see here the Stewards are not having a good time versus the Madrigal Goliath combo. Trying to pick off the Clerics if he can. But the homing missile from Imperioso deals the splash damage. The Furia missiles dealing with the sheer number of them over time. The Solarians are doing their best, sharking around, but 9 o'clock being taken now by Newt. Newt o'clock at this point. Cyclops over here to deal with the Artisans. He could just turn on the Cyclops, honestly, and kill it. He has enough. Solarians, once again, shutting down 11 o'clock. More forces arriving over here. Maybe provoking a bit of a early attack. Needs to deploy this Phalanx if he wants to deal with the ground units that are coming out. Doesn't have any anti-air over in this location. Has to cancel the Watchdog before it begins. There's a great lobotomy mine, though. Does stun some of the Stewards as well. And indeed stuns the Solarian. Stacking up, stunning all of the Drakkenins. If this other Phalanx was in siege mode, I feel like this would be a lot of dead Drakkenins. On this side, we still have additional Solarians causing Newt some headaches. The Drakkenin army is looking pretty solid as well. Goliath's on hold position. No, not quite. Anciel gets focused down. Still not able to do too much for the Solarians. Still has some Phalanxes. Going to deploy them. The lobotomy mine's dangerously close in that situation. But now it's 4 Solarians. I don't know if Newt has the necessary production facilities to actually spend his money. Both of our players having a lot of minerals, but not really able to actuate them just yet. Goliath's doing their best. The engagement's coming in. The longer this one goes, the better it is for Newt, because he's sniping more and more of these Stewards, whittling down some of these Solarians. Drakkenins are indeed getting a lot of free pot shots off. One of the Solarians goes down in a blaze of glory. We still have that 100 HP one sort of all the way in the back. More and more Goliaths being produced. He never remade those Fulcrums despite having the money for it. And indeed, he is going to focus down yet another Solarian that was almost full HP. 30 health left, and this one has just gone completely nuts and haywire. I don't think Btyb realized that he sent that one in the right direction. But at the same time, it does end up getting coming back. Starting to engage these workers. Might have been a genius move. But you can tell the stewards are having a rough time of it actually getting up and staying alive. The Solarians have now fallen. Only one left, killing a lot of workers, admittedly, but Btyb still down half the worker count of his opponent. No expansion coming. Reaction a little bit slow. Is going to focus down that quarry, so at least slow down more and more worker production. Try to remake what Newt has built up. And he ends up getting a Madrigal on the way out, but that's pretty much it. The Solarian does go down. Btyb thinking about what he's got to deal with at this stage. These engrams are definitely going to buy him a lot of time to stabilize in this match, but I'm not sure I like what I'm seeing here. Atlas on the way. More Fulcrums being made now. Better late than never. Artisans sharking around. They will indeed kill that Cyclops. Spreading themselves out nicely. Both of our players looking to spend their considerable banks. Btyb has an Uptecton, another one coming. He did make that Ancestral Archives, is remaking his Natural finally. All right, here's the move out. Or at least it's starting to happen. Another Ministry being put down. More Watchdogs here to slow any Solarians that get waypointed across the map. There's only the one back over here. Again, more could be made, but gas is, funnily enough, the limiting factor now. Goliath's even scouting out where those Artisans are. Not allowing Btyb to get away with the rank harvesting any further. I feel like mineral spending is where our players are having a bit of a fall down. Well, Btyb's got to respond to this at some point. He is going to lose his Natural yet again. He's got lots of Zealots. The Uptectons are going to be able to shell the ground army from a pretty good distance. But the Uptectons, despite their considerable ground range, actually do not outrange Phalanxes, even with the cliff advantage of 1 level. Starports being added. Anciel doing its best to protect things. All right. Well, I guess that's the game. Let me ask Btyb what's going on here. Let's go, A, Alex. That felt unceremonious. Apparently Btyb was not in the that was not a synced match for Btyb, apparently. It seemed like it was working fine. Maybe the pause got it. Yeah, Btyb is disputing this series of events. I wonder if Btyb specifically is having some troubles. I mean, he didn't seem... There was no problems whatsoever versus... There was no problem versus, what do you call it, versus Alexhandr earlier once we got the map issues resolved. So I don't know why he would be having troubles now. I don't know if that's the issue. Newt saying that he had to alt-tab a lot. I don't think that's actually what happened there. Let me just go ahead and overwrite my maps locally, and we'll see if that helps us at all. I just have to close this one. Oh, I see what Newt's saying. He might have gotten an error and then didn't notice it or something because he was alt-tabbed. That might have been the case, yeah. No, alt-tab doesn't break replays. If you pause, sometimes it will break the replay, depending on when it happened. Like, it'll break like a replay action if you intercepted it the wrong way. I reset my maps locally, but I don't know if there's really any difference there. I did see Btyb looking over Newt's base a lot, but I thought he was just like figuring out what was broken or whatever, or what was left. Btyb is in the top left. Newt is in the top right. We'll do a rematch. Will it be the same sort of antics? I feel like Newt definitely got caught off guard by the Solarian, so it is pretty unfortunate that at some point that match split off and went into its different locations, but definitely interesting. We'll see if maybe Btyb has something more up his sleeve. This is Veek7's map, a map by Veek7, Fata Morgana. Newt once again going for the patented Fulcrum opener. We will be seeing Btyb going for his Gateway opener. He's once again harvesting Vespene a little bit more measured this time. He was not double gassing it. He's not double gassing it this time around. He was double gassing it a lot faster earlier. Fulcrum on the way. Might be tickling this worker momentarily, just confirming the scout. Is going to go ahead and get that second gas geyser, or second gas harvester. Yep, there's the tickle. I was waiting for the choice to do that. He's kind of leading him as well. Now, this can be cute, for sure. It can definitely help you kill it faster. But it does require a lot more micro, right? So you can see here he's like, sort of panning back to his base. He is going to get it down to 1 HP or 1 attack less than what he did before. This won't stop the Fulcrum from being operational, because, of course, the Mason has a decent amount of HP. But, you know, it can be a little bit annoying. There's really nothing else going on there. And it looks like this time around, Btyb is going to go for the Embassy a bit faster, because otherwise he would have his second gateway already up. At least I think so. Instantaneously going for a Zealot. Maybe he's banking for something else. He might be going for like a Stargate or something. Because he's got a lot of Vespene. He's kind of keeping his Vespene expenditure kind of the same. Now there's the Embassy. Hey, look at that. Getting counter-tickled. Btyb is fighting. What does what name mean? Trusty Rusty is the group name? Vulture once again going to find the scribe almost certainly. Well, Newt's thinking about adding another production structure. Will it be a stockade? No, it's a third fulcrum. I think he's going to go for like a vulture all in here. This looks very different than what we saw in the previous round. Oh, Fata Morgana. It's Latin for something. Let's find out. It's a mirage. Apparently it's like a very particular kind of mirage at that. All right, Newt, what do you got for us? What are you thinking? He's got that lone mason in a suspicious location. Could be building an anchor so that he can elevate his... Yeah, okay, he's going to build an anchor. He's going to use it to elevate his vultures up the ramp. And I don't think Btyb is going to scout this. His scribe moved past but did not see. More and more vultures on the way. Yeah, this is a definitive vulture all in. This is Newt saying, all right, you want to play the long game with your artisans? You know, he's making one right now. You want to do that? All right, buddy. We'll see about that. I think I'll just close the game out nice and early. There's the first lift. It's Latin for Fat Morgan. Okay, he's only going to unload one vulture here. This is a bit interesting to me. I'm not sure that I follow what's going on there. Oh, I see. Maybe it's like a bait, so he pulls the rest of his army out. Tries to respond to that. But here comes the committed attack. One vulture's already been traded out. Now getting tickled by the Hierophant. And instead, yeah, his single vulture in the anchor is going to do some pretty good damage. The Mason even kind of like slowing things down there. Vulture going to continue to see what it can do. Inside that anchor, we've got a bit of a kerfluffle on that, but no, he's going to dive in a little bit further. There is an Atreus from this Fast Grand Library. Very much the opposite of what we would have expected otherwise. That Atreus will not be able to hold off all these vultures by itself. We've got two more on the way as well. Okay, yes, they can't attack the artisans, but the scribes are now pulled. Mines going off. That's going to stun a lot of those workers. A bit of a drill happened over here. Okay, I think Btyb's repulsed it, but he needs to get back to mining soon. In fact, if he's not careful, he could end up losing more and more units, because 4 vultures are still a pretty good fighting force. Focusing down the Dracoden. The Zealot's like no HP as well. Oh man, 2 more hits would have done it. Syncing up with additional vultures. Back at home, there's a little bit of gas being harvested here, but nothing else. The Mason did die in that push initially, so there is no room for a second anchor. More mines being laid more offensively now. And Btyb has not actually sent these workers to do anything just yet. Oh boy. Amaranth's getting pretty low, but remember they can shield skill for quite a bit if they can stay on you. There's that low HP Zealot finally going kaput. That's going to be a lot of Zealots taken care of. Second Artisan is out to add a little bit more power here. Nice mines. In fact, if he's not careful, yeah, he stunned the Artisan, so this is going to be a little bit of extra time taken away from that. Ooh, and a follow-up stun as well. Shutting down the mining. Btyb is not feeling pretty good here. He is going to call GG. And Newt will claim a belabored victory with a very, very aggressive vulture all in off of 3 factories. Mech openers did it. The vulture victory. Well, listen, it wasn't just vultures, it was lobotomy mines, dude. He got him. Alexhandr has selected Titan Forge. Yeah, Deus Vulture. Maybe that's what we should call it, the DS Vulture. I like that. Alexhandr taking position inside the Titan Forge. It'll be him against Newt. Can I get a home team chant for Alexhandr? Can we get a go, Alexhandr? Do we think Alexhandr is going to do it? It's Newt in the top left. Alexhandr in the bottom left. Total Terran death is what he's calling for. Does he know that that means himself? We are all humans, after all. So one of the things you'll notice about Titanforge is there are... Dude! I can't believe Shambler didn't put the right number of mineral fields on this map. Oh my god. I can't believe that, Shambler. I can't believe it. Well, hold on, let me check all the other spawns real quick. Or not spawns, but bases. I have to go back and watch the castovers and see if I also missed that there. Because I was just going to say, like, oh yeah, check out the mineral accounts, you know? What could go wrong? I feel bad for DeadInfested. He had that spawn on this map the last time, too. Alright, all the other mineral accounts are correct. I can't believe Shambler did that. Listen, Alexhandr needed some rigging, I think. Obviously, he wanted to win. He wanted to win by any amount, but Shambler could not rig it. However, Alexhandr will now be in that spawn. So here we go. Alexhandr in the top left, with the right number of minerals. Newt in the bottom left, also with the right number of minerals. Ultramarine Terran against Snowzerg? Yeah. That mineral field right there. This is one was missing. I put him there. All right, it will be a fast Droleth scout, so seeing what Newt is up to. And we already have some Vespene being harvested, so we know that Newt is going to be going for Vultures. The response for Zerg versus Vultures is not something that's yet been mapped out. I know Sipiak was playing against Newt earlier and trying to figure out a response. It looked like the Kislisks did well, but obviously that requires gas. We saw Alexhandr deploy those against Btyb earlier. This actually will be a pool early, so he's not going to do the hatch because he's against, you know, Terran instead of Protoss. He knows that the Vultures can come for him, so he's going to go for the pool. Maybe that means he'll go for some quasis, you know, try to hold the ramp as he secures more territory. He can, of course, put down a neblime-style Circuit if he wants to build an Ovaleth and transport it, but he's not harvesting any Vespene yet. No bio? You love bio. I love that. For those who don't know, Btyb, or not Btyb, Newt has definitely talked already about not loving bio. Come on, dude. Put the hatch down. Put it down. Come on, Alexhandr. No, he's going to rescout. All right, first Vulture is about halfway done. Will make its way across the map. We have no static defense and no quasis coming just yet. Okay, there's a static defense structure. I mean, I don't like that positioning. You could put it right here. And, okay, we've got 3 pairs of quasis. Vulture is first going to get rid of the workers, so that buys a little bit of time. The quarry was started. What does Alexhandr want to do? Does he want to mutate this, or is he going to hold on to this? We'll see. No, he is going to go ahead and turn it into a Circuit. Use map cheese. I like use map cheese. That's good. That's like what happens when you use the Nidus canal, right? Nidus season. Quasis are going to go ahead and shark over just to see what's going on. But soon the Vultures will come a-knockin'. What can Newt do with 2 Vultures versus the Quasis? The cliff advantage will definitely help them here. Well, he's going to go ahead and lure them back, but yeah, I don't know. He's all right. He's doing all right here. Going to go ahead and lay down some mines, make himself cozy. We need another production structure out of Alexhandr, so if it's not going to be on the natural, it's definitely got to be on the more closer towards the main or something like that, right? In the ramp macro hatch. Has lost a couple. There it is. He's got a small amount of gas being banked up. Meanwhile, Newt obviously has 100. So we're probably going to see a Palladium behind this, but he has gone for a Treasury instead, knowing that he can get the expansion tempo out. This is definitely something where you can tell Newt has practiced a little bit more. Investigating forward. Oh, look at that. Manages to provoke one of the mines. There's plenty more where that came from. And look at that. He even ends up securing the kill afterwards. Showing you the power of the lobotomy mine. It might not seem like much, but, you know, it's essentially guaranteeing certain amounts of kills if your opponent ever pushes out. Still about 6 mines between those vultures. You can tell he's being more measured with deploying them than a lot of other Terrans are. He likes to deploy them, like, sort of spaced out. That does run the risk of them not being there, like, you know, the vulture dying before it can actually lay its mines. And indeed, we have a Madrigal coming, so looks like that's going to be the play. I was looking around to see if there's any other tech being used, but it looks like it's just a Palladium. Another round of mine drag. Look at that. Alexhandr could have moved that one a little bit further back, but he's definitely feeling the range disadvantage in this situation. Has his other hatch. Can definitely go for throwing those workers back onto the line. Hydrath Den coming. I'm not sure if I like Hydrath Den versus this more than I like Zorkiz or Vornath. I feel like it's a middle-of-the-road option. It can protect you versus phalanxes sometimes. Obviously, this is where Neblime should step in and do some co-casting with me, but I think he'll be joining me for the next group, so we'll see what his thoughts are there. We don't have a Zerg in the next group, though, so it's very sad. He'll have to carry forth the Zerg energy. Here comes a bit more of a frontal engagement, but the vultures dart in and dart out, trying to bait him into the mines. It's not exactly a field, it's just a single mine, but it's something. It's something. Den almost complete. Quarry has been set up at the 6 o'clock location. Madrigal on the cliff. Second one on the way. Stockade coming. A very low frequency build in terms of, like, the, I guess you could say, like, he's not really building a lot of units, right? He's been kept on the same 5 vultures this whole time. But he has, essentially contained his opponent. Being at 1 base on 5 minutes here is not ideal. He's doubling the Zerg's worker count. Alexhandr not having a good go of it at this moment. Fuck. Maybe he's realizing he's not having a good go of it at this moment. Oh. Hugging the cliff, that will definitely let your opponent get a little bit more value out. At this point, Newt is getting a little bit suspicious. He's like, wait, you haven't hard committed for this base. Do you have, like, a hidden one somewhere? Hasn't really fully confirmed that it's not here, but it would be pretty unlikely. And the Vestry is coming out. Madrigals are online. Okay, Alexhandr thinking about taking that base. Just needs a little bit more on the mineral side, and then he can drop it. There we go. He does have some Izira cores. Oh, a vulture has arrived. So these frontline, units are fairly beefy. And now 2 of them are shocked. They can't believe what just happened to them. This mine is really good. It's definitely going to provide Newt some vision of when the move out is coming, assuming it's going to come from that location. Bottom right now being taken by Newt. Quasi's stretching their legs, confirming where Newt is and isn't. If Alexhandr can really spike up his worker count at this point, he might be able to do something. The problem is, this looks very, very hard to break. I mean, there's 2 vultures in that anchor. One's even going to come up there and prank that one. Phalanx obviously up. 2 of them, in fact. We have an Ancial out. A lot more Fulcrums coming as well. So Newt's War Machine seems pretty indomitable. Alexhandr should be trying to contain the mech from moving. Kind of deny the mobility of it a little bit. Maybe take control of some of these ramps. There's only 2 ways into the high ground from the south. You can go all the way around in the middle of the map, but it's not necessarily advised. More static defense coming online. Not going to be as useful versus mech since they do outrange it with the phalanxes. With his quasis, he can maybe tickle the Ministry here. Doesn't seem too interested. Great mine coverage. That's going to basically deny the Izira cores from being able to do anything. And with minimal frontline now, Alexhandr is going to have to turn tail. Stand tall on the ramp. Try to establish control. We've got a mine and a vulture over here. Only now is the 12 o'clock natural coming on the line here for Alexhandr. It kind of goes to show you the worker count definitely in Newt's favor. Looks like it'll be a dominating economic victory. Okay, the Atlas coming online. Looks like there was a bit of a misbuy. I think it was a treasury being canceled there. They are on the same grid, so if you're using grid hotkeys, you'll get that if you open up the basic menu by accident. Alexhandr saturating his mineral line. Now thinking about taking a third. If he had done this maybe a few minutes ago, he would have been in a much better position. If he does this and also takes, a fourth and doesn't die to the impending push, that's another thing that he could do. But he wasn't guarding the base over here, so it's a little awkward for his situation. He picks off a vulture to deny scouting. But the circuits aren't on the cliff, so they're going to have a really hard time dealing with the phalanxes. In fact, the vultures can kind of just dive in and make short work of this situation, but I think Newt will be a little bit more methodical about it. Trying to fit all of his ground units through the small ramp, proving a little bit difficult. And deploying his artillery preemptively. Great thing about the Madrigal in the anti-air mode is that versus Zerg, although the tier 2 tech is coming, it feels like, even if you go like Mass Nath or Skith, you're still going to struggle versus the Phalanxes and the Madrigals. So there's going to be a committed attack, but he needs to be able to get through all the clerics, and it feels like he desperately needs Lychyzalisks for crowd control. Units pushing in, Phalanx is not yet unsieging. And Alexhandr is just going to call it there. He knows he can't wait long enough to get the tier 2 operational, and that will be Newt going up 2-0 in the group so far. Btyb's Protoss will be deploying. Alexhandr unfortunately not able to get on the board just yet. He'll have to wait for the next match to play the winner of this forthcoming one. It'll be Omnivore, the selection by Btyb. Yeah, I talk a little bit about it in the cast there, Alexhandr, but the main thing is that you probably wanted to see if you could neblime style the push with like one of the Kagrants turned into a Circuith, either on the low ground by the choke to give you some pressure relief versus the vultures. But you need an Ovaleth for that, right? So it's tricky to know when to fit that into your build. We are about to see what Btyb's cooking up on Omnivore. Newt will be in the top. Btyb in the bottom. And he's sending his scribe immediately. Where's he thinking of going, huh? Oh, straight to the top right. See if he can sneak on in through the ramp. I feel like it's doubtful. Maybe if the Mason Scout happens to not go through it. It's a possibility. I think I know what he's up to. The problem is, he will be able to be seen coming in. So, unless Newt isn't paying too much attention there. Fulcrum goes down. What's Newt thinking about that? Does he send a Mason to scout? Yeah, now he does. Now he knows what to expect. Well, the pylon will definitely finish. And you can use flash shielding to deal with individual Masons. It will be a while for that Fulcrum to come out. Btyb needs to micro his scribe back. He manages to get the Warden off, but just desperately needs to get those shields up. And now focus down the low HP Mason, which he does do correct choice. Going to be cutting backwards. More Masons being pulled. And it looks like he's going to have to cancel that Warden after all. Back at home, he's only got a measly pylon. Nothing else going for him. Fulcrum is very late. And this feels a little bit too committal. Gateway coming now, but the Fulcrum is done. The Vulture is going to be across the map killing scribes very, very fast, it feels like. He's going to sneak back up. Obviously, the Vulture will be tasked with dealing with this. So with the Warden coming, this will at the very least buy some time for, say, a Legionnaire to come or something like that. We still have that very, very wounded Mason over there with only 3 hits left on it. And there goes the Vulture dealing with that. Cancel comes out. Won't even bother with the pylon. He can have the scout. The gateway is not even done as the Vulture leaves the natural. I feel like this is going to be a bad time for Btyb. Looks like Neblime will be joining us after this match. We'll see if Btyb and Newt make him wait a while, or what is going to happen there. Zealot halfway done. Vulture is an interesting unit with its movement. I don't know what was going on there. Laying some mines. Focusing down the Warden. Remember, you can kite with the Vultures pretty relentlessly, so... the Warden actually stays alive. And that's allowing the Zealot to get some free hits in. I feel like Newt is consistently overestimating the Vulture damage. And there you go. It finishes just in time to snipe one of the Vultures. That relieves a lot of the pressure. Draconin's now being trained from both gateways. About 30 seconds away from that Vulture being cleaned out. How much damage can it do? Second Vulture has arrived. First stun is good. No scribes have fallen just yet, but none are being trained. Meanwhile, Newt has finished his quarry. He's going to be stretching ahead in terms of economy without even killing a single worker. Nice kiting from Btyb. Now it's going to activate the Vulture's reaction. They will pick that off, but the Draconins are here. That means there are no more Vultures coming out of Newt, at least not into this area. Gets the stun off. Going to be garrisoning this anchor over here in the neutral territory, and he has a star pad. 2 star pads on the way. Newt's going to follow this up with Wraiths. He's brought a scribe with him this time around. I don't know what he was planning on doing with that. Maybe trying to proxy or something. The kiting backwards is not going to help. He did not select the low HP Vulture, nor would he have killed it anyway. And it does feel like maybe this is the screws are getting turned. 3rd star pad. It is going to be mass Wraiths off of 1 base. This pylon's continuing to do things. Embassy on the way. Okay, so maybe we'll see, like, artisans come out for the gas mining again. Vulture will now deal with this pylon in the back, so no more free scouting. Anchor being put down. And yeah, you can kind of switch into a more defensive stance over here. I'm noticing neither players are worried about the potential backstab on the Atlas. You know, when this Atlas burns down, which it has by now, it opens you up to being flanked. Could be really devastating for Newt, actually, considering he has no defenses on that side of the map. Single Warden is all that protects Btyb's very open resource line. So he's got an Envoy. I guess what he's probably thinking about is dropping. Again, not exactly required with the back entrance open. But I suppose if neither player is aware of the back entrance, then maybe he's A-okay. The anchor has been evacuated, and the mines are all that is providing vision here for Newt. 6 Wraiths now being dispatched as more are being trained by the bucket load. Up 10 workers is Newt, our Terran player, continuing to not exactly be challenged just yet. A Zealot, a pair of Zealots actually, and a Scribe are in this envoy, so that's interesting. Some Drakidans sort of scattered around. We'll see if they're on a good control group for Btyb to react with. Yeah, he's counted out the right number. You can one-shot Scribes with this number of Wraiths, and that is going to do even more economic damage. This embassy was not used to catch back up in workers. Nexus now being put down, but at the same time, the envoy for harassment has not yet borne any fruit. Trying to isolate the individual Drakidans. That Drakidan will indeed be killed by the Wraiths. Some moving shots there out of Newt. Again, the embassy is here, so you can do a witness to deny this play even harder. We've got 8 Wraiths. Drop is in. I don't know if it was noticed exactly. Another Fulcrum coming. And once again, putting down the pylon. Btyb really wants to put down a proxy engram, I think. And if he can make it work, if he can also keep clearing the Wraiths over here. They do not trade very efficiently versus the Drakidans, of course. Warden taking some pot shots as well. Definitely needs to be rebuilding his workers back at home, though. He's in a very, very disadvantageous location. Mason's being rallied across the map. Btyb's thinking about what he wants to do here. I do think it would... He's probably going for the engram. He just doesn't have any minerals left. Waiting for it. Oh, it's a little far away, too. If it was a little bit further forward, I could see it maybe working out. I'm kind of surprised Newt didn't see that dot moving across the map there. It went right over his mineral line, obviously. Still no witness out for detection, so these Wraiths will continue to be a thorn in Btyb's side. He doesn't have that many more Scribes to lose at this point. All he can hope for is that this static defense confuses and sasses Newt. The time is basically up at this point. I don't think anybody would expect Newt to go for Wraith harassment in this situation. He's been going for nothing but the more straightforward approach for quite a while. Okay, so I think that this area here is actually going to be attackable by the engram, but you need vision on it, and so maybe that's what the Zealots or the Envoy itself are for. There we go. Reaction time a little bit slow, losing a couple of Masons here. The splash damage is only going to continue stacking up. Random Zealot on the front line, maybe distracting him for quite a bit. But, it's 39 workers to 3. So he lifts off his ministry. He's fine with that. I think he realizes the state of the game. It's a bit of a funny way to respond to it. I guess, it was about as good as it could get in the context of what's been happening over here. But you can't leapfrog the engram with the Envoy, so... Nah, you had 3 workers, now you only have 2. Just land over here, why not? Interior 12 being taken by Newt as a reaction. Can't ferry over the Warden without the pylon, of course. And can't do them both with only one Warden. Anchor being put down. Oh, there have been a number of Drakidans made, but again, they're only really good against the Wraiths, right? The Vultures can out DPS them at the number that they're at. The Phalanxes are going to be crushing for them. I don't think Newt's aware of this particular mechanic. Oh no, his Envoy also got stuck. There was nothing in it, but still. Looks like maybe he ferried the Zealots down for a last-ditch effort. Has a garrison to this anchor. There's a counter-anchor in reaction. Bty's trying his hardest. He's seeing what he can do. Baiting in the Phalanx shot, but it looks like that anchor will indeed be destroyed. No, it'll burn down, at the very least. It manages to burn down just at the perfect time as it finishes landing. And hey, he kind of knows now, like, wait a second. You've got a base here. I can make you lift off again. So at the very least, he's being annoying. Problem is behind this, the workers are once again Very vulnerable, and the Warden is going to die. I think that will seal the fate officially. GG is called. Newt goes up to 3-0. All right, Alexander, you've had your chance to regroup and consider your angle of attack. It's time for Alexander to pick the next map. Hello, sir.
Hey.
Welcome.
What's up?
We're seeing some games.
Yeah, I should probably launch CMBW, shouldn't I? Uh-oh.
You mean Cosmonarchy?
Sorry, yeah. Well, maybe CMBW stands something. Cosmonarchy, brilliant. I don't have anything for W, sorry, that's what I got.
Best
I'm
win.
having that config issue that someone else had. That Newt had,
I think
so
if you
it's-
just restart it, like start it again, it should work. But you can
Oh,
copy
okay,
over
yeah.
your pre-release one to get
That's
all
fine,
your
'cause,
settings.
yeah, like you say, it probably just didn't have one. No, it still did the second time.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, try copying over your pre-release one.
Yeah, it's got it.
There you go.
Oh, and I have to join the other Radmin, don't I?
Yeah, we're out. I'm out of the other one, so because we were trying to narrow down some issues that seemed to
Of
all
course.
be downstream of the maps. After all, sometimes it'll force download the map and use the updated version, and sometimes it won't. It's very finicky for that.
Is there a password for that one?
No. If you're,
Oh,
what does it say when you're?
It says you cannot join without password. That's what it says. It is just Cosmonarchy, right? Is the name?
Oh, yeah, there is a password for the network. I thought you were talking about the game. The network, the password
yeah,
is the same
okay.
thing as the other one. TODDAD69.
Yeah, 1 second then. Still not working.
What's not working?
Password.
Well, maybe it's TODSDAD69? I can't remember. It's on the sign up, the setup guide or whatever. Game setup.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean,
Yeah, okay.
I didn't see your game though. That's I'll give it a second, I suppose.
Mm,
There it is. Who are all these other spectators? All right, I'm here. I'm officially here. We're done
there it is.
messing around in the pre-game setup. I watched some of the games. You know, I got up. I got up at like 5 something, but that's still like an hour or more into your group one. And I sort of saw Londier had a point. I was very pleased, and I saw him beating DeadInfested. I was very pleased to see him win with that strat.
Yes.
I've been sort of brainstorming it. Now I'm very sad because I seem to have missed 2 out of potential 3 Btyb games. So
Yeah, that's right. So the way that it'll work from now is we're gonna hop on into this one, boys, on Pantheon, a map by Veek7. And as we get into things, it will be Newt versus Alexander, Terran versus Zerg. I'm going to preemptively set it to extra high because I assume we need that.
Oh yeah, with me in chat, you definitely need that.
There it is. And so Newt has the Terran in the bottom left, Alexander Zerg in the top right. That's Russian green Zerg. I can't believe it. Maybe
Well,
it's a sign
I got to
of it.
root for Alexander here. Like, I haven't played Alexander in a long time, but still, you know, he's one of the people who came along from NHFFA, so
Yeah, of course.
I'm hoping for the win. But man, look at Newt. He hit 300 APM. We've played like, I don't know, 100 games. We played like 20 games at least since the new year, so he's definitely been grinding. Newt's up and coming. Alexander hasn't seen the game in a while, man.
Yep.
We'll see what happens here. Now, did they play already in this group?
They have already played, yes. So the way that this match will work is if Newt wins, he's secured the win in the group. He will win the prize money. He will be first place. And if Alexhandr wins, then Btyb will play Alexhandr next, and then Newt will have a chance to win again afterwards in the following match.
Well, we do have that very trendy fulcrum coming out, of course. Now, tell me, in this release, do we have the magical and Barcast changes?
Yes, we do.
I haven't even played with those yet, so I'll be surprised when I see them, but we'll have to see if magicals get to shoot anything in the air. Okay, so it's a fast quaz coming up, by the way, and you probably mentioned in your cast, right? I've been just going hatch first every time, because I don't think you really need to make the quaz. So in my opinion, if you're going for the quaz, you have to like make some kind of aggression, or you're just hamstring your economy. Now, of course, Alexhandr, of course, not as up to date on the meta. He's even getting gas though, so he does have some kind of plan here.
Yes.
Is it going to be fast snap for quaz?
So I'm not 100% sure on this one, right? Because I did tell him that like one of the ways you can stabilize versus pretty much anybody is like what you said in the chat earlier, the neblime style, where you go for the Ovaleth to transport the Kagrant. I know that's something you've been favoring.
No, I did not invent that. It was Jang Shulaki, or however you say his name, who came up with that one.
Jakulangski, he plays later on. Yeah,
that's how you say it. I was very far off.
No worries.
He played like what I'd call degenerate Zerg, where you don't even get a Quasef or anything for ages. You get like 3 hatches and just fly circuits around.
Oh, what a coincidence! You played that on Sideshow versus Hamster, and I called it the same thing. So we're on the same wavelength.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. But that was also just because I learned from Jakulangski. You know, I never came up with any ideas on my own. I didn't think of flying a turret at Demon's base. I didn't even think of dropping Rackons on the army. I think that was Shambler's idea. I mean, I'm sure people have done it before, but just of it being my strategy to deal with Protoss, you know.
That's interesting, because I always thought of Uniblime as a bit of an innovator, but now it's coming out that there's some fraudulence there. It's actually a bunch of other people that do stuff in practice that you're like, wait, I can do that.
Well, it's looking pretty good here for Alexhandr, because Newt's definitely not getting in there. And if Newt's just making a bunch of vultures, which is actually cut for now, I assume he's getting a treasury. Oh, yeah, there it is. Then a bunch of Africals flying could be dangerous. But okay, it is going to be a Hydra instead. And this is where I'm like thinking, well, did you really need to get this Quasef in these Quasilists?
Yep.
What are they doing for you if you go into Hydra? You know, and I think, I don't know if this is what Alexander's thinking, but the sort of skiff transition or the sudden skiff attack is always deadly. Against all races, it can just kill you if you're not careful. So it's always an option. Because he's still mining gas. Oh, he pulled off. Okay.
Yeah, he's got an Ovaleth coming as well, so I think he is going to go for that. Unfortunately, that lobotomy mine hit is going to stun pretty much all but one of his quasis. Only loses one for the effort, though. I think Newt kind of struggled on the approach a little bit, so wasn't able to pick off more than one. Only has the 2 vultures anyway.
You're right, he's going to float this Kagrant out. Well, I approve. I think it's a very efficient way to do things. But Newt is no slacker. He's already on 2 bases here, even transferring some. He is way ahead in workers. Zerg always has the capacity to sort of zoom up in workers quickly if you get the hatches out, but you don't want to be starting this mine. And he's making more and more Causalists, which I have to think is a big mistake.
The gen's already complete, right?
Across the map. Yeah, well, that's another point. I was just thinking making military units at all right now is a mistake, unless you think you're going to come across the map. Now, what happens if you drop it on the mine? What happens there?
Oh, the mine detonates then, because when you place buildings on top of a mine, it always blows up. So it does the slow detonate instead of the stun detonate? Yeah, and probably not likely to hit anything besides maybe the transport that's doing it. We've seen a lot of building transports so far in this tournament, you know, between Londier and now...
we're showing it off.
Now Alexhandr.
That's good. Well, okay, it's good that he got this circuit up. We're going to take the natural now, and he will be up on 3 hatches. So if he's left undisturbed, he can shoot up Indra lefts and get back on par here. Now, the Magical's coming out. Definitely a good choice for any Corsalists are involved. But if Alexander switches into making Izzy Hydra, the Magical's not really that great. It's not bad unit, but for how much you're paying, it's not really doing the job. And look at that. This is you know, you might even call this Newt style. Actually, Shambler's been doing this a lot as well, where you open the fulcrums, then you get the stockade for the vestry. Have we seen this before in the Invitational today? I haven't seen all the games.
Yeah. So this has been something that Newt actually did just earlier. This is how he won his match against Alexhandr on Titan Forge earlier. So
well, it's very solid because Fulcrum is very flexible now.
Yeah.
With the Phalanx and Magical available. And you always want some healing, right? Especially the Phalanxes. It can be absolutely overwhelming if you have some Clerics on a Phalanx in early game. And again, these Quasilists, right? They are just victims for the Magicals. It kind of doesn't matter how many Quasilists you have. There's a couple of Magicals set up.
Well, that's for sure. And the other thing to keep in mind, too, is that if it's a Phalanx, you can splash it with some of the melee units. If it's a Madrigal, there's not really any way to do that. So the Vornath Pond is actually going to come online here. That will be the choice here. I'm wondering if that means we're going to see Vorvs or if it's going to be Nats that you sort of intimated earlier. I think Nats would be a bit rough to play into mech because of the Madrigal revision. Plus, just in general, Fury mode really does pretty well with that. So I would hope to see Vorvs, but even with Vorvs, well, yeah, it's fair. The thing about Vorvs at this stage is also a little bit rough because, again, there's no phalanxes. It's all madrigals.
Well, they're actually quite good against madrigals for a couple of reasons, because they have the 2 layers, so they don't die instantly. And if you can get the slow on the madrigal, it's taking away a lot of DPS. That said, I mean, given you've already got the Hydra, I think Easy Hydra would be fine. That said, I don't know if Alexandr's even seen the madrigals here. He hasn't been across the map, I don't think, since his... Did he even send an early scout? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he did. It got caught behind it was burrowed behind the trees, and the vulture eventually found it. So has been starved of info since then. Definitely is not aware of the Palladium. Can probably guess, the composition is pretty similar to what beat him before, except there's no phalanxes this time. That's the one thing that's a bit different. He is going to make some Vorva cores.
Well, no phalanx is actually quite good for Alexandr here, because he's really relying on these circles. Like, you take these circles away, and the Terran army could probably just win the fight and win the game if they fought right now. So far, so good for Alexandr. Got up a little bit on drones. But yeah, still spending a lot of money on these Vorvs and stuff, when really, what I think the best play would be, you come across with your army and sort of menace the Terran in here, and keep them as far away as possible. Pretend you have a big army, but really you just drone up or droll up rather as hard as you can. You're sending a drone for another base, which I approve.
Yeah.
But bases don't you do any good if you don't have draw lefts to mine at them. So I'm really a fan of going up to like 5 Hatcheros on 2 bases. I really think it's a good play. If you can get away with putting it at the 3rd for no risk, that's fine. But I mean, Newt's army is kind of scary here. And if he had the scout, well, he is going for an Atlas here. But 2 Fulcrums and a Stockade is still considerable production. So I think Newt's going to be able to come across and threaten any potential 3rd base as well as teching up here.
Yeah, to me it feels like at this situation, we've got, with the Atlas coming online, that's probably going to turn into, if I just had to take a wild guess, it would be like starports. Newt does favor air in the mid-game. So
I think it's very good this side. That said, captaincies are very strong, though.
Yeah, they are. It's something that he hasn't really played too much with. From what I've seen, he usually, in the games that I've heard of him taking fights against Hamster, it's a lot of air. Now, at the same time, we have a bit of a move out from both players, and the Ovaleth will indeed scout out that the army is moving out. He's going to see if he can maybe pick some of these madrigals thanks to the slow. Unfortunately, not really able to make it happen.
Why'd you nerf them? Bruno, you would have got that one.
That's right.
Caught that easily. Well, I love the anchor, by the way. Bring this with him.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? You can't put madrigal in there anymore. It won't help you, I guess, versus the ground units.
It'll help versus air, which is kind of a funny interaction. You wouldn't necessarily think about that, but yeah.
Well, units in anchors to deal with air units is actually something you have to do a lot of the time. Maybe against Protoss more so, but it depends what set goes for. Now, we have a whole bunch of units coming up. It's mostly Drawless, but also Zephyr cores. Oh, and you did point out with these madrigals, it's not really going to get you very far. But he's going around the side. I think this is exactly what he needs to do. Picking off reinforcements can be huge, especially if they're phalanxes. They're very expensive and very helpless when they're isolated. And
just think about the madrigals in the middle of the map. They're not even being undeployed right now, so Newt's a little bit lackadaisical with his army movement. That could be a pick, but it doesn't look like Alexandr's sharking in there. He's instead kind of favoring the bottom of the map, and it feels like he might get caught out here.
A counterattack can definitely be devastating, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if Alexandr will be able to hold, though. Well, if you retreat in the main, you build up something like Hydra Izzy, I think you could avoid losing your base in a base race. That said, Terran obviously isn't going to die in a base race. It's a matter of how much damage he does. And I think it's definitely a good move by Alexandr not to try and take this head on at any rate.
That's right, yeah. I can agree with that. There's an Anseal out for making, frustrating the attack even further, and it is going to commence. A couple of mines just going to slow things down, but only for the Zets. We'll see what the reaction is. A single Phalanx and Vulture now.
Won't do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, it took out easy, though. Damn, that damage.
Yeah, even entanglement is pretty good.
Oh, the Madcaps are here. If you can keep those Madcaps alive in the back, they will shred this entire army, no joke. Especially with the Anseal here. Well, that's a beautiful defense by Newt here. He pulls back up the ramp. I see the Masons could have stayed to defend, but I think he's got this pretty well held, actually, with the Madcaps behind. And meanwhile, he's just A-moving into Newt's natural. Now, these circuits are getting a lot of mileage because he's actually walking in range of them. He could have sieged. And the army coming out as well. Oh, my God.
That's just a lot of missiles, man. That's how madrigals work. And it feels like the circuits were in range to maybe deal some damage to them. The clerics have all but fallen, but there were no Lakizilisks. This is something that I mentioned in the cast of the Titanforge matches. Lakizilisks with the army completely nullify the clerics. They start healing themselves. It's kind of like the Bactylisks, but in a different way. There were tools available for Alexandr. He floated a lot of gas trying to go up for tier 2 during that attack, but he's been cleaned up at Newt's natural. Didn't really get that much economic damage. He hasn't lost his third, but he's about to lose a lot of the workers that he has in the natural if he's not careful.
The thing about NICOLAS is they're surprisingly effective even against phalanxes, you know, they just kind of do a lot of damage and take them out. Now, it's going to be very hard for Alexhandr to hit the critical mass to overcome these magicals, even though he just killed one, there's still 2 left.
And there's, well, the clerics as well, just not gonna let him get any further into this, it feels like.
And there is no Zorkis available, unfortunately. Look, it was a good move, I think, to try and counterattack. Also, I think a lot of overinvestment in Circus and honestly in Zephyr Cores, when even compared to 6 Zephyr Cores, and Isra Core is actually more helpful here, I think. And honestly, Newt did a really, really good job defending it. He had a really nice reaction when he pulled back and he had the mag caps behind. Without those mag caps there, you sort of look at it and go, well, yeah, it's hard to kill that stuff, but what's it really doing? But 3 mag caps is enough. It can do a lot of damage to Tier 1 armies. Oh my god, the anchor.
Well, he tries to land on the phalanx. All he does is force it to unsiege.
Oh, so it does both. I thought it just deflected the building. I didn't think it actually forced it to
unsiege as well. It does both, which is that's just because, you know, if you end up doing it something like that, then it's kind of like. But the alternative is that it blows up the unit, which is a little silly. So we changed that. Yeah. Now the last hurrah over here, it looks like for Alexhandr. GG's gonna be called. And you know what that means? That does mean that Newt has won the group, and now we're playing for 2nd place.
Nice. Well, congratulations to Newt. All that practice paid off. He played really well there. You know, he kept his eye on the ball and just kept making those masons. He learned well.
Yes, there you go. The Mason Master. That means that we will be seeing Btyb take on Alexhandr. Btyb will select the next map.
I'm so glad to get to cast a Btyb game, but I'm sad he didn't 4-0 his group. What are you doing, Btyb?
Well, he did start off pretty strong versus Alexhandr. Unfortunately, there were all of those... we had some troubles where... yeah, you're up again, Alexhandr, just so you know. It's you versus Btyb. As for what's left, we have... let's see. And I think we have one more... No, that's it. Okay. Some very different maps this time around. I don't know how many of you've actually been playing on, because I know you've been playing on the Class 1s more so with like people like Hamster and stuff.
Oh, I've been playing on all the Invitational maps.
Oh, okay.
You know, because... I've been playing Newt, who's playing in it, and Shambler, who I'll be roasting you when we get to Group D about letting him play. But anyway, I've been playing with him as well. Of course, he's playing in it. And you know, when Benno was able to play, we played and so on.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing.
Hamster had some illusions that he should play in it, so we played on those as well. You know. So I've definitely played all of them. I have a pretty good familiarity, I think.
How do you like? Well. This is a map that's brand new, so you won't have had time to play it because it was only released yesterday. But
yeah, that's true.
I don't know if you can check.
Well, for the players too, right? Yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah. So the top left and bottom right are the spawns in this. It's a XY map.
I'm trying to influence Btyb. It's probably not going to work.
I like that you managed to do that one. All right. So if Btyb wins this match, he will be 2nd place. If Alexhandr wins this match, we will be going to a decider.
Oh man. Well, this is very bittersweet for me. When you want to introduce place first?
Sure. Yeah, we got Btyb in the top left. Here he is going to be the white Protoss, and it's going to be the Coyote Brown Zerg in the bottom right of Alexhandr. He could still play 2nd. He just needs your energy, chat. He needs to win 2 matches in a row. Let's see if he can get on the board.
What's TTD? Do we know?
He's calling for total Terran death, but he meant to type total Protoss death.
Well, I mean, he can call for total Terran death wherever he is, whatever he's doing, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. That's the most he can do, considering he wasn't able to get on the board versus Newt. So.
This is rough to watch for me because, you know, Bty's my boy here.
Yes.
I want to see him triumph, but I mean, so is Alexhandr, really. We played a lot. I've tried to help him, you know. So it's like watching my children fight.
Do you have a favorite child? That's the obvious follow-up.
Well, to be honest, Btyb isn't just my child. He's also my dad, my brother, you know. He's everything. So I'm sorry. I got to side with Btyb here.
Okay, wow. Going against the grain.
Yeah, what can I do?
Alexhandr brought all of his homies to spectate this, so the chat will turn against you for that answer. He is going for Hydrock first. Look at this. Den first out of Alexhandr.
Old school. This is how I used to try and play ZVP. And you know, those Hydralisks in the very early game are a very good unit, but you put in a bit of money into getting this structure, and I still think Hatchery or Hatcherosk is the way to go.
Yes.
Well, that said, anytime you're not getting the Hatcherosk and you're saying like, "Oh, watch out! I'm building a building," you can put some pressure. But BDB already going for the double gate, which I think is honestly a pretty standard opening for Protoss at this point as well. So he doesn't even really have to react. He just makes his Dracodins and goes, "Great, Zerg's not going to have many draw lefts here." Leap.
So the one thing that I'm looking at here is whether or not he is banking a little bit of larva here. So I think it will be like 3 Hydras immediately.
Yeah.
And it's a Dracodin first out of the first gate. So like, yeah, okay, eventually Dracodins can counter or deal with the Hydras. That's actually going to be an Ixiracore first. That's interesting. They did get a cost reduction, and as well as being a little bit less tanky.
Oh, how much do they cost now?
I think it's 100, just a flat 100 minerals. So.
Oh, well, that is very impressive now. That makes them seem very good, actually.
Yeah, they lost some durability as a result, but they still have the 2 armor, and so the idea is that it's sort of like the Blackjack change, where it makes them a little bit cheaper, but also worse, so you make like fodder units or whatever.
I do like spamming units, although this is kind of bad for me because sometimes when I'm at tier 2 and I'm like, oh god, I have 3,000 minerals, I just make a bunch of Ixiracores because they cost, 150. But now, if they only cost 100 and they have low HP, they're kind of not very good for that, are they?
Well, at least they occupy your enemy's time a little bit. The worker, speaking of, has not occupied the Dracodin's time. This is something I like to track what people do. It shows a lot if they're not going to try to focus and kill the scout. Yeah. If they're just sitting here like, nah, I'm going to walk directly towards your base. So it will be a hatch by the ramp. You're very familiar with this, I know. And a couple of Hydra units out here to defend.
Well, I definitely like it here. When you scout 2 gateways, I think it's just way too ballsy to put it on the low ground now.
Oh,
look
pylon.
at this. BDB with the pylon. Now, Alexander very fortunately chased that Dracon and saw that. If you don't know this is here, it's a very different dynamic. But I think if you see this, you just go, okay, I'm just going to... Oh, hang on. The Purifier doing some good damage to the Ixiracore. It looks like it's going to fall. And with that, it doesn't have any tanking. And he's only really done shield damage except to the Purifier. And, sorry, the Legionnaire, rather. Protoss doesn't really care about Legionnaire's lives. And look at that, it's a proxy gate. Where are the Hydras? Did he make too many drones?
Well, he's got 4 Hydras. He can defend against this. He is going to need to try to focus these down. He's I don't know what he's clicked on right now. It looks like maybe the Legionnaires. Yeah, he's figured out that the low HP Legionnaire was sort of leading the charge there. The Scribe is going to go down, so it's just going to be the proxy gate unless he sends yet another worker out. Ixiracore is out. A couple Hydras hatching in the back. Actually, just 1 Hydra, another Ixiracore. He can pull the Scribes back to work at this point. He is down a couple of workers, but... it's looking a little rough. You
gotta be careful. Without the draw lifts there, you will get kited pretty hard because they go fast, but their range makes it quite difficult. And honestly, I think Alexander needed to be holding the ramp with some draw lifts if he was going to make the Hydras. And now he's in a world of pain.
Oh no! The Circus isn't going to go up. That's not even turning yet. It's still a Kagrim mutating.
Yeah. He's getting the keen experience right now.
Oh man, Btyb gets it after all, and Alexander, unfortunately, not able to get on the board. Btyb will secure 2nd place.
Well, there we go. Congratulations to Btyb. I'm pleased, but I'm also sad for Alexander. But hey, they gave a good go of it. It just goes to show, if he had the Hatchros on the ramp first with the Circuit, he'd be looking pretty good. And I didn't get to see really anything of that map. Okay, it has a ramp. I saw that.
Yes, you saw the ramp. That's about it. Yeah. Honestly, the thing that I look at is like, we haven't seen any macro games really yet, so it's just all cheese. It's just all been cheese. So let's bring in Btyb to talk to him about it. Hey man, that was a stressful group with obviously a lot of weird stuff going on with the very opening there. And then you probably had a bit of a tilter versus the first try on Newt when you were going for the cheeky artisan stuff. But you have taken 2nd place. You convincingly dealt with Alexander, and especially in that 2nd match, maybe a little bit more competitive in the first on Axiom. What are your thoughts overall after the group is concluded?
The first Axiom games, I was kind of like, this is really annoying. But that Fata Morgana game really took everything out of me. I thought I was doing so well. I got the victory.
Yeah.
You asked where I went. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
No.
Because it looked really, like if you go back and watch the cast, you'll see it looks very synced. Like you're kiting against his units, he's kiting against your units, but he's actually killing them and you're saying like, oh no, he didn't kill anyone.
Yeah, so. That whole time I'm like, oh, I'm just narrowly avoiding losing any of these things. He's like just out of range. I keep getting more over there. But I guess not.
Well, nonetheless, it was a pretty competitive match, and you definitely did catch him off guard for the points in time where it was properly synced up. And that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about is, how are you feeling about the Artisan? Like, I was surprised how much mileage you got out of it.
Oh, I think they're great. I think the fact that you can essentially go one base with Protoss is a whole new ballgame.
Right.
I'd like to see, the top players use that somehow.
Gotcha.
I don't want to give too many spoilers, but as I understand it, it's going to be a cast of a game where I did play Protoss and I made Artisans, but I won't say any more.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So we'll have to see how those ones go. I guess without maybe spoiling it, I don't know if it's even possible to do that, Btyb. Do you have any thoughts on the Artisan? Do you have considerations about it?
No, I just like it. I think it's good. I think it's just strong enough. I love the fact that you can get such early gas with it now, which makes that teching so easy.
So I've noticed that the early gas definitely puts you in a bit of a pickle against Alexhandr, though. If we go back to that Axiom match that did get played out, there was a period of time where you didn't have any minerals. You barely had any harvesters on your natural. It took you a while to get a third online. He was ahead in terms of economy in that way. It felt like, were it not for the tech units, you may have been able to be like abused or more fragile, right?
I think that's more me flubbing it because of my skill.
Okay. So you think it can objectively be like a very strong strategy then?
Yeah, because I played against Shambler's Terran and, typical Solarian rush, but it was off of that one base because of all that extra gas. And then I was
I'm already losing to your one base Solarian. What's going to happen now? Oh
yeah. So, I don't know. I think if you handle it properly, it saves you that 400 from having to expand. You get to just turtle up in the one base. The only thing that sucks is if they find your artisans.
Yeah.
You can't. It's pretty hard to use them because of the them going offline, essentially.
Right, they get stunned during the return, right?
So you have to, what is it? A second or 2 seconds for them to remine. You have that short window to grab them and pull them away.
Right. Yeah, so that can definitely be a bit of a challenge to sort of time it out. And Newt did catch you a few times, I noticed. So, it's like, I got to respond to the Cyclops or the Goliath or whatever it is. And it can be a bit rough. I do think they can be surprisingly effective at trying to help, versus the Vulture all-in that he did to you on the rematch. It was like, your artisans were actually kind of holding their own in that situation.
Well, yeah. Midway through, I'm like, wait a minute. These are ranged and they can't hit me.
Right.
So, I had some other plans for artisans, but we didn't get to see them.
That's all right. There's always another round, and there's always more games. And I do really want to say that, I announced this at the beginning of the whole ordeal. I talked about how we're going to have this event that kind of rolls into the event on the 16th, which Neblime has already signed up for, Shambler and Hamster have already signed up for. So Vika signed up for it as well. So we have availability for a number of the Class 1s already confirmed. If you place well in this, you look good doing it, you are going to receive an invite. And then in the interim, if you're able to, make this strategy work, Btyb, I know maybe you're sounding, you might think you roll your eyes at this almost and be like, no, what are you talking about? There's no way I can do it. But if you can play some matches, you can find the time to show that you can take games and be competitive with strategies like this, or even that really wacky one from Londier. I still feel like stuff like that could potentially earn you just for that purpose alone, being like, okay, listen, you've got a style, you figured something out, you can show this off to the world, let's get you into this event or something, so it could be a thing. At the very least, I'd love to see if you'd be interested in popping in for the qualifier when we hold that. So I don't know what, I don't want to have you agree to anything off the top of your head, but you feeling good about potentially you're feeling good about potentially signing up for stuff like that, maybe the qualifier for the forthcoming Acropolis, you might be seen doing some antics.
Am I confident? Absolutely not. But I do like to show up just to have more content.
Okay, I see.
Just to be here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe I will figure something out in between.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. Do you have any closing thoughts now that you are indeed second place and you obviously donated handsomely to the prize pool. We appreciate that. Neblime also sent in a little bit. Of course, Benno sent in a little bit, and Lucy sent in $50 dues. Shout outs to all those guys. But this is the first time that we have a prized, one day sort of one-off tournament. So I do appreciate you doing that. And I, of course, appreciate you playing. I'm curious if you had any other closing thoughts for us.
Nerf Terran. That's all I got to say. Yeah, those vultures, man. Too strong.
Might be the case. Might be the case. You know, it's funny. Veek told me that maybe Fulcrum should cost 75 gas, and I thought that'll just remove it as an opener. But you know what? I might have my mind change depending on how the rest of the games go. We've got a Terran-focused group coming up next for Group C. So before I do let you go, Btyb, I wanted to get your quick read on the other groups that we have. Of course, I did mention it's Benno, GreenEggs'NSpam, and NICOLAS are going to be playing on Group C. NICOLAS being Scholar, XD Man, if you guys know him by his other alternative aliases.
Oh, yeah.
And then Group D will be Lucy, jakulangski, and Shambler. Do you have any predictions for us?
I don't really know. I guess XD Man's going to win Group C, and then, obviously Shambler's going to win Group D. I think even though he's Terran, he's still good.
You think
so?
Okay.
Can XD Man win the battle against himself, though? Will he actually be here? I have to
Yes,
Yeah,
we
good
have
point,
to
good
figure
point.
out. We have to figure that out.
He's pretty good if he shows up. I have to say, he's a good player.
I really like seeing him play. Like, he really impressed me in the qualifier in
I think
TVT. Because
if there's a class 1.5, him and Newt are definitely in it.
Okay, interesting.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, Newt's going to be a class 1 after Acropolis, I have no doubt, by the way.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised. He
Yeah.
does so well against everybody, or at least well enough.
I want to see Sipiak come back too for that. And honestly, Btyb, I think if you really put your nose to the grindstone on the whole, the whole artisan train, you might be able to find some pocket strats. So, just saying, it could be a thing. You could help you could at least help the innovation of the Protoss race. You never know what might happen.
I'd be happy with that.
There you go. The Btyb strat. We can name it after you for immortality.
Yes, thank you.
All right. I'm already seeing it foment in my head. All right, man. Thank you so much for the games and the interviews. Appreciate your time as always, and of course your patronage for the prize pool. We will catch you later on.
Thank you. See ya.
And let's take a moment to talk to Alexhandr. Hello, sir.
Howdy ho.
You have, unfortunately, exited in third place in this group. And that's 3, so I guess it's not all loss.
It is 3.
It is 3. Obviously, we did have the kerfluffle on Axiom at the start, but I gotta say, you challenged Btyb despite his artisan trickery with all of the advanced workers harvesting Vespian across the map. You did give him a run for his money in that first match. Coming off of that, did you feel like maybe there was a chance on a rematch?
The thing is, I have no idea what to do. I literally, every game, I was like, the meta has changed so much since the last time I played. And especially, oh my goodness, every time I fought Newt, my brain just froze. I was like, I don't know what to do against mech, because last time I played, nobody played mech, ever.
Yes.
Everybody was just bio. And I was like, I have no idea. I'm stuck in my base. This is so frustrating. I hate being stuck in my base.
Yes.
But versus Btyb, I was like, oh yeah, I think I got it. Maybe I should have done quads in the last game, but I was just like, I'm gonna try something. And if I had done the switch things around, maybe I've been all right. But I didn't, so I got clobbered.
That last match was pretty. I felt like it was a lot closer than maybe it looked like to you, because I think if you hold, he's committed so many resources for like the forward gate. And, just generally having a 2-gate opener. He has no follow-up after. He had no embassy coming. He had no expansion coming.
That's why I tried so hard. I was like, just fight.
Just
fight.
hold,
That's
right?
what I did. I was holding, and then when I realized, I was like, I just got Droless and nothing left. So that was it. And he killed a bunch of those too. So I tried really hard to stay in there, but I didn't have the micro. And I microed like an idiot, like in all of my games. Especially the first one, or the third one, whatever. Because they're like 3 desyncs.
Yeah, the Axiom match you're talking about.
I was playing so smoothly at that very first game, and then desync. And I was
no,
my groove.
Your groove was out. Your groove was out.
It was out. Yeah, when I flubbed up that one fight in the middle, and by pressing U.
Right.
Like,
yes.
why are they burrowing? I'm
Yeah.
so mad. I was like, oh, it's C. It's grid. It hurt me inside. Hurt so
That's
bad.
the practice, right? That's like where you had to get the games in, but busy man.
Yeah, it's all right. I had fun, even though I got absolutely demolished, especially versus Newt. I knew there was nothing. I had no illusions that I was going to beat him, especially since I haven't played Terran at all, like not a single Terran match. So that's
you didn't
why
learn much when watching the games this morning with versus Scipia?
I did, but nobody played Zerg. So
Oh, it wasn't Sipiak Zerg. I thought he was.
No,
I thought he's. Oh, he was Zerg a while ago, but is he still playing Zerg?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was playing Zerg against
Group
me.
A was just.
No, I'm talking about the
Protoss
games when you were spectating. You spectated this morning.
Oh,
before the
yeah,
groups even started. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that did help somewhat, but I mean, not enough. You got to practice it.
Right. Sure. Yeah. Maybe that gives you theory, but not necessarily knowing what to do in the first person situation.
Yeah, when you don't even have the mechanical skill to back up the theory, then yeah, you just got to practice. That's it. And I didn't have any, so but it was fun. Had my homies cheer me on.
Yeah,
God bless them.
Lots of chat messages supporting you, appreciating you
Hopefully,
even now.
Yeah, and I'm really glad to see you play, and I hope we do again.
Yeah, hope I don't get steamrolled next time, but
it's all right.
Listen,
the improvement has to come now, right?
That's right. I mean, you gotta to get good. You gotta suck in the first place. So
there it is.
Yeah.
Some votes of optimism at this point.
Of Whiterun, more GG, more skill. So
that's
get
right.
out there, lose some games.
Get out there and lose some games. I like that.
Hey,
actually, no. I have a better one. In the words of the great philosopher of our time, Mrs. Frizzle, get messy, make mistakes. That's the way to learn.
Okay.
It's true. All right. Well, thank you guys.
Yeah,
much love, man. And good luck to Group C and D. My bets are on NICOLAS in Group C, and I'm saying Shambler's gonna win, but I'm cheering for Lucy. So
cheering for Lucy. Okay.
Everyone's cheering for Lucy for sure.
Cheering for Lucy. All right. So. All right.
I look forward to when jakulangski upsets and destroys every prediction.
You know what? That's great because he's Zerg.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I'm all about that, but I don't know him.
Yes,
so
yeah, for sure.
For a homie, so.
There it is. Cheer for the homie, but back the Zerg. That's the way.
That's right. That's exactly right.
All right, man. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does mean that we are just about concluded for Group B. We have a good ways off, about 35 minutes before the scheduled start time. We might escalate it a little bit further if everybody's ready and stuff. But if not, you can catch us live at 6 o'clock Eastern, which is, again, in about a half an hour. Neblime, do you have any closing words for Group B, what little you did see?
Thanks for showing up, everyone, giving good games for the fans.
Yeah, big hearts all around. Some hilarious matches in Group A. Some, admittedly more one-sided matches sometimes in Group B, but we did have that opening Axiom game. That was pretty cool. On the Group C side, I do expect NICOLAS to, assuming he shows up, to be pretty strong. I have no idea what to expect out of GreenEggs. It'll be his competitive debut. And Benno playing Protoss now, that's just wacky, He does make a lot of Dracodons, though, so I look forward to seeing if he can steamroll people.
Benno style, but Dracodon.
Yes, that's literally what's been happening in the cast. So hope you guys are looking forward to that. All right, we'll be back in about a half an hour. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Group C of the Invitational. I have Neblime with me once again. We are going to be talking about a PvT between Benno and GreenEggs'NSpam.
What's up?
And I'm looking forward to this one. I think obviously you're going to be rooting for Benno as your buddy here. He actually,
you know it. I'm perfectly transparent.
Yes. Well, listen, he pulled you into this community, right? Without him saying that he was playing in a tournament, you wouldn't.
He
have
was
even
just
joined.
like, "Oh, there's like this thing on, you can join now." I'm like, "Okay." And like the first friggin' game I played, I think I like launched it and played single player for like not very long.
Yeah.
And the first game I played was on Crossguard
versus Mr. No, it was
versus Shambler, I think.
No,
Oh,
okay. You did some practice before then. You're saying because your first official game was versus Benno, and I can't remember what map it was, but then you played Crossguard versus Mystery.
Sure.
So.
Oh, was it? Oh,
yeah.
How did I lose on Crossguard? Because I definitely lost then.
A lot of diadem creep, like the he had. It went all the way to tier 3. So
that was Mystery Meat. Damn, yes, I lost to tier 3 against him, but yeah, I remember that game quite well. I just didn't think it was Mystery Meat. But yes, Benno is the recruiter for sure. And kind of just threw me in, but I was glad to do so. And now he's back. I told him we named a style of play in honor of him, Benno's style with the Mass Maverick. And honestly, for a little while in the meta, the best way to open was just start making Mavericks nonstop from a stockade and do other stuff around it. So but now he's Protoss.
Well, listen, he's a bit of a trendsetter. He does macro pretty well in the early stages of the game. The question is, can he keep that up as Protoss? And I have seen him build a lot of gateways, build a lot of Drakidons, and maybe not so much of anything else, right? So that's the key distinction. We'll see whether GreenEggs'NSpam, who is going to be his first opponent, will do too much there. Now, meanwhile, we do have a little bit of a situation where as we get this game underway, NICOLAS, who is Scholar, who is XD Man, who is a Romavirus, has not actually shown up just yet. We may see him show up in the interim period. He did react to or respond to the announcement of the tournament or the reminder, so he does know that it's supposed to be now, but maybe he's forgotten or maybe he's struggling with his internet, as sometimes he does. If that does not work, Enoslix has signed up as the ringer. If he is also not available, then we even have a backup for that. We have the Beaver 99 standing by to also be Terran. So no matter what, there will be another player joining the server. It's just a question of whether Enos joins to give us some Zerg or if it's going to be another Terran in the Beaver. And beyond that, of course, the general gist of it is, for me, is that at least we'll have a third player, because otherwise I was just going to put these guys in and make them play a best of 7. So we'll see how it goes.
They are our guinea pigs.
That's right. They are here to play. Now, we do have a bunch of maps here on your screen now. Axiom will be starting us off. We even did some testing to make sure that we don't have kerfluffles in the same way. I do think that maybe the issue is actually, spoiler alert, the randomized start locations for the witnesses, but I have no confirmation on that just yet, and maybe we just got madly lucky. We're about to find out, but we can jump into the lobby and see that GreenEggs is enjoying chatting with Benno while we wait, and I will ask our players if they are in fact ready. Benno says go, go. But GreenEggs also says go, go. Let's do it. GreenEggs'NSpam will be Terran, and Benno will be Protoss. I thought this was going to be an all-Terran group, but he did switch immediately afterwards.
Yeah. Well, we're getting in here on Axiom.
That's right. GreenEggs in the top right. Benno bottom left. It's white against... What color is this? Bistra Brown. Everybody's
so,
a fan
of course,
Bistra.
We have to bring up GreenEggs kind of preempting how these games will go with his comments about balance, right? Does that of betray his strategy a little bit?
It's hard to know. So the things to bring everybody up to speed, we have a channel in the Discord server that is, it's like a forum or whatever, but essentially just another text channel where the idea is that you'll be able to post thoughts on the future changes and the current changes that have happened and stuff like that. Basically just, it's kind of like a balanced complaint thread or postulation for ideas and stuff. And GreenEggs has posted that he thinks that he strongly disagrees with the direction that Terran has gone with certain nerfs, specifically to Reclamation and to Stimpack. But I'm not sure he's aware that Stimpack has changed, because Stimpack is, indeed, there is a change to Stimpack where there's a delay on it, but after that you get more of a buff than you used to. So I don't know if he saw that, because that actually changed later in its lifespan. I tested out the default numbers first and then saw how it goes. So he is going to go for Stockade, and maybe we actually will see some Stim.
Yeah, I think the Reclaim changes were, needed. Not necessarily a matter of, if the units are too strong or too weak. I think Reclamation had been underutilized, but could have become very, very dominating in the right situation. So I'm all for that. Stim 1 I haven't really played around with yet, so I have to see now. Double Gate coming up. Seems like this is the standard build for Protoss, like I was saying in the last games, right? If you don't know what you want to do, you just kind of like, I'll just make some Dracodons and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and, with the Stockade opener, it's a pretty heavy econ opener, you can think of it as. You're not spending much Vespene. You don't need to harvest much, although there are 2 gas miners for Green Eggs. He is just going to be sticking it out with Mavericks. He has a Stockade building a Huracan now, and Benno isn't going to get much of a scout off. He might have spotted workers on the gas, but that's about the best he could have hoped for there, obviously knowing that there is a Stockade. He does have a Dracodon coming out first, and that will be rallied across. This might look very similar to your average, PvT, even if you're a Brood War player. I mean, obviously the Huracan is going to be confusing to you because nobody builds Firebats versus Protoss, but there's an anchor on the way.
One pro game, well, actually, in the span of time, it's happened a few times. But one pro game in the remastered era, one time.
Yes, yeah, and it was drops onto probes, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah, although it was like from a floating barracks, to be fair. But yes, it is possible.
Oh,
but yeah,
okay, interesting.
What I really think. Is it looks like looks like a sort of old meta TVP, if you will, where you only get the one Stockade, and then maybe you're going to try and tech now.
Okay, but look at this. Look at what Green Eggs is doing. He has put his Huracans off to the side because his Mason did, of course, confirm that, there's double gate and stuff. He's returning home even with a little bit of Vespene for his troubles. If Benno charges up the ramp or tries to commit versus that anchor, with the treasury coming down, the quarry already finished, the Huracans can just walk right up and start to flank it. And yeah, he was very close to not being able to do that. He's actually going to pull the trigger immediately. This might be a little bit awkward here because obviously the anchor has to move now.
Well, it's a bit of a tactical mistake because if you put an anchor and put some Mavericks in it, of course he's not going to go up the ramp against that. So I think if you pulled the Mavericks back, let him go up the ramp and then move in the Huracans, that would have been a really nice pick to get that one Dracodon. Oh, look, he's getting stuck now. But, I mean, he's still fine here. I think with double Stockade production, he can get that anchor down there. And, he'll be getting in a bit of a game of having to repair it. But maybe with a second anchor, he can make it strong enough to sort of deny. What is Benno doing with these Dracodons? They are just going around.
Yeah, I don't know. Has he played on this map very much? He is actually going to be making a beeline for that, left of the ridge over there. However, the anchor has arrived. Okay, one of the Huracans is down. But the treasury is here.
You cannot hold this without repairing. Well, Benno doesn't seem to want to spend the APM to start dancing the shields, though. What I see a lot of people do, by the way, is they send the Dracodons in and shoot a bit and then move them all back, but you can get a lot of mileage just by taking the dancing the inch one out and keep a constant pressure. And it's very hard to keep that anchor alive if you don't have any good DPS. Now, the Huracans are good here, but the problem is they can only trade. They can't... Oh, no. Okay, now he's kind of in trouble.
Yep, he's going to need to react to this some way, shape, or form. The Huracans can kind of seal the deal, but they haven't actually been pulled. Only now is it happening. Charging on forward, but the Mavericks have already been thinned out. And honestly, the Huracan's not accomplishing too much either. That quarry might need to be canceled, and the treasury lifted.
He's up the ramp, man. He is definitely going back up the ramp. If he doesn't, he is going to die right here. Because I don't think that anchor's going to hold, especially now that it's hard for Masons to move down. What you need to do there is pull a bunch of Masons and corner them in the corner and get the Huracans in, of course, at the same time as well. Okay, he's going to fly up here. Benno doesn't seem to be watching. If he was, that'd be the perfect moment to strike.
No, he's back at home trying to macro up. He is taking his own Nexus.
Fair enough.
Adding another pylon to expand his build space. Yeah, and it's the more straightforward way to win the game if your opponent does have more than you think. Fast Covenant, it's Eidolons.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that gives you a lot of mileage here, because with the range, they're actually not bad at sniping off Dracodons, so the damage is decent. But
think about it, Anchor +2 range, Cliff +2 range. Yeah. The Eidolon already has like 7 range or something, so it's a pretty considerable amount. You're talking about turning it to the same range as an Uptecton minimum.
Definitely. And I think about it, if you want to open with the one Stockade and expand, which I'm still deep down a fan of, it would make sense to kind of just replace your Mavericks with Eidolons after a bit, just to ward off the Dracodons a bit better. Now, that said, he is still just going to be stuck on one base here. He could just make an anvil with this treasury. Oh, wait, you need tier 2 for that, don't you?
No, the anvil is available. It's pretty pricey.
Oh, it is?
You can nuke at tier 1, yeah.
I mean, he's got money, man. He's banking.
Yeah, that's right.
Imagine if he pulled off a nuke on all these Dracodons. That'd be sick. I keep
yeah.
thinking, it's like, oh my god, it's a ghost. Quick, lock them down. But if only we had that. No,
that's where the lobotomy mine is good for it. Now, he's got to be careful about this. Yeah, because if the Dracodons just figure it out and move forward, that's going to be a little rough.
Does he even know about this, by the way? Does he know that they got put to tier 1? Because he'd be like, what's attacking me? He looks and it moves back and he's like, And he only took shield damage.
I wonder if he knows that it's proximity cloak. Prostration stage coming out for Benno. He's going for a heavy tech. Huracan's now out.
This is the trendy thing.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I think the Eidolons need to staff that anchor post-haste, but they are going to start to attack on. Stimpack
This army can fight if the Draconids don't kite very much, although once the Hurricanes are gone, you don't get much mileage, and it seems like Green Egg's having a bit of trouble coordinating, but then look at those Eidolons, they're trying.
It's a thin ramp, which doesn't help things, yeah, and so pretty hard to get all of your forces down. Maybe if he had the Hurricanes more closer to the minerals or something, but hey, he's evicted his opponent. He can start to take his expansion now. Empty anchor flying over.
I like the tenacity Green Eggs is showing. He's not giving up an expansion like a lot of the clusters in 3C happen. If they get pushed back, they kind of just like, and they just stay in their base forever.
Yeah,
anyway, now
look at that.
The other one's up here.
Yeah.
Nice. He can't really get in here without taking damage. Now, he could try for another run by. It's purely dependent on Green Eggs just basically moving the Hurricanes in the way. Even the first one, he could have potentially intercepted, but it depends on the reaction type. Now, about this prostration stage, by the way, what I've seen Benno doing, which is pretty powerful, is getting the, what do you call them, Pariah.
Mm-hmm.
At least he did against me when I was Zerg. Yes,
yeah, and he might be thinking about that for dealing with Hurricanes and bio in general, right?
I don't know
dealing
about that because, well, maybe that's what he's thinking, but I don't know about that as a strategy because I think it really is more like the Terran's like, great, I have the counter to your unit already. Because what you want to do is just throw the Hurricanes in to die and then everything else will do the damage.
That's right, rending the armor and all that.
Absolutely. And honestly, with Hurricanes, I feel like no matter what they're fighting in melee, even like Ultra Cores, it's like, okay, it's a perfect unit. You just need more of them.
Yes.
And it will do the job.
Green Egg sending out a scouting Maverick right now. He's going to spot reinforcements that might fill him with a bit of a false sense of security because there are 9 Dracodons still amassed outside of his third. We'll see if he wants to move based on that. There was a Savant being made. It looks like it is indeed on the field, alongside, of course, the Eidolons.
Yeah, it'd be pretty good in an anchor, I suppose.
Yep.
I think it's only one unit, so it doesn't add that much interest to his army yet, but if he adds up a whole bunch of them, he'd have pretty good damage, and if Benno goes for a too hard on the attack here with a Pariah, I mean, I think if he attacked right now, the Pariah would get absolutely decimated with all these Hurricanes and the
for sure. It's only now leaving the base. He is taking 6 o'clock, so he is going to go for a third. There's now 4 Eidolons on this cliff. It does feel like it's going to be really hard to bust into this. And Benno, I talked to you about this between the games, between the groups. Benno has been a little notorious in not actually attacking when he has the advantage, right?
Well, it may serve him well here. I mean, it is tempting, right? I'd look at this and it's like, Pariahs are pretty good, but you can't underestimate the Hurricanes, honestly, of all things. I like the Eidolons, don't get me wrong, but they don't have that much DPS, so they're kind of just going to be picking stuff off and making it so that if Benno comes in, he'll lose more and more. But it's really the Hurricane's just going to block anything trying to get in here.
Well, he does scout and reveal the big force of Dracodons, sending additional Mavericks out there just as scouting. One of the 700 death sentences served.
That's right. Yep. He must be pissed because he has to do all this walking before he gets to die, whereas the others are just like, oh, well, you stand around, don't worry, Protoss will come kill you soon.
That's right.
Now, I got to shout out Green Eggs for doing a pretty good job. As soon as I said it, he stopped. But he's doing a pretty good job making use of his multiple worker queues to kind of keep on par with Benno, even though Benno got the expansion down really well. Now he's falling behind a bit, but Benno has been banking a little as well. Honestly, Benno needs to add more production. I don't know what he's going to do with just the 2 gateways and the prostration stage. You can definitely support more than that on 3 bases.
Yeah, it feels like, Benno, Green Eggs has gotten to max capacity on his existing minerals. So there is that. He's gotten max efficient capacity, but there is still oversaturation you can do on 2 bases. But it looks like maybe he's just decided, okay, no, he's going to start to resume production now. His star pad's complete.
Don't want to stop here.
Yeah, added a second Covenant. I mean, even if you oversaturate, you can always just pull them off once you hit your third anyway. Witness in the top left.
I'm intrigued that it's a Wraith here, not a Trojan. Because, he has all this fancy stuff he could drop. Savants could potentially be a good harassment unit,
Well, while we wait for the lag to subside, there is an artisan at 9 o'clock that will eventually be tasked onto that reservoir when Benno remembers about it.
Oh yeah, that's smart. Yeah, I think it's the best use of artisans for sure, especially if this kind of stuff's around the map.
Yeah, Btyb was making use of it, and he was really hyped to play on his own map, so he could do that versus Alexhandr.
Uh-oh, what's happening? Do we want to try a pause, or what do you think? Sometimes a pause can help.
Yeah, we'll pause for 30 seconds, and then I'll unpause it after that. So. Or I'll obviously ready check for them. So, I mean, this is an opportunity for us to think about, obviously in peer-to-peer games like this, if somebody's having a network instability or whatever, it's always going to result in stuff like this. So we will take a moment to see things out. But the second prostration stage on the way, we can obviously use this opportunity to sort of get a temperature check for what's going on. The Trojan on the way for the star pad. So both of our players looking for some kind of action soon, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting that you got the double, lattice here, which, I like because I keep saying just offhand, if you have a bunch of minerals, why don't you just spam a bunch of vassals? They'll do work. You know, just by virtue of flying, they can just show up at bases, right? And we see no, like, watchdogs or anything, so that would be good. There we go, third ministry, I like it. Now, as for the general situation of this game, I don't mind GreenEggs's position too much. I don't think he's, like, doomed or anything, but anytime you're a bio and you're stuck in your base, I think you're at a pretty strong disadvantage. You have to take a sort of Zerg mentality with bio and TVP that you're like, well, you've got this sort of swarming army that needs surface area to engage, especially with the Hurricanes, of course. So it's going to be hard to get out of here efficiently. Like we're talking about, if Benno attacks, oh, here he comes. Looks like he actually will.
Well, he has a witness too, and the Pariah even doing a little bit better at dealing with the Eidolons because obviously it decloaked them. But now the Shaman healing them back up. The Hurricane's trying to get out of the base. It's a bit of a struggle. Some of the Eidolons storming down, but the witness is still revealing them. And the Shaman, some of them are detection, but they aren't actually in range to deal with the witness itself.
Yeah, wait, is that a Pariah corpse up there?
Well,
shall I try leaving?
No, it's Benno who's having the issues, so.
Still might help, though, because it's all peer-to-peer, isn't it? So
yeah, he was the one who had the network, like the little oof faces in the lobby, though, so he's the one who's having the bad connection, yeah.
Okay. All right, well, it seems to have cleared up for the moment. Yeah, it was a bit tricky there for GreenEggs. I feel like, you know, he didn't have his stuff on hold position, really cost him a lot, so it was quite inefficient, but still
even if he just, it was kind of like in between, you know, a rock and a hard place, because if he just commits to the attack with the Hurricanes, he can use his Eidolons, his Savants, his Mavericks, he can kind of commit off the back of that, but, you know, there's this concept, right, where it's like you want to try to let the game do some of the work for you. If you aren't able to focus all of your APM into one spot and like really, you know, respond super efficiently to a situation, then you might be.
Trojan. He was going the right way, but then he turned to the wrong way. I was thinking it's really effective because it could come down and kill this Nexus, but that said, he could cite tech structures. He has the new tech destroying drop, I guess, with 2 Hurricanes only and a bunch of Mavericks, right?
Yes.
So it could be devastating. Oh my god, this artisan though. It's gonna reveal.
Yeah, he could thread the needle. It doesn't look like he will be within range of the artisan. So neither of their players are gonna be aware of that. You know, Wraiths would be really good versus Protoss if you suspect that they're doing this sort of thing.
Yeah, and he has a couple out. He did lose a couple. Maybe that's why he built them, actually. Maybe anticipating that. At any rate, he's going to come in here, and, you know, he can at least depower this. Prostration stages aren't too tanky. If you take one of them out, that's a pretty considerable chunk of money lost. That said, if the Pariah's finished, they will just eat this up. Or is he going to depower it?
Yeah, the Hurricanes are body blocked. They can't actually get in onto the fight, but there we go. The pylons are going to go down.
Now, those golems, if the Hurricanes get on them, they'll be cleaned up pretty quickly. Honestly, not doing that much anyway. Artisans can help. Okay, looks like he's just going to go for the lattices, and you know, it's still pretty cost effective even if that's all he gets. Oh, if he takes out the Pariah, actually, that's a kind of a considerable scalp, but I don't think he will.
Yeah, all of them clumped up together, and the one Hurricane off to the side, not really helping out too much. Maybe if the second one was there. Back. Get out of there, Ahmed.
Did he rescue him? Oh my god, the hero!
He's secured Ahmed. And look at this, he's even scouted the artisans, although I'm not sure that he's aware of it. It doesn't look like he was paying attention.
He has that one Wraith on the right.
Yes.
It looks like Benno didn't use the right-hand side yet. Now, what this did accomplish, though, Benno put back his entire army.
Yes. Just
to deal with that little drop. So if GreenEggs can take some space now, which it looks like he's doing, I can't tell because like, oh no, they're actually moving. This could be huge for GreenEggs. He can secure his third. He can actually get his army out there.
Yeah, his ministry's lifting off as soon as we get through the lag
He's
part.
Trying.
Poor Benno, doing his best.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame because, you know, Benno, I think, is a pretty sort of dedicated player, and it's not really his fault that this happens, but it's a bit awkward.
Yeah, it is a bit odd.
Yeah, tell him to try.
He'll alt-tab real quick and get rid of that. Benno's a fellow, you know, like, I'm pushing 30. I'll be 30 this year, so he's like a fellow 30-year-old. To me,
I'll be 30 this year as well.
There you go, there you go.
Ah, that's the perfect age. There's 3 in it.
That does have 3 in it.
Yeah.
All right, well, we are seeing more and more stockades being added. Definitely content to stay towards bio, and the Atlas is halfway done, so we will see, presumably, captaincies. That's what you have to expect, right?
Well, he seems to like bio, right?
Yes.
And I was going to say about the Atlas, he actually like hit 900 gas for his time. That's a bit of a mistake. That said, he's just adding more covenants, you know? Although it's probably synergistic if you get the captaincies and spam like Heracles or Madcaps.
Yeah, something to cover for the Eidolons, right? That will deal better with Draken and Pariah.
I'm suspicious. Did you make Heracles cost gas? Because that sounds like the kind of thing you'd do.
No, they're mineral only still. I've not adjusted that.
Because not gonna lie, they're not great units, so they probably shouldn't cost gas.
Yeah, if I was gonna make them cost gas, I'd adjust their capabilities.
Yeah, so it would be synergistic if you dump all your gas into Eidolons and all your minerals into captaincy stuff. Now he didn't move out at all, unfortunately, sending the ministry.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a traffic jam with all the bio at the choke, but he's now going to see if he can move forward. Try to defend this ministry.
He needs to fly out of there. Oh my gosh. Alright. This is a sizable army. The pariahs will do damage, but they won't last long, so I think Benno can't really take this on.
No, the Huracan's starting to rend the armor. These pariahs falling, dropping like flies, but no more Huracans are on the front line due to the splash. Okay, well now some of the Mavericks have served their death sentences, but all the pariahs are gone. There's one can't get close enough because of all the Dracodons. I think GreenEggs has this fight.
Well, he's starting to thin out though. It's good damage. Can he thin out enough Dracons? He pulls back, which I think is a mistake. He needs to keep committing.
No, he needs to finish off the pariah for sure. His Savants are doing great debuffs onto those pariahs, stopping them from being able to get more than 1 or 2 attacks off.
Well, I didn't even think of that. That's amazing, actually. But, well, he's doing it. I think Benno's pushed back. It's a bloody fight, but I guess that's how it goes when you go bio.
I think so.
The Shamans really carried that fight as well. I mean, everything
time.
really synergistic here for GreenEggs, whereas Benno's composition really doesn't counter it too well.
Yeah, if he turns and fights these Dracodons, Benno's not paying any attention to them at all right now, and so GreenEggs is like, oh, what do I do here? But he needs to bring that Ministry back down. He does have 2 Trojans that he can maybe use later on. Stop.
GreenEggs, I don't think is a good... he's going to stop fighting and go to macro. I don't think GreenEggs can be a good convict commander because he seems to value the lives of his men. He keeps turning back on. I think he really just wants to trade, and it's letting Benno get all the free hits. And this is what's good about.
There's at least that one who died. So
yeah, okay, that's +1 for him there. The good thing about Draconids here is they can constantly be like kiting and moving back, right? So you have to aggressively pursue them. Otherwise, they'll just keep getting damage. Now that said, it's not like GreenEggs can't just make more. He's got 2,700 minerals, and Benno, for his part, got quite a lot as well. A lot of golems coming out. You know, I do like it actually for the lattices. Golems, vassals, doesn't matter what it is. You're spending those minerals, right? And the golems will do a pretty good job tanking.
I think so. You know, the main thing that we probably want to see here, as he's adding a 3rd vestry to complement his 3rd covenant, we probably need to see, honestly, more Huracans, and we need to see them maybe a little bit better preemptively positioned, because you can tell he's got the Huracan count, but he doesn't really have them in the right spots if an army happens. His Eidolons are the front line right now, and that's not where they need to be.
What you really need to do is you just have separate control groups, right? Like one for your front line, which you could even just put all the clerics and all the Huracans together. That's what I usually do. And then, you know, maybe you have a separate one for the Mavericks, but probably just put them together with the long-range stuff because they'll sort themselves out. But yeah, I think he's just box selecting and A-moving everything.
That's right, yeah.
It's like, and we do have an anvil. I don't think it's armed. No, it's not. Well, that's spooky.
I wonder what he was controlling when he did that. Yeah, maybe his advisor is like incorrectly set or something, or just set
okay, so there's 2 artisans over here on this reservoir. Is that what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to use 2?
Yeah, well, that's accurate saturation. Yeah, because one of them they're idle for 2 seconds while they return.
Okay.
So,
I didn't
sort of
know
trade
that.
off.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise I think the efficiency would be a little bit too good. 2 engrams coming in for the bottom right.
I wonder if he's going to use this ant seal to protect the nuking Eidolon. That could be pretty strong.
Well, he has the Trojan as well, so he can do a drop if he wants. And remember, they no longer decloak when they fire off the nuke. So this could be a real big headache. There is a witness on sort of around 9 o'clock, like 10 o'clock-ish area. Or sorry, 4 o'clock, the other side.
Oh, watch out for it, though. The ant seal's very good here for warding that off, actually. I mean, he does have the shamans, I guess, but it's good to have that so you know it's not with your army, even if you're moving around. He's getting the Morning Star, so... Benno has a lot of bases here, but not necessarily a deciding factor at this point, because both of them are banking, and GreenEggs still has a fearsome army if you get the right engagement. Again, I think you have to look at this like from a sort of Zerg feeling of like, if GreenEggs can break through the defenses, he's going to crush Benno. But Benno does have a strong army. Higher quality army, maybe.
Yeah, and now he's going to be having the cliff, too, as well. That's a pretty big deal. One of the golems sort of going awry, but it does reveal where the enemy army is. Sure, an anchor made its way down there, and yes, there are madcaps now joining the fray with additional captaincies coming online in GreenEggs' natural. But this is still looking pretty scary when you see all of this, right?
That's so many Huracans. I don't think I've seen that many in one game before.
Well, let's hope that they can storm the gates and make something happen here. Oh, we know what's happening here. A nuclear launch has been detected.
Oh, where's the Eidolon? Oh, there it is. Oh,
yep, it's right on the army. If Benno doesn't pay any attention, Benno's looking around his base right now, really worried that maybe he's not sure, but I think he's figured it out. And I'm still not sure. They're going to get body blocked. Oh, he's pulled some of his own units over. Okay. At the end of the day, it kills 1 Ahmed. I mean, a little anticlimactic, but still, that was a really good attempt.
Well, some radiation syndrome. Oh no, the shaman saved them. I was going to say, it's not even a mistake to throw those units in because you're kind of trying to bait Protoss, right? Oh my god, where did this Star Sovereign come from? What the...
Yep.
When did he make those monuments?
Yeah, that's what I'm
my
saying.
God.
Yeah, this is where he's put all of his money into.
Oh no!
And there's no
I'm
air
terrified.
defenses, dude. He could just
This
walk
is
up
gonna
and
be a
glass the whole
disaster.
main.
You know, glassing a main is not as effective as you might think, right? 'Cause you can lift off.
Sure.
But look at this army, dude. Imagine what one Star Sovereign could do in this army if he gets right position. Now, that said, he's trying to attack with the ground army. This is a really nice move from Benno. Distracting with the ground army, which might even just be obsolete now with the Star Sovereign out. NICOLAS going out as well as he moves into the main. Oh, GreenEggs looked and saw the vassals, but he didn't see the Star Sovereign yet.
I think, yeah, he hasn't taken a look at it. No, he's confirming the nuke on the other side. And here comes the glassing. Neblime, hold me. There's no more Hurricanes.
Oh, are they going to lift off?
No, he's not even looking. It's been eviscerated. Oh, look at all the minimap clear, too.
Yeah, oh my god.
He's only now realized, oh my god. It even caught the Ministry at the tail end there. That's how far it stretched.
Brutal. Now look at this. GreenEggs has decimated the ground army. The ground army is gone.
And he still has a lot of his own forces, too.
Yeah, he could go around and hit bases. Now, Engram's going to be tough to crack here. But can he even fight the Star Sovereign one-on-one? I don't think he can.
I don't know. There's still there is a Morningstar in that anvil. And with Mavericks have to be the worst choice versus this.
Yeah, right? It's gonna be very depressing if they have to try and fight that. Oh, he's aiming at the anvil. He knows. He's trying to take that out just to take out the Ministry a bit faster.
Yep.
There you go.
There you go. Benno heads up play. Showing off some of the mechanics, getting the glassing going.
Surprising amount of Masons survived the orbital bombardment there. They're still here. Oh, runaway Ministry.
Well, listen, it's 200 workers to 75. GreenEggs does have the military advantage in terms of count, but I'm not so sure it's going to be enough over here. He's pulling all the boys.
He's still probably going to die. I don't think the ground army can do it for better. He has to do stuff on his back.
Well, he's entering in a little bit too piecemeal, and the Hurricanes are, even though it's like they're not on the front lines, that means that they trickle in a little bit.
Well, there's Madcaps. I don't even know when the captaincy went down. I didn't see them, but they add so much DPS, and honestly, DPS with his army is already really high.
Oh, the Shaman's going to go down in a second here, though. Oh, never mind. The slow from the Savant really stopping the Pariahs from getting too many hits.
Savant was such a good choice here, honestly. They just crushed the Pariahs. Look, man, I gotta be honest. I don't even know what else the Prostration stage makes. Are the other units there good against Sirens?
So the Savant will be pretty effective against all of them because I guess the Mind Tyrant doesn't do anything.
Oh, I know
but the Pariah, the Potentate, the Sycophant, I guess the Sycophant's like the most...
Oh yeah, I know Sycophant as well.
Yeah, they do splash damage, so I mean there is an argument for them, kind of like Golems, but...
Right.
There's 2 Star Sovereigns back at home at this point. I don't know where he's put the other Star Sovereign that was in the main. I don't know where it is, or if it's anywhere.
It went back to 3 o'clock, but now I don't know where it went. Oh, that's the one that came back, isn't it?
Well, if it is, I don't think the damage calcs are correct because it's only dealt the...
Well, it's an ability, you know. But that's going to be in the Bio Army. They had a glorious...
No, there it is. I found it. It dealt almost 19,000 damage.
Where is it?
It's mixed in with the... There's 4 of them in the middle, actually. 5.
Oh, I thought it was 3.
No, he managed to make it happen, so...
Really cool, though. I like it.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I have to agree with Shambler. Officer Benno has indeed given up the
he
ghost.
rode forth one last time, but Gandalf did not come and save him.
I'm afraid not.
He's pretty doomed here.
Listen, he put up a really good fight for his first match, you know? Like, I want to see this guy against some of the other people here.
Yeah, I like that he wanted to use the tactic with the Hurricanes. Obviously, they could have been refined, but like he's trying to do that kind of stuff, and he's played very tenaciously. And until the Star Sovereign suddenly flew in, I would have said the game was going not bad.
Yes.
But then I was like, wait, what? Where'd that come from?
Yes.
It just destroyed him. And you got to give it to Benno as well for tactically they're doing very well at just distracting his opponent, so we didn't notice that. That was a really good move. And now, oh my god, these poor Madcaps. Oh.
It's not going to be a good. It's not going to be a good time. There's 5 Star Sovereigns shelling your captaincies.
Yeah. They don't even need to use reactive. Oh, he got the Golem back though. The Golems, they'll
No, not quite. He's getting his Apostles back at least.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be brutal. He's even just flying right in now.
Yeah. You don't need anything else there. You can glass the Dracodons. That's all right. The judge and jury have failed. That's the Star Sovereign ready line, but here we go. Captaincy's toast. GreenEggs, what can you do, man? You're not making
These
anything.
Masons, spare
you know what they say.
What do they say? Whoa.
GG. You know what? He
All right.
made it memorable, at least. Gotta
Yeah,
give him
that was a
hats
good
off
game.
for that. I love the bio attempt. It really was working surprisingly well.
Dude, I'm like swayed now. I think if I play Terran again, I'm gonna try playing pure bio, at least until tier 2.
Right, yeah. And even then, I mean, you can go captain, so you can keep the dream alive.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in the meantime, Pantheon is selected by Scholar. Because he is here, after all.
Well, that's hype. That's awesome. I can't believe it, but I'm very excited. Oh, does he know about the new Red Moon?
I just asked him about that.
Hmm.
I don't see him in here, so...
Yeah, I'll a picture too. Because I don't know if he knows what you mean with the language barrier. I would blur out the people's IPs, but it's literally just all the... If you join it, you can see many.
Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's all the Radmin IPs anyway. There's not much you can get with that, I don't think.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Beaver, for offering to be on standby. And I will say, don't go anywhere yet, because if his internet gives out in the middle of the match...
It's not unlikely.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna be right back, because I think he might be a little...
Sure, yeah. We have had a disproportionate amount of technical troubles getting maps started on Axiom specifically, and part of it is due to the maps, part of it is due to the new network for Radmin. Just kind of like a kitchen sink got thrown at the very start, so I appreciate everybody's patience today. At the same time, the games are running on schedule, so can't be too upset, but obviously, you know, it is a shame when it kind of fluffs your start and you have to like refocus after. Big shout out to Green Eggs, though. He impressed me with the bio control and the just the composition and stuff.
Alright, I'm back. No luck.
No response yet. So.
Ah. He just came to give us false hope.
Big caw.
He's still online, though.
Yeah, he big caw.
Is he gonna, you know, give us any words, or he's just here to... Oh, he picked the map.
Yeah, he picked Pantheon. He said it, Pantheon.
I don't know if
XD.
he already knew, but that's what it reminded me.
Yeah. No, that's a good shout, too. I mean, I said a bunch of this stuff already, but I don't think he read most of it.
I'm just worried he's still sitting in looking at the lobby browser, not realizing he has to change Radmin network.
Yeah.
Even though I messaged him, I don't know if, like I said, with the language barrier, if he gets what I mean.
Peruvians only speak emotes. Oh, sorry.
How can you communicate change Radmin server in emote? Okay. That's pretty good.
I don't know if it worked. But I did like when Fact the King revealed that he is also Peruvian and that he is also a Terran main.
Well, one of my favorite StarCraft players to play with is Chilean, so, you know, you get people from all around.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember one 2v2 I played where I had a teammate who didn't speak English at all, and you know, I was trying to Google Translate with Spanish, you know, and coordinate. It was like this really long, tough game, and the opponents had a bunch of carries. We did eventually win. It was like the greatest feeling. We were like trying to communicate our celebrations, you know.
How do you feel about the new music?
Oh, it's awesome. I just wish we had more tracks for in-game as well.
Yes, yeah.
I even like the old one a lot too, to be honest. Like
the old
like
updated title or whatever, the one that Balathal made. Yeah.
Yeah,
That could be a new Zerg one, I think.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, it might need to be like toned down a little bit. It's like in-game, you kind of need like a lower vibe, you know?
Oh, he was trying to translate and posted in the wrong chat box.
Ah, yeah.
Sometimes he's posted like
yeah,
translation
okay, good,
results. So yeah, it looks like he can see us in the lobby, so he's just getting his
so he's in
release
Radman
started.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Now,
Yeah,
does he
I see.
understand what you mean by that? That's the question now.
Yes, if he can translate that and figure it out. I mean, surely I think he's pretty. He's figured.
You know, he's a smart
He
guy.
seems tech
It's
savvy
tough when
enough. Yeah. There he is.
Hey. Party time, yeah.
C. My favorite is when he says C. Food.
No,
Promogo food.
No.
Oh.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess I'm food, or he wants me to eat food. I'm not sure which. Either way, we're getting into it.
He's trying to say good. Oh
Mm.
my god.
We have NICOLAS on the right-hand side and Benno's Protoss on the left. NICOLAS carrying forth the Terran banner. We'll see what he does versus Benno.
I can't believe... you know, I'm so excited for NICOLAS to show up there. I'm like, wait a minute. What am I exposing my boy Benno to? You know, NICOLAS is a scary player. He will, you know, punch your teeth out and take your lunch money. Mm-hmm. Benno, pretty good performance last game. And honestly, I like this strategy. Held his opponent back, and then it's like, oh, here's a Star Sovereign, bye.
Yes,
so,
yeah.
You know, he's definitely playing well. And I want him to win again, but I'm afraid. But I haven't seen NICOLAS play in a long time, so who knows what he's got to.
I don't know what he has been asking for games every now and then, but it will be a Stockade first for him, so he's not going into the Fulcrum style. I don't know if he watched the tail end of that last game and saw all of the gas or whatever, saw all of the bio, now harvesting a little bit of S-Bean, so maybe transitioning into Fulcrum after this. He usually has a plan for the early game, and then things will fall apart there, after that stage, if something goes wrong. So I trust him.
Not wasting any time with the XDs.
Yes, yeah. Love that.
Yeah, so... If it'd be enough to watch the casts and stuff recently to know about the mech changes, but I don't know if he does.
He does seem to listen when he joins voice. He obviously, like, the way his computer works is that we can hear all of his audio if he happens to be speaking at the same time.
Oh,
so like his audio leaks through, and so I will hear him listening to the casts or watching the casts. Like I'll have, every now and then I'll hear myself casting a video or whatever. Like he's watching in the background, so I know he does watch them. At least historically.
Yeah. Now, he does have a lot of gas. Is he going to get a star pad? What's he doing right now?
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. He does have enough money for it, but it looks like it'll be a Fulcrum instead.
Okay. Well, you know, that does kind of bode well that he's kind of up with the meta, though. Because, you know, star pad versus Protoss hasn't really been the way to go for a bunch of patches. Oh, nice. Still got him. Now... I gotta say, I'm not a fan of this map because it's just Shamblevine turned around a little bit, honestly. Well,
you think
not
so?
quite, obviously. It is quite different, obviously, but I don't like the natural. It's pretty tough to defend.
Yeah, the advantage you get, maybe you can use like anchors for it, but it's really hard to defend with like the cliff advantage there. And I know that was a deliberate choice Meek had made.
I like not having an overhang. I think that's a good thing. We need to institute on more maps. The problem is the natural itself is so far away from the choke. And that makes it very difficult here, especially for Terran, because Terran has to rely on repair pools sometimes. Now, with the new mech, it's always possible to not have to play that anchor game where you're going, oh my god, keep the Grapplings away from me, I gotta repair. And he's getting a scrapyard, which can still definitely do the job. Like, even just Blackjacks can do fine against Dracodons, keeping the range. Now, double stockade here, 1 Vestry already. Do you reckon he's going to go for Matadors with a bunch of Clerics?
It could be a good choice, because honestly, Matadors do a ridiculous amount of damage, and nobody really knows that. If they're not in their Cinder mode, they can deal a really good amount of consistent damage, but the first unit out is a Blackjack. He has the Clerics out already, so he's going to patch up his Mavericks. I think Benno has correctly identified so far in both of these games that he needs to go across the map with his early gateway units, but he opened up with a Warden in his mineral line this time around, and I'm not sure what made him think that that was like a requirement. I didn't catch if he did that versus Green Eggs. I don't think he did. And so I wonder why he ended up doing that,
I suspect he might have seen the gas mining and thought they might be star pads. I don't know.
Well,
I didn't actually see what his scout saw or didn't see, actually. I saw it leaving Benno's base, but I never saw it again.
Right. Well, what we see over here right now is he's queued up more Draconids. I thought he was going to go for a much earlier Nexus, which might have given an early option in for NICOLAS to go in and get some early action. I'm kind of surprised he went for the Scrapyard if he wasn't going to push out. But I say that, he is moving out. There are 3 Draconids to meet him at the ramp.
It's a fine army for NICOLAS, but the ramp is going to be pretty tricky, and if that 4th Draconid comes and helps out, I think Benno just wins this fight. Now, he's microing back, very nice, but
not really focusing down the... Yeah, his focus fire is a little bit spread. Now trying to focus onto the Blackjacks. He will get the stim pack, but a little bit of split damage from NICOLAS. Those Clerics doing a lot of work, actually. A surprising amount, because one of the Draconids was busy on the Cleric. Now that's going to get healed up, and this is going to go a lot longer than I think maybe Benno thought. I thought he made... he thought he had the advantage.
Now, right? But why did he change targets? Okay, no, he didn't change targets for a second. He shot one shot at the other one, then went back to the injured one.
Yeah.
But yeah, wow. The power of Clerics, right? Oh my god.
Yeah, they didn't get cleaned up, and so, you end up being a champion with a single Blackjack left over. You can remax, and at this situation, the Nexus halfway done. There's not that many military units back at home. It's going to be 6 Draconids, one of which is wounded. I don't know if NICOLAS can run over this at this point, but he will be going for an expansion, so we have a little bit more time here before we see any sort of explosive action.
I like how the Blackjack just returns home to flex in front of him. I was like, yeah, that's right.
That's right. I did 424 damage. That's right.
Yeah. And if you think about it, any healing is pretty synergistic with Blackjack because you don't want them to get down and get their debuffs, of course.
Yeah, that's right.
If they do damage.
Yeah, reducing the...
So he's going really for 1 Vestry. I wondered if he might throw down another one, especially with how much gas is mining. Second Fulcrum coming up. See if we get a Palladium. And of course, the Blackjack's only costing minerals as well. I'm not really sure what his gas mining is. Well, maybe he's still thinking about tier 2 pretty soon, but he's got to get some minerals for that too.
He does,
nice.
He's keeping up with it, though. He's actually keeping up with Benno in terms of workers, despite obviously being down a town center currently. And so the Ministry will finish.
Be careful here.
Yeah, the cliff is actually advantageous. He's lost his low HP Draken, and he only has 6 or 7 or so. And as a result, there's, 2 more about to finish. He shouldn't be in any danger in here, but, especially with the Clerics kind of a little bit far away.
I mean, it's pretty dicey for Benno, because, these Dragons might be able to handle this, but if they don't, I think Benno just dies. Because how do you stop a few Blackjacks with a bunch of Clerics on him? Because the Mavericks will die, probably. I don't know about pulling back here, because you're in such a narrow location. That said, you do have the range. Maybe you can abuse it.
I think he's trying to use the cliff, Well, at least a couple of workers are going to go down. Oh no, the Clerics are charging forward. That's a big mistake, I feel like.
I just think those other 2 Draconids joined. I think he actually has enough to just take this out now.
Yeah, more
and he's
than
focus firing very nicely as well.
Yep, tactical lag helping him out as well. One of the Draconids will fall. But, at the same time, we've got a Prostration stage and a Palladium, kind of showing you the way that this game seems to be going. And the second Ministry online, that does mean that we'll have that second worker queue that NICOLAS is used to. So even workers is basically what I'm getting at here. That's what we're going to see going forward.
Yeah. Phalanx or Madrigal are both terrible against Pariahs, so it's looking not bad for Benno at all, especially having lost that army, right? It's not terrible to trade. You got a couple Dracodons, but you really need to keep that presence. here as Terran. Once you lose the pressure on Protoss, you have a lot of problems that Protoss can pose for you. And it looks like immediately Benno's looking at securing a third. I think he was thinking about it before the attack came, actually, but now he's sending a Draken over again. And yeah, I don't know how he's going to stop Pariahs, right? He does have 2 Stockades to make a bunch of Rakans if he goes that way. I think Matadors wouldn't be useless. I don't think they'd be great. Yeah, the lag's hitting us hard today.
Yeah, he's
but I don't, I'm just
crying it out.
I'm just worrying if there's like, a few Madrigals or Phalanx in front of some Mavericks, Pariah will just come and destroy it.
He's actually going for a Madrigal here. I'm not sure he's up to snuff on the rework where it doesn't do any anti-ground damage unless you deploy it. So,
it might be.
I mean, he'll have to figure it out pretty soon. I don't know how much time he spent looking at the patch notes.
Furia is actually not bad against Protoss, it turns out, but you do have to use them as a support. And, with a bunch of Mavericks or whatever, I think it's not bad. But against Pariah, still, I have my doubt.
I don't think it's really the choice here. Phalanxes would be better if you were going to go for something like that. I agree that your estimation about the Matadors, the Armor Rend, very important versus Pariahs and versus Protoss, like ground armies in general. Benno, having a very consistent style. The Atlas has just gone down in the main. So in about 75 seconds, we're going to see the Tier 2 come online. Let's see what NICOLAS can do in the meantime, because that's the main thing. He's going to be behind in terms of expo tempo.
Well, this isn't too bad, actually. If he just turtles on 2 base until some kind of tier 2 is up, I think he's not doing too bad. Yeah, Protoss will pull ahead a little bit economically, but Prostration Stage is not the kind of tech where you have to stop Protoss from getting a critical mass. Like, if there's an Argosy, obviously, you have to do something about it, or once there's too many Empyreans or Solarians, you just lose. But with Pariahs or any of those other units, which, honestly, I'm not too worried about, then it's just another unit in the ground army, you can deal with it. I think NICOLAS still doing okay here.
Yep. He has a Phalanx nearly finished. He's actually added a 3rd stockade. I wonder what that's going to end up being for. Continuing to pump Clerics. He's got a nice scrappy early game army, but I feel like he is eventually going to be overwhelmed by what Benno can make in terms of just raw production, starting another Ministry as well. So, soon he'll be on to 3 bases.
The Phalanx is fine in the army, but you've got to be careful it doesn't get tossed into a Pariah that's in your front line, right? And honestly, if the Pariah isn't standing still attacking stuff, it's just going to miss too. So if he targets on the Draconans, it could definitely add a lot of mileage. And, this is enough DPS to deal with a couple Pariahs, but if there's a lot of stuff behind it, it starts to get pretty scary.
This is a great matchup here, I think, for NICOLAS to sort of shake the rust off, because Benno isn't the most proactive in terms of being aggressive,
Yeah,
so,
I guess
he's giving him a lot of time. He's even idling a lot of workers over in the 3rd while he considers what to get next.
That.
I think he's just been looking through the command card, like, what do I buy? And it will be another frustration stage. Yeah,
he loves those Pariahs, man.
Yeah, he's a happy man with him. So far, he's acted like every one of his structures produces 1 unit. Draconin, Pariah,
that's right.
Star Sovereign, that's it. That was his whole
doing like a challenge run.
Yeah. Yeah, you announced those on all the NHFFAs, so, he's
that's right.
Carrying forward the torch. Captaincy in the back line over here in the natural.
Oh, the Maverick.
Well. Who would win? One Maverick versus...
Well, again, he was probably saying, like, I can take him as he ran in.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, no, hang on a second. I'm going to need stim. All right, now I can take him.
Now you can take him, all right.
The Pariah just kind of looked at him, It didn't get to even move towards it. It was like, huh?
Yeah. You're approaching me.
Sentinels, or a Sentinel going up.
Taking the 3rd.
Oh, it is Captaincy back there. Okay.
Guildhall, fast Guildhall. We could see Autocrats take the storm. He doesn't have that much...
If you get Pariahs back, oh my god, that would be huge. Now, how much healing does he have? Because Shamans are honestly the best thing. If you have a lot of res stuff, it's better to have Shamans, because the Clerics might be busy somewhere else, right? But you always keep them alive with the Shamans. That said, the Pariahs can keep themselves alive for a bit if there's enemies. Yeah, dude, he might have been watching the games, because I know Shambler's been using Autocrats a bit. He's a big fan.
Yes.
Olympians, are they any good versus Pariahs? I have to imagine they might not be. I think they die too fast.
They've got pretty good armor pen, and if you ever turn away, you get even more armor pen when you're attacking targets that have their backs turned to you. So.
Well, Pariah's not likely to, but still.
Yeah.
Hey, it only
Benno retreats a lot, is my thinking, so it might actually work out for him.
Well, I don't want to make balance appeals to you in this cast, but to be honest with you, I think Olympian's a bit of a dead unit, because Madcaps are just a better DPS, and I don't know, Olympians are not actually tanky enough to do that role, but hey, let's not get into that. He's coming down here to fight this Engram. Bit tough, but Blackjack's sort of tanky enough to get through it, but the army is coming here. NICOLAS filing in single file, needs to get in a good formation. Now, this is a really nice choke to deal with, Bryce, but he needs to get back a bit more.
Yeah, the Phalanx isn't even deploying. He's going to keep it in tank mode for that. Finally going to go for it, but the Pariahs are already online.
Did you see that Pariah swipe? That killed so much. This army is doomed, man. He cannot hold them back. He took out one Pariah. If he takes out another, it's not bad. Oh, is he going to get the third?
No, not quite. He never deployed the Madrigal, not that it would have made a huge difference, I don't think, but I don't think he realized that it doesn't deal versus ground damage anymore in that mode. So
yeah. If he was going to win that fight, Furia Madrigal would have done a lot, but since he did get wiped, you're right, I don't think it would have even killed him in a single additional unit. He did get the 2 Pariahs. Now, this is bad for NICOLAS, make no mistake, but if you keep the Pariah number down, the Draconids alone are going to have a hard time getting in there, especially against Sentinels, and stuff like Madcap's Sword. It is Olympians, there you go. I think a few Olympians with a little bit of healing can just shred Draconids. Yeah. And of course, Protoss is always relying on the higher tech units to do something for army, right? When you get up higher tiers, Draconids and Zealots really aren't going to do much.
He's actually making Heracles with the back captaincy, so it's interesting. He's at least giving himself a bit of a front line where it's like staggered, where the Olympians are in between the Phalanxes and the Heracles. It could be a pretty good move. I'm not seeing vultures, though. Newt was building a lot of vultures and using the mines to guarantee shots from the mortar. From the Sentinel,
that would be
from
huge
the Phalanx,
against
rather?
Pariahs.
Yeah.
That would be, like, total devastation. Yeah, the Heracles, I don't know. Again, I don't think they're really tanky enough to be good against Pariahs. You know, if it's minerals you want to spend, I think I'd rather get Hurricanes. But hey, it'll do some damage. It'll slow them down a little bit. It's not the worst thing.
4th base coming online here, meanwhile, for Benno. And yeah, I'm not sure. He seems to have just frozen his army at 12 o'clock or 6 o'clock where they last did some
maybe
damage.
he's looking for considering what to build again, you know?
Yeah.
Just getting his gas organized.
Yeah. I mean, he's keeping some of his resources kind of low. He does have 2k minerals, though. So.
Okay, we do have an autocrat. Just one, I see. But more could come. And now he's not mining from his 3rd gas at all yet, but NICOLAS does have that option. He's got one reservoir up. So, you know, if he gets a bunch of those out, all he has to do is start winning an engagement, and it will quickly snowball to absolute devastation for the Protoss. With the Heracles and Olympians. Yeah, he's got a lot of TPS. I still really would like to see Madcaps, to be honest, because Benno has the kind of army where you can have a fairly secure backline. And Madcaps really are just the most mineral-efficient DPS, probably in the entire game, actually, if I think about it. So if you have just a stack of those behind, you know, say Heracles or even Phalanx or whatever, you will shred whatever comes at you.
Well, I think Benno might be paying attention to the minimap right now because he is going to move at the same time as his witness spies the move out. So it's going to be a bit of a trade. Nothing in that anchor. Some Sentinels, okay, at least they do something. The other Sentinels, by the way, they lifted off, and they are now going to be accompanying this army.
Oh, he turned back. Did he see something? Oh, no, he's just sort of...
No, I think he's just reorganizing himself, yeah.
I don't know why NICOLAS is so determined to come down this little choky area, but now he's going to get counterattacked. It's going to be devastating. There's just a handful of defenses here. I don't think one of these Pariahs is going to go down. I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, there's nothing even in the anchor, right? Some Olympians hanging out, the Heracles drawing some of their fire, but only staying alive for a couple of swipes. Takes 5 or so hits.
Man, those Olympians do work, though, don't they?
Yeah, they're doing plenty of damage over here. Phalanxes and a bit of a worker pull at the same time. Remember, these engrams were still put up. They were never really dealt with. So a bunch of those infantry are going to go down, and NICOLAS is going to call GG. Benno going up to a fast 2-0.
Yeah, unfortunately a bit anticlimactic, but I think NICOLAS was correct. He was definitely dead there. Really nice use of just a single witness, right? Shows you how important intelligence is. And, you know, maybe I was a bit too harsh on the Olympians. Maybe NICOLAS had an army that actually could have won that fight, but now, once he had a Protoss army in his base, he knew there wasn't much he could do.
Yeah, pretty difficult to get out of that situation. You kind of need, I think if he had even just 4 Olympians instead of 2 or something like that, or indeed like, you know, 2 autocrats behind them or something, you might have been able to mount a successful defense.
Well, you know how it is. You just need to spam like 10 Sentinels in every location and then you win the game pretty much.
It definitely feels like that gives you a better shot, for sure. We'll wait for GreenEggs to select the next map, and Benno is going to be facing off against him yet again. A rematch of what happened on Axiom. Man,
look at Benno go. Doesn't play for months, comes back, signs up. Destroying out here. Yeah, it was not a bad showing from NICOLAS by any means. That's why it's more impressive that Benno kind of just handled it.
NICOLAS has had struggles versus Protoss and Zerg. Like, in a mirror matchup, I think he does really well. For whatever reason, he just knows how to deal with that. But if it comes to the Zerg or the Protoss, I think it's a little bit harder for him to grasp those. And that's weird, because he also has played those races a little bit, too. So it's not like he just doesn't know what they do.
Yeah.
Either way, he'll have to take some opportunity to maybe check out the stream and see what games are going to come up next.
Well, you know, a part of it was probably map familiarity as well. Although he did go through the center in the start. I'm not sure why he chose to go all the way down to the bottom again. Maybe he's just thinking, you know, it's such a narrow location, it's very favorable against those pariahs. Oh, he's still here.
Yeah.
With us in spirit.
I do think Benno is dangerous, though.
Definitely.
Benno has calmed down from 6 red oofs to 3 yellow bars.
Nice. Shouldn't you have like a different face for each one?
I think so, yeah, but for whatever reason, it only replaced the red one. All right. Yeah, there you go.
Green Eggs reverse sweep, let's go.
Let's do it. All right. I am going to boot NICOLAS out so that we don't get mega lag.
Do you want me to add him with the stream?
Yeah, you can. I already pinged him and let him know what was going on. All right. We'll be playing on Fata Morgana, selected by GreenEggs'NSpam. Appreciate you helping NICOLAS understand what's going on.
Yeah, man, he's a precious resource. We don't want to lose him.
Exactly. I don't want him to think that he only played one game and that was it. Benno, top left, Protoss. GreenEggs'NSpam, top right, Terran. Now, you've played a little bit on this map already. What are your thoughts on it so far?
You don't even ask. You know what my games on this map have looked like, man. Don't even talk to me.
Listen, they couldn't have looked as ridiculous
spawns
with the Londier ones, so...
Yeah, well, you wonder, actually. Even that game, I realized it could have been a draw, but I left. But, you know, who wants to worry about that? Are you going to build in a draw system into Cosmonarchy like Starcraft 2 has?
What is the draw system exactly? Can you enlighten me?
If no one like does a certain list of actions, like, you know, for example, mining, building something, killing something for 6 minutes, then the game's automatically a draw.
Okay.
Like, you know, any of those actions that indicate the game will still progress, you know what I mean?
Right. I guess I could probably talk with Vic about that and figure something out about that. I feel like it's hard to authoritatively know that it's good, you know? Like...
Well, the thing is, StarCraft 2's, most people don't even know it exists because it's so rare that those situations will be met.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine, because, you know, you can say, well, you're not going to catch all stalemate games, and that's okay, but if it works some of the time, it's better than nothing, you know? I didn't know it existed for like 4 or 5 years of playing StarCraft 2, but then I had this situation where I had a Hellion, and I spent too long trying to kill a Nexus, and I didn't, and then I got a draw.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. You would think that doing damage would be enough, but I guess not.
Unfortunately not. You have to kill stuff.
I guess it's because like things can regenerate, so you could theoretically be in a
Exactly.
stalemate. Yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, say you had like a Stalker versus a Cannon, you know, you'd just be like, oh, well, I can do this forever.
My God, I can't believe you said Stalker. Can't believe they named the unit Stalker.
Man, look, I like the edgy shit, to be honest. I'm a fan.
Like, you can have edgy stuff. Listen, I have edgy stuff all over the place, but like,
That's
you know,
true.
isn't it better to have the edgy stuff be, oh my God, he spotted the little hidden stockade.
Interesting that he did this, but he didn't float in. He's just making a rocket over here. He's not floating over and doing it.
He's in the wrong base. Yeah, he doesn't realize it.
2 gateways again. Do you think there's a path there? 2 gateways again? No, just stand solid.
Yeah, this is obviously a situation where, you know, that like I forget what they call it, but there's that bridge that was the land bridge between North America and Russia and stuff, Europe. That's basically you know, what Green Eggs thinks is going on over here.
Sorry, the Ice Age is over. Now it's the Oil Age or whatever's down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I guess that's like the, you know, Ice Age fossils left in the tar, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, here's the lift. No, never mind. He's just going to stay in the rain. All right.
Yeah.
It is a 1 stockade expand. He's going a bit more greedy. I think he's read Benno and realized, wait a second, this guy doesn't attack. I hold his first bracket and it's fine.
About this map then, because I didn't really give you an answer before. I
Sure,
have played games since that one ill-fated one. It feels like whichever race wants to be close to their opponent has a pretty strong advantage because of these inner third bases. And the Russians is not really that long anyway. So I'd say generally, it's hard to say in this matchup actually because it goes back and forth. But I feel like Terran likes to put pressure on unless they choose, like they have the initiative to choose to play a sort of more totally kind of game. So honestly, I haven't seen many TVPs on here, but I like it for Terran in general. Now look at this. He's trying to do the strat again, but his anchor is in the air, It's not where you want it to be.
No, he's got to land it at some point, and honestly, the
That's
Drakidins are going to spot the Hurricanes, I think. Yeah, the jig is up, my friends. Ahmed will be spotted, the anchor making its place known.
Block this. If benno walks in, he's going to do devastating damage. Oof.
Oh, manages to save one of the Hurricanes. I didn't predict that.
Okay. Well, 2 Hurricanes for the ramp. Yeah, you don't want to try this. But I was thinking the Hurricanes would die, and then he just waltzes past the anchor, doesn't even care. He'll be fine here. Now, this is interesting. Double Ministry, but not floating down. And, theoretically, you're getting some advance from this for now, just saturating your base, and you'll float down later. It just makes you wonder, though, I think the Quarry and then the Treasury is just superior in all ways to this.
Well, the one thing you know about the Ministry option is that it won't get sniped by early aggression. And with all of the gas floated, I think this is probably going to be another, double Covenant game.
Oh, you could make an anvil in your main, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, you wouldn't do that with the secondary Ministry because you'd want to lift it off and leave it. But
well, what if you need 2 anvils?
Ideally, you'd still use the Treasury for that, I think. But, I guess it doesn't really matter. You can waypoint the workers down. It's probably not...
Well, I like how this looks for Green Eggs. I think taking what he learned from the game before, he's just going to get the Eidolons in the anchor maybe, and use that to hold the choke, and then he's going to float down a bit more safely than the last game. Last game was a bit of a disaster early on.
Yeah, that's right,
but
yeah.
He managed to stabilize.
Well, there we go. Anchor now away yet again, and Benno has left him alone a lot, so there is that. But the faster Eidolon this time around, I think, is really going to help him hold versus the sort of Benno playstyle where he just kind of doesn't want to focus forward. Ministry now moving head down there. And Benno with the worker advantage as well as the expo timing, despite the harassment. Obviously, his Ministry's been done for a while, but he's going to land it as the Nexus is finishing over there. So he's already going to be in a pretty good spot, I think.
Well, he's gotten a 3-worker lead just by building in his main, right? That's the power of a Terran. And he could go double Quarry anytime if he wanted to. Although that might even be a bit much. I guess we'll see what he does. But
what? Neblime says that's too many Masons? Who are you?
I've changed. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, because you're no longer a Terran player, so now...
Even I have to wonder, actually, even unless you got an expansion really fast, I'm not sure you want to get 2 quarries right away. Because not that you don't want that many Masons, it's just can you spend that much on economy that fast?
That's right, yeah. And you probably could get pushed at the same time. Stim Maverick going to be scouting out. One of the things I want to keep tabs on. Okay, there's the star pad. I think we're probably going to see a Huracan Eidolon drop here. Actually, it sounds like a weird combo, but the Huracans can occupy any defenses, maybe do some splash damage to the workers, and I think the Eidolons can just clean up after.
Now.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Do you want to drop Huracans, though, and grab so much attention? Maybe the way to do it is he sneaks in, he drops the Eidolon in the back of the base, then the Huracans go drop the natural or something.
Right, yeah.
Cause a nuisance as the nuke's coming down the main. I hope he goes for a Trojan right away. I think it'd be a lot stronger than the Rakes he went for before.
Yep. His star pad's done now. And another Treasury. So he's going to be trying to go for an expand. Second Covenant up, Vestry up. Thinking about how to spend all of his money.
He's going to have to add more stockades. He can't secure a third on 4 stockades, especially with so many Drakidins. I think, honestly, Benno just anticipated that he's going to go bio again, and he just has such an overwhelming number of Drakidins. It's going to be very hard to clean that up. I want to say the best strat would be the good old Huracan drop. Drop behind the Drakidins.
Trojan coming.
The rest of the army. Yeah, well, I don't think he's going to drop it in the army, to be honest. And against mass Drakidin armies, it's not that easy to pull off. I have to say.
You need to catch, almost time it between their shots, which is real difficult to do.
Yeah. Well, you have to come from the right spot behind them as well, and you don't have witnesses out there. You can't keep track of where they are.
Yeah. Okay, this Maverick is going to spot the Drakidin sort of shuffling. Benno's been moving back and forth, checking 3 o'clock, the center, the 3rd over here at a 1 o'clock base location. So the Eidolons are coming out in force. There's 3 of them.
The witness sees the Trojan immediately. I don't know if Benno noticed it. I think he did, because look, he's going to build some stuff in the corner of his base.
Yeah, maybe even just knowing the star pad is there is enough for that, so...
Yeah.
No detection. Well, there is detection. If that Shaman was deployed, he would have killed the witness, I'm pretty sure.
Ah, what a shame.
And
I assume he wanted to build the prostration stage there. Yeah, there it is. So, nothing new from Benno. Honestly, nothing new from Green Eggs so far. We'll see if we can make it work on the rematch, because it did look menacing. Or, you don't want to be doing this. You've got to be really careful with these Eidolons.
Yeah, that's right. Instantaneously losing one of them. One of the things I do want to see is whether or not he builds more savants, and some of them are queuing up as I say that. The reason why, I felt like they were really good at picking apart the high-tech units. The Eidolon trying its best to escape, but it's not going to be enough. Doesn't look like Benno noticed it, thankfully.
I always looked at the Savant and I was kind of like, that doesn't seem that useful, but now I realize if you're up against an army like this with, the sort of keystone units, it's really, really strong. How much do they cost?
The Savant is a little bit more on the mineral side than the gas by comparison. I'll pull up the exact figures for you.
75.50, is it?
So the Eidolon is 50 and 75, and the Savant is 150. 100 minerals, 50 gas.
Yeah. Okay, that's not bad. You can get quite a few of them then. If you had 20 in the army, even against this mass Dracodon, you'd really be shutting them down.
I think we're going to see an Atlas pretty soon as well. I mean, we definitely have the minerals for it, nearing the gas count. 20 Dracodons now massed up on the side. Now, 9 o'clock is being taken, so another expansion timing. This treasury's been lifted for a long time. I think Green Eggs has wanted to take an expo with it. It doesn't really have the... Without mech with, phalanxes and vultures and stuff, it's hard to secure versus mass gate, like a third base. Like, you were talking about that, he's going to need to add more stockades. And he did add one more stockade, but he's not really able to muscle out this army.
Well, if you get a really good engagement somehow, you can do it. But you can just see, if he comes out with these Hurricanes, the Dracodons are just going to be kiting back all day. And he'll get some, he'll trade, but he won't be able to secure the map, like you say. I think it's wise to stay in your base for now. But there is no Atlas yet. And honestly, I think it is more Mavericks.
It does feel like that, yeah. Some more bodies to throw at the problem. He is going to start to storm away at the same time as Benno's moving down to the 3 o'clock location again.
Did you see that Shaman? The witness was coming past just after he undeployed the Shaman, but he saw the blur and he deployed it and the Eidolons snapped it. It was pretty good.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, that's going to provoke another one, surely. Another one is in production.
I'm impressed that he spotted it, and just after he'd unvisionaried, or whatever you call it.
Yeah, undeployed. Some Hurricanes patrolling around the bridge here. They are going to be spotted by these 2 Dracodons. I mean, this fight is you can try to just move forward there. Benno is going to be forced to reveal the rest of his Dracodon presence.
Oh, go back.
And the Hurricanes move backwards.
It's kind of almost like Green Eggs can almost kind of afford just make enough Hurricanes to constantly have 3 dying,
Yeah, absolutely. Kiting backwards, Benno focusing some more of his attention, activating his tactical lag maneuver.
Yeah,
the watchdog, the floating watchdog moving across the map. So can you get me this straight? The floating watchdog you said was It Depends?
I thought so.
It Depends said it was you.
No way!
I'm pretty sure he said that, so I don't know what was going on there. So I don't know.
I learned it from someone other than myself because, I said, I saw it and I was like, "Oh my god, this changes everything,"
Right? Yeah.
I can
maybe it was him and he was trolling me, or I'm forgetting. Either way, something funny happened.
Maybe and he learned it from me after I learned it from someone else, and I forgot that and saw him do it again. I'm like, oh. I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe no one used it quite as much as me because you probably noticed I'll do it 4 or 5 times a game sometimes if I need to.
Yeah, just to get the confirmed scout.
Scouting is so important in Cosmonarchy. It's
well, that's why you send stuff like you send the anvils out there. The ant seals out there. You send the Ovoleths. You obviously send
anvil.
Yeah. Well, listen. I mean, you can pick it up with the Trojan, maybe.
Yeah, I should be doing that. People keep saying I should do that.
Well, I haven't even tested to see if it works. I think that might be the one add-on I didn't do it for because of some limitation. But eventually, it will be a thing, and you will be able to.
Is it because it has its own cargo? Is that why?
I don't know. There was some weird thing happening where it wouldn't necessarily update the nuke position or something. Eidolon's taking some good pot shots here, yeah.
Look at this. They're forcing an engagement. Although, I don't know if Green Eggs wants to force an engagement on the bridge, to be honest.
I think it's fine for him. He's got the range advantage versus the Dracodons.
That's a lot of Dracodons, dude. These Hurricanes will not last that long. Now, he really needs to put down some Sentinels. Wait, there's still no Atlas.
No.
Oh, dear. Because the problem is, if Benno just attacks where his army isn't, he's going to get into a good spot and have a much stronger engagement. Now, it's a decent trade. Honestly, I think Green Eggs should be like, yeah, I can lose Mavericks and Hurricanes all day as long as the army doesn't get reset, and he's taken out Dracodons a little bit at a time. I think it's a pretty good engagement for him.
Yeah, that's right. And, he still has plenty of Hurricanes. It's just, again, they're not in the right spot. And I think that other bridge might be looking attractive to Benno, although he's kept his witness with his army. The Anvil is producing another Morningstar, so we will be seeing that.
In the main? What's going on with this? Is he expecting a really big Hurricane drop or something?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. This Wraith is tickling the pylon and has not been dealt with yet.
The pylon isn't actually powering anything, so...
Yeah, I know. It's just kind of an annoyance more than anything. Every now and then you get a notification that you're under attack.
Getting in any further, isn't it?
Yeah.
How long does it take to one Wraith to kill a Prostration stage, I wonder? Well, he's going for it again. If Benno just went across the other ramp, I think he would instantly win the game, but alas...
I don't know. The bridge is continuing to be held, an anchor being set up.
Four
pariahs charging in versus 1 Maverick. We love to see that kind of match. What's the reaction here, Green Eggs? What are you going to do?
Sweep across! Oh my god, Benno's not going for it. It is scary with that choke. Oh, is he going to nuke? Yes.
Oh, he tapped him with the ankle. Yeah, okay. So the Eidolon, at this point it's been noted. It's still a good zoning nuke, even though it doesn't accomplish anything.
Definitely. I was going to say, I'd love to see a nuke on the bridge. Either one, really. It doesn't really matter. Just so you can say, well, one spot he's not going to come through, and I'll guard the other one. And you can just keep spamming that. It would be a lot of gas, but if you have something else you're waiting for, then you'd be set. And look at this. 2 Trojans coming down here. I mean, outlying bases could be vulnerable. There's an engram at the 9 o'clock-ish one, but at what do you call it, 7 o'clock, he could just drop in, kill the Nexus with 2 Trojans worth pretty easily.
Ooh, Benno just walked through the Irradiate, losing a little bit of hull damage on some of those Dracodons. One of them did, in fact, die.
Wow, okay. I didn't think it would do that much of a Radiate alone. But yeah, if he just keeps using nukes for defense here, he can do some drops, but I don't know what his plan is after that, because the Atlas is done, but he hasn't built anything else yet.
The Witness has spotted these Trojans, which do have some bio in them. But okay, he's going to force the drop here. The engram on the cliff is going to make short work of this. I think he should scoop these back up and immediately sort of power them on into the natural. But he can also just choose to ignore the engram here. If he's going to charge forward. Another stim will do nicely. He can pop this pylon without even engaging that Warden.
No, he's going for the Nexus though. I mean, if the army wasn't coming back, he would get it for sure. But there's enough here. There's like 6 prizes. Well,
losing the Trojan is a little bit of a worse for wear there, unfortunately, yeah.
If he used that opportunity to get his army out and take some kind of position on the map, I would have liked it, because he can rely on Benno to pull his entire army back. Dude, the prophecy's coming true. No, the Wraith, he was beginning to believe.
It did 150 damage almost. Now, just walking straight past this anchor here, that one on the bridge is going to go kaput. Now, there are still a lot of bio units over here, so honestly, Benno can't get his pariahs across this bridge. He needs to go to attack the other one. He's going to lose his entire ground force if he doesn't pull back here.
Well, that said, Terran also gets sucked into the choke at some point, evening things out. Although, so far, it looks pretty bad for Protoss.
Yes, I'm not liking this situation here. The pariahs having their armor shredded. Yep, going down. See you later. Not very many Hurricanes left over.
I wonder if GreenEggs could have come around for us around. Like, again, Zerg philosophy, right? He probably could have wiped that. That said, all the pariahs haven't seen action, right? We don't know how deadly they're going to be. But there's plenty of savants here.
Captaincies are completing behind, but a Monument of Sin has started.
Oh, of course it has. He's just doing the exact same thing. He's not changing.
Yes, 5 lattices and a monument down in the bottom left. So 7 o'clock is where that's at.
It ain't broke to fix it. Well, there's one pariah.
Oh boy, the Shaman's actually kept alive. One of the pariahs down a half HP. Not very many left. Honestly, this could hit at such a timing where the Star Sovereigns can't even get out.
GreenEggs needs to be very aggressive, but how is he ever going to get in there with that engram on the high ground? He does not have the siege units, he does not have the tanky units to get past that kind of position, though. Outlying bases he could take out, and that would be good. Oh, here we go.
Oh boy.
Coming again, and
deployment on the Shamans. The Pariah's going kaput immediately almost, but now they're going to get on top of those Mavericks, and there's no Hurricanes there. They're trapped behind all of those Convicts. Savants, plenty of them to continuously drain. Only a couple of shots, good for it, and now getting body blocked by the Dracodons on the way back. So, okay, so far we're doing all right.
GreenEggs has such a bank though. He needs to spam more units. Like if he had
both
that much bio, true. If GreenEggs had like 200 units of bio, he could come in like any location. But
I just need to see a Daedala. He's got enough money for it. It's 1,800 of each resource now.
Yeah, man. There is no tier 3 bio anymore though, so.
Well, there's the Apothecary still, but you know.
Oh right, no, sorry, of course there is. Yeah, get those savants in there. That would be devastating. Not savants, sorry,
Silver Tongues is probably what you're thinking.
That would be so strong. Well, I kind of like this nuke, even though it looks like Benno's not going to run through it at this moment. But if he runs in the natural now, if he can somehow deal with that goddamn engram, if he only had Trojans, you gotta utilize the Huracan drop to its utmost here. You drop 8 Huracans on that with a couple of Mavericks shooting down from the bottom, you'll easily clear it while everything else is going on. But he really just can't do anything about this. Maybe he can nuke it, but that's the best he can do.
I really want the Eidolons to be used in this situation, but I do agree that it basically has to be a nuke. And as long as there is a witness in this area, he's moving forward with the Shaman. I think he might have popped it actually.
You're right though. He could just shoot it with the Eidolons, couldn't he?
Yeah, as long as the witness isn't revealing it. Yeah.
It'd be tricky to get the spot because you move forward a bit too much. The splash damage starts hitting.
Well, there it is. Instantaneously popped. Yeah, and indeed, a Star Sovereign is starting production.
Here's the thing, even if he kills the main, can he stop one Star Sovereign? Madcaps are out, and if they get a good spread, they can definitely have enough DPS to kill a Star Sovereign, but he can also just fly away.
Apostle's coming out too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Apostles, but I'm not a big fan necessarily either.
Not in this situation. It feels like you need to break. You know, units are causing the pathing block is really hurting him here. He needs to get the Eidolons on this situation. The damage dealt. 1,800 on the one engram.
That won't actually kill them, will it?
The radiation will eventually, but still, yeah, this is a lot of losses.
Oh, well, they are only Mavericks. We got a lot of those.
They have a preset kill them.
Yep. Oh my god, that is a lot of corpses though.
Okay, one of them does actually go down, so we color us surprised. On the other side, the bridge is an attempted surround, but the whole western flank is taken care of. Pariah's trying to get in on this. Harakan's now returning to the fight. Hold on. We might still have a fight over here. I think Benno thought he was winning this one just yet again, but it's not happening. The Shaman's doing so much healing, and those Eidolons staying alive is a huge deal.
He's coming in with the back as well. If he can reclaim some of these Pariahs, he'd be looking so good.
Yeah, it needs to get those Drakidins post-haste. They do decay afterwards now because they are hostile units.
Well, I'm waiting for the race because there's so many Pariah corpses there. And he could run in and deal with that Engram pretty easily with just a couple Pariahs. Oh, he's getting Drakidins. He's getting a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he needs to just throw those Drakidins out at them. He's trying to out-heal the damage using Shamans, which is possible.
Can do that. Yeah. I mean, he's got 5 of them. It'd be pretty easy. Only 4 of them. Oh, he didn't get any Pariahs, unfortunately.
Yeah,
he can't waste time.
No, yeah, I do think he needs to maybe throw these out there. He's going to lose an Apostle as a result of that little faux pas, and he's going to see if he can reclaim it. When you reclaim your own units, it is permanent. They don't leave behind a second corpse.
Uh-oh. Waiting for the nuke. Is he thinking about it? No, he just wanted to get that back. No,
he couldn't even get the Apostle back in time. It's not working out for him right now.
By the way, the Star Sovereign is here. It's making its way down the bottom of the map. Okay, he is going to take that Engram out. Now we know it's not that hard, but look at that. Benno knows what kind of game he's playing here. He's already added 2 more. So he might...
No, he could just charge forward. I think he knows where it is. No, maybe not.
I don't think he does. Well, I hope they don't get hit by the nuke. No, they won't.
Ahmed revealing additional engrams. And he only has the 1 anvil, right? So it's not like he has reserve Morning Stars ready to throw out.
Saying, if you have 2, you can go non-stop.
All Pariahs are going to get lost here if he's not careful. More engrams being added up the ramp.
Yeah, of course. That's all he has to do. He knows all he has to do is wait until this Star Sovereign makes its way in, and there's nothing to stop it. There's a couple of Apostles where they're never going to kill a Star Sovereign. 1 Watchdog.
Oh, a Witness!
Anyway. Oh, did he get one?
Yeah, he took his Witness. That's funny.
Well, one more nuke maybe gets way in here. I say that, but how many engrams are already going up?
Yeah, it's so many. I mean, they're only powered by 1 pylon, so that would be the nuke spot for sure.
Dude, if this Star Sovereign doesn't win the game instantly, I think Benno's going to lose.
Oh, but the nuking Eidolon got taken out because it was too close to the Pariahs, and all the rest of these units are going to be taken care of. This Star Sovereign's still not moving up the side of the map. There are some Madcaps and Apostles over here, but there's nothing in the skies that can deal with it.
Well, I mean, if those are in position, it's probably not quite enough.
Hold on.
But yeah,
we've got a pylon for Green Eggs. He's stolen a scribe. Oh, here comes the Star Sovereign on the other side, though.
Oh, dude, he could do it right over the cliff. Oh, no, he's getting hit pretty hard.
Yep, no, that's not going to complete. He is going to lose it. Wait, dude, the Apostle can take the Star Sovereign. Oh Green Eggs needs to get on that post-haste. That can be his linchpin in. He has taken it. It won't survive very long. He needs to move it close to the Shamans before it ends up dying. Okay, it's going to get healed. It's going to get healed. He needs to escort it with the Shamans.
In Green Egg's main, though, it's getting glassed as we speak.
Oh, no. He's trying to lift off if he can. He's salvaging most of the production. Okay, loses the Ministry.
Dude, those engrams will crush it, though. Oh, no, he's not going to survive.
Now pulls the Shaman back, tries to get the healing off with the Shaman. That one last Pariah, ooh, it was just enough to close it at the end.
Clutch snipe by Benno there, and yeah, I think he's lost everything now. He's making a Nexus. He has plenty of money to rebuild, but...
That's a pylon, unfortunately, not even a Nexus.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
oh.
he might have fat-fingered that one.
Yeah, he can make engrams, I guess. He make his own. Fire with fire.
That's true, yeah. Oh my
god, that was crazy there. Can Talos repair Star Sovereign?
Yeah, you can repair anything. Even a Mason.
Can you repair Hydralisks?
Yeah, any bio, any unit. You can repair Mavericks, right? So you can repair.
I think it's a bit silly that you can repair Zerg. What are you doing there?
What do you mean? You're just sealing their wounds with a little bit of,
Sounds painful. There is an Apostle still here, so technically anything is possible,
Yeah, that is true.
One unit after another. Dude, look at this one lone base over here, just waiting for the golems to charge in.
Oh no, 3 Eidolons are going to die to 1 Pariah. Oh no.
Alright, here comes the Star Sovereign. Dude, aim for the anvil. I want to see it. We all want to see it. Oh wait, the Atlas survived? Oh dude, the tech structures didn't even have to lift. They're just chilling over there.
Yeah, that's fine. No problems there.
Yeah,
the Daedalus is finished, but I haven't seen any tier 3 activity at all.
Dude, he could start making diadems around. You never know. Yeah, he's still in captaincies. Get the
glass.
Oh boy. It's going to be a chain reaction with the anvil.
Send this screenshot to your local StarCraft 1 player and tell them that they are missing out.
Yeah. Dude, send this game. This game is very dramatic.
GG. And that is going to do it. Unfortunately, Green Eggs could not finish the job. And yeah, that's rough. That was really, really. I think Green Eggs has improved even just between the games, honestly.
Definitely. He had a real chance of winning that.
Yeah, I really liked his bio play, and he's doing it in a style that's like not very conventional. I don't know if he's played it versus Protoss even, like maybe against AI or whatever. But that was honestly very impressive.
You know, not to say that the style is bad. I think Bai is very much viable based on these. But Benno knew very well what he was doing, and putting all those engrams was the perfect counter to it, because that's just the kind of thing you can't do with Bio. Because every individual unit's so weak, getting into those areas with like big splash damage is really tough. And, you know, well, still no answer to the Star Orphan, though. A good adaptation would have been just get the typical Sundogs. You know, you don't need to innovate. You've got the money spare. If he just has, like, 10 Sundogs hanging around his main, he'll be able to stop that pretty easily.
Yeah.
Benno was in real trouble if he did.
Terran with the most eggs I have ever seen. Yeah, well, you need to clone those people somehow. I like Fuck the King's theory, by the way. He has a theory about the history. He says, Cosmonarchy takes place hundreds of years before Starcraft, with a supremacist war throughout the universe, with the Protoss, Zerg, and Terran races fighting for dominance. And basically, after the Tier 10 war, the universe went into decline, and each race had to save resources to continue with this endless war. And that is why in Starcraft there are not so many units, and everything is compacted.
Well, he wants Titan.
Ooh.
Titan Forge.
We like that. He likes the big word. So yeah, anyway, I agree. I appreciate. I appreciate fact-picking. Toss supreme weapon, invoke God? Question mark? Dude, I love this conversation. I can't believe I missed all these messages while casting. I have to read this more. All right, I will BRBP, and when I come back, we'll see what's up with this game. Just feel free to talk to the chat.
Right. Hey guys, what's going on stream chat? I haven't looked this whole time. Yeah. Beaver pointing out, you got to make the Sundogs, right? Well, the main thing is you got to scout the monument, and you know, Benno was sneaky this game. He put it in the bottom base, but you've got to scout all the bases too. To be honest, that's one thing that's lacking with this big bio army. You have to get out on the map and be putting pressure on Protoss, and it is hard. Almost one. Props to Benno. He has pretty solid style there. And he doesn't need to change anything, but dang, Perk don't fix it, right? Alright, we have NICOLAS in. No, wait. Yes, we do. Quantity versus quality is overstar, exactly.
I have returned.
Nice. Did you do that close to the mic on purpose?
Well, I was muted on the stream, so nobody heard.
Oh,
Got him.
Guys, I know. Put our guys a fresh can of something.
Yeah. It's watermelon lime sparkling water.
Nice.
We shall await the ready of NICOLAS.
He has already put an XD in chat.
Yes, I did
Taking
see
his
that.
territory.
Right.
Oh, he's ready. You
He's
better
ready.
believe
Dude.
it.
He's RRRR.
Yeah.
Oh my God! It's
Dude,
Overstar.
Spanish
Overstar is
he
Flock the
was.
King, dude. I love you. Epic. All right, let's do this and Benno in the top left. NICOLAS in the bottom left. Zinwaldite Brown. This is a rare color combo right here against the Sunglow Protoss.
All right, here we go on Titanfall. We have seen it on stream already, right?
Yes. You know what was
Yeah,
so
the
funny?
PZ?
You know what was so funny? It was really a big haha. I have had to make a correction to this map. Do you see the mineral field that is on the lowest side of Benno's main?
Yes.
I had to place that.
It wasn't there?
Shambler.
Wait, so there was straight up advantage for one player. I can't believe it.
Shambler. What? How could you do this? By the way, DeadInfested play from this spot. So, honestly, I would rage quit the server. I didn't notice it until the second time we played.
Well,
So he actually just played with a
disadvantage.
Yeah.
Shambler actually is trying to make DeadInfested lose. I can't believe this. Do you
Yep.
hear that, DeadInfested in chat? If you lose, you can play Shambler.
Yep, that's right. Yeah. So, it's not your fault after all. You can just. That's the only way Londier could have beaten you with that strategy. All right, so we have a gateway, pretty stock standard. It will be a stockade from NICOLAS, but he is harvesting Vespine, so I think we'll be seeing some more action with the Fulcrum.
Do you think we'll see another gateway again?
Yep, looks like he's... Oh, he was thinking about it, but he didn't have the resources.
He's mining a lot of gas, actually. Isn't it a bit early? Because you can more than afford a Draconin.
Yeah, you leave one guy on gas for the Draconin. This could be a faster embassy, potentially, but... I don't know. I think it's going to be it's a second gateway. No excitement from Benno. He's just the same old Benno. It's exciting if
we
he
do have
wins.
a Fulcrum immediately from NICOLAS this time, though. Last time I believe it was...
It was stockade into...
Second
Second stockade into Fulcrum, I think? Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
Or maybe it was like Vestry into Fulcrum with the Scrapyard. Either way, though, looks like he'll be doing a little bit of something different. He has placed it too close to the cliff edge, so I don't know if he's going to be able to...
well, for Terran,
Put the add-on?
for the graceful Terrans, that is a mere inconvenience.
That's right. Well, if they were so graceful, they wouldn't have put the structure in the wrong spot. C Overstar. NICOLAS is Peruvian. It's going to be a Cyclops.
Ooh, it's your favorite unit.
I love that. You know what? I just really loved putting it in the thumbnail and having you react to it. I liked when you had left one comment. You were like, Pronogo, you impressed me with how much content you produce, and I love all of your work, but I will never make a Cyclops. Or something like that.
that whole thing you were saying, like, look, they're blind, look, they're good, etc.
Yeah.
I'm just like, no, not going to happen.
They are pretty good.
I'm just going to hit you with that.
Yeah. Well, hey, this is a pretty scary move out, honestly, with only one unit.
Yeah. He needs to run away.
Yeah, flee the Cyclops. It's really good.
No, flee the Mavericks. They've been buffed. They're very scary.
Yeah, well, he's reserving the stim. I like this because he's deliberately not using the stim because he obviously knows it's going to be reducing his HP. So he's just going to see what damage he can get.
I have. I definitely would have stimmed them like 3 times by now.
Yeah. 3 Draconins back at the ramp, so all he can really do here in this situation is use it. He's going to lose his most valuable unit. Dude, this is the most valuable unit he made. Oh, my God.
That's actually just a benefit. Uh-oh, he's walling himself off with add-ons here. They can technically get out, but this is like a brood war situation. We have the goon going around the entire base. Oh, my God.
Well, the rally points do influence the spawn.
Oh, right. So. Yes, they do. But the Vestry one's still going to cause a problem because it's blocked. In fact, wait, is there a gap in there where you can get stuck? Oh, no, there isn't. That's okay.
Maybe.
There you go. He even lifted it. Oh, he knows.
Yeah,
he
small
knows
units
everything.
with the Vestry might be able to fit between the Vestry and the Fulcrum, but I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Okay, I still have a criticism here. What if an Acantor comes in and they shoot the SCVs so the Masons are trying to go away, but they all just get stuck in the corner and get destroyed?
I have a sneaking suspicion that Benno will never make an Acantor.
Do you think he'll make a prostration stage? It's quite rare. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the question is, will he make a unit other than Dracodon, Witness, Star South Pariah? That's it so far. He made a Grand Library once, didn't he? Or no, I think I'm hallucinating.
Oh, he did make an Atreus in that, what game was it? Yeah, it was the game where he lost to the Vulture in.
That was Btyb, so...
Yeah, so he decided he's never making it again because... Oh, right, that was Btyb.
Yeah.
I was going to say...
That's what I was saying. I'm pretty sure I remember that, but it was a different group.
So, Benno, I don't know if he's played this map already, but I think this is exactly what you need to do. You just need to hold the ramps, the 2 ramps of the high ground, and just take bases, and eventually your opponent will not have anything to do because it's very hard to get up there. It's one of those maps where holding the middle is absolutely key. You don't really want to stay back in your base. Especially with this ledge, just put there specifically to shoot at that 3rd base and punish you for not controlling the map.
Yep, that's right. And it is a pretty long distance by ground, so Shambler has designed a map. I think this kind of happens often in Shambler's maps, although we haven't seen much of Cocytus yet, so I think it was only picked once.
I'd say, in my experience, I've played it many times, it's reasonable to not be on the map on that map. Now look at this, the Mavericks will die. That is the only guaranteed in TVP. Mavericks
Love that.
will die.
Well, hey, the Dracodons are being a little bit spread with their damage, and yes, of course, the Mavericks will die, but the Blackjacks are staying alive.
They do so much damage sometimes. Oh my god. Is it enough clerics? I don't know that it is.
Yeah, it is, because there's only 2 left. Most of those HP, Dracodons were extra low HP, so there we go.
Pretty good trade then for Benno. Sorry, for NICOLAS. Pushes him back. And yeah, he lost a lot of Mavericks, but he only lost, what, like 3 actual Blackjacks, like actual units.
Right.
And, you know, the Mavericks are just like the grease to the wheel, you know, you just always need to add more.
We've got a quarry coming in the main, stockade as well, a 2nd fulcrum. I assume that'll be for the palladium. I like the blackjack from NICOLAS. I like the idea that he's doing that specifically so he can have parity with the Dracodons. And we see what happens when Benno is in this situation. Oh, he lost his first couple units. I'm going to retreat back to my base. You know, like that's very consistent the way that he's done this. Whereas Green Eggs never really contested him in the early stages of the game, and so he kept staying on the map, right?
You know, those Blackjacks are really good just to have a consistent mineral dump, which is just more efficient than Mavericks, basically. And, you know, having both is actually better than having only one as well, because you get that DPS in situations against melee units like the Pariahs.
I think it also helps really with the idea that, like, oh, my units, you know, I don't have, like, an easy unit for you to focus on, because the stimmed Mavericks are going to do a lot of damage, and then the Blackjacks also do a lot of damage if you don't, you know, reduce their HP, and then the Clerics are there to try to, like, patch them up, and, you know, Shamans later on, too, which I think... NICOLAS maybe skips
very
on, but...
vulnerable to splash damage as a composition, though.
It is.
Both of these units will suffer greatly for splash, because the Blackjacks will just get nerfed. Well, that's why you got to get those Star Sovereigns. Oh, but look at this. It's an Ardent Authority. He's going to get an Incantor. I'm calling it. He's going to fly right in that main.
You know what? He's actually thinking to himself, I need splash. But again...
NICOLAS will be typing in perfect English, like, oh, why didn't I listen to neblime? Now my Masons are trapped.
Yes.
It's going to happen.
He'll type that out, and then he'll just immediately all in and win. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, probably. He'll just type that out irrespective of what's happening. But anyway, there's no embassy, so maybe he's just going to go straight for Architects, is what I'm guessing.
Again, he can only make one unit out of each structure. That's apparently his pre-agreed
We'll find out what it is.
Yes, we're about to find out.
Oh, no, there's the embassy. Okay,
you know what? I tell a lie. Technically, Benno has made vassals, idols, and golems out of the lattice. So...
Again, the lattice is just OP. What do you want?
Yeah.
He's making a positron. And, you know, I like positrons in the army in general. I think it's going to be good here. I think it's just a very handy unit all around. But why the embassy immediately then? He's not going to drop positrons in the mineral line, I'm sure. Is he even going to get an envoy at all? Or is it just for those witnesses and perhaps extra scribes?
I'm not sure. I mean, we have another Madrigal coming as well on the other side. Yep, still more positrons for now. Surely he gets bitten by the bug of, I want to, a Cantor drop my opponent. I mean, surely he looks at this Sim City when he puts a witness down there and says, I want a Cantor drop my opponent. We do have an Atlas starting, so at about maybe 9:40 or so is when that'll finish. Keep an eye out for what NICOLAS wants to do at that point. Matador is online as well.
Is it the unit here? I mean, pure Dracodon, well, I guess one positron, doesn't really care about Matadors that much, I don't think. I mean, yeah, if you have a lot of Matadors, they can fight Dracodons, okay, but they're not really adding that much.
No, you really want, like, some way to get the Matadors on the field. So, again, we were talking between the groups about how, like, 2v2s could be really cool because you could have, like, different mixed race compositions and stuff. That would be really neat. And then, oh yeah.
That could be sniped if he gets vision. He has no way to see it until it's done and starts attacking him. But if he has all this stuff right next to it, he would kill it real fast. And look at that, a witness comes out.
Oh boy, revealing the situation here.
Dude, he's never getting in here. That's so many Draconids. He needs to not do this. Oh my God.
It is a lot of Draconids. The Positrons are also dealing a little bit of splash damage as well. He needs to deploy that Madrigal if he wants to fight. Well, really, he needs to turn tail.
Yeah. Yeah, that was quite foolish to try that, in my opinion. At least he could have sent a Maverick to see what's up, because that was just so much stuff. It was never going to happen. He has a Phalanx set now. Imagine with that Phalanx there, that'd be good, because you can at least put the pressure on. Now he has the ramp. Oh, man, if he deployed this Madrigal, it would be doing a lot here.
Well, he's thinking about it.
Down.
Yeah.
You know, it's a really good combination, actually, the Blackjacks plus the Madrigal, because you're just constantly hitting everything shield, while the Blackjacks sort of focus one thing and just, kill it really quick.
That's right. It's going to be a second Palladium here for NICOLAS's situation. He's adding captaincies with the Atlas, inspired perhaps by the situation that he's found himself in, watching Benno struggle against GreenEggs'NSpam's composition.
Well, terrible engagement aside, NICOLAS has done a good job here macroing up and teching up behind this, but it's looking just like that game on Pantheon.
Yeah,
Benno's just going around him.
Yeah,
what's he going to do now?
Well, Benno's thinking about a fourth base as well. Top right's already thrumming.
Yeah.
Sentinels being put up on the high ground over here is going to hurt Benno if he does try to strike in.
I think NICOLAS would really benefit from just sending a Maverick to every base just to sit there and see what's going on, because that could be huge. And they don't cost much. They're not very important.
Well, here's the crunch.
The engagement.
Yeah, even cliff advantage, right? So like, there's no range advantage from the cliff.
Yeah, and the Mavericks really need that against Dragons. Look at this arc as well.
Yeah.
Benno did a really good job spreading out for hitting, and the Phalanx is not really doing much because they're just focusing individual target.
Madrigal still has not deployed, and it dies, unfortunately, a very slow and unnatural death.
Well, see, he was just maintaining the moral high ground because, like, I never fired a shot. You can't call me the villain here. Now, we have the defenses up at home. We have Sentinels up. Benno probably can't quite get in here. Oh, it's a bit dicey.
Yeah, there's no really any melee, so the Matador will be mostly wasted, it feels like. But the Sentinels are going to crack off a bunch of shots.
Yeah, they would slaughter them if they tried to get in here.
I think you might still be able to muscle through that, because you're going to step right on top of the phalanxes and hopefully, just focus them down and then run by. But it is riskier.
Just imagine how much splash damage you're going to be receiving in that choke with the Sentinels shooting the side and the phalanxes hitting you. I think it would be a disaster.
Well, I didn't. Yeah,
that big.
2 more phalanxes arrived after as I was saying that,
True.
and that definitely makes it a bit more foolish. So, fourth base on the way. The Ministry is going to land in the bottom right. Nobody using the cliff abuse here. The little
maybe they don't know.
Yeah.
Or it looks like Benno might find out in a minute. I think he's going to send this witness down, maybe. And a Positron would just shut that base down up there. It's built an engram there. Oh, the lattice is coming. Is it going to be for golems this time again? Vassals? What shall it be? I didn't comment on it last time, but he had the Vassals with the Star Sovereign, which is kind of cool, because say some kind of like anti-air is coming out and shooting all that stuff. If it doesn't focus the Star Sovereign entirely and kills a couple of Vassals, suddenly the Star Sovereign will make a speedy getaway.
Yeah, that's a real thing.
Or maybe a speedy ingress if, he flies past some watchdogs.
Yeah, just speeding it up. I mean, it did get speed nerfed in this most recent uptate, right? So that's another thing.
The Star Sovereign or the Vassal?
A lot of the heavy air did. So Star Sovereign, Hippogriff, Empyrean, Solarian, ever so slightly for both of those two.
Are so slow already. Okay.
Yeah, just making it so that you kind of have to escort them, right? Because they were dominating by themselves a little bit too much, I thought. So.
True. I think Empyreans definitely were.
Yeah.
But I haven't actually seen them in a game that I've played for a long time, actually. I guess I just try not to let Protoss make them anymore.
Yep, well, Hamster is a pretty big fan of it, and he is playing Protoss these days, so I'm interested in seeing what he has. I liked when you asked him, why didn't you switch to Terran or something, and he said, too hard.
Well, I feel vindicated by that, don't
I?
But we did have a game with a lot of Protoss capital ships, actually, but it was the one that bugged.
Oh,
it was such a good game, too. Yeah, I was like building a bunch of spores in the middle of the map, and like.
Oh yeah, that was Sideshow, right? Or was it?
No, it was Infinite Velocity.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He sent his army in one way, but then it had to retreat the other way, and like flew them over them, and like killed a couple of Imperians that way. It was pretty good.
Interesting.
But like I said, that game desynced, so I don't even know if that actually happened.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, the Star Sovereign is on the way. I don't know if NICOLAS has what it takes to deal with that.
I mean, again, is he watching the stream? Is he aware? I mean, I'm kind of scratching my head that these Terrans are not noticing that Benno does literally the same thing every time.
Yeah, the only difference is an Ardent instead of a Prostration. And the difference in that is because I think he knows he's up against a player who is playing mech instead of bio, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, because it was the pure bio, right? Well, as we've seen, I'm not even sure the Pariah is preferable against bio. It might even be better against mech. Because Harakans and even like Mavericks to an extent, because they do a lot of damage, and of course the Savants seem really good against Pariahs. Whereas if you get the Pariah in the middle of, say, like the Siege tank stack, well, either it blows up a lot of tanks on its way out because they shoot it, or it's just doing a lot of damage, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, did I say Siege tank?
That's all right. We all know what you mean.
Mainframe casting, yeah.
It's
well, it's the Phalanx, a tank that is able to siege your enemy, right?
Yeah. I think it's cool because you can kind of use the old boring names to like refer to the unit role, you know, and so anyway, it works out. I think it's also cool that they actually act as siege when they're deployed and tanks when they're not, because previously there were some situations in StarCraft 1 where you would want unsieged tanks, but it felt much more like niche and very fleeting situations, right?
Unless we're talking about TVT, when you were unsieging them, they were still the backline like DPS that you don't want to get hit, you know?
Sure, right.
Because you'd have all your Marines in front of them and like some SCVs even to repair them, you know?
Right.
A Wraith's going to come in here. It could spot the Starstorm, but stopping short. Well, it goes this way. He's looking.
I'm a little bit worried he's going to fly into the engrams before he really sees anything of note.
Right. Remember the days when we didn't have proximity cloak? Why, Prenogo, must you remove all my joy? Oh, he's going to get absolutely splashed here. Oh, no.
Oh, he's actually harassing the scribes on the way through, so not able to finish that kill off. Oh, no, never mind. He does the moving shot. Love to see that.
Now, could 3 Olympians kill a Star Sovereign? I suppose they probably could if they were spread.
The biggest thing that you would want out of the Star Sovereign fight is you would want to catch it while it's like in the middle of its channel.
Yes.
And you would want to be behind it so you could get benefit from the armor pen. So that would be a pretty big...
You need nerves of steel to do that with ground units, though.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, how many Olympians would it take if they shot it from behind just as it starts?
Right, yeah. I think you're probably looking at least 6. He is making more of them.
That many? Ooh. I don't know, man. They do
a lot of damage is the problem. I mean, it's very good DPS.
Oh my god, I didn't know Star Wars had that much armor, though.
Yeah.
That does seem rough. Well, like I say, if they shoot it from behind, it's down to 1 armor. Well, I don't think that's what's going to happen, to be honest, though. I still expect Benno's just going to fly in unopposed.
I'm still waiting to see where he's idling. Okay, it's in his choke in the natural. So, yeah, he's comfortably on the 4 bases to NICOLAS's 3. No expansion in sight, really. I mean, he's got another ministry coming, but I don't know how he's going to secure it versus what he's up against.
Yeah, and he's just building up more Star Sovereigns. He might not even just fly to the main. He might just nuke the army.
Yeah.
And the anti-air here is kind of too short range, right? It wouldn't be very easy to stop that.
He's got some cataphracts. That's pretty much the most he can do. Really what you want when you see...
count.
Yeah, when
versus
you see a
Star
large...
Sovereigns, they don't count.
When you see a lot of Star Sovereigns, I think what you tend to trend towards is actually Penumbra. Or Sundogs, as you've already elucidated before. So it's going to be a bit of a staggered fight here. This could help the siege line. A lot of his infantry kind of getting shredded on the front end. And then a nice flank on the left, too.
Slaughtering. Yeah, the ground army, once again, is going to be just processed here. The vassals are actually kind of good here, because there's not much anti-air.
Well, the Madrigal is dealing a lot of crowd control, plus the Cataphract cleaning things up. Cleric's healing Phalanxes for quite a lot. Unfortunately, the Shamans are kind of just helpless over here on the left, but... Hey, you know what? The right side flank has won out in favor of NICOLAS, and that means that he's going to clean the rest of it up.
Yeah, is this a mistake by Benno? Because his Star Sovereign was not in position. If he did the same move where he just sent the Star Sovereign in while his Grand Army died, would have been a game-winning move. But now it's like, okay, he can probably still go glass the base unopposed, but he's probably going to lose his own base in a similar time frame.
Yeah, the Vassals are getting smoked on the other side. The Olympians and the Mavericks doing plenty of damage. The Clerics keeping them alive.
Oh no, still didn't make it.
Well, they're not even mining, so...
Exactly. He was making sure he wasn't oversaturated there.
Yeah, there's
a nice fight. Well, we have, like, the pure exchange here. One army goes up, another quote-unquote army goes down.
Yeah, that's right.
This time,
it's double Star Sovereign.
Save you.
Yeah,
he has the units he needs.
Yeah, the Phalanxes are going to be able to retaliate there. 2 shots going in.
He turns back. NICOLAS turns back. Sorry, Benno turns back.
Yeah.
This is huge. I think that gives NICOLAS the gaming advantage, because even if Benno cleans all this up, then he knows what he's up against and prepare for it. And he's doing so much damage already.
Yeah, if he moves these Phalanxes to top right, he will clear out so much of the economy. Now, here comes a Star Sovereign. There are 3 of them in here, plus the engrams. Remember that the Star Sovereign doesn't deal crowd control. It will be focused down. Oh, no. It is going to go ahead and channel. It's not going to be enough. He is going to be able to get it off there, but he's going to destroy some of his own infrastructure.
Not that much, actually. That was kind of perfectly placed. And now there's no anti-air. Just got every single anti-air unit just like that. And he did take out the power there, but the Ardent is still there. He only killed the Lattices, which are not super important. He's got Monuments of Sin, which honestly, once you have it, why would you build anything else, right? So actually it worked out pretty well. But this is what I'm thinking, right? Now NICOLAS knows what he's up against. He surely will prepare to stop his main from getting glassed.
Yeah,
And
if we don't see any
damage was
defenses,
done.
what we really need to do is see like a bunch of Olympians maybe holding that base directly north of his
yeah.
main, right? Something like that. We do have a starport coming down. I think he will
Okay.
know to at least get some Gorgons or something to that effect.
Yeah, since you don't have time for the rotary, surely.
Oh, you know what? On top of that, something that people don't necessarily know, if you slow movement speed down to a crawl, it doesn't completely stop turn rate, but it can help you avoid the turning of the units, right? You can kind of run circles around them with enough
Can you have one Gorgon sort of like just running around a Star Silver and never dying?
Yeah, as long as you have like the another Gorgon keeping to apply the passive or whatever, right?
Ah, wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, once they get hit enough, they are helpless.
Yeah.
Here we go, another fight coming up.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
so
is actually much
3
faster, I
Star
think, than what Benno is prepared for. Now, his engrams are coming back online.
That cleric, what did she do?
Oh, boy.
Oh, if he just deploys another one. Oh, no, he turns around.
This is kind of an optimal situation here for oh, look at that. He's going to go ahead and glass, and NICOLAS is falling back wisely. He'll see those particles fly over the cliff, and he'll be like, yeah, I ain't having anything to do with that.
This is smart of NICOLAS to do it this way and just say, okay, I'm just going to aim move at your base, and you have to deal with this.
Yeah, but one of the apostle, the only apostle with this army just got sniped by the Dracodons.
Ooh, okay. Well, if he can kill Star Sovereigns, he's doing okay. The only problem is if he loses it all without killing any, then a critical mass is going to continue to build up. Really wish he could play those metricals.
Really wish he would too, yeah.
I don't think they're going to do much. Oh, he took out his own engram.
Oh, wow, okay.
Star Sovereigns in either mode, so you might as well get the ground damage.
You know, they can do okay versus them in the anti-air, because they don't have, like, spectacular armor pen, but they deal a reasonable amount of upfront damage. Right now, I don't really think that NICOLAS can do that much versus this army, but the low HP Star Sovereign, the one that channeled earlier, is actually frontlining right now.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's actually going to focus it down. Benno's a little bit lackadaisical here, so he's back down. Only, I say only 4 Star Sovereigns. I mean, he does have money.
Oh, he's channeling again.
Yeah, not really going to accomplish anything from all the way down there. He will end up losing a lot of HP on this other one, so...
It looks cool, though.
It does look pretty cool, yeah. He's giving us more content.
Yeah, well, I didn't see what happened here on the right-hand side base, but it looks like some vassals maybe or something came in and there was a bit of a fight, but...
A bunch of scribe corpses, actually. He transferred a bunch of workers down there. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. That's a little bizarre. So now going up to 4 bases from both players.
NICOLAS can just remake that same army and try again. Now, he may not be aware of what Wyverns do, or maybe he just pressed the wrong button. Valkyrie also not going to be particularly useful in this case.
Yeah.
Honestly, remember that Maverick who came down before just to fight the arc of
yeah.
in the prize? That's basically what the Valkyrie will be like against this.
I mean, yeah, the problem is that they have no armor pen, you know. They fire 6 shots, each one of them dealing 5 damage. And so
even if it's, say, ignored armor, it would still not have the fire rate it needs. Because they're just going to get, if you have a lot of them, they're just going to get decimated by splash. So you either like 2-shot the Star Sovs or you die, is how it would go. But that said, they don't have the armor pen as well, so it gets even worse.
Well, we do have a single rotary coming, second starport being added on top of it.
This is the problem, though. Now there's kind of enough of them that Sundogs aren't even good because they'll just splash. So now if you can utilize the cloak, of course, even if you trade like 10 Sundogs for 1, it might even be worth it.
Just because you have Benno is not spending his money. He's got so much money in the bank. And that means that most of what he could be deploying is not actually on the field right now.
Okay, it is a lot of madrigals, and now maybe I'm thinking if you have that many shots hitting, the splash will make it worthwhile.
Yes.
And they're relatively tanky. I mean, not super much, but enough that they don't get splashed too badly. I guess being a big unit helps with that as well.
So I feel like there's going to be bigger tasks that Benno is going to be thinking about. He might overreact to the Valkyries. The Olympians do great consistent damage, so this could be a nice spot, but unfortunately, NICOLAS has no spotting on the other side of the map, and I think Benno's thinking about arcing downward.
Yeah, and I don't think anything's going to stop him. I mean, honestly, this whole time he could have gone to the main, except it would have cost him his own main. And look at that, the Engram wall is coming.
Oh my god, the Wraith just revealed it on the left-hand side, and the Scholar did go back and look at it. So the Ministry might just...
to his main. Screw this Ministry, man. You don't care about that Ministry. Or does he? I guess he's going to try and cut him off. I guess Star Sovereigns are really slow, like you said.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. He just turns around.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, I think the Wraith revealed it because it tickled him a little bit, so he got the attack notification. He knows that he was spotted. And honestly, that's huge. The fact that he doesn't cancel the Ministry, he keeps it online. I was going to say just use it as a bait, try to lure them in and maybe see if you can flank them or something, but that didn't end up even being necessary. Right?
Yeah. Again, you need nerves of steel for that.
Yeah.
Look, to be honest, the thing is, I'm still nervous that NICOLAS will not leave a strong presence over the side of the map. But it looks like he's going to actually advance this way.
2 Sundogs coming out, so he is making the right kind of unit now. Fortunately, he's...
that's what the Valkyrie's for, to deal with his artisans.
Yes, of course. Yeah, here come the Madrigals. They are going to start to... They can give chase to the Star Sovereigns quite well. So that's the first round.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. Oh, he's channeling back there.
Yeah, he's glassing kind of like with the wrong one here. I think he might have been trying to make use of to save the other one. Now, unfortunately, NICOLAS's forces are wandering into the glassing zone. Another one is going to go ahead and channel.
I think it kind of makes sense to channel with the back one, though, because then you can sort of, retreat over it. And, the front one's, getting killed if it doesn't pull back anyway. Oh, some dogs are here. And you know what? Even if they're not sniping, they're adding a lot of damage.
Well, you turn back over to... you turn your back to the Olympians, you start taking a lot more damage, too. So, yeah, that's a pretty big deal, ignoring most of the armor.
Yeah, you know what? I think NICOLAS is taking a decisive advantage now, because now that he's building up the unit he actually needs, and Benno is not really doing much else than just making Star Sovereigns, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have that many bases. NICOLAS is continuing to expand now, especially keeping that left base, like you said. And now, with the Sundogs out, I'm not worried that the Star Sovereigns are just going to fly in and blast the space for free. Now, Acantors are here. What I predicted earlier could still happen.
It could. And, the other crucial thing to mention is that it's been basically switched over to entirely just Madrigal production. That means that there's one phalanx with this army. And, the Dracodan Surge is coming, as well as the Golems. So it looks like he'll be stabbing up. And
can sort of deal with that. I don't know if the Acantors will be getting good at the Olympians, because I feel like they get gunned down before they can take many shots.
Shutting down this, base south of the main is going to be a pretty big deal here.
Benno's continuing to build artisans, and with this gas spec, it kind of makes sense, because if his Nexus is vulnerable, he can just fly the artisans away. Look at these scribes. They're going to come home with the Terran army.
Yeah, I think so.
No.
No, can't keep it.
Prisoners. That's a war crime. Well, where the stuff's going? They're going back to the left?
Yeah, Benno can't really seem to find a good spot to move these. And the Star Sovereign, or the Sundog count is growing all this time, capping some geysers now. NICOLAS making sure to keep his investment. He does have an anvil, but it's not making anything yet.
Is this the slowest air unit? Oh, man. See, that's why the Sundogs are not going to be scaling that well, because it only takes 1 or 2 shots to absolutely decimate them. But when they engage with the entire army, they are doing a great job just adding the damage. But, man... this looks so hard to even go near this Protoss army. Look at it.
Yeah, it is a little bit awkward. Now, the Acantors are going to continuously add more damage to the front, but you know what? It's kind of off to the side, and the Sundogs are charging forward, getting hit by a lot. Remember that the Star Sovereign itself does not do crowd control damage with anything other than its interception missiles, and that's going to be enough for NICOLAS to say that it's over. He cannot seem to figure out a way to do it. That was closer than it looked, I think.
I thought Benno almost had it, but the Star Sovereign just built up too much. And honestly, that last engagement was not very good for NICOLAS.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, a good game for sure. Definitely back and forth. And he didn't get his main glass. So that's an improvement.
Well, listen. You know what that means. Benno wins the group.
Nice.
Benno has gone flawless. 4-0 versus these two
how
Terrans.
does he do it? Like I said, he hasn't played Cosmonarchy in months.
I know.
That I've seen. And then he's just like, no problem. He said, well, oh no, it was Hamster saying Terran was too hard, wasn't it?
Yes.
What?
No. Benno also said Terran was too hard, and that's why he switched to Protoss.
Oh, it was Benno.
Yeah.
Oh, good. There you go. Now he's like, yeah, see, look, Protoss is easy. I guess he's showing us. He doesn't even have to make that many units. Just chooses 4 or 5, and boom. So, now for second place, yes?
That's correct. We are going to wait the selection of GreenEggs'NSpam. And Alexander's like, hey, I beat Benno, so that means that I'm better than, NICOLAS. We'll see what happens. Swap on over while we await the selection here. Take a look at the map pool that is left. Okay, Purgatory sounds cool, apparently. That's what we're going to go with.
Okay. Hey, I'll actually get to see it a bit more, hopefully.
Yeah, with any luck. I love saying "go fight." That's my favorite. Let's do it. Moving on to our 5th match. I can't believe Benno went flawless. He's actually the only player to play the first match and also go flawless. It's impressive.
So far, there's still another group, right?
That is true. Yeah, that is true. Jakulangski can surprise us. All right.
That's who you think's going to flawless. Huh?
GreenEggs'NSpam in the top left, NICOLAS in the bottom right. Mirror matchup, TVT time. Will we see Bio versus Mech? I think obviously, right?
Well, you did cast that other one on what do you call it? Titan Reactor. What's that?
Titan Forge.
Yeah, Titan Forge.
Titan Reactor is the vessel energy upgrade. Yeah.
No, that's the it is, but that's what they named this Broodlord thing, like 3D replay viewing after.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
You know, some people would fail that and think that it's Colossus Reactor, but that is the battlecruiser.
It's Starcraft 2, right? Yeah.
No, that's a battlecruiser energy.
Oh, is there even an upgrade in Starcraft 2? There probably isn't, is there?
No, I don't think so. You just research Yamato, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And then there's like medevac speed and liberator range.
Upgrade now?
Yeah.
Wait, they made medevac speed an upgrade?
No, the boost is always there, but you get faster medevacs if you upgrade it.
What?
On the fusion
Dude,
core.
I haven't played StarCraft 2 in too long. I got to see what they're up to.
The short answer is, well, just watch Upsea's streams. You'll hear all about how Protoss is the worst race and Terran.
Well, he'll certainly give me the viewpoint of all the things to complain about, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What did they add? Some I'm trying to think of like a feature a Protoss unit had that they turned into an upgrade. They had like Sentry Energy upgrade or something.
Oh no, I don't think so. Because they don't have energy upgrades, they have like energy regen and starting energy because units die so fast in StarCraft 2, so you don't get the max energy upgrade.
Yeah, that's right. And I remember you got to time your pathogen glands or whatever it's called. So when it's 30 out of 80, you start all your infestors so they'll have max energy or whatever.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. Like, that's StarCraft 2 for.
Yeah.
So anyway, here in Cosmonarchy, we have a divergence. GreenEggs is Bioman. He's taking up the mantle that Benno has discarded. He is the Maverick Man. He is the Huracan Man as well, apparently. But NICOLAS here, already with a Fulcrum.
That's correct. Well, there will be a fast Covenant. This might be the fastest Covenant that we've seen, maybe the most optimized. And that's funny because this map doesn't have a ridge. It only has the geyser on the mains. So.
Oh, I didn't even notice until now.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that's a bit odd. Okay, so you really got to take the expansion. But that said, this expansion, I'm just judging this map now, looking at it for the first time, has a really wide choke, which again is quite far from the natural itself.
Very similar to Pantheon, right?
Yeah.
So I was pretty sure that this map, and also for that matter Pantheon, as you had analyzed, you'd have difficulty actually holding the choke. This one's actually a little bit closer than Pantheon's.
Ooh, look at this fast Savant.
I like that.
I mean,
you know, he's going to use it for he's basically going to use it like a Cyprian that's a little bit more versatile, a little bit more durable, and certainly a lot more mobile.
Wouldn't a Cyprian just straight up be better here, to be honest, against Mavericks? I don't think a Savant's that good against Mavericks.
Well, the default mode is the penetration mode, so...
Oh, it is too, you're right. I
keep
forgetting they have that, to be honest, because no one ever uses it for that.
Well, you can also use it to debuff mech units, right? Like, you can start picking off, like, the Vulture or something.
Yeah, especially if there's madrigals, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that you probably still even want to try fighting that, but if you have to, that'd be a way to do it. Oh, here comes the Vulture.
Oh, look at that. Debuff the Vulture instantaneously. It will indeed fall. Now the Huracan's dealing plenty of damage. Stimpack is going to fall back.
Oh, well, not bad. I mean, he's just defending his ramp, to be fair, but so far so good. There is a mine down for NICOLAS here.
Yeah, in two different spots. In interesting positions, honestly. Like, one's definitely a fallback / scout the move out or whatever.
I have to say, I think the Eidolons will be much more effective against Terran than Protoss because every unit has HP that won't come back. I guess you do have the healing coming out now, but, you take a few shots at a Maverick, it'll die, or if you damage a Phalanx a bit, it's probably not going to get repaired unless the Shaman's already out,
Well, what I'm a big fan of there about GreenEggs is that he had the Vestry coming. He conserved both of his Huracans, so he's actually not lost a single thing yet. And NICOLAS is, it's in his nature to try to compete TVT. He probably thinks of himself as a better player than GreenEggs, judging by the scout, assuming he's actually watched this.
To prove it, right?
Yeah, and so I feel like this means that he is going to try to finish the job a little bit fast. He is adding a star pad behind this, a Palladium. Might be looking at maybe a drop or something. To this day, he has not deployed a Madrigal. Does he even know that they deploy?
No, he did. He did in the Titan Forge.
Oh, did
game.
He did. Okay, I missed it then.
It was funnily enough when there was a bunch of vassals around, which may or may not have been better killed with Imperio. So, but yeah, he did do it. And
That's
it was decent. It hit some jackets a little bit, you know.
Well, it did more ground damage than otherwise, right? So
yeah, exactly.
it will be a Trojan.
With the treasury and no quarry, he's just going to fall behind an economy here.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he's going to be counting on his army to be a little bit better than his opponents, who did go for an expo. And yeah, there's the one phalanx, but yeah, I think
if
he
gets across the map.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, like, and I assume the savants hit the anchors the same way, like Wolfracors or whatever do, right? That it just debuffs everything in it.
I'm not sure. I've never seen that interaction, so we'll find out maybe.
Oh, I mean, you made the damn thing, shouldn't you know?
This is still Brood War's code base under the hood, man.
Okay, all right.
We've re-implemented, transports and cargo, and we've done all sorts of stuff. It's hard to remember all.
If that's how Vorpacors work, I'm going to assume that's how that works.
I'm not even sure it is how Vorpacors. I know it's not how Hierophants work yet, so we have to.
From what I've seen, I'm pretty sure Ensnare does disable everything. Well, disable, it slows it down. Yeah, because it just appears to me that it seems to make it that effective.
It's a sieged phalanx drop. What's the reaction going to be? I mean, there's some Hurricanes nearby. This is going to be a lot less efficient than I think it's. My prediction here. It seems like you're thinking, oh, this could be scary. It could be, but I kind of feel like GreenEggs is going to have the tools to deal with this. He can just transfer his workers, move his Hurricanes.
Yeah, but he doesn't even have that many workers. He's already 8 behind because he didn't make any quarries. He didn't make a second ministry. He's taking his time. Okay, I guess they are Masons, not Jawlevs, so...
Yeah, loses 2 so far.
Good reaction time, though. Although he needs to not stay there. He needs to get out of there.
No, yeah, he needs to task his... he's bringing all of his infantry back. This is going to really occupy him for a while.
Oh, my
no!
God. No one did so much damage. And he's not producing either.
Yeah, 17 worker deficit right now.
Yeah, I have to point out this is a very common error, by the way, if you're a newer player. Whenever you're getting harassed...
Oh, no! He's nudged the Trojan away! Oh, no!
Yeah, it's hard to get it, man. It's very hard to pick it off.
I was so waiting for it to disappear. Oh, it did. He's going to disappear in a second. But the Trojan burned down, I believe. The phalanx burned down in the cargo.
Oh, right. I didn't realize. Yeah. I did too. I have it selected right now, so you're absolutely right.
Well, yeah, it could just be that it didn't load in the next frame for the drawing the UI, because NICOLAS is currently experiencing an XD moment. But
I think it probably did burn to death because it was very low. And like, how many Hurricanes hit it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that still doesn't stack, does it? The burning over time doesn't stack, just the shredding.
Yeah, it just refreshes, but it deals more damage than it used to now. The burn. So.
Oh, true. Yeah, it probably died. But so did NICOLAS Internet.
Yes.
So...
Yes, we will wait. He may have had an oopsie. Let me check if he's online still. Oh, it does say he's online. Oh, he's still in game. So his rich presence is telling us.
Oh, okay. He's just laggy as hell.
Yeah, he's just totally frozen. It's funny because the in-game presence will tell us the game time, and for him it's like a minute ahead because that's how long he's been frozen for.
Oh my god.
We'll keep him in there for as long as we can.
Of course.
You know. And the way that it works, just to remind people for the disconnect policy, if we're in a group stage environment or even a qualifier environment, then you disconnect. Okay, you get one disconnect, assuming we can't obviously see a fault, like it wasn't like a rage hack or whatever. If it's a situation where you disconnect a second time, at that point it's a loss. If you disconnect at any point in a playoffs match, not applicable to this tournament, but in general, this is an amendment I made to the rule set yesterday, is if you disconnect during a playoffs match, it will be counted as a match loss. So, like a map loss for that particular match.
There we go. Have we had the misfortune to have any disconnects in playoff before? I know we've had desyncs.
Yeah, well, NICOLAS was playing in a couple of playoffs, so.
Well, was it a case though where his internet went down and he didn't come back anyway?
Well, yeah, we did have to not forfeit that match because we were using group stage rules, so it would have come up and hurt him. Although I think at some point he was slightly behind in the last game of a series, and when his internet disconnected, he just went off. He just never came back. I don't know if that's because his internet didn't work, or if he was like, "No, I lost. I lose. GG." Just like.
Well, unfortunately, it does happen from time to time. Who would he rematch with if he's not here?
It's so funny to me that Benno has the engineering bay as his picture on Discord, because I always look at it and think, why is he floating his Atlas? That's how ingrained it is in my head. I'm like, what?
Yeah, arbitrarily in Brood War. Yeah, you can lift that one.
Yeah.
Armory? No, I can't lift that.
I do like
fair,
that.
It's very unaerodynamic. I wouldn't want to lift that.
Well, just you wait until the Watchdog has feet, too.
Oh, awesome. I can't wait.
Yeah.
What else doesn't? I'm trying to think.
Starpad. Treasury.
Oh yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, the treasury actually does look pretty incongruous when it's just sort of sliding along.
Yeah, the mantle, the apothecary, the iron foundry, the nanite assembly.
I've never lifted
Captaincy.
an iron foundry in my life, and I'm not about to.
Eventually, the watchdog will have feet. Yeah, that's right. The beaver is really happy about that.
Forgot about your priorities. You added it to the diadem first.
Yeah, well, no, it's because that's a model that we had, right? So it was.
Oh, does the default one have them? I didn't realize.
No. Like, we have the remodel.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right, because you do everything that way, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I could probably try to kit bash it, like just like painstakingly paint
for
it or whatever.
buildings. For buildings, is it worth the time to do it that way when they're never going to rotate?
Yeah, because you only have to do it for once. Like, you have to do the lift animation itself, right?
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, I see it. Well, I don't know. I guess this is sort of a very large and age-old debate between sort of spriting it and doing that.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I did do some kit bashes. Like, I redid the graphic. Well, redid is a strong word. I took the ski-backed scab and the Vornath pond, those 1.5 mutations.
Oh, yeah.
And
I can see what you did then, yeah.
Yeah, oh, you already looked at them.
Yeah.
Because the updates were Yeah, I guess it was.
I didn't realize you meant you changed them again.
Yeah, I changed them again because it was really obvious in the casts when you were making them or whatever. I thought you were making a Hydra then for the first time or whatever because there's not like an immediate. So I changed the command icon. I haven't done the wireframes yet, but I changed the icon and I obviously changed the actual sprite. So it kind of looks cursed, but you'll see it when it's in game.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna bring it back, and when I'm back, I'm assuming Nicholas will magically have recovered.
With any luck, sir. I'll take this opportunity to go and prove the beaver wrong. Oh. Yeah, rapid reignition system. Oh, it was removed. When was it removed? I wonder when it was removed. Oh, you know what? I think it was pretty recent because I remember people talking about how it was blocked. Wait, they made the upgraded cooldown, the default cooldown?
All right, I walk in and I see across the room it's still the drop player's screen, so I assume it is not going well. Are we going? Have you dropped him already, or are we still waiting?
He's offline on Discord. I'm assuming that means his internet is out. So we'll go ahead and pop back into the match lobby and see if he turns up.
Okay.
By the way, it's pretty fitting that his username is GreenEggs'NSpam, and he's spamming out units. I feel like that's
actually true. And the apostles are the green eggs, I guess.
I saw in your in the general chat you said that you feel like he's doing a really poor job of convincing him that bio is over.
Yeah, he posted his like balanced wine ahead of time, and then he goes and shows us how strong bio is. Like what?
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. That looked pretty intimidating.
Yeah,
like I was telling him, if Star Sovereigns hadn't detonated his main, he would have won the game on Fata Morgana, was it?
Yeah. Well, like even the first one on Axiom was pretty competitive, but yeah, Fata Morgana definitely he would have had it.
I feel like part of that was just like we didn't notice and we're like, oh
yeah,
no,
that's true. I mean, when the Star Sovereign kicks in, it's like, yeah. You know what I was thinking about doing, because I've been thinking about this for a while. And when the Atlas...
I can see a compilation video coming, by the way.
What, the glassing?
If you've seen... when the Barisu kicks in. Have you seen my video?
Oh no, I haven't. No, is that?
Oh, I'll have to show you at some point. But anyway, you get the concept. It's pretty basic. But go on. What you
Well, the Barisu kicks. I know he is like has been activated on the server. I assume it's just like he like waits until 40 minutes into the game and then he suddenly like plays the game.
He's literally AFK for like 15 minutes in a free for all.
Yeah.
And he comes back and he's like, "Why'd you attack? I was AFK," and then he still wins somehow.
Yeah. He's legendary.
Definitely. Should get him playing Cosmonarchy. Actually, I already told him about it. I told him you could send nukes for Seraphs, but he didn't seem interested.
No, well, he plays on Linux, so...
He does? I didn't even know that.
Yeah. He tried. He got it installing and working on Linux, but he couldn't get the VPN on, so he couldn't play multiplayer. Isn't that sad?
That is disappointing. Are we going to do away with the need for the VPN at any point, or we expect to need that for the foreseeable future?
Well, we were going to be doing another round of testing on the latest... like, Lucifirius has a server up for us to test, like an old-school BattleNet server. And so we were testing that a while ago. The performance wasn't great. Like, even just a game between him and I was, like, noticeably laggier than on Radman, even at extra high. Where normally we wouldn't need any latency adjustments. So... but we haven't tested the new version yet because we ran into some tech issues where, like, some issue that we did resolve previously wasn't carried over in the config. I haven't double-checked to see if it's, like, better now. But in theory, it should be possible. And then, yeah, I guess Barista would be able to play that way and other people would be able to play that way. There's Long Boolean on the Discord server who is interested in playing, but he's also on Linux.
Damn, that would be a shame. Because one of my biggest gripes with Shield Battery, which is just a straight upgrade over BattleNet in every way, as far as I'm concerned, is you can't use it on Mac. Which, I don't use Mac, and I don't really see why you want to, but it does cut out a considerable amount of people where I just have to say, like, fuck you. So, we can't really fully adopt it for CPL because of that.
I didn't know CPLers were Mac users sometimes.
And there's some in there. CPL has lots of people. There's all kinds of anything.
Oh, yeah, we should talk a bit about this. We should talk a little bit about this initiative, right? Because... we were talking earlier about how, like, maybe after CPL winds down this season, it would be interesting to get them excited to maybe play in the Gauntlet or something like that. Like, sort of introduce
definitely.
them.
Well, whatever. No, what we want to do is we want to have like a sort of 1 day Brood War to Cosmonarchy event, right, where we're casting in a very guided to Brood War way. We can line up whichever players. We'll put class ones in there for the excitement of it. But also hopefully get some people it's like their first day or whatever, or maybe people like Keen who've seen a bit of it, Yeah,
maybe we could even do like groups of progressively higher stakes where like we start off with like newcomers or something, or like relative newcomers, and then we get like the people who have played it a little bit that are pretty good, like Keen, and then we scale it up from there to like, okay, now here's like the badass group, right? It's like
exactly. I think that'd be good.
I think that would
definitely
be really
after CPL's over anyway.
Yeah. So, and when is CPL over anyway?
This is the second last week. Finals are next week.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Does that mean that the 16th actually works for you? For the...
well, I don't know if we want to do it then or give it another week after that. Yeah.
I'm just saying, does it work for you to play? Like, we can do another event after that, like later into March?
I might actually be out of town on that particular day, actually.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
How are we possibly going to find other Zerg players?
Oh, wait, for the Invitational, right? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. It's the 17th for me. So, yes, that's
right,
good.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was thinking 16th. Uh-oh. Yeah, I forgot we were talking about the Invitational. I thought we were talking about this event.
No, we would figure out like maybe the week afterwards or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I mean, it's pretty pog that Urbon said that he'd come in and play at some point.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I've been courting him for a while. And he's seen some of the videos, but like he watched one of the tournaments like super early on, and he's like, "Why is Shambler not making workers?"
That's what I'm wondering.
Slaughtered me immediately. Hey, whoa, Shambler, you can't stream snipe. What do you do?
You ready for? You've seen 300 Masons. You ready for 300 draw lefts? It's actually happened already in a game I played recently.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, Benno was up to 200 workers at one point, so
he's learned well.
Yeah, he's still going with the scribes. Although it also counts the artisans.
Someone else is playing we saw get up to pretty high numbers. I think it might have been one of the casts. I don't remember.
Oh, yeah, probably. Oh, I wonder. It's probably you, honestly.
Yeah, probably. I was watching a cast like, who's this handsome man?
Yes,
with
yeah.
200 plus workers.
Yeah, and 20 military.
That's exactly what I would have done. Huh?
It's crazy, that.
Yeah.
That's really
Yeah. But you only need 20 military, could pull enough Masons.
I guess we'll give it a little bit more time to figure this out. But...
You can have the swarm of masons under the penumbra, right, and all of them repairing it at once, so they don't have to get to the middle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they can. They don't have to like go to the very center. So yeah, you can definitely.
Yeah, could be a strat.
Yeah, as long as they're within like the collision box of the penumbra that affects other penumbra and big units, then the masons will repair.
So, assuming NICOLAS isn't coming back, then are we just gonna wait for the next group? Well, it's 40 minutes from now, right?
Yeah, it would be. I think what we could try to do is have like just maybe for the sake of having some people involved, we can maybe throw Beaver in the woods if he wants to play a TV2 in NICOLAS's honor, and we'll give Green Eggs like the dub overall for a second place finish,
yeah.
but we'll at least have some games played, I think. So let me see if that's down. If Beaver's down for that on us.
Hang on, let me restart Discord real quick.
See if Beaver wants to. Oh yeah, he's still in the chat, of course. I gotta pace myself on this last drink. I might run out. Love the Zerg music playing currently. Big fan. You can't say that, roller skates. It's not allowed. You get in here, roller skates. Big car. Now that's something you actually can't say. What up, what up, what up?
I'm back. You thought it was over.
I'd consider getting in there, but not if you have to play a turn. No, you don't have to play a turn. But I think Beaver's going to step in. Joining the new Radmin network.
Nice. Now that we're all official-like.
There is always the next group. That's right. Who knows who's going to show up? Maybe Shambler will fall asleep.
I don't know. I think he's pretty keen to get his free win.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting him to grind out like 40 fucking practice games as Terran between now and sign up and now. I really thought he would just rock up with like a totally unpracticed Terran.
Well, since we've got time to kill, let me complain. I don't think it matters what race he plays or how much he practices.
I do. I can quaz kill him as Terran. Like, he's not very good at it. Well, maybe now it would be different because he practiced forever, but when he signed up, it was not a good look.
Okay. I mean, look, we'd play, like, I don't know the exact win rate, so I don't make any claims here, but we'd play several games. He would win some. It wouldn't be always my win. So, I don't know what to tell you. But if he loses a single game, nice. If he loses a single game, then I guess I'm wrong.
I think he's going to lose every game against jakulangski. It's over, dude.
Really? Well, jakulangski's pretty good, so I guess we'll see.
I think Lucy will make it close at least once.
Anyway, that's not the match we've got now.
That's right. Beaver's going to stand in for us. This will be a one and done. And we'll just play this one game out and we'll see what happens. Beaver has one chance to impress us all, playing Mech with Mass Vulture, Mass Lobotomy Mine, directly into bio. And we have GreenEggs'NSpam in the top left yet again, but a newcomer has arrived. That's not NICOLAS. He is in the bottom right, though.
Well, don't worry. Still TBT. Say no, I'm Zerg. Of course, of course.
Oh, yes, we have colors. White. Maroon. Last time Roller Skates guessed colors, he got one right as well.
Nice.
So, you know.
Wait, what did he guess now? Did he guess?
Yeah, he guessed blood instead of maroon, but he guessed white correctly. So.
All right, pretty fast stockade coming out from GreenEggs here. I didn't actually notice if he got it that fast in the other games, but he actually cut Masons a bit to do it there.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll be a little bit behind there, but a fulcrum on the way for our lobster-loving friend.
I still haven't really seen this map. It does not look like the kind of map where you're going to build a stockade in your base and rush your opponent. Like, I don't really see any rush here. But that is a crazy fast stockade as well. Sorry, fulcrum.
Yeah, I think maybe the vultures will have a little bit more chase potential, right? So, you know, if your army's caught in translation, you could get, you know, set up a little bit. One thing I like so far, and it's not necessarily like that big of a deal, but GreenEggs has decided that he's just not going to do the silly shenanigans that other players do. He's not doing the proxy anchor. He's not doing the proxy star pad that DeadInfested did against 3 Crow. He's not really doing much of anything in terms of the proxies. So he's been very honorable so far in his showing.
Oh, double fulcrum real fast, actually.
Yep. First unit coming, and of course a vulture.
Is he going to try and replicate Newt's success, but against a Terran? I mean, if it's only Mavericks, it does seem a little scary.
Fast Quarry as well. No anchor yet.
It is better off than Brood War, where, like, you know, you can angle the shots and take, like, one hit to kill a Marine. Sorry, take one hit from them as you kill them, I mean. So it's not like it's that one-sided of a matchup. But if Mavericks come down the ramp and, like, a bunch of Vultures run in, they will clean them up.
Very, very minor detail here, but GreenEggs'NSpam could have moved his Mason in a different direction to kind of, like, slow down the Vulture from going across the map.
True.
Maybe would
have. And like
you're
saying, it's a trade-off, right? If you chase it, you're losing time for the offense. But if you don't, then your opponent knows you've done that, and they still have a scoundrel.
Well, with 4 Mavericks holding the ramp, I don't know if the Vulture can get too much up there, because it has to get up there to reveal it, right? So.
Oh, yeah, no, it cannot fight this. Oh!
Yeah, almost losing its life.
In fact, he's going to charge right down. Oh, I think he could actually continue to chase, because even if the mine hits you, one Vulture won't actually do much damage before it runs out, and then you'll kill it because it's so low.
Oh my god. Mass Cyclops! Well, this game's over. GreenEggs will not win.
Well, I have to say, if it is like pure Maverick, then yeah.
Yeah.
That is going to be pretty devastating. But being good against one unit doesn't make you a good unit, alright?
I think it's good against all units. I can even see it killing Drakedons.
I don't know about that. If you have a lot of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Hurricane.
Oh my god, no, Ahmed! Ahmed, run away! Ooh, a little bit of... if he had attacked with that wounded Vulture, he would have actually killed it, but... That's why you need the Cyclops.
Again, these ain't Brood War Vultures, man. It's not that easy to get those shots off.
Yep. No, they're a bit slower, right? So a little bit lower range as well, I believe.
Well, also, moving and shooting doesn't work the same way in Cosmonarchy. So,
yeah, I think if you use the attack key, it does. But so before you would use patrol, right?
You flip the script, huh?
Yeah,
no, but even moving shots, perfect moving shots don't exist in Cosmonarchy.
I would have to verify that because it's generally a lot more responsive now. What might happen is the unit might actually be, you might be canceling it too fast, because I've seen some people do that when they try to like lead with zealots and stuff.
Maybe.
More lobotomy lines.
Yeah. It's in his name. I feel like GreenEggs could have seen this coming, right? He said lobster mines forever. Where's Mesk when you
That's
need
right.
him to extol the virtues of the lobster mines? So, definitely GreenEggs not coming down here. Now, the Eidolon's coming out. Pretty good here. Oh, no, haven't you learned your lesson? He's going to get killed. What?
Well, I don't know. The reaction is a little bit slow.
He's still going forward. Why is he so brave?
Ooh, no. The last shot gets him.
I love that you add the blood to those, by the way.
Yeah.
Got a big splat. It's kind of over the top. You know what? The Eidolons here probably quite good. The thing is, I'm thinking in a big fight, the Eidolons be far back enough not to be getting hit, but the buffer of Mavericks will get chewed through really quick. Oh, but...
Oh, no! Is he paying attention? Oh my god, he's immediately going to move forward because he really doesn't want to lose that Eidolon.
Yeah, right? But again, what are you going to do here? Even if the Eidolon's hitting and the Mavericks are between it and the enemy, the Mavericks will not last long, and then they'll just move forward and take it out. And
there's only one. There's going to be one Huracan maybe by the time this attack kicks in. I'm really worried for Green Eggs here. I think he could just get run over by the mech army.
Do you think he'll try and go up the ramp? I think Beaver's just going to contain forever here. Then again, you're right. He doesn't really have anything at home, does he? I mean, look, he's expanding, so I don't think his plan is to go up the ramp. I don't think he should either.
I think you can dance all day over this, dude. Like, the Vultures can just go straight through, especially if Green Eggs comes down the ramp. That's obviously a very different story.
Yeah, he could kind of just aim this, actually. It looks like. Oh my god, what are you doing? Get out of there, Green Eggs! No!
Okay, the Cyclops are going to come alive here. Watch out. There, that Eidolon's dead. Stimpack to retreat. Huracan trying to do its best to hold him back, but doesn't do it for too long, and still 6 Cyclops make that 5. Eidolon walking forward, and that is a run over. Green Eggs not able to get on the board versus the Showmatch one replacement. Maybe NICOLAS could have done something similar to that if he had taken some notes. But nonetheless, we obviously had a match where we have to default it in favor of Green Eggs because his opponent was literally a no-show. He got voided.
So I assume Beaver wasn't playing because he's saving himself for the class invitational, right? At that rate.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
It was a pretty solid showing. I mean, it wasn't very creative build. He's just like, I'm going to make 3 Fulcrums and make stuff and aim review. But hey, it works. And the mines were made to good effect. That's what happens when you try and get too fancy, I guess.
I guess so, yeah. Well, you know what? He also was watching all of those games and probably taking some notes of his own and, mentally at the very least. So there you go. We got a little bit of T-on-T action at the very end there. That will, sort of finalize our group. And unfortunately, due to internet issues, it's really sad. We won't know what NICOLAS was planning on doing or what he had cooking there, but it does mean that Green Eggs will be clinching the second place just by technicality. Thank you to Beaver for standing in. And again, I really have to say, hats off to Green Eggs for making Bio look so good. I know that's not what he wanted to do because he wanted to argue for nerfs, but,
Well, NICOLAS will be back. He may have other appearances, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. That will be the case. But not exactly the situation he wanted to be in, almost certainly. How did you feel about those games? Because now I'm really thinking that that Bio push, especially if you incorporate some other things with it, could be pretty good,
Very much so. Really, really strong. Well, it sort of was born out even in the old patch for the Huracan nerf. If you just have a lot of Bio, it can do a lot of stuff it couldn't otherwise. But as I said, I think Pariah is actually a particularly bad option. It's good against Mavericks, but only when they're alone. And there are a lot of options to shut them down. If we saw what Protoss used to do with the Ardents and a lot of Positrons, maybe even Architects. Architects, I'm kind of 50-50 on, but a couple in the back supporting could be quite efficient. But mostly Positrons, as well as a front line of Dracodons or whatever else, just to be some meat for the enemy to shoot through. I think the splash damage would kick in too much.
Yeah, I think when you go Ardent, you kind of force the responsive mech, right? I feel like that's probably fair to say. It's like, if you have the Phalanxes, you can counter the Architects, you can counter the Positrons, you can counter the Dracodons as well. And so just having a couple Phalanxes with your army, or maybe some Cataphracts or something like that, although I'm a little bit more iffy on that because obviously they have low versus heavy armor damage. That feels like it could be pretty good.
Another problem is Exemplars, right? How are you going to stop that?
With Bio, pure Bio. Yeah, maybe Eidolons, honestly. They have a lot of upfront damage.
Well, I don't think so. They're never going to kill them. They're just going to keep their shields. They go back a bit, then they'll be back, and the Eidolons will die. I don't think you'll be getting that much mileage.
Yeah, you probably want Gorgons or something to support it so that you can keep catching units, right, with the slow. That's my thinking anyway. Off the top of my
but you
head.
Can't rely on a tier 2 unit to deal with Stargate units because Protoss will have multiple exemplars before you get to tier 2. That's the problem.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So if they react to what you have done, maybe that's when you would think about Madrigals.
And obviously Green Eggs was doing that every game. So if I was going up against Green Eggs, it'd be like, maybe I won't go for prostration stage this game.
Yes.
Or just in a Cantor could be devastating. I mean, you have ways of dealing with the Cantor at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty
honestly,
cool.
What I'd probably like to do is just turtle and get a bunch of Positrons, I think, is the easiest way. Once you hit critical mass, I think the Positrons will really devastate, because you also can't even really go near them.
Looks like Lucifirius is running a bit late, so we might have a more extended break than we thought for our next group, but we'll figure that out a little bit later. Yeah, I feel like... I feel like Mech's in a pretty good spot now. There may be an argument to say that the Fulcrum first is like really, really strong, but you know, the way that we're going to be doing patch cadence.
Green Egg showed us. Showed us it might not even be that good, like compared to Bio.
I think the patch cadence from now on is going to have very minor changes to things. Like one thing I already know I'm probably going to end up changing is like making artisans deal less DPS.
Are they actually good? I haven't seen them fight much.
Well, it's just that, you know, you can rush them out really fast, and so there might
not
actually
like
be
harassment.
I don't know for harassment, but like if you find them with like Mavericks, you don't have to run. You know what I mean? Like,
actually, if you think about it, if Terran goes like Ministry first or something, but then artisans come to their base, the game's over because they can't build anything. You just pick off the mason.
Yeah, well, I mean, it takes 7 shots to kill a mason from an artisan, but that's what I mean is like they probably need to maybe do 8 damage instead of 10, right? So stuff like that. So
I haven't seen that a game where someone makes artisans as a combat unit.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm still waiting. I mean, it's more so like you can put
lattice?
2 or 3 of them on a gas geyser somewhere, and then basically you can just attack the unit that like comes to scout you, and then you don't actually need to defend it with something else, right? So that's sort of my thinking. It's much more of a particular interaction. I think just like a minor.
I know that's so much gas though. That's 225 gas. So surely you're kind of saying, well, that's okay if you can deal with a couple of Quaslas. That's fair.
It could be, you know, and again, you know, I'm going to withhold judgment. I'm not going to make that change immediately tomorrow or whatever. It's more like these are some things that I'm already thinking of. But that's the kind of thing is like dropping a damage number by 2 or something. Those are the kinds of very small tweaks we might be making after the Invitational, after more matches come out. So when we do see stuff like, you know, oh, the Fulcrum first is dominating, I'm not going to knee-jerk change it. I'm going to see like, okay, well, maybe Green Eggs has something to say about that with his bioplay. But I will say, Green Eggs had some struggles with the army control. He did obviously get flanked. I don't think he played like a class 3. Like I've seen players play much worse than him.
He's a class 3?
That well, he asked for that, or I think that was just like the logical place to put him because he hadn't ranked anyway. He'd never played competitive. So for someone who's those are his first PvP matches as far as I know. Like,
yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah,
so you know, amazing. He's played a lot against the AI apparently. But I think him and Londier probably have the same time schedules. He might even be able to play some games against you or something. Like he's a guy who I think you should stick around and play some more games because he impressed me.
Just mention me, I'll play anyone.
Yeah, I think he impressed me, and especially you never know what to expect out of people, but it's still pretty cool. Yeah. Apparently, these are his first matches against other players in Cosmonarchy. That's pretty crazy.
That is insane. What? Damn, he did so well. I thought.
Yeah, I thought for that kind of context, for sure. Yeah. So. Unfortunately, everybody in this group declined the interview. I guess Benno accepted it, but I think he's snoozing now.
Fair enough. Well, he's in Germany, right?
Yeah. So I was surprised.
It's like 3 a.m. or whatever.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 a.m. in a couple minutes. Yeah, so I was surprised that he even decided to sign up for this group. But you know, it's a Saturday, so he doesn't have to worry too much.
Trooper. Yep. Well, you know, it's a Sunday for me, so
that's right.
Though, like you say, I flew in this morning. I don't have anything else to do, so
there it is. Right. Yeah, where were you anyway?
I was up in Sydney.
Oh, okay, just like normal travel or whatever.
Well, for Mardi Gras. Because that was yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, I see. Gotcha.
You know, I live in the nation's capital, which is not Sydney. For you know, pop quiz. Most people think the capital of Canberra is.
They don't know it's Perth.
Anyway, no, still missed. It's Canberra. I gave it away by saying it, but most people think it's Sydney. You know.
Yeah.
I went to the USA, and this one girl I talked to. I said, I'm from Australia, and she said, Australia? And, yeah, she said, isn't there only like one town there? And I'm like, it's like, so I don't know.
Dude, I've never even heard of Canberra. How was I supposed to guess that?
Most people haven't.
How do you not have your capital be like a populous city that people know about? I'm confused by that.
Well, it's just like the USA, isn't it? They just decided to found one in a specific spot for administration. It's the same story, really, for Canberra.
Canberra.
Canberra? I don't know.
That's how it's spelled, but Canberra. I mean, that's more accurate. Okay, boys. Well, you know what? We learned some geography. Dude, I would suck at GeoGuessr. I don't know how the fuck people
learn about Australia anytime.
That's right. Anyway, we do have another group to sort of preview here before we take our break, unless you need to go now or something like that. But
I'm good.
Okay. Let's take it just a few moments then. Lucifirius, Terran, Jakulangski, Zerg, the Shambler, Terran. You did mention you don't think Shambler is going to drop a single match. I think Jakulangski has some pretty good stuff up his sleeve. He's been really studying all the patch notes. Every time a patch comes out, he reacts to it. He has something to say about it. Like, he's definitely thinking about it. So I feel like he's really been studying some stuff up.
He's thinking about it, though. He's doing a lot of thinking about it.
He's been playing, too.
How much?
He's been playing.
Has he?
Yeah.
Has he? How much? Shambler's been playing plenty.
Yeah, but Shambler has been playing versus people that don't necessarily innovate. You know, they just use the innovations of what other people do. So,
I mean, well, hey, this is what happens. I show some vulnerability and just destroyed. Yeah, no, I haven't been doing anything that new. That's for sure. But I hope I've trained him up. And look, Shambler is the kind of guy, and this is why he's one of the best players of Cosmonarchy. He's not afraid to get out there and lose and learn a lot of stuff, and like, well, just in general, even win or lose, play a lot of games.
Yeah.
Just trying to practice, you know, and get good. And I'm not to say anyone else is afraid of that, but obviously some people don't have time, or you know, they just got better things to do. If you like if they're not as entertained by it, is why some people don't improve as much. But Shambler, I think, is pretty dedicated, and I think he's played enough that he should be able to do this pretty cleanly. That's what I expect.
Well, we'll see. A lot of his Terran games, I think, are necessarily going to involve grinding out the wins if he is going to get some wins. I don't know that he necessarily has any strats to close things out. I know he's tried the one phalanx timing and stuff like that. Not so sure that he's practiced with
deadly. If you're only a class 2 or 3, it's going to be tough to defend that. You know, when he tried that on me as Zerg, it is scary. I mean, I don't think I lost to it. Well, maybe one time, I'm not sure. But I'm always
of the casted games, he's lost every one of them that he's tried it. So it hasn't. I mean, that's the other thing is that he's been casted in this matchup for Jakulangski to watch. I got to tell you,
if we didn't submit them for cast, you probably didn't win.
Yeah. Well,
the thing is, it is scary though. If you don't do it right, you will die to it. It's like a very threatening thing. It's not like a kind of attack where it's like you watch it, you're like, well, that was interesting, an idea, but it was never going to work. It's more like just, oh shit, he's coming with this deadly attack, but you know, I managed to defend it. You know. So I think if they're caught unawares, I mean, Jakulangski said he's been keeping track of everything. He knows everything. He's watched the casts. You reckon?
I feel like it. You know, he seems to have some stuff. He's even watching the streams while I'm making these changes and asking questions and stuff. So.
Well, is he watching the stream right now? Because we kind of told him what's going to happen.
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, that's an advantage. What about Lucifirius?
Oh, hold on. First of all, we have a bit of a sea change here. To my opposition, I give this. Biological warfare has infected me. Shambler will be going bio from now on.
Ooh, okay, that changes things a lot, but...
look at it, he's there! He's in the chat! Jakulangski says yes, he is watching. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
okay, alright. Well, we're warning you. I mean, look, man, I'm calling you out, Jakulangski. Can you take him down? I don't know that you can. I want to see it. But I don't believe.
I believe.
That Lucifirius isn't in chat. He doesn't know what he's in for.
Oh wait, hold on. Shambler's having food poisoning. Wait, are you gonna sit out? Are you over?
Oh dang.
Roller skates taking your spot, dude? Listen, there's possibilities here. I think he'll probably try to play through it. Shambler is a fighter. He tries to even play in hotel conditions.
Well, this is still off race for him, right? So it's like if it's not your finest game, it's all right.
They tried to assassinate me.
Dang,
they're bringing you down to their level. That's all.
What did you eat, Shambler? I want to know, so I don't eat it.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So, well, there you go. There will be some. I guess there will be some spewing, as we would say if we were from Britain.
You ate the Class 2 Mafia? Oh no, he's just talking about the Class 2 Mafia.
Yes, yeah. Well, you know, he could have eaten them too. You never know.
Damn. Well, he's about to eat them for breakfast.
Okay. Maybe.
Except he's not hungry anymore because the metaphor's starting to break down.
Well, just like the food in his gullet, right, is breaking down.
Right.
We can continue that.
It's not, though. That's the problem.
Oh, yes, he's having some problems with that.
Yeah.
Well, the tournament will conclude with Group D. I hope you guys are ready for that. It looks like we'll be about 30 minutes from right now, so it's going to be a bit of a delayed start, judging by Lucifirius. What we might decide to do is maybe start a little bit earlier than that, just to have the other two players play on schedule, and Lucy can come in after that. But we'll keep you guys posted either way. Check back in a little while, and you can always keep your eyes peeled on the actual Discord server as well if you're in there. So there you go. GG's.
See you soon.
Back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Group D. Lucifirius, jakulangski, and the Shambler are going to be competing in this particular group to close the Invitational out. We got to decide who the fourth and final winner is, and while Shambler is feeling a little bit worse for wear, jakulangski is looking to maybe get some moolah out of the whole situation. Neblime, what do you reckon's going to happen here? Because they are going to be our opening fight.
Isn't it kind of fitting if he's sort of just shambling around? He doesn't have the strength to move properly.
Yeah, I think
maybe that's his default state. I don't know. We've never seen his true power.
I feel like, based on all the excuses I see, that is true, actually.
Well, I can only hope so. Well, because, it's like, how there's that meme, it's like you only use 10% of the brain or some BS. It's
Yeah.
He's using 90% of his for typing. Over 10% for actually playing, so we don't want to unleash that. Who knows what he'd be capable of.
That's true,
Man, I got to give it to Shambler, like I was talking about. I haven't changed my mind. jakulangski is good. He has some mechanics, but I think Shambler is just more experienced with it in general and also recently. But I'm told jakulangski's been watching all the casts and stuff and keeping up with it and playing a little bit. So I don't know. I would say if jakulangski wins, it's because he bought something Shambler didn't expect.
That's right. Okay. I don't think they have ever played against each other, so that's going to be an
Never.
Interesting thing to match up with. I think that's one area where, like, Shambler's off kilter because of his, whatever food-borne illness or what have you. He's obviously off racing, and he's going to come into this on a map that maybe he hasn't played too much. I have no idea if he's got experience on Axiom. Maybe he played TVTs against Newt or something, and against a matchup that I think he's only really fought you on so far. And jakulangski, I feel like, probably plays a bit different. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But
He says, got his Zerg.
That's right. So I think we can probably get ready for this situation.
Shouldn't they be in the player slots?
They should be, yeah.
Those delinquent.
I
Yeah,
will
Shambler and Shambles. That's the name.
chastise him. Yeah.
I need like an emote that somehow expresses Shambler and Shambles. That's what I'll choose to add. I still have that in my back pocket.
Yes, that's right. Well, you can always do this. I do think that jakulangski has what it takes. He's got to center himself. I think he obviously had more APM than Shambler in that test we did to make sure Axiom was working, so therefore he's going to win.
Right, his friends and family watching Axiom sit their energy. You'll have to believe in the heart of the cards for this one, man.
I feel like Shambler has allowed the foodborne illness to really get to his brain.
Yeah, I don't know. Since he does so much typing, you got to try not to read too much of it.
Yeah, that's
you
fair.
You don't know what'll happen to you.
Right, it rubs
That's how it
off
spreads,
on you.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can get the foodborne illness through the text. I can believe it.
Ah.
Well, Alexhandr will be taking a...
that one.
Yeah.
Where did jakulangski go?
I'll just ping him on Discord to remind him. Alexhandr will be getting some replays out of this situation, so there is that.
Oh, yeah.
He's looking for Zerg versus Terran after Newt spanked him a little bit. So. That's the thing is, I feel like Newt is a better Terran than Shambler.
Ooh, that's tough, but I'd have to agree.
Like right now in the dead-on mirror, I feel like Shambler probably has a little bit of an advantage because he just knows the tech tree a bit more, and Newt was like learning. But from what Newt showed today,
well,
I feel like the early game would go Newt's way every single way, right?
This comes back to what I was saying, though. I feel like all the games I've played with Shambler recently, he's trying to do stuff that hasn't been done before based on the patches, right? Whereas I feel like Newt's sort of just trying to do anything he can. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I feel like in the long term, Shambler does have more potential, but I guess we'll see.
I guess we will. We have none other than the Shambler in the top right, immediately going for one worker on gas. jakulangski in the bottom left as the Zerg player.
Is Vespene the equivalent of oil in Zabulba?
Well, the thing about...
Do they have Vespene in Zabulba, actually?
They have hyper vials. 111.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, so the hyper lines give you hyper vials. It's I was planning some interesting stuff with that. I was like, you can harvest without constructing, just like in Cosmonarchy, but it would actually damage your worker temporary damage or something. So it would be more vulnerable to harassment if that were going to be the case. Something like that anyway. But.
Just make it be like anti-armor or whatever if you're close to the thing.
Yeah, or like maybe a penalty that makes you take more damage per attack or something like that. Yeah,
that's basically what I mean.
Yeah, because if it's anti-armor, I mean, maybe workers won't have armor or whatever. But yeah, it's just something like that where it's like, okay, you want a cap to increase your safety as well as other details, right? So it is going to be a very fast
about this game.
Yeah.
No. Quick anti-Kithera question: is it going to have 2 resources?
Yeah, there'll be 2.
All right.
Magmite and Hyper.
Anyway, like you say, Fulcrum.
That's that.
Ooh, let's see with the hatch first, and I prefer that option. Now, here's the tricky thing. Shambler likes going for a very fast vulture, and Alexhandr and I actually talked about this because we weren't sure if he'd have to fight him. And you probably need to get a Zerg, especially, not going pool first.
Well, he's going Ovaleth.
And look at this.
Yeah.
He's doing it. The degenerate Zerg. And this is actually kind of a perfect counter to Shambler if the vulture can't run by. Now, if you pull a drone or even 2, and position them, the vulture will not get past. It can't kill a drone because the circle will do a lot of damage. So this is definitely still completely counterable. But is jakulangski going to scout? Is he going to send the Overlord straight on? Because I don't think it'll get there in time. Oh, it's a Cyclops. I think that's actually bad for Shambler here. Vulture might have been able to run by a bit easier. Ooh.
He's calling it the neblime build, the U build.
No, Shambler doesn't even know.
He wasn't paying attention.
Okay, but jakulangski has made a severe mistake here.
Dude, he's like, what? This is my build. You can't take credit for a neblime.
Oh my god. Yeah. This Circuit, though, is in the wrong place. Because you can't defend the hatchery with that, Hatchrosk. The Cyclops will come and peck at it. I mean, to be fair, you've got plenty of time before the Hatchrosk goes down, but that means you won't be able to mine there for a bit, and you've sort of got to respond, especially if lava or eggs start going down.
But look at this, though. I think Shambler might think there's something in the Ovaleth. Like, I'm not sure how he didn't notice, but he's, like, chasing it down. It's in a way where it doesn't seem to me like something that you would normally chase down. You would normally go to the other side of the map, right? Second Cyclops.
Well, possibly his thinking is just like, oh, there's a Circuit, I won't do anything, let me just, harass this Overleft. Well, no, he's still going. I think he just wanted to take some shots at it.
Yeah, maybe.
Because he knows full well that there couldn't have been Cocytus yet, and that's usually what you drop here.
Maybe he thinks there's a second Kagran. There's no way based on the timing, though. I feel like...
he's coming down here, and I think this is why I think Shambler's going to win games today, because he has the sort of nous to see opportunities like this, where I think a lot of Class 2 or 3s don't. And he's just like, okay, like, your circus over there, what if I go over here, And look, like, this is really bad for jakulangski, because he's going to deny some mining. Like I said, if you kill lava or eggs, it's actually a severe loss, because you're relying on this extra production with lots of cool. And look, he's going to go for it. And I don't think that's going to finish. Well, I think... Yeah, no, it will die.
The eggs are going to die, because there's 2 of them. If it was only 1, I would be indifferent, but...
Yeah, and you can see it's sort of close. But yeah, look at that. That's a big loss of minerals there. I mean, it would be better if he didn't make it all, of course. But either way, you're losing production there.
Well, hold on, because the other one did actually finish.
Yeah. This is not a good engagement for
him. He would need to pull back a little bit. I think he's going to try to. He's going to try to sandwich it with the cliff advantage. Yeah, but
look at that reaction time. I can't believe Shambler was like looking here and reacted that fast. That's actually so sick. Okay, but he can't win this fight. He needs to get out of here. Or if he loses both of these, I'm not as much of a fan. I think he could have retreated as soon as he got hit from the high ground.
And remember, there were no workers killed there. There were obviously the eggs and larvae, but when the eggs die, you get the money back as if it was a cancel.
Well, you know the nature of Zerg. Every Kozef you make, Kozelisk you make is a worker that wasn't made. So,
that's true. That's true. But he's even on workers, so.
Yeah, no quarry actually is a big deal. So you know what? After all that, maybe. jakulangski's still doing okay here.
And the Palladium has been done for so long, but instead it's a ministry. The Phalanx getting delayed really for a long amount of time there.
I'm surprised because it was by watching Shambler's games that I realized that the quarry and the treasury... Oh man, that's huge! Those mines doing so much work. These...
Oh, look at that! The scoop up!
Holy shit, dudes. This is not the Class 2 Invitational. What are we watching right now? Like, holy
some
crap.
high plays.
That was so sick to pick those up. I mean, it was a great place mine to begin with, right?
Yes.
And I thought, like, he's going to kill all those. But damn, he saves 3 of them. Everyone's going to count. Oh, but the Phalanx is already here.
They need to get into the Ovaleth, right? And, watch out. The Circuit can be in range here. Okay, so what needs to happen is there needs to be a drop onto this Quasilisk and taking advantage of the fact that it has...
They'll never kill it, though. There's 3 Cyclops there. The best thing to do would be drop on the Cyclops to get the Phalanx's damage, I think, because you'll never kill that. Well, okay, say that.
Yeah, it's because of the low armor, right? And so now the remorph is going to come in. The workers can actually they can't fight the Cyclops is the problem, right? Well, scooping him up. It's going to be a combat drop. Didn't cancel that other one, though.
I think jakulangski's dead here, actually. Because even if he kills the Phalanx, so much damage has been done. And Shambler kind of slipping on macro at home,
he lost the Phalanx, so yeah. I don't know that really much can be done. Now, the problem is that his second circuit is still really far. He needs to kill this before the other Phalanx arrives. If he clears out the Cyclops, that will be a pretty big move. He's trying to burrow. That's not going to save you.
Well, he got a couple more HP that way, I don't know. But yeah, now they're going to get decimated. Shambler not microing all of a sudden. The macro did slip at home quite badly, I want to say. If like a few more Cyclops had rallied during that, I mean, there's another Phalanx here now.
Finally, a pair of Zets being made, though, and that's the big thing that's been missing here this whole time. Remember, Quasis can deal pretty well with the Phalanx, but you want to be able to contest the Cyclops, right?
Man, it does a lot of damage, doesn't it? It just annihilates those. Now it will get taken out.
Oh my god, not quite. Not quite.
Okay, Zeph's coming in now, and they'll be able to deal with that. I mean...
No, it could stand and fight, but Shambler's allowing it to zone him away as he sends in a Goliath, 2 Cyclops, a Vulture. He is getting his Ministry up, but the worker count is still favoring jakulangski, and we're about to see the Hydra, and that's a big deal because Hydras do so much better versus this particular composition. And a third base has been started throughout all of this. The Ovulettes are a little bit lackluster with their movement because one of them should probably get picked off here. Oh, maybe not. It might actually lure Shambler in. Remember, he's only got the 1 Phalanx. It's very low.
Well, is he really being lured? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the thing is, he's not going to get in here and kill him now, so I don't think the Phalanx is actually that all important. As a way of forcing an engagement so the other units can be damaged, is decent. Look at that, he's going to load up again. But again, I wouldn't really be dropping Zephs on this.
Drag the mine. He can drag the mine, yeah.
Shambler a lot more. There it goes.
Oh, but he stops it. The Ovoleth is not going to unload the 4 Zets. That's a pretty big deal.
Oh, that is huge, actually. Damn, if only he had more Quasis to attack at the same time.
Well, we have some 5 pairs of Quasis coming. There is a single Hydra out. We need to see more of that.
Yeah, he needs to make less Quasis. 0 Quas would be fine here. I mean, they're not the greatest unit, but they're better than Quasis against this 4 formation.
Yeah, I think
so. And this is sort of why this is strong.
Here's a big deal, though. The 3rd hatch is going to finish. That's going to allow him to get a flank for free, right? So that could be a pretty big deal. I mean, it's a question.
Look how much Terran stuff is here. I don't think he has time for that. I think he's about to get smashed.
Well, he's unloading. He's a bit of a ferry. Is making another pair of Quasis. I don't know, but I agree that the Quasis are not really the ideal move here. But he can easily throw some Zets or something like that onto this back line here.
Yeah. Oh, if only Cyclops did friendly fire. He's going to go for the drop again. He needs to bring those units from the 3rd over as well. Those 2 Hydras make a big difference. And here they come. A pretty well coordinated attack. Doesn't have that much stuff though. If he takes out both the Phalanx, he's bought himself some time. It looks like he will do that. But fairly severe losses.
It is a lot of losses, right? But now Shambler is also pulling ahead in terms of the macro behind this.
There's no healing though, so every damage he does to the Cyclops will last. Now, here's the problem. It all comes back to that circuit position, man, I'm telling you, and I have a lot more to say about it after the game, don't worry. I know the audience wants to hear my 10-page essay on circuit position.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's clearly something that I think is important here. He could transfer these workers. It looks like he will transfer them to the 3rd base, so at least they'll be fully efficient. Okay. And Shambler doesn't know that base exists. Earlier in the group, we actually had DeadInfested get hit pretty hard by a proxy base that he just never scouted, even though it was the most attackable thing of all time. Now, the Hydras are going to start growing in count here, and if he can keep, any additional Phalanxes, there aren't even any more Phalanxes coming online. It's all Goliaths. If he goes for Zeth Hydra in this situation, I think it's over for Shambler, and he's actually going to get a lot of his own units stunned over here.
Well, jakulangski will clean it up, but he only has so many drones to actually rally with. Like, to make, 4 hatch Hydra, you need, 40 drones or more. Or Drolef, sorry. I don't know the exact number, but I'd be doing that kind of thing. And, he can't really make
Oh, no, and he has also revealed that the base is there. I mean, the Kagra was going to do it anyway. Circuith will finish. This is going to buy him some time. He can use the reinforcements, but honestly, 2 of his Hydras are back there because of the mines. Now, one of the Goliaths has already fallen, the other one half HP. Sure, they committed to kill the Kagran. I don't think that was worth it for Shambler. He's actually lost a lot of his tempo. And again, okay, 3 bases online for the Zerg. You can swarm up to catch up in the worker count. You can see jakulangski go for another base here.
Here's the thing, right? There's 5 Fulcrums out, and actually a Vestry about to finish too. I agree absolutely that Zerg can always catch up in Drolef's here, but that relies on Shambler staying home, basically. So you have to find a way to intimidate him. Now, Shambler did go for the 3rd base here, which I don't know if I even like. It might have been better if he just put more on military.
This is a little rough too, because the Cyclops are dealing all the spread damage, but they were off to the side in that engagement. The Goliaths attacking from the low ground gave over a lot of tempo over. And yes, 3rd base will get scouted. Some workers will die. This might just put Shambler a little bit on the back foot, keeps him south of 50. Not exactly a huge break point per se, but, the Cyclops also... Yeah, I like the I0 core. The Cyclops obviously could have just been focused down by those Hydras. He was kind of like wastefully attacking the Ministry on a manual attack order, getting maybe a little bit overwhelmed. But you know what? I think that this is the kind of thing that I think you really do show what you're made of. And the fact that jakulangski hasn't collapsed to that pressure of something that he probably hasn't seen that much, because I don't think he's played versus that many Terrans. I don't know. I actually like the way that he's pulled this off here. He's not in a bad position at all.
Ooh, this counter drop I really like, because you drop in, you kill like 5 Masons, it's huge. But he's going to get seen. I question the overleft path straight through the middle like that. I mean, you got to be a bit careful. And he might even die. The Glyph's doing hella damage. Okay, it's going to get away. But Shambler sees it coming, so he won't have any trouble preparing for that.
Well, he could catch the Phalanx that's coming in. That's actually the only way to break the Circuit line.
That is actually one of the best plays against this, actually. Oh, is he going to get it? No,
he's passing it like ships in the night there. But honestly, the fact that this is making him pull his units back is kind of ridiculous. Isn't it Benno-esque, the way Shambler returning with pretty much his entire army? Yeah. There's one Cyclops here to try to do some damage.
I don't think you necessarily break jakulangski here, but you park a balance to force an engagement. Anyway, he's gonna... Oh, I thought he was gonna focus Masons, but unfortunately he only gets 1, I think. Or is that an old corpse even, I think?
It was a Cyclops that he killed, is what it looks like. So yeah, not actually getting any of the workers. Still behind in terms of bases. Now taking 9 o'clock. So gonna go up into bases, keeping up the tempo. A Ministry has been started out in the open for Shambler, who is still on the tier 1, remember. He's been committing to this tier 1 strat. Meanwhile, nearly tier 2 timing here. Yeah, Iroh's about to come online. Huge.
If he can deny this army, though, it's very hard to move over to that 9 o'clock, I have to say, because you'd have to commit your army all the way up to the top. But
I like this. He immediately spent his money, Neblime. Like, jakulangski was on top of that spending. He knew what he was saving for, and he kept it up. The biggest problem is map control, right? You were just sort of touching on it. How are you going to move through the army? How are you going to even contend with all the Goliaths?
Well, I think jakulangski's not doing a very good job with his army, actually. I think the way Shambler's moving his army is fine. There are difficulties in the map, but I think he's doing okay. But jakulangski is kind of just sitting in the main defensive area, content to fight in the main path, when I think you really need to move around and look for surrounds and threaten counterattacks and all that stuff is there. But look at this. He's getting drawn into a fight up the ramp, while half his army's in another narrow choke, and he's just getting decimated.
Yeah, there's not enough circuits over here either for this, and unfortunately he never made any Lysilisks or anything. Now, he has lured some of those units off to the right-hand side, but so much mech over here. This is a very hard tier 1 committal. 3 Madrigal's about to finish as well, and Shambler's going to go in for the kill at this 3rd base.
I think he's going to go in for more than 3rd base. I think this is the end, because there's no military units left. He has like a few Hydras. Yeah. And this army is like has a few clerics now. It's not going to be whittled away so easily. And that's
he's going to call it there. He did just have 15 Hydras in production, but it doesn't look like it was enough, and Shambler will take the first match. But honestly, with how much pressure was going on there, I'm impressed with Jack's hold. I do think that that does bode pretty scarily if you are going to go for that degen. But talk to me about the Circuit, Neblime. That was the key linchpin, it feels like.
Yeah, it actually completely was, probably for that entire game. Okay, so in the first place, if you're worried, you saw what happened with those Cyclops coming in, and that set things off to go pretty badly already, that snowballed. But then later, when the Phalanx are coming, if you have your Circuit far out in front of your Hatcheros, and maybe you can even build another one in front if you know Phalanx are coming, not only does it buy you more time because they have to siege and move forward, you can pick up the Kagran after the Circuit dies, move it back a tiny bit, and make them siege again and get it. And you do that over and over, you can buy tons of time that way. I've actually, Shambler probably, has memories of me doing that already in games versus him, because it's very effective. If you've already got the overleft, it's a good way to slow that push down. And all you need against those Phalanx pushes is time, because you will build up the units you need eventually.
All right, well, Lucifirius, meanwhile, is switching our gears over to TVT. He said he's not looking forward to TVT. And it says no cheese. Calls for no cheese. Well,
remember, no 3s.
Yeah, no 3. Well, you know what? We like 3s around here because those are our measures of donations. Remember that you still have time to inflate the prize pool if you want to. Lucifirius in the top left.
I'll put a bounty
in the top right.
If anyone takes a game of Shambler, I'd $33.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Australian dollars, but
Yeah, it still count.
They still count. Lucifirius at 0 APM. I'm impressed. Okay, no, he's just...
I don't know, dude. I think he just finished. He sat down doing something, helping out his family, it looks like, and he's ready to play now. And it looks like Shambler was listening to some playlist. He often does listen to like random ethnic music, like Irish or Italian music or whatever.
Just like for this event, I'm gonna play the I don't know, Romanian playlist and see how that goes. Like, is that what you've done?
Yeah, I don't know what he's up to. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. Alexhandr saying 33 Aussie dollars is $3 US. I mean, I don't think it's quite that bad, but
no,
they're not Australian rupees.
3-2. Yeah. It's pretty much 3-2, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a 3 in there somewhere,
Actually,
and that's the important part.
I actually get paid in US dollars sometimes, so
Ah.
I have to keep.
And then you're like, yeah, I like this.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's like, I look at how much I burn, and I'm like, that's not much, so I convert and I feel a bit better about it. All right, so Fulcrum coming up for Lucy, and of course the same for Shambler. I think we've got the two ends of the spectrum. We've got the bio dedicated green eggs. Wait, didn't Shambler say he was going to do bio?
Yeah, but I think what he was saying is that he got infected by food, and I misread that as bio. I thought he was saying that like, oh yeah, bio has given me like new. I've been convinced that bio is really good. That's what I thought he was saying. But not
That's
quite.
kind of funny then. I didn't realize. Well, why doesn't Terran use more biological weapons? Makes you wonder.
Irradiate.
Because I always got the impression of the races like Terran.
Oh no!
Like,
oh! Lucy's done the bronze move. He just needs to fix his workers now.
Yeah. That's kind of nasty. Of the 3 races, Terran is the one that doesn't really like give a crap about what they're doing. They're like, yeah, whatever. We're going to put mines everywhere and use nukes.
Yep.
So where's the poison gas, man? When's that coming in?
Well, Roller Skates has correctly guessed the colors, but has Shambler correctly guessed the build? The second fulcrum for both players. Goliath operational in just a few moments here for Lucifirius.
Yeah, it'll be fast enough, just barely. I think it is better because of all the units that come out the fulcrum, without the palladium, of course, the Goliath beats all of them. Well, except itself.
Yes, crucially, the big thing will be who gets the vestry up first, I think. But honestly, if you end up going for mass Goliaths or whatever, I feel like that could be really scary.
Although I like these building positions, I guess you don't really want to go in there when the fulcrums are like that. You will lose the vulture, so it's probably not a good idea.
Yeah, I wonder if you can squeeze through that above the ramp on the right. We usually are pretty permissive on the terrain, and I feel like you could probably squeeze past it, but you wouldn't get the vulture back out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
no way. But this is Cosmonarchy, so probably.
Yeah.
But like you say, it wouldn't get out. So I don't think it'd be worth it. I think Shambler made the right decision, and it's good intel seeing your opponent's being Goliath, so you're taking map control. And I have to go back to a Brood War principle here. If you have the weaker army in Terran vs Terran, but you have map control, you're generally winning. And the thing is, the problem with it is, sure, you can say Lucy's ahead on Goliath count now, if Goliath is the key unit, which is clear that it is. The thing is, Shambler now can say, okay, I can stop making vultures because my opponent's not making vultures. I know I have the map control, and then you go into your own strong units, and the map control lets you get more efficient engagements because you have the terrain.
Well, it's going to be Goliath Blackjack, which is an interesting comp. I haven't seen this one in TVT before. And versus basically pure Vulture, the one thing is if they're on attack move, the mines will pop pretty quick to this army. So if there's no other units to sort of draw the aggro, Lucy can probably just cleanly A-move with this force and deal with any of the mines that pop up.
The Goliaths are so tanky, you don't even really want to engage when a mine goes off, right? Unless you have a really big advantage. Now, look at this.
Oh my goodness. He's trying for it. He's just going to clear one of the Blackjacks and in the process lose 2 Vultures and a lot of HP on the rest.
Isn't the Blackjack cheaper than a Vulture?
It's the same cost, I believe.
There you go. So I don't know if that was a good trade. And they're also injured now. Does he have a Vestry? He does not.
No, he went for a Treasury instead. Yeah, he's looking to use this as an expand, so he'll make a quarry off of this particular structure.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't see any point to make the Treasury before the quarry unless you want gas for something.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine what. So I think there's a bit of an economic mistake by Shambler. And, both of them keeping pretty much on par with worker production. That said, Lucy has plenty of gas. He could have made his own quarry, but he did not. So technically, Shambler could get better saturation at least.
We're going to add a Palladium now based on that Vespine, so there will be a Phalanx in response. Presumably, anyway, is what I'm guessing we're going to be seeing. Quarry being added on to that natural by the Treasury.
It does seem fairly obvious that phalanxes are better than madrigals here because Furia is not that good against mech units.
That's right, yeah. I mean, I could maybe see an argument for going for the Furia if you could guarantee that you're going to do a pincer onto a base. Now adding the Quarry in the main, that's going to be Shambler trying to go up to 3 worker production queues. And the Palladium is just about finished. There it is. Instantaneously starting a Phalanx.
I have played a game where I was using madrigals against Bio and it was hilariously brutal, but I'm wondering who it was. Was it Green Eggs? Was that way back when? I don't know.
I know, because those were his first PvP matches just now. So.
Oh, right. No, I guess not then. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Man, like you said, it seems amazing how good he was. Someone's got to get on him and say, like, hey, let me teach you and you'll be a class 1 in no time.
Well, I do think that if he can, there's very simple fixes he could have done by just positioning the Hurricanes in front of the rest of the units in that Axiom match and obviously trying to send out some of his forces on a harassment because the way that it works with the bridges on Fata Morgana, for example, right? He had a bunch of forces by this bridge that Lucy has, he doesn't know it yet, but there's a lot of lobotomy mines over there. that mined up bridge is where most of his forces were. If he peels off like half of those, it pretty much has the same DPS because the other half can't even get there to fight on, on the army, right? So you just consider that sort of like law of space, if you will, and try to see if you can secure more and more things across the map, and definitely like contesting the enemy base, right? So just a little bit like when you drill down those specifics, I feel like just absent-mindedly attack moving with like, I don't know, 20 Mavericks, which sounds like a lot, but it really isn't when you have like, 12 stockades.
Oh yeah, 20 Mavericks will evaporate quickly.
Yeah, or they'll just clear a worker line real quick too. So
true, something's going to evaporate. Now this is interesting. I feel like Lucy's doing kind of the same thing Shambler's doing, but just slower.
Yep.
Which is not good for him. I mean, okay, he didn't make a single vulture to be fair, but that's the thing. Shambler has a lot of map control here, even if it's weak. And he got the quarries faster, even though his opponent's following footsteps. We can see a substantial worker advantage for Shambler.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse now. There is a quarry obviously in the main here for Lucifirius, but it's going to be 30 seconds before the one on the treasury can come online. So it's not like
Triple Palladium! He's going for it.
Okay. All at once. Now, this is the time where if Lucy moves out, he can actually capitalize on this because there's no mech units back at home. He's making clerics only off of the stockade. If he just moves across the map right now, he can certainly scare Shambler and force him into a more defensive posture. Maybe pick apart his treasury. He just made a third one. Well, a second treasury.
His army is too strong for Shambler. Like, I think he would win the game. If
if he right clicks his base right now, like, well, eight clicks his base right now, I feel like it's going to be really hard.
He's not going to win the game.
Yeah, well.
Now the Palladiums are done. If 3 phalanxes get out, that'll be enough to like defend the main at least. And Lucy's still sitting in here.
Yeah,
if we look at this from a Brood War Terran point of view, it's always the problem, and a lot of new players have this problem in TBT, is if you just stay in your natural, you're never going to win, because your opponent will just set up a stronger and stronger defensive position over time and take the map. And I'm worried this is what's going to happen to Lucy here. As soon as Shambler's phalanxes are out and he starts setting up here, it's going to be difficult for Lucifirius to get out of here.
Yeah, vultures are screaming in towards that 3 o'clock base because the 9 o'clock is coming online for Shambler with the quarry being added on there. So he's already sort of realizing, hey, my enemy might be doing the same thing that I'm doing. And he can at least check that and say, okay, maybe I'm ahead economically. Because he's got mine coverage all around the 1 o'clock base, so he knows that there's no third base coming online for that. And, really both of our players are missing is just any vision of their actual enemy's bases. So, no ant seals, no wraiths.
Gotta fly those watchdogs in, man.
Yeah, there's one coming up at the in the Shambler main right now, so maybe that'll happen. And here's a faster tech up from Lucy, so that could be interesting. He's also going to see if he can move out at the same time.
Oh, I guess Triple Palladium is going to slow down your tech, huh? I was thinking, surely Shambler would have faster because he took the second base faster, he had more workers. But no, I guess you're right. Well, what is he going to do with it, though?
He's got phalanxes across the bridge. I mean, I think what you would really want in this situation is you go Sundogs or Gorgons and start wreaking havoc on the phalanx line, right?
That's what I'm thinking. Oh, yeah, I guess actually attacking the army makes sense. I was thinking of going for like a counterattack to the main and harassing, but
you can do that too.
Well prepared for that.
I'm just thinking, I'm looking at this. There's no anti-air at all for Shambler's army. He's literally just got the phalanxes and the vultures, right? Eventually, maybe he'll go madrigals. That's a very gas-intensive strat, delaying his tier 2 even further. You can establish air dominance. Okay, we've got 1 or 2 Goliaths trickling in now. And it looks like there was going to be an attempt at expanding down to 3 o'clock, but of course it gets gutted by all of those vultures. Honestly, if the phalanxes are in position and the vultures take a fight with, like, I don't know, say, any sort of cyclopses in nearby range or anything like that, I feel like the vultures are just going to die to the splash, and then Shambler will have a very exposed military.
Well, now that these phalanxes are in this position, right, I feel like Lucifirius has missed the opportunity yet early on, and even for a long time in this game, it's going to be hard to overcome the advantage Shambler has now.
Well, there's the watchdog in his base as well, so he's getting a nice scout. He sees the captaincies coming online, a second Palladium added on as well, and adding 3 Vestries in total, so...
Is he going to go for Olympians? Because they would at least be decently tanky to get through this sort of phalanx position. I'm not sure what else you would make out of these, because Madcaps are not going to be very good, I don't think. Oh, he's going to go for it. He's moving the army out right across the bridge, and this is a horrible choke point. He's going to take a lot of damage.
At least 1 phalanx dead, yeah.
Yeah. Well, on the one hand, he's right not to try and pull that off, but on the other hand, he can't stay here. He will lose the game if he doesn't get out of here. Now, look, he's landed the third, he built the third, and I guess he can get over there and secure that if Shambler's not going to move in, which I don't know why Shambler's not moving in. But this is the problem. It's quite difficult to micro this, and I don't think Lucifirius is experienced at this sort of precise micro, it doesn't seem like. So I don't really see him breaking through this on the ground. He needs some kind of trump card.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking apostles out of the captaincy, but I don't think they're going to be too useful in this situation.
And again, this sort of shows.
Oh, it is a
how
fast
good
guild hall.
Shambler is.
Okay, so it will be either Olympians or autocrats.
I'm sure it'll be Olympians, because what good would autocrats be in this situation, right? I mean, you can imagine technically you like kill a phalanx back in the enemy line, they start shooting themselves, but how are you going to get that close? I just don't see it happening. So I would be surprised if he made autocrats.
You know
But
what?
yeah,
I would
this
be
is for sure.
surprised. I want to see Lucy rush up to tier 3 and then almost immediately go for, like, you know, diadems or something. Just speed it up.
Yeah,
you know?
Diadem, of course, solves this problem pretty handsomely. Now, finally, Shambler's Atlas finishes. I mean, if he just throws down a bunch of starports, starts making wyverns or something, I don't see what Lucifirius can do about it.
Captaincies of his own. He wants to fight the autocrat war because autocrats are on the way for Lucifirius as he adds more sentinels. To
I
his
know
retinue.
Shambler 100% is going to make autocrats. I mean, if Lucy's going to make them, which I don't think is a good idea, by the way, there's no way Shambler isn't, because he seems to love them.
He loves them, yes. But behind this, right, Shambler's just building more bases, expanding outwards, seeing what he can do.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Lucy realizes how much of a problem this is, because honestly, he's not taking much steps to do anything about it.
No, he's setting up his third base.
Say,
he's never cleared this watchdog. Okay, now he's going to start attacking it with the autocrat.
Wait, does that mean he gets it back? No, you don't get buildings back.
No, bad idea.
Bad idea. Does that mean he's not going to make them?
I wonder what he's doing with the captaincies then.
I guess he's going to make Olympians, or maybe he's going to make the other things, the sirens.
The phalanxes are wreaking havoc over here.
Oh,
The
look
mech
at that
army.
position in
Oh
the
no,
south.
through the bridge and everything. No counter siege out of Lucy. I feel like has he even noticed that this is happening right now?
Yeah, his screen's there.
Yeah, now it is. Yeah, now pulling back. Oh my goodness. Well, maybe this is a 400 IQ bait, because if Shambler counters by trying to go in, and then the autocrats revive everything.
There you go. Well, yeah, you go like, oh no, my army, and then he comes in, and you reveal the like 20 wyverns you had or something. But yeah, I didn't even notice Shambler got on the high ground down there, but yeah, there's no way you get across that. And even the other bridge would be extremely difficult. So, I mean, at some point, you just got to stop making ground units, to be honest. And he is making madcaps right now. Well, at this point, I'm kind of questioning, does Lucy even have a plan? And there you go. 4 starports going up for Shambler, which I think is the right call. I think that's the perfect thing to do in this situation, because you know you've got the money. If your opponent went like pure Valkyrie, you could probably still just like outspam them with Gorgons, because you've got so much more money.
That's right. Yeah, Mantle coming online at the 1 o'clock, but it seems like it's curtains. That's what it seems like right now.
Yeah, I think so, to be honest. I mean, I'm trying to think if what the best unit is for Shambler here. I think Gorgons are honestly the best, just because they move around really fast, and you don't need something so fancy as Sundogs in this situation, right? You just need to keep like doing damage, and you'll eventually overwhelm. Yeah, this is not spot for a Mantle. Is he going to lift it?
It would be funny to lift it and
Ramsey?
pull the cataphract in the opponent's, 11 o'clock or something funny like that. I've never seen anything quite like that before.
Something that is surprisingly capable in this situation is Durandals, because they move fast enough to dodge the phalanx shots, and you get an Azazel maybe, and they're actually very good at killing the phalanx once they get close, of course. Now that said, I think they're still quite cost inefficient, but when you're dealing with this kind of choke situation, you want to go for it on ground, you need something really tanky like that.
I guess the biggest problem for me is that it all seems like surplus to requirements to even talk about, because the Gorgons are coming out with the star pads or starports.
I did get Gorgons, that's smart, yeah. Yeah, no, this game is over for sure. I'm just speculating.
Right, yeah. From a gameplay standpoint, it's interesting. And there's Heracles also here to maybe absorb the phalanx shots, but this is the first time I've seen Lucy's tanks actually sieged, so.
Well, suppose you did go in with Durandals in another game. Heracles would be decent at just sort of holding them up, I think.
Yep. Yeah. Maybe that's something
that...
The
Gorgons are in view, I'm pretty sure, with Lucy's mantle, but they're just hanging out. I'm surprised Shambler didn't go for tier 3. Well, he always complained that I wouldn't kill him until I got tier 3, so I guess he has to go up to that.
Yeah, well, he's taking over the entire map, so, I think he's realized... Is
he going to hit 200 Masons?
Yeah, well, almost certainly. 6 more.
He's about to, yeah. Oh, but he's going to make his Gorgon attack and ruin it. Ooh,
imagine just GG as soon as the Gorgon touches?
I mean, could you blame him, or what else can he do?
He's got a cataphract. He's about to... Yeah, there
Lucy just spent 2,000 minerals.
That's the... Oh, no, I have no idea.
Oh, he queued up like 15 Hurricanes. Oh, here we go. Here's the Gorgons. Shambler has hit 200 Masons. That's the signal to attack.
That is the signal to attack. You've seen that
played
before.
enough of the mini game of making Masons. Now it's time to play the actual game.
Look, the captaincy's here.
Yeah, what's he gonna make? Nothing. It's just
just there. Yeah.
Well, there's no splash damage whatsoever here, right? Oh, there's the Cyclops, right? I was going to say.
Yes,
so
the best
do you
unit,
just,
obviously. The Autocrat, too. Oh, there's the Hurricanes you were talking about. Just
yeah.
popping out
Oh, look
like-
how slow he's going.
No, Ahmed, don't
die.
waddle like that. Watchdog's
Sorry,
desperately
yeah,
being
no.
set up. Oh, but he's too
Oh,
busy
look.
attack moving on the captaincy. There's a Durandal.
Yeah, it's his only opportunity, but it's mostly clerics at this point.
Oh, no.
Well,
Atlas
not for long.
spotted. Trying to
Oh, yeah?
repair it desperately. Goliath's being made. Autocrat coming out of the captaincy
Do
momentarily.
Gorgons affect flying buildings? That
Yes.
sounds kind of hilarious. Well, my building's flying right now. GG. Ah, GG.
Ah, GG.
Oh, look, a res just happened. Well, one unit got res that I saw.
Well, there you go.
Shambler handling it.
He is, yeah. I feel like he practiced way too much for this.
I tried to warn you. Alright, I'm gonna be right back for the next.
All right, go for it. Well, Jakulangski will now select map numero 3. Yeah, Lucy, because he went for vultures, which are totally ineffective versus your Goliaths, you could have... there's a period of time where he went for triple palladium and had no units behind the vultures if you just A-move across the bridge. Your Goliaths and your blackjacks automatically kill the lobotomy mines before they can even pop and do much. Like, they might slow you at best. And you eventually arrive at his base and just kill his natural. It might not be over at that point, but it was pretty close. The other thing we were speculating is maybe you were rushing to Atlas so that you could go for starports, because if you get Gorgons or Sundogs out, you can do really good damage to the phalanxes that were across the ridge for you, or maybe counterattack with a bunch of harassment to kill the workers and slow things down. At the very least, you could have maybe freed yourself from the phalanx tyranny with something like fast starports. The general gist of it in TVT, and even in like StarCraft 1, is sometimes you'll even get into situations where people will go like mass cloaked Wraith for the sake of picking off, individual tanks and even potentially Goliaths if they're small number enough. And that's something that maybe could be worked out in a Cosmonarchy equivalent here in that particular map. Welcome back,
What are they saying?
What happened?
They saying?
The infantry was a mistake. I was just talking about the like the air dynamic. I thought we thought maybe, or speculated that he might be air rushing, with that fast Atlas. Lucy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's why I was mentioning that.
Yeah, well, I was kind of wondering what he was doing with the captaincies, right? And he didn't actually use them that much in the end. Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky in that tier 2 because you kind of think, well, maybe I should just keep making phalanxes, but you gotta give credit to the commandment. You can just irradiate sieged phalanxes.
Oh yeah, that's true.
What are they going to do? They have to leave.
Yeah.
And you get the Azazel, so if a couple Goliaths aren't going to give you any trouble, it's very strong. I mean, Seraph's just always very strong. And like I was saying, with Durandals, you get an Azazel as well to send them in.
I think
It was
the
a good
spellcaster
change,
option might be a bit high concept in terms of the like APM required and stuff. Whereas why I was thinking just airs, you just right click or shift Q or whatever and you're good to go. It's a little bit easier to pull off. But anyhow, we'll ask our players to say when ready and switch over to the game view.
Shambler's always ready.
Yeah, Jack keeps saying oil, not red. That works.
Yeah, it's like the machine is always...
Oh, no, I can't say F.
Why, is your F key broken?
No, it's bugged.
So why did my camera start at like 6 o'clock? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, sometimes I can't figure out what's causing that, but sometimes the witness cameras don't get locked onto players, and sometimes they do. And it's map dependent, so you'd think it would be a config. I couldn't figure out any differences between a map that worked and a map that didn't. And also, it's different when replays happen, so it's even more puzzling.
Is it like the last doodad placed or something?
No, it's you start location, right? So you have to place the start locations inside the bases, because otherwise you'll get into awkward situations where the expansions will be in the wrong spot, basically. Like the mining and stuff, the resource assignment for the mining AI, the unit internals. So it's actually a technical problem when you have like the start locations in the middle of nowhere. Fast fulcrum once again for Shambler in the bottom left. And we have Jakulangski in the top right, looking to go for a gas-heavy opener here, but I think he's still going to do... Yeah, he's going to be going for the hatch first. So this is just for the Ovaleth then, yeah.
I really hope he adapts his circuit position, and it's even worse on this map, of course, because look how far the hatch is, both from the ramp and from the choke.
That's right.
And look, to be honest, I think Shambler's going to win, because look how similar this is to Boscovine. I mean, it's not a guaranteed win, because it's not exactly Boscovine, but I mean, the odds are not good. For jakulangski, that is. But we'll see. It did sort of spiral out of control from the mistaken positioning, right? So there's potential for things to just go totally differently this time.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't too bad. I mean, he can obviously follow it up with the Ovaleth and actually get to the enemy's main without the Cyclops stepping in. And that's the other question, right? Is like the second Fulcrum starts before any military unit starts. So I think he's actually got a lot more time and grace period to get this working.
Yeah, and the Cyclops going to take a minute to get over across the map too. The Circuit will definitely be finished. And look at that, he's going to drop it in a better position. I still don't like it very much.
Yeah, there is a run-by potential here, and of course the worker is just going to chase it down. Obviously, the Mason is not going to kill it, and there's not really any chance for the first military unit to actually do anything about this situation, but...
I mean, it might be significant if it's like, 60 HP down or something when the attack starts. Oh, well, losing the Mason is not very good, though.
Yeah, the Droleth actually securing that kill there, now starting to transfer over. There is no... Okay, the tech node is just now started, so that's about 40 seconds out from being useful. Will the Cyclops just run by?
One thing I'm doing that jakulangski didn't teach me is I think when you do this, you want to just go straight to Hydra, because Hydra fields are just better against this anyway. And you normally have to make a Quasiv, because Hydra takes a bit too long in the early game, but if you don't need to, I think it'd be much better to just try... hold on with Circuits and then get the Easies and the Hydra out. Because Hydra Zero Core is quite good against the early mech. I think it's the composition you really want, barring any Zorkis stuff. But I think Zorkis is always quite committal, so I'm not going to say it's like a recommended way to defend yourself.
No, I feel like if you go Zorkis, you're probably looking to either end the game in Tier 1 or at least get such an advantage that you can scale better in a more... supreme position.
And I think the Cosmonarchy work that way pretty well. That you can just say, well, I've got Lucifirius, now I'm taking a third and droning up, and it's like a sort of not eco cheese per se, but it is like a risk you're taking that isn't killing the opponent for sure. But it's always the problem with Zorkis. If you went Zorkis and they just happen to build some star pads in their base, you're probably going to lose. That's not to say it's bad. It's not to say it's not worth doing. It's always a risky option. It's never the straightforward option. Now look at this. These two Zefs here. I think he's anticipating a run by attempt, just preparing to stop it. But I don't think Shambler has that in mind.
No, and it's going to be another macro hatch almost certainly, judging by the resources. Still nothing doing from the gas, no gas mining behind this. And, obviously has a worker advantage, as Zerg will do if they're being like that. And does scout out that the middle is being held. So those two Zets, I thought maybe he was actually making a bit of an adaptation. And it looks like he is. He's adding a lot more on the front of the Zethra cores this time around, faster at least than previous. One of the things I noticed in the last game on Axiom is that he obviously... spent a long time. Yeah, I don't know what he's... I'm not sure what he's up to.
I didn't think he noticed the enemy units last time. He's just like, oh, what happened to my Zephyr cores?
I don't know. I feel like he did notice it. The Ovaleth moving in again. Phalanx
I do like the Zephyr cores, but I think the key thing here is your army has to be out on the map, even if it has to hide on the side. You don't want to be in a situation where you have attacking out from your natural, especially against Cyclops. I mean, even against the Phalanx, I think it's important, because a lot of times when Shambler does this, if I get the flank and I pick up
look at this, though. He just put the burrow down, and I think he saw at least the inkling of the vultures. He needs to focus these Cyclopses down.
Oh, that's going to do a lot of damage. See, that's the thing, though. If he sees that, it would be much more opportunities if these colonists were off to the right or whatever. Where they are, it's like, okay, I know he's coming, but I'm still just standing here.
Right. Well, there's a Hydrith on the way, and the third base is going down at the same time as the natural, actually a little bit before the natural even finishes here. There's actually a defensive Madrigal. I think maybe the Shambler thought that jakulangski was going to go for, Vornath or something, maybe go for some fast air. He definitely put a defensive anti-drop mine there behind his minerals there. So he's definitely been thinking about it.
What's the brutal, cutscene description of how Zeratul will merge with the Overmind's mind or something? Through typing, I have been able to glimpse Shambler's innermost secrets. He's quite allergic to air harassment.
Yeah.
He was saying, if Mutalisks come, you have to have 2 Madrigals per base and stuff like this. So I think he's quite worried about that, and that's why he's sort of really overcommitting. That said, jakulangski, he's going to play right into his hands and just drop some stuff right next to that. So maybe there's something to it.
But at the same time, I think jakulangski is going to take the economic advantage here, right?
He's doing exactly what I was talking about, where he's extending the circuits out further this time, which is a good move. Not that he's necessarily under as much threat of being pushed in this time, but...
we just had something get cancelled, and the Cyclops is going to get bopped here if he's not careful. Now, the Madrigal's deployed. There's no hope for killing that. But you can harass the Yeah, the Star Pad is what got canceled there, and at the same time,
Ah.
the Ministry Construction Mason is probably going to die to the Quasi. Yeah, one last shot, and that'll do it.
And hey, the best thing about this is getting a full scout as well. Like, it's quite good. And you're only losing, like, a handful of quads units that you really don't care about that much. So I like it from jakulangski. It's a very good move. And you know, if nothing else, it's like makes Shambler even more scared and keep these units back, I think.
I think so, yeah. Well, he's up to 4 hatches now, fully operational. The Hydra then is actually mutating into the ski backed, so we will end up seeing that. I don't know if it's going to be skits or backed. I think maybe Bactals here.
Cyclists are pretty good. They're not the be-all end-all against this, actually, surprisingly. It seems like on paper they'd be quite good in this situation, but I don't know. They can be good. But
well, yeah, it's like when the
rather...
phalanxes are deployed, they've got no armor, right? So it's surprisingly effective.
But the problem is they do outrange the backs by enough that's like you're sort of already having a pretty good engagement if you get the hits in there. That said, they are still good. They are still worth it. It's just not my preferred. I rather just get more busy Hydra and add more Hatteros. Yeah. Is my way I want to do it. But I see the new graphic now. That's kind of cool.
But the Ovolette is actually revealing this attack, so that's going to call it off before jakulangski loses anything. And yeah,
nice.
Got the new wacky-ass graphic over there, very cursed.
Cool. Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to go for a bunch of Skifra cores, which he isn't making right now. He still could. Even though the army of Shambler can absolutely destroy that with the Madrigals, and let alone the Cyclops. Uh-oh. Hashtag.
Oh, I didn't get one, so it's me.
Player 0. Player 0.
Oh,
That's jakulangski. Uh-oh.
For me, jakulangski is 1, and Shambler is 0.
Fine,
so I think Shambler got it then. I don't know, I didn't get it, so
player 0 for me. How do I see what other players... Oh, I see. Yeah,
you select their unit, yeah. So we'll just see. We'll
jakulangski player 1?
Yeah, Shambler was 0.
Shambler's player 0.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, the game, if it even is, the game will... Did it say, like, check critical?
jakulangski did just lose his entire army while we were talking about that.
I don't really know if it is going to matter exactly, but we'll see how it goes from here. There was a Trojan drop. Yeah, magic drop.
Yeah, I see that.
We'll
see if he reacts to that, I suppose. Well, I guess, clearly Shambler's still giving some commands. I don't really like this play, honestly, since the magical got nerfed. I don't think it's really the way to do it, but look, he's not moving his stuff. Oh, no, he just looked. Okay, it's just reaction time?
Yeah, there's the burrow. Yeah, it was just reaction time. He's going to send in some reinforcements there. He did lose a number of workers, so...
Yeah, look, I was saying I don't like it very much, but I have to say that was kind of an egregiously slow reaction time for jakulangski, given he wasn't being attacked anywhere else. It wouldn't have been that hard to save them, and it's like you're committing gas there as Terran, so I'm still not a fan of it in the modern age, unless you're distracting your opponent with something else at the same time, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, if you think about it this way, like, you could be like, my strat is I'm going to magical drop, and that's just what I'm doing to my opponent, but that alone isn't enough. Your strat needs to be like, I'll be doing this on the map, and I'll magical drop,
Well, it looks like for me that the base, I don't know if it's for you, but the Ministry is just floating over the 3rd, and that tells me that I think it's...
Yeah, no, we're fucked.
It's kaput. We'll see what happens here. There was a phalanx drop about to happen.
Yeah, look on that location. But look, jakulangski just flew right over that phalanx. I don't know if they...
Oh my goodness, what an abusive spot he found.
Yeah. Although the thing is, Hydralisk can get in range of that.
Yeah, all of these units are still live in the middle, so... Oh, look at this. I love this little Kagran circuit.
Should we end Shambler's suffering, though?
Yeah, I think we're probably going to need to call a remake here. I mean, I assume we do.
Come on, you're just torturing them. Come on. You can't just let them keep going.
Yeah, I'm not sure what caused him to do it. I'll post replay and crit in errors.
Yeah. Shame.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like it was, judging by how slow that reaction time was, this might be a boon for Jack because he gets to redo it.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it was a generally even game otherwise, so it's not too bad that it happened there. I don't think either player was on the verge of winning by any means.
No, yeah.
Although, I'm thinking about that game, and I think if Shambler went with the same aggressive strategy, he probably would have met with similar success. Even though jakulangski did have a better Circuit position, it didn't seem like he made that many units, but maybe he knew what Shambler was up to.
Yeah, I don't know. It was interesting because Shambler went for a very defensive approach that second game. I don't know what he was thinking exactly.
Well, it's good to keep yourself versatile, I suppose, so they can't figure out what you can do.
Right.
Wait, what if chat is desynced and they're still playing?
No, it's not. Never fine. jakulangski joined.
I guess players leaving can't be desynced, can it?
No. What's up, Arnok? Invite-only events have ruined even Brood War Moddies for it. Listen, dude. I guess in some ways they have, because Shambler got invited. Can you believe it? I don't know if there's any pay to play, but there's definitely paid support for the tournament. So this tournament does have a prize pool, courtesy of Lucifirius, Btyb, not Shambler, you, Neblime, and Benno. What did you say?
I'm still waiting for that Shambler scout before I donate. Yeah, if someone takes down Shambler,
Yes, yeah, of course. Yeah, you're going to end up popping up a little bit more. So, all right. Did it actually say check critical? Like, was it one of those?
Oh, I didn't notice. Do you want mine as well?
Yeah, it might be useful. If you want to post it in issues instead of events where they're posting.
Yeah, that's probably for the best, isn't it? Oh, it's not a critical, it's just a game. I don't have a critical, I suppose.
Yeah, I didn't get anything.
Okay, well, never mind.
We'll see. I mean, it looks like these are the same time, except, like, obviously stretched out by a certain amount. Like, what do we have here? Oh, jakulangski must be, like... Apparently it's, like, 11 a.m. for him. He's in a really weird spot.
Oh, yeah. He must be in the Philippines, then.
Oh, it could be.
It's not fun for me.
Maybe that's why he likes oil so much.
Do they have much oil there?
I don't know.
I don't think they do.
Just guessing.
You're thinking of Indonesia.
You're probably right. Okay, so the 10H is... So this is Shambler, and this is Jack. I'm saving the detail here for later. Okay.
Internet says they do have some, but I don't think it's that much. 64th in the world in oil production. Yeah, it's not very impressive.
He needs more. That's why he keeps saying he needs more. So.
Right.
Yeah, let me check the frame here. Okay, the frames were at the same time. So yeah, this is definitely ours. So what's so weird about this, right, is that so internally, right, like the most common way, like StarCraft 1 can desync. I'm not sure if you've had this experience before, but even like natively, like the
Only
classic...
once.
Oh,
Only
okay.
once.
Yeah, it's obviously more common here for whatever
Look, I know
reason.
you always like to point to that, but it is very rare in Brood War.
What I'm saying is the way that it can desync is because the randomness in the game can desync, and the randomness in our game is not desyncing. So I don't know. That's why it's so hard to track it down, because it's like something that doesn't... You wouldn't conceptually
Where does
even think about
randomness even apply in Cosmonarchy?
There's little things like randomly deciding what the next sound effect is and stuff like that. That's actually like iScript, like animation code and stuff, is actually the same thing that desyncs in StarCraft 1 as well. So anyway, this hopefully will be invaluable information in finding this, because we keep adding more and more debug information to the stuff so we can track it down a little bit more. DF is off duty for the last couple of days, so he'll be looking through the reports that we've been gathering, and hopefully we get some pretty good info.
Okay. He's red.
He is red, and Shambler is R. Yeah, well, it's funny, because he says red, but then when he's in the stream chat, his username is I am not red.
Oh.
So,
confusing.
That's a little confusing. All right, we are swapping positions here for the redo. The Shambler in the top right. jakulangski, the Zerg in the bottom left.
All right, they're honor bound to make all the same moves, right? Otherwise disqualified forever. And from
if only.
Well,
you know, Shambler, you could have, you should have, you would have, but you didn't.
Is that how this game is going to go?
He might try to, finish as fast as possible so you can quickly use the bathroom.
This is only game 3, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's actually going to be a pool first. Look, it's a cheese. jakulangski's 6 pooling right now, or 7 pooling.
He doesn't want to play that again. He's like, you know what? That didn't go so well. So let me just end this quickly. Now, I don't know about this. I feel like you get one Cyclops out, it's pretty much over. Even I don't know if a Vulture is good against this or not. If it's Zephyrical, the Vulture will be fine, but against Quasilus, I don't think it'll be that good. But I mean, look how fast the Falcon comes out. I don't know. He's sending a scout already.
I think he's gonna finish the... Yeah, he's gonna have 2 larvae. He's gonna have 3 larvae by the time the pool pops. So this will be like Mass Zeth or something like that.
Explain to me how jakulangski wins from here, man. Although, that said, he can just sort of droll up while threatening his opponent.
Yeah. He'll pull the Anansi move. 3 pairs of Zets. What do you make out of the Fulcrum that's going to counter 3 pairs of Zets by the time they're in your base?
I think a Cyclops is good. Just mass repair it.
Maybe.
Because what you do, you sit on the ramp, you get a couple free shots, fall back, use the Masons to block the ramp, prepare the Cyclops in the back. It's pretty easy.
Look at this. Look at this.
All right.
I don't think he saw it. Shambler has no idea it's coming. He built the Watchdog.
Oh, the fool.
Oh my
He's
god. It is a
He's making
Cyclops.
If it gets surrounded, it'll die real fast. But if it doesn't, it can do a lot.
Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, the 6-pool strat. There's actually 4 pairs of Zets in total. He's going to pop up here and see a pair of Quasis.
Yeah, he's just rallying Cocytus. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, Cyclops is out. It's not moving out, which is good. Fuck, he says. He's typing. He got him typing.
That's it. Drop down to pretty low HP. Almost surrounded. Oh, it kites backwards. It's dead. It's dead, boys. We've got...
One's almost done, though. And Zeph's are not very good at killing workers, actually. Well, he gets one. But see, the other Cyclops is going to come out here. Oh, the Zephs.
The drill is pretty intense there. Yeah, but honestly, if he doesn't micro back and forth, he's in a really rough spot. Now he should be able to repair this. Oh my god, he's not going to be able to. He doesn't end up getting it. And so, okay, he's lost a lot of pressure there. I mean, the worker count is still in Shambler's favor, but he's got no early pressure whatsoever. Now, the Watchdog is going to block that expansion, and that's unfortunate for jakulangski. That's what was going on there. Quasis are now coming up, though. If that second pair of oh my god, I think, honestly, the pair of Quasis here is huge. He can pop this worker that's trying to build the anchor.
Yeah. And the Cyclops does come out, and I think that'll handle him with repair, which he hasn't repaired yet. Okay, there we go. First repair of the game. I guess he just wants to kill a couple workers here, which is okay. But
yeah,
I mean,
the biggest problem is he lost those Quasis. He hasn't played very well around the Cyclops, I will say. I feel like maybe that's like a new behavior to him or something that he hasn't really seen.
Well, to be fair, if you're not ready for a 6-ball or whatever it was to come in, like remember the game I lost, where like when I rewatched it, I'm like, I could have just built a lodestone, huh?
No, I'm talking about jakulangski. It feels like he hasn't played around the Cyclops behavior very much. Like he's burrowed around it. He's maybe dilly-dallied about when to move. But either way, okay, like now he's kind of taken any pressure off from the early stages of the game. And now I think maybe he can just go straight into maybe a more greedy situation. He is harvesting a little bit of gas.
Yeah, I guess he's looking pretty good given his hatcheries or hatcheros almost done. That's not going to help you, Shambler. You need to put that somewhere else. That's going to hit them a little bit as they go past, but I don't think that's really a very good position.
Now the mines are going to be pretty good for that, but second follow crowd, adding them in the
micro, I think he did the worst part of it was when he got in the mineral line and got absolutely destroyed by the drill, because you gotta keep an eye on those. And like he was chasing one Cyclops with 2 Zeph while the other 4 just got murdered and didn't kill anything. If he kept all 6 alive, he doesn't even have to go in the mineral line very hard. He just has to camp the production over and over, and he'll get a lot of value.
The Ovaleth is carrying the Kagrant directly into enemy territory. And again, because of the early pressure, I don't think that Shambler is going to scout forward in the middle of the map or anything. Second
Kagrant
moving
units
over.
Available, though.
Yep.
So wherever he puts it, it has to be out of vision. I wonder, if you put it behind the natural, that could be kind of spicy, but...
Oh, he's actually going to go for both of them. Both of them are heading across. It's a double one. Shades of 3 Crow over here.
He needs attacking units at the front for this to work. Because no matter where he puts it, it won't be very hard for Shambler to even pull Masons, if you like. So I'm worried, actually. He's flying right over the anchor as well.
Yeah, the first one is going to get spotted, and maybe this will be forcing Shambler to respond.
Well, we'll see. Shambler doesn't know there's Kagrants in them, though, which is kind of cool. Oh, okay.
This is interesting.
I like that. I like that a lot. The contain.
Yeah, Circuit contain. And there's some Quasis at home to deal with this Vulture, so...
Oh, but the Palladium's already halfway done. But, you know what? I have done this exact thing against Palladium, and it worked pretty well. Because like I was saying, you just keep pulling back the circuits when they die.
Yeah, you can just grab the Ovaleth and move them.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, that was on Nitro with a bit of a tighter choke and like a high ground to retreat to, but it was still pretty effective. If jakulangski can constantly manage this while he's like expanding and trolling at home, he'll be in a pretty good spot. And
he's sending more workers out specifically so that he can add more Kagrants to it, which is pretty interesting. Quasis are going to step up and kill that Vulture guarding the third. A little bit awkward for him that he ends up trying to take that. Yeah, it stopped the expansion attempt, and there's a lot of minerals still in the bank here for Jack that he could be using.
You know what? Yeah, I'm liking jakulangski's position. If we don't see a star pad, because you've got the phalanx, but all jakulangski wants to do is just buy time. He'll get his drones pretty well. Yeah. How many hatcheros? We've only got 3. He needs to start that 4th and probably 5th immediately. Where's the APM right now? Okay, he's going to start sieging up. Again, so jakulangski needs to pick up these K-Prints because it's too inefficient if you let them die. I don't know if he's paying attention right now. Ooh.
I think he's going to look back over there in a moment, you know? It's just, he's going to let it take its toll.
Is he, though? Can he get over there?
Just started his third. Now mutating the other one.
I don't think he's aware of the strat. Oh,
yeah,
no,
there you go. Picks it up.
Okay, alright. That's stuff. Don't go in with it, though. No, you just need to fade back, like, 2 tiles. I really don't think you should be trying to go in here.
I think it might be interesting because it's like forcing some units away. It's just making Shambler be a little bit annoyed.
Okay, true. As long as he doesn't lose it, as long as he's not losing circuits while this is going on, though. That's the only concern I have. And look at that. Shambler with a third ministry is sitting here going, oh dear, I'm stuck. Although he didn't make any quarries, which I do wonder about.
Yeah, I think the worker count being even at this stage kind of tells you a lot, right?
I really think you want Hydrift with this, because you want Hydralisks first to snipe any phalanxes that get too eager, and then Bactylisks are really good with this, of course.
Well, we are going to see him drop the K-Grin behind the mineral line, which is obviously going to be, or at least threaten to do so, right? Like,
but he has no units, right? Yeah, no, he's not actually going to do it, because I think he knows it's not going to work out. Shambler trying to land on K-Gray is not going to work out. Oh, he is going to drop it, because now Shambler's distracted. Yeah. Shambler's doing it to himself. I think Shambler probably going to see it. Oh, he hasn't noticed it yet. Oh my god.
It's not really liable to get too much, I don't think, but, you know.
No, I guess it doesn't do that much damage, but jakulangski needs to save his K-Prints, man. It's very important. And like I said, I really think we should see a Hydra. Okay, it did just start, but he's still a bit low on hatcheries. I don't know, this all feels a bit fragile for jakulangski, right? Yeah. I feel like this is going to go on for a while and be like, oh, this looks so rough for Shambler, but then suddenly it'll end, and suddenly jakulangski won't really have achieved much for it. Guess we'll see.
Well, he is, I mean, he's slowing him down. He just needs to be able to macro behind it, right, is the main thing.
Didn't build enough here. Well, that's the thing. Taking that one in to the back of the mineral line, I think, was a big mistake, because now he doesn't have enough defense here, and he's starting to get rolled over.
Oh, wasn't able to scoop that one up either. Well, the other one finishes, and now you can't attack it from
the other one.
Yes, yeah, true. Well, he can't attack it with the Phalanx, so Shambler is kind of still boxed in here. The Zethar is going to get...
So everywhere.
Yeah, it's going to slowly recede and stuff. The Zethar is spotting the third.
If these Quasis were over here, he could be killing that ministry right now, and he's going to go across. But bit of a mistake that they're all just chilling at home, to be honest. You need to combine your army with the buildings here is more effective.
I don't think that they're good versus Phalanx, Cyclops, Madrigal.
I suppose.
It feels like they're just fodder, right? So, he can at least attack this third base location. It is going to be on his mini-map, thanks to that burrowed zone.
You want to, menace the Terran, though.
For sure.
You know? Like that little move that he did to snipe that one, he could have stopped that with the Cosmonarchy, because the Magical Cake takes a minute to deploy. You've got enough, you can snipe it. But here they are now.
Okay, I like this play, though. The scoop up where he's going to go ahead and try to maybe elevator them into the main. This can cause a lot of chaos. Now, the problem is, I mean, there's obviously the base out here, right? So, honestly, if you're not careful, you can just straight up lose the Phalanx in this situation, right? He does move a little bit too slow.
Because he's got 2 Cyclops in there. It's the perfect defense piece. He does get it. You know what? That's worth it, I suppose. Fortunately, the other one's got baited in. That's probably not so worth it.
But, the Ministry is going to be toast here in a second.
Oh, my God. Oh, dude, he needs to lift that. Get out of there. And,
Hydra's even coming in here as well.
No, he ain't going to get it, man.
He's not going to get it, but he's going to certainly force a big, long repair. Even got it into burning territory.
With better micro on the Hydras, he probably could have. But, yeah. Oh, it's burning. Oh, no. The Madrigal. Drop.
Well, he's dropping mostly Quasis right now. They are going to take care of one of those Madrigals. The other one deploys, meanwhile. Now he can step a little bit further forward. The mech army trying to come through now that it's busted down the K-Grin defenses.
These 5 Quasilists in the base could do serious damage, though, if he doesn't respond. And, he's waiting for units to come out, but I don't know if he's even paying attention to this as the main army fights.
Yeah, the Obolites are going to get bopped, unfortunately. That is going to allow the third to get reestablished. By the way, the whole time, right, we have a 4th base operational. There's good mining saturation at the main and the third. The natural's like halfway done, maybe. Spreading a little bit thin.
He needed to already have 6 or 7 even Hatcherosks.
Yeah, I think so, at least
4 or 5. Yeah, and it's a big deficiency here that I think may cost him the game if Shambler goes aggressive. And he's moving across. He forgot his Madrigals, but he might pick them up. He's going to need them. Because Kozla is perfectly good against the Phalanxes if there's no splash like that. I mean, I guess the Siege Bone's not bad, but...
No, yeah, but you can really close the distance there. The question is, can you pop the Clerics in time? Because there are a lot of them right now. And so there's no Lakizalisk still. There are 10 Izira cores on the way. There's a massive Hydras moving up this very tight ramp to the left. That could just collapse upon this army, right?
Definitely. Going up on the side is the move here, because now you don't have the disadvantage. And look, there's not that much stuff here.
Oh yeah, this army's toast. Shambler's going to lose this army almost certainly, as long as the Cyclops get focused down here.
Well, he's going for the Phalanx, which I just want to make sure it died. But Hydras are sturdy enough, they'll get the job done.
Yeah, and a lot of
Yeah,
clerics
big
are going to
loss.
end up getting popped here on the way out as well. So, oh, Madrigal's going to swoop on in if it's not careful. Yeah, it's just going
to
be
its own death. Oh,
Oh no, it swerves out. It's faster now since the changes. So
he drifted in his face like nope.
yeah, that's a tailspin. Now the Izira core's here too, and with so many of those other units dead, it does feel like you can just snipe down these Madrigals. But Jakulangski doesn't
It's
want to
tricky.
try that. The Izira core's working in the front, right?
The Hydra's already low as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if you try it and then suddenly it's like, oh, I lost 20 Hydras, you don't feel very good, you know. So he
This is
probably
also-
could have
yeah.
beaten it, but
Tactical
I don't
Burrow
know.
would have been very nice here, right? But hey, tier 2's on the way for Jack. Needs
Not
to be
for
thinking
Shambler.
about another base. He's going to take top middle.
Man, Shambler's going all in on this tier 1 stuff, right? He's going a 4th base on tier 1. Normally, like in days past, actually he's going for a 5th ministry as well. In days past, you would have said, well, you know, you kind of take the tier 2 around the same time as your 3rd base. But
Yes.
Go now.
Sometimes you would take it before your 3rd finishes or floats down, right? Depending on the map state. You might have it already started or something, right? So
Man, Jakulangski's drone count is really low. Or draw left
Yep.
count.
Yeah.
He could literally be on doubled what he has. Okay, just make a bunch more. He's drawing up now. He's taking the opportunity now that he's sort of fended off the aggression. Shambler trying to go up here, but it's probably not going to be very profitable for him.
Well, he's zoning him away mostly because of the phalanxes, right? They couldn't really get
Oh.
on top and crush the Goliaths. Now he's going to try to step back in, but I think that's a mistake.
This is more on Jakulangski, honestly, than Shambler. I think it was unwise of Shambler to go up there, but Jakulangski did not form the arc he needed to, and now Shambler's on the high ground. His army is much stronger, and his base going up here, which, you know, I think is a good move, but it might not last. He's going to do a drop, but what's he going to drop on? He cannot drop on this army. He'll get annihilated.
Madrigal is bopped, yeah. He's instead going to try to use this. He's kiting backwards. Maybe he can use this as an opportunity to sow some chaos. The 12 o'clock
I
base
like
is going to get cleared. Oh, no, unfortunately, the Savaleth is going to get bopped, and it has Izzy, a Hydra, and a couple Zets.
Yeah, well, he can still go for some working kills.
He's got a big
Watch
flood
what's up
coming
here.
in over here, but unfortunately the Cleric's keeping everything too far up in terms of healing. The Travel Nest on the way, as well as the Gorgrel, or the Tethvith Swamp. So we will be able to see some better stuff. Meanwhile, the drop adding a little bit of chaos. A Watchdog going to get torn down. A Goliath has fallen. So he didn't cancel this interior 12, like the upper middle, but still, it was able to do something. And you know what? A lot of the Clerics are up by the mineral line over there. He is going to lose some mech army in the meanwhile. Honestly, I think that drop really added a lot.
And that base was definitely expendable for Jakulangski, of course. Here's the thing, once the Matrolefs are out, you really can make this work. If you have enough production. Again, I'm sort of worried about the lava count here. It's too low for Jakulangski. And you can see every base, he's using every lava, which is a problem. And he's still got money. You need to add, you know, he doesn't have much gas, I suppose, so maybe it doesn't make sense to add a bunch of lavas, but just add a few more hatcheries. Because if you want to use the Matrial Nest, whichever unit you use, it's good to spam a lot of Zircons with it, or Zeph, of course, with it.
Yeah, absolutely. More Phalanx is being added. Now we have Starports coming online for Shambler as well. Here's the Matrolets, though. Oh, he's gotten the Ensnare! He got the Ensnare off at the last second there for that Goliath.
Oh, there we go.
There we go, some Vilgalets out on top of it. He can take these Phalanxes next.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The Matrolefs really do just completely ruin this engagement for Terran. Oh, he gets the Phalanx.
Now that's cool, man.
Yeah, blows up everything. That's the thing, right? The Matrolefs totally changed the map, like, completely. They're very powerful. Yeah.
Oh, look at this. The Ministry landed in, like, the middle of nowhere. Maybe it was just built in the middle of nowhere. That might offer up an infested Ministry. You never know.
Yeah, I was going to say. Oh, no, he's just sitting here in a ball.
I don't like the Matrolets positioning here. The Goliaths could easily just snipe them over here, but instead he's going to end up losing another Phalanx, drawing even more fire.
I don't know if he should have instead. I really think he should have gone with the Vilgalef, but whatever.
Yeah.
Pull back.
Oh, he's lost a Matroleth. He's lost the other one as well. That's a lot of gas spent there, unfortunately for him. But
there
hey,
are no Madrigals here, and look how many Zephyr Gorgors are around. He would have crushed that.
Yeah. That's right. Well, Bactyls are being mutated.
Oh, why don't it is? Interesting. Yeah, probably a good choice here, especially combined with the Matrolefs if you make some more, actually, because the Rillarokos will just distract them while the Bactyls do a lot of damage.
This Ministry still landed in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Well, he's thinking about it. No Matroleth here to infest, unfortunately. That would have been pretty big, right? Start working in the Terran tech.
Dude, he didn't cap any gas. Oh, he kept his main. Okay. Yeah. Oh, he kept a couple. Okay. Yeah, because Jakulangski's really gas-starved right now. Yeah. Which, again, is why I'd like to see is more Hatros and just add like 100 Zephyr cores. They don't do much, but they don't do nothing, you know?
Well, hey, he has made a lot of them. He's deploying his infested tank. Tell me that's not epic, dude.
That is pretty sick. Man, that's going to do a lot of damage trying to come up this ramp.
Yeah, he's even got the Goliath for anti-air. I mean, there are wyverns out in the field. This ministry burning down. It might even be deliberately left over there so he can infest
he
it,
did. Look, he's going to do it.
Oh my god, I like that.
Yeah, he's going to kill it if he's not careful. Okay, there you go.
No, yeah, the way it works is once you deal fatal damage to it, it becomes infested instead.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I thought it had to be at like a certain low HP.
Nah,
look at he's making masons.
Yep, he's going to do it.
So once you make the mason, it's just your mason, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it passes on the infestation debuff, which slows movement speed, so they're not going to be
so
as...
your opponent could still get it.
No. The way that it works now, it just slows movement
Oh.
speed, increases their armor. So, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well,
So they become
wait,
more
increases
like
their
shambling zombie types, right? That's sort of the
armor. You
idea
could make
thematically.
Hurricanes with even more armor. Ooh.
Yeah, they wouldn't be as fast, obviously, but... All right, well, Shambler's 12 o'clock is in trouble. He's building captaincies in the third base location over there. But that ministry is probably toast. He's going to try to deploy a magical here, I think. But the Matrolets are out, drawing some of the fire.
He didn't hit the button. He did not hit the button. Oh, infest that. That would be huge. But you know, Huracan is the best unit in the game, so...
I'm not sure. He's adding more Vilgalets. Okay, so this is going to work out pretty well here. And unfortunately, the Matrolets are dead, but so too is the ministry. So that base is no more. And here come the Valkyries as well. But the Bactylisks can shred them.
And you know, Shambler didn't even deploy his full army there. I feel like it's not very good control. Although these Matrolets have to be careful.
Oh man, he's got so many captaincies. He's not making anything out of them. Floating 2k minerals, trying to add more wyverns to the fight.
What is jakulangski going to make here? Because he needs to spend minerals.
He's making a stockade is what he's making, and he's already got a fulcrum up online.
The fulcrum did turn infested, so when you kill that, it won't become shamblers, will it?
No, that's not how the buff works anymore. You have to deal fatal damage, so you lose the unit, right? And then it gets given to your opponent at the cost of being noticeably changed. So you can't have Terran at full strength Terran, because they won't have the same stats. They'll be slower, they'll have less vision range. He's adding an anvil to the fight, so he wants to use infested morning stars on this guy.
Oh, that's why he's getting the stockades. He's going to get Eidolons.
Yes, I think so.
It worked in the past, right? That if you kill the infested thing, you get it back, right?
Yes, that's how it worked prior to this patch. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So they no longer sort of like regress.
You probably noticed I haven't actually played with those yet. Looking from a distance.
No, they're really cool though. Right. The wyverns now rotating down to the bottom right, seeing if they can maybe attack the workers, and more importantly,
good micro. They can kill those hydralisks without too much trouble. But they are missing the opportunity to get the draw left, so to give jakulangski time to get a defense for that. So it's a good trade-off that jakulangski got the attack in here on this bottom base.
Adding an anchor so that he can put his hydras and bactyls in there at the main.
Oh, no go. When are you going to fix this? Look, the top one, it's missing.
It is missing.
Oh, where these come from?
I like the Vilgoricors. Sure, keep yourself protected.
Oh, no, he turns
I don't think he knows how that works exactly, unfortunately. Phalanx is taking
if they
shots.
Die and then 10 Relorocos are hitting that.
I think the infested one's going to pop. Infested Phalanx. No. Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, it's out.
Oh, no. Shambler's going to see the little Terran base up here.
Maybe. I'm not sure if he's noticed it. The wyverns are going to reveal it for him. He's going to see that there's Eidolons.
Well, one's out, and the Morningstar's
halfway done.
Are there any ant seals or anything? I don't think there are. Is there even a star pad?
No, I don't think so. It's just Starport.
Well, he can make a Seraph if he gets a commandment. But, oh man, those clerics there get ready to detect.
I think jakulangski has it. He just has so many units right now.
Yeah.
And Goliath's marching off to the side. I mean, there's a gas-only base being taken. The wyverns have maybe marked that location for it, but...
Yeah, they can just sort of team up and kill it.
Oh no, the Eidolon!
That's what I was saying. The clerics were just waiting to detect. Jakulangski's not really paying attention.
Well, there's another one, but it also gets bopped. You know, they're very slow now, right? So bottom right is going to end up getting taken.
A lot of gas on this.
Look, the Vilgoricors and the Zetracor, right? They're going to be... they're never going to be cleared out. That bottom right location is toast. Oh, the anvil's going to the anvil's going to blow here.
He didn't even lift it. Oh, and he just walks away. He walked away from the bottom right. Okay, no, he does leave one. He leaves one Vilgoricor.
Oh, he's clearing out the third. This might be GG. I don't think Shambler can come back from this. His army is in the middle of the map. He's going to lose this base.
You really just need to throw down some Vilgoricors. There you go. You don't want to be too fancy with these tanks. Sometimes just good old Vilgoricors will do it. Now, this is a really good Sim City from Shambler. It's like filtering in one unit at a time. But I don't know if it's enough. The anvil went off. He's killing the Terran base in the middle.
Yeah, that's going to be a main target. But look, the captaincies are up now. There's not really much left.
Those madcaps, though, look how much damage they're each doing. No, I think he holds. He holds.
He has held.
And in the middle, his army's still alive, and I don't think the Zephyrcor's going to take it out.
No, not quite. I think the madcaps are at maximum strength. The madrigals at They're deployed amount. And this gas-only base is going to get cleaned up by these Goliaths, it looks like. Although the Zets could say something about that.
How much did jakulangski spend on that Terran stuff, right? And he got nothing for it.
Well, he's got 1,000 gas and 8,000 minerals. I think he'll be all right.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the left side of the map, man, these wyverns really need to get in the action. Okay, there you go. They've been idle for so long. Looks like he's going to clean up that Hatrosk as well. So, jakulangski's still in a winning position, but he's been taking some blows. Shambler's working on the comeback. Yeah, the interior 12 is under attack as well. Top middle will be cleansed. If he can't secure this bottom right base, he's going to be in for some pain. He's tried to save up a lot of S-Beam, but... Draw left in the bottom right, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, he was going to take that base himself. Oh, here's an infested wyvern for you.
Oh, nice. That's handy, actually, because it's a very handy unit. He needs to put, 10 sentinels down in the bottom right and, a Seraph or something. He does a lot of gas. Oh, maybe he's going for tier 3 here. He has the money.
Yeah, he does have the money just about. It's 2,100 Vespine for tier 3 for Zerg and 1,800 of each resource for the Terran, and it does feel like maybe...
Oh, dude, those madcaps.
Yeah.
They're doing so much damage. Oh, my God, they're insane.
They're fully gatted at this point.
25 kills, 26 kills on one of those bad boys. He's getting another. Oh, he does get taken out, but 26 kills on one madcap. That's insane.
Over 1,000 damage just on the one madcap. That's talk about cost efficiency. Hey, this bottom right ministry has still been shut down. I'm not sure that Shambler is going to be able to organize a break. I mean, it's really hard to get units through this tiny ramp. So
everything is chaos in this game right now. We can see how much money they both have.
Yes,
it's ridiculous. Dude, there's 5 Matral Fs over here on the left. Okay, they're going to move away. I was going to say that's really valuable units.
Oh no, but they're going to move right over the army, so at least they'll reveal it for their lives. But he's lost 2 of them.
Yeah, those magical missiles coming in there. Now, he probably has what he needs to defend here if he gets in position as a good engagement. If these Mageless get taken out, I don't think jakulangski can stop the attack on this location because he only has tier 1 units other than that.
I know, yeah. Okay, tier 3 just started here for our boy jakulangski. Meanwhile, Shambler has had enough for tier 3 for a very long time.
Yeah, I don't think tier 3 is even a good idea for Zerg. He just needs a bunch of, actual high-tier units.
Mutas would be nice at this stage. Yeah, anything.
You don't want to fight madcaps with mutas, my friend. That's not going to go well.
Well, you say that, but I don't think it's been madcaps for the most time. I'm thinking, he's struggling with the wyverns that can't attack air. He's struggling with the phalanxes that can't attack air. He's got a horde of Zets, though, making their way through the middle of the map, enchanting them with that ensnare. I don't think he can really crack, double madrigal, double sentinel with just Zets.
There's even wyverns, too. Well, anything can be done with enough Filgalefs, I've seen it.
Well, that is true. Yeah, if he can get the Matrolets off to get their shots off here, he can deny 12 o'clock, and that'll be, sending Shambler's economy into the doldrums.
Oh, no, they're just filtering in. And again, Shambler has a really nice defensive setup here. Everything's in such a good position. Now, at
Wyvern's
the top, there's
camping
a bit
it
of
over here,
progress.
too, softening up so many of those units as they're coming down the main ramp.
Oh, my God.
That Excision taking fire from the back line as well. Now he's going to see if he can filter back. He needs to control-click those Hydras, get them onto those Wyverns, do something there.
He's going to take out this gas, man. At the third all the way over there. And the bottom right is still there. I feel like jakulangski could have set 10 Hydras over there and that stopped that.
Just waypointed him in, yeah.
Hercules, go. He's actually doing stuff for once. Oh, put down
oh my God, the madcaps. All right, Shambler.
He does have to retreat from the Vilgalef, so there's no way that would end well. But look, he's got his little base set up here. The magical to do the job.
Oh yeah, my God. Somehow the intervals were good enough with those fully charged madcaps that the phalanxes did no friendly fire in that attack. I don't know how that happened.
Showing us how to use Terran, honestly. The combination of units here is just chef's kiss, And look at that, he's in range of the Drolefs now.
Yeah, he can unload.
Old madrigals.
Oh my God, almost 200 workers here, but tier 3 is just about to finish.
In the bottom right, look at that. He's come back, dude. He's winning.
Yes, he is.
I can't believe this.
Well, there's not that much larva left over here, but the Mutat Spire is nearly complete, and so too are 3 Kafralosks coming online. I think we might end up seeing Tosgralusks if it goes long enough, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
If he holds out. Tosgralusks, I have to say, I don't think they're the unit. I don't think
could be Sovs, could be Sovroleths as well. You can go the straight from
do it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm hoping he'll do because I think that gives you a good option. Is that also from the?
As soon as he immediately mutated that, so it's going to take a little bit to finish, and he won't have that much Vespine for the Sovroleths, but he can still make a lot.
Yeah. I mean, he's got plenty of Zephyrs to sacrifice for them, right? Yep. And I feel very vindicated saying spam Zephyrs because look, he still has 7,000 minerals.
Yes, yeah.
No Zeph loss was.
Listen, Iziracors would have been good. They can even attack air at least a little bit.
Sure.
Unfortunately, losing 6 o'clock, he might be, really defeated at this point. But he is going to see if he can do it up. Madcap suiciding onto that circuit.
Even if you think you're going to lose, you always hold out for that cool tier 3.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. Trying to infest the oh no, the Heracles did the splash. Not going to steal one of those away.
Again, I think jakulangski is trying to be too fancy with his stand when really he wants Vilgalef's there. I mean, look how many corpses there are.
Oh my god. And 6 wyverns as well to start to continue the punishment.
Yeah, that's devastating. Can he even defend his natural? He doesn't have any Spurtiefs here.
He has he has 1 combat unit. 5 pairs of Sovrolets are on the way, though.
Torchwell's done. It is Sovrolets, but okay, they can't. The wyverns can't attack them, I suppose.
That's right.
Is he gonna have enough production to actually keep this going, though?
Yeah, he has no Vespene is the big problem, right? So, like, that's what he really needs. Even back at home, he's only harvesting Vespene with 4 gas workers. The Ridge has been with just 1 worker this whole time.
You know, there was that one decent game where Shambler was like, "Oh, I totally would have won because I had Sovrolets." Right?
Yeah, he was trying to do like the self-kill your own army.
Yeah,
thing. Yeah.
Even so, though, like, is it going to be justice if he dies this way now? All right, well, that's going to be a few Sovrolets over there. No, he ignores them. Come on, jakulangski, you have to go get them. You can't just let him kill everything. Oh, no burrow either.
Oh, hey, he can use them. He can turn those workers into Sovrolets.
Yeah,
they might be more useful that way, honestly.
Oh, is he letting him do it? Is that why he hesitated? Is he actually just letting him do it?
I don't know. I'm not sure of Neblime, but we have a lot of Sovrolets out, and it's only Phalanx. Okay, the Madrigals are here. You need to focus those down. They do deal splash damage.
Yeah, and that's what you need, I guess. But there's not that many of them.
Oh, they're spreading their damage, unfortunately, so it's not as many as you would want, but oh my god.
He has 1 Hatchross, the rest are Capitalists, but it doesn't matter! He kills all the Madrigals! He's gonna absorb all the corpses here. Dude, he needs to make a bunch of draw left, spam down a bunch of Hatchross, and just keep the Zeph flood going and corpse his way across the map. That's what he needs to do now.
I cannot believe that jakulangski has stopped and stymied what Shambler surely thought was a done deal.
Daedal is out. What can he make here? Centaurs would do fine, I think.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's making Valks as well.
Paladins?
We even have a vanguard of patched Sovrolets that are going to be over here as well, and I think that's going to be more than enough to deal with these Phalanxes, so...
Oh, the Wyvern going after the Ostalova form.
I don't think they're going to kill that in a million years.
Yeah,
some of them are going to peel off, but the Phalanxes are as good as dead as well. Now that in the middle... I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this, Great, because like the Heracles are over here, the Madcaps are over here. They are getting caught up. I think Shambler keeps like attacking.
He's already on top of them. More Sovrolets. That's all it is.
Well, he's pulled off some. The Ottstal's still being attacked a little bit. Heracles are indeed now starting to get into range.
Yeah, I think the Sovrolets will probably barely win this. Well, yeah, okay, it's gonna be close. Oh, they fly away though. But look at that, he's going down to bottom right. He knows that's an important mining location. A lot of
Shambler's just idled so many Masons over here. No, 71 of his 210 Masons are down there. That's so many Sovrolet corpses that can be made.
Those aren't Masons, man. Those are just future Sovrolets.
I like what I'm seeing.
300 down there.
I like what I'm seeing. Okay, 4 Heracles trying to stand tall.
Oh, don't stop attacking, don't let him go. You need those corpses. Oh, he's getting on top of the corpses though.
Yes, doing his best. Remember, the Sovrolets get a lot slower when there's more of them around.
They do. But they don't need to move if everything's in range, you know?
That's right, yeah. The Heracles is indeed going to go ahead and fall back in the natural. And jakulangski...
jakulangski is no longer an economy Zerg. He's a pure military Zerg. He's not making anything anymore. Although he does still have money.
These apothecaries are not even going to get their units out, I don't think. Here's the Madrigals trying to make their way down, but most of these Sovrolets aren't even stacked up on top now.
They don't have the range. They can't do anything
I can't believe it. Neblime, the apothecary is going to go down. That's the tier 3 investment that was made. Iron Foundry's now starting. Desperation is kicking in. Shambler
not going to pull this off.
Oh my god. Shambler's going to lose his Valkyries. He's going to lose his Heracles. He's feeding more. Okay, he's lifted his base so that more Madrigals can arrive. He's trying to get in, and I'm not sure that jakulangski he's not even looking. Oh no, he is now. He is focus firing a little bit. There's the deployment. I'm not sure it's quite enough. More and more Sovrolets keep spawning.
Numbers a lot. But there's a lot of corpses. If he can just break through, there's so many more corpses here and more Masons as well. And I think he's done it. He killed that stuff, but there's more. Cyclops! They're not a good unit, Protocol, I swear to God. If they
are going to do it, Neblime! The Cyclops are going to clear the Sovroleth hordes!
Are you kidding me? Wow, they're actually going to clear it. That's crazy. Oh, they're still going for more corpses.
Yeah, he's still trying to sow some chaos. There's the Zet's going to clear out that Heracles.
Oh, they're getting caught up on that captaincy. Oh, he's so close to breaking that. I can't believe the Cyclops are the heroes.
More in the bottom right, though.
But he's lost the critical mass now.
I think so.
Shambler will be able to deal with it. That was very scary for him now. 7 steps are out, but I don't know if they're really the best unit here. They're a bit too squishy.
They have the splash necessary with the double line trace, right? It's sort of like a Lakizalisk, I guess, in some ways.
You need a lot of them, though. You need, like, an army of them.
Yeah, there was only one that was finished, I think.
It's not over. The Masons. He needs to stop this. Oh my god, this is going to spiral out of control so fast. Okay, he does pull them away.
Listen, the 7-step is really low, the one in the back, but it's not being focused down right now.
I mean, this
oh,
is
there's the Paladin. Oh my god, no, the Paladin on top of all the Masons. This could be really bad, actually, because that's friendly fire. There goes the Valkyrie. Oh my god, Neblime, this is closer than it has any right to be.
He's still going. Oh, I don't know.
But no, he's losing the last couple that he has. You know, as long as there are more, there's still hope.
Wait, no, wait. This is actually good for jakulangski that he has new, fresh corpses in his main. Oh, he's getting the Tossful Haunt, though. If he kills the Tossful Haunt, there's no way jakulangski will ever afford it again. If he gets that magical, though,
he does.
He might not need to build a new Sophroleph. You know, he can just make new Sophrolephs.
That's right. There goes the last 7-step, it looks like. Maybe there's another apothecary somewhere.
He's still getting killed. It's like there's just little bits of the infection everywhere that don't stop. Oh my god.
He's really making Shambler work for this. He's trying his best. The Onstall is finally going to fall, I think.
I don't think you should even kill the Onstall. I think you really just go for production here, because production doesn't matter, but eliminating him does, whereas the tech is irrelevant, to be honest.
Yeah,
he's not going to make another Tossgrill Horn anyway. Well, that's like what's something against it.
Well, he's returning all of the Sovereigns that he can into one location to see if he can amass. Here comes some Zeps. That's fresh fodder as well. The Iral Iris is attempting to be saved. I don't know. He might have it, actually. Yeah, he's actually just narrowly saved it. And he should move these Sovereigns as fast as he can to consume all the corpses that he can right now. There's 4 Valkyries stacked up on top of each other. And look at that. The projectiles being absorbed by the other production structures. That's going to be more than enough.
If you can get these Zephyrs killed, then he's looking much better. In fact, Shambler really just did him a favor, because he gave him more corpses of Sovereigns, and he downgraded all the Taphalos so he can make more Zephyrs now.
Oh, look at that. He needs to charge forward and take all those Zets immediately, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Valkyries were the critical mass necessary. 3 Sovereigns remain, it looks like.
Oh, how's he going to do anything? There's a lot of Zephyr corpses. He's trying to get in there. He's trying to dodge and make the eggs. No, you can't stand still. Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's really an arrow. It's hanging on by a thread. I don't know if Jack has it. He's trying to get on top of the Paladins. They're focus firing directly on top of the Sovereigns, which are still...
They're not making the eggs faster.
Oh, there we go. We got 4 more coming.
Oh, if they make it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a lot. Alright.
Oh, no. Oh, It's so risky, man.
Everything themselves. Yeah, they're destroying themselves a little bit. But he needs to try and absorb more corpses.
Oh, he's actually somehow got more Sovereigns back at the main. I don't know where those came from, but he's slowly clearing out these Valkyries. Unfortunately, it looks like they will end up dying.
Aren't there always more Sophrolephs, man? Where do they come from?
Oh no, that Paladin!
That stuff out.
2 more shots. No, you're attacking the wrong one. Oh, Jack, you almost had that Paladin there.
Well, it probably won't be repaired, but look, there's more units coming in. Look, Madcaps are probably a pretty good choice here when there's not overwhelming amounts of Sovereigns.
Yeah. Oh, there he goes, trying to arc through and get even more Sovereigns to spawn. He's doing his best. I mean, Shambler could put the... Like, look, Shambler... Oh my god, actually, Shambler spent through his entire bank. I don't know how he managed to do that. There's 1 Sovereign left. Oh no, a couple more hatched. Okay, never mind.
Dude, look in the bottom right. Instead of floating that ministry down, he's building another one. That's how chaotic it is. Oh, the Valkyrie's coming in.
Oh, that's it. The final call. One of those military units is an Ovaleth. I don't know what the other one is. A Sovereign. Yeah.
It's over.
It's over. Yeah, he's got 1 Sovereign in his main. GG. Honestly, Jack, I cannot believe how close that he made that game. What an incredible attempt.
That was insane. 1 second.
Holy shit. Phew. Boys, what a match. What a match. Ah, you should have typed it at me sooner.
All right, so I had to jump off for a second.
Hey, are you still on the score screen?
No.
Ah, shit. I forgot to check kills.
Killed, if you want to know.
Yeah.
It's like 1,100.
Okay. There you go. I kind of expected more.
I keep saying when Shambler and I play, it's like 500 on one side, 100 on the other, but that's way more. Holy crap.
That's crazy. That was 1,100 of just the Jack units, or all total?
The Shambler killed.
Okay, so Shambler killed 1,100 units. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Dude, Shambler said at the start he should have pissed, and now he's going. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, can you believe that? I thought for sure maybe he would stick it out. But...
Dude, what a comeback by Shambler, though, honestly. Like, I thought he was down and out for a while, and then a second time it looked like he was about to die, but he pulled it off.
I was hoping against hope that the Sovereigns would pull it after.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Yeah.
Playing his mech. I probably shouldn't say that out loud.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Shambler's supposed to be AFK, right?
Yeah, he's pissing. That's fine. Hey, even if he knows the plan, what's it gonna matter?
Let me try and give him some advice. You know what kind of strats I like?
I do. I really do. Phew. Wow, what a what a match that last one was. Vic will be happy to see that. He got to see Blissful Embrace by the Matroleth used, and he got to see Sovrolets. When he goes back and watches it, it's on his own very map. I do think that one of the things that I'm noticing about Pantheon in particular is that the ramps are really tight on some of the sides. Like, it's really hard to get any ground units through most of that map. Even the double wide ones are like, they're like half as wide as they should be.
You can see how powerful controlling the top is,
Yeah.
right? Because as soon as jakulangski lost that the second time, he was on the ropes, and a lot of attacks happened around the side. He lost a lot of stuff. And early in the game, he was doing well because he controlled that.
All right. We'll wait for Shambler to R. Okay, surely Shambler's out of juice. Lucy has what it takes to defeat him.
He's been resting. He's been highly entertained watching that last game. He's full of hype. All right, he's ready.
Oh my God, Shambler, be reasonable. There might be children watching.
Oh, come on. That was like a ruined one, you know? It was a bit drawn out.
Yeah,
last one.
I agree. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are gearing up for yet another match. It's the Shambler in the top left, Lucifirius in the bottom right. Now, this is a map where, unfortunately, for what Lucy talked about his plan was, he doesn't really have a lot of Vespene, right?
Ooh, well, we can't give too much away, can we? We'll see what he tries to do. What's the expansion? Is it double... Oh, you have to go over there. Well, yeah, why bother with the natural? Just float your ministry down north. And get the double geyser, that's good.
We fixed that, by the way. So I don't know if you caught this, but on the March Invitational or the Winter Invitational last year, there was a point in time where Heltrix was about to kill 3-Crow like twice, and XD Man kept pinging. So
like giving away the...
Yeah, he was pinging as a witness, but that still showed. Jeez. Yeah, so he didn't know that, and so...
Don't trust that man.
Yeah.
Oh.
He was like, oh my God, look! Basically, but in ping mode. But earlier I accidentally pinged, and, you know, I can ping. And you can see my pings, but they can't, because I added in the feature for witnesses to only show each other their pings. So there's never going to be a point where that happens again. Thank you, XD Man, for showing me the error of my ways.
Oh, so he wasn't even doing it on purpose. He didn't know they could
I don't think so, yeah. I think he was trying to ping to us, like the other witnesses in the game. So.
And again, yeah, like I was saying, I think Shambler actually showed us a lot of stuff with Terran we haven't seen before. Really good sort of unit positioning and defensive setups. And, you know, we haven't quite seen that competition before. I still say it would have been better with Seraphs, but I suppose he didn't have that much gas in the end.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they are also pretty APM intensive, too, so that's another thing to keep in mind.
Well, you know, skill issue. Come
on. Well, I agree. But I love the idea. But I'm also the guy that loves the idea of, like, dropping multiple locations while still macroing. And I usually only drop the multiple locations part. So.
Yeah.
That's my style.
Well, it sort of happened because both edges of the map... Oh, Mason fight.
Mason fight. No. Back up.
Let them fight fairly. What are you doing?
No, he didn't fight fairly. He started it and then fell away.
Okay, Lucy doing the same thing here with the Goliath coming out.
Yep.
And, you know, Shambler doing pretty much the same thing as well, going straight with the vultures.
Now, here's what I... Oh, wait, hold on. This Lucy Mason position.
Oh, did he listen to me?
No, it's a stockade. I thought it would be a star pad. He had enough money for it. I thought
no, that's what I was saying. Later, well, I won't say anything till we see what
Oh, okay. I wasn't... That wasn't even on the stream when we were chatting.
Yeah, I know. Okay. That's why I'm not saying what
it
is. We'll see. If he flies this in the main, honestly, I don't like it that much.
No, it's within range, yeah.
Yeah. If he keeps it here, maybe makes a second one even, builds up a lot of stuff, and as Shambler's sieging near Lucy, like, I've got him now, suddenly 10 Mavericks, 10 Hurricanes in your base. You know, what if he kills your production? What are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, even just A-moving with the Goliaths to, like, kind of force out that early engagement, since you do have the advantage versus the Vultures. Yeah. Like, I mean, there's a Palladium coming online here as well, so that's not going to help Shambler until, like, a little bit later on. So it's going to be a Huracan. Will we see an elevator for the Huracan using the anchor?
Oh, is that what it's going to be? Oh, it's going to be, what do we call it? No, not Dare's Vulture, because there's no vultures.
Yeah.
If only.
Second stockade. He might just walk it into the base, honestly. Like, you know, there's different ways you could go about this.
I do like this a lot more, actually, than elevatoring them, because Shambler's incentivized to send everything across, and like you said, you can sort of just pick fights without committing too much to draw him in more and more.
Yeah.
And you pick the right moment. If you get the right timing, you're going to walk in, and like even if there's like a phalanx there, it's not going to stop you if you have like 20 units.
Yep, it's all vultures so far. There is a phalanx about halfway done now. I guess you could get into a situation. I mean, you need to work in some Mavericks with this, but you could get into a situation where, you know, the infantry could walk up and basically just camp the production and force maybe a withdraw while the Goliaths maybe push out as well. Although there's only now going to be a third Goliath started. Technically, this vulture force could actually force their way in.
Lucy does need to keep up the production here. You can't afford to have these stockades not working, which kind of is.
He's kept up in terms of workers overall, which is, I mean, it's worth noting considering he is, you know, a class 2, right, as we call it.
Well, that is one tricky thing here, is it's not like Lucy's going to eliminate Shambler with this counterattack. He's just going to do big damage, so he still needs a plan to continue to play the game from there.
Yeah, and maybe that's where the transition into Wraiths comes in, if he wants to go for multiple star pads, although that is more expensive now. Is idling a couple of workers here and there. Vulture's continuing to lay out the minefield. Again, like a single Lancia will do that. Now, here's a Watchdog coming. I wonder what that's for. I guess just the scout, right? Get a good gist of what's going on. The first Phalanx is about to arrive. Now, here come the Goliaths. They are going to get double stunned over there, but... he needs to watch out. Yeah, he needs to definitely watch out. Another Goliath about halfway done. Another one queued up behind it, and that kind of shows you just how powerful the, the interaction between Goliaths and Vultures actually is. The Hurricanes are.
Yeah.
If
he gets his Phalanx, that'll be enormous.
I think the Hurricanes are going to be able to do it. I mean, it's a very slow-moving fight, right? But yeah, you can see here instantaneously rendered all the armor down to below half HP.
No, he can't chase it. He doesn't have time. He doesn't have time. He has to go in the base. Otherwise, he's not going to get the damage he needs, because this will fly.
Yeah, he knows. He's figured it out. He's waypointing 2 more Hurricanes.
Oh, dude. He got the Phalanx at the other end. That's actually huge.
That is huge. Holy moly. That's based on the earlier move out. He cleared out some of the mines, and his 4 Goliaths took care of business there. Now only down to 2, sort of spreading damage between the Vultures, not actually being pulled back. Another Phalanx finishes out, as well as a Vulture. You can kite for infinity. He's going to try to tear down the Palladiums. Waypointing 2 more Hurricanes.
I don't think he's going to get them. I think it would be better to just try and chase the units, and if the Masons get in the way, then you get them. Although that poor Mason tried his luck. Oh, he stunned the Vulture. Lowers the DPS a lot. I guess he's going to get 1, maybe?
It's hard to tell. I mean, he split his DPS onto that bottom Vulture. There you go. He managed just to get 1.
Not bad. Oh, get him. Ah, that would have been good. Oh, there's more. He's doing damage.
He's at least he's drawn a lot of attention away, and you know the problem is he hasn't been able to expand behind this. But neither player going for a quarry by the looks of things. Now the star pad has been producing the whole time.
He can clear his natural, right, and he's doing well on workers. He can keep the aggression up here unless Shambler finds it, or at least keep Shambler back. I would love to see him just A-move the Goliaths out since he saw the Vultures come back.
Yeah, that's a big deal. I'm not sure if he noticed it, but he needs to clear these mines. Watchdog just moving around. Well, he is learning.
It was a good strategy, but I don't think it solved the fundamental problem that Lucifirius had in the other game, really, that he's just not able to know when he needs to take as much space as he can on the map. Oh no, here we go, he does go. He heard me, he didn't want to be called out by me. Oh, come on, keep going. Keep going, Lucifirius, no. Okay, he's going to lift in the Hurricanes now. I mean, I like it as a follow-up more than I like it as an original strategy. Sure. Can 4 Hurricanes beat a Phalanx if no one micros? I think they definitely would.
Yeah, you know, they can.
If no one micros. Chamber's already looking. But he can go up to Masons, and you have to choose which you're going to fight with.
Yep, and looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
Oh.
Yeah, roasting a couple, getting some good damage, forcing a worker pull to the natural.
Yeah, this is good damage for sure. Still hasn't started his natural though.
Oh look, he's loading up another 4. Trying to maybe, if he could like maybe pull those all the way to the top left corner and sort of do that, that would have been a good move. He is making Wraiths slowly behind this too.
The Masons will come back if they come in just the right timing and they hit the mineral field all stacked up. He can annihilate them. Okay, Shambler actually sent them back from being sent back because he realized.
Well, honestly, I wouldn't like to be the Goliath and the Phalanx in this position.
Yeah, Phalanx is pretty low. He's picking them off though. The Goliath's much better at kiting than the Phalanx is.
Yeah, in terms
but he's
of
still going. I can't believe how fast you can produce those anchors and Hurricanes just keep them going. But it's only 2 this time.
Yeah, it's not 4. If it was 4, it would be a little bit of a different story. And obviously, you should be tasking him onto the Goliath.
Now, if he had like 4 star pads instead of 1 right now, I'd be liking his position pretty well.
Well, there's only the one Goliath. There is a Watchdog in the back of the natural, so as long as he avoids that, there's actually no anti-air.
He saw the Phalanxes. I don't know where he saw them, but he targeted them. And he's going to pick them off.
Yeah, it was the Watchdog that he used to see them, yeah.
Dude, that's huge. That's a great pickup. Really good place here from Lucifirius. Oh, he needs to get the other one, though. He can't get distracted and get run into Watchdogs here. Well, still does damage. Needs to be very careful, though. If he starts getting hit by Watchdogs and loses Wraith, it's going to be painful.
Well, he is forced to lift off of the other one. I know he's not paying attention right now to the Wraiths, and he's adding another stockade, yeah. So there he goes. The Wraiths are going to start to get shut down. Looks like only... yeah, he's actually even forced a Phalanx to sort of like retreat or flee like a little bit further out. So that's a little awkward.
Land that anchor next to the other anchor. I really hope he does that. That'd be sick. Just land it right next to it.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. Oh, he doesn't do it. Stop hitting the ministry.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I don't know why he keeps targeting the buildings. It takes too long for that.
Well, he didn't micro the Wraiths very intensely, but they certainly earned their value though.
Yeah. He's making one Wraith and another Star Pad to boot. So adding a little bit more behind this. Obviously, he's very far behind in terms of workers, so he does need to do a little bit more to that.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Shambler? Like, seriously?
Yeah, it's pretty obnoxious.
Yeah.
yeah, unfortunately, Lucifirius really not producing behind this. He'd be in a very commanding lead if he'd constantly been producing workers, but unfortunately, he's sort of, quote-unquote, killed more of his own workers than Shambler's because they were never born,
Yeah, that is pretty much a big problem.
Why is he putting a treasury here? He's never going to mine from there.
I like
because the high ground will kick his ass. I don't like it.
I like what it represents, which is Lucifirius is very high.
Right, the balls.
Yeah.
Well, I want him to land this anchor next to the anchor. Oh, looks like he's going in all the way. He might actually do it, although it's going to take a lot of damage here.
Yeah, there's not enough Wraiths here to actually do that much damage.
It doesn't load it.
Situation.
He's using it like a Trojan, to get the...
A battle Trojan, the combat drops. Well, here comes the Vulture run by with the Hurricanes and Wraiths for defense. This is a really strange match. I don't think anybody would ever think that TVT would look like this, but this is the future of the RTS.
I think Lucifirius is like... He's playing like two games. He's got his like peaceful base building in the bottom right. It's not really anything to do with what's going on up here. He's like, oh, I better build my treasury up here and get the mining going, Yeah. Build the Mavericks.
Yeah.
But see, here's the problem. Do you see the problem now, Lucifirius?
No, you can just lift it. Oh, he's going to defend it.
Send it home. He's going to send it all the way home.
No, he can go to 9 o'clock. That's where he's headed right now. I just saw his camera move there. He has forced out a lot of Goliaths, by the way, and that's like a pretty big investment at this stage. I don't think Shambler wanted to play like this whatsoever. So just in terms of that, like he's forced out a lot of Watchdogs. There's 6 Watchdogs in the natural, 2 behind the minerals of the main. And he's now being forced to add stockades for healing, much later than he wanted to.
I'd love to see a third base from Lucifirius, because he's got that.
What do you mean? He's got the treasury.
Yeah, okay.
If he moves these Goliaths out and tries to attack at like maybe just sort of force a contain, I think with the Mavericks, I don't know if you can like. Here's the thing: you need to occupy the Goliaths somehow, and that's like Maverick plus Goliath fights their Goliaths, and then your Wraiths can pick off their Phalanxes. But that doesn't really work if there's Watchdogs in play, right?
Well, Wraith versus Goliath, not a good matchup. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this natural, and if Lucifirius had all his units there right now, he probably could break it, but it's pretty risky.
Yeah, the mines, too, are kind of a problem, because then they're automatically targeting things like the Watchdogs and the Phalanxes, and they're not going to attack the mines when they unburrow, so then you get stunned, and then you get hit by the mortars, so it can be a chain reaction, but...
Yeah, it'd be tricky for sure. And I guess he could mass repair those Phalanxes. Now, Lucifirius done a decent job actually catching up in workers a little bit. He's not too far behind now. Now, if we look at this, what's the balance of power here? Shambler also landing his third base. Shambler has more production. That may be decisive. Yeah, there's 3 star pads, but only 1 Fulcrum, second one coming up. Plenty of Goliaths to defend for now. This counterattack is not going to do anything. In fact, it might be a loss for Shambler if he loses all those Goliaths.
Yeah, he's going to lose pressure elsewhere on the map, and then the Wraiths can just walk up over here and shut down the sort of, I guess you would call that a 1 o'clock base.
That's not what's going to happen. They're passing like ships in the night. Once again, lack of map vision being problematic. Now, that said, Lucifirius might come up here and take out that other base. Oh, no, he's not looking at the natural, is he? Oh no, don't send those Mavericks in there. That'll be a slaughter. Okay,
no, he's moving towards the top right. He thinks that maybe that's the base taken, but hey, the Watchdog that is being made over here, yeah, it's definitely going to amount to something here. The Goliaths kind of getting confused. They will eventually decloak those Wraiths down at the natural. And here comes the committal. Stimmed on the Mavericks. There's nothing in that anchor. The Phalanx is down. This is a dead 12 o'clock.
Here's the problem. Lucifirius isn't actually producing. This is why macro is more important than micro attack is, because if he had like, I don't know, 5 Goliaths who was ever produced at home, this wouldn't be a problem, but he has like a Wraith or 2 or 3. So
but Shambler doesn't think that. Shambler thinks that his opponent has some actual units. He's just lost his ministry to these Goliaths, and his own Goliaths have done nothing. They're looking for the treasury. They will eventually find it at 9 o'clock.
Well, okay. Well, luckily enough then for Lucifirius, I guess it's like an even trade. Oh, but there's another base on the...
Yeah, top right being set up now.
Yeah.
Some
Is he gonna go for
Cyprians
this?
have
I
been made.
really don't think he should. This is not going to end well if he goes for this. He does have a bunch of Wraiths. They could potentially pick off the phalanxes, but there's a lot of anti-air.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh,
He needs to sick all of his Wraiths on directly onto the phalanxes because they have no armor.
He's doing it.
Yeah, he is.
He's targeting one,
There's still
but
3
the
more,
Mavericks-
and one of them is pretty low this whole time. Unfortunately, I think that's just going to be it. He doesn't really have the forces needed. Didn't even pick off another phalanx. Committed so many forces. He's lost 9 o'clock.
Yeah, damn, he was doing so well until that moment, really. It was like almost, I would say, a perfectly even game until that very moment.
Oh, there's all these Mavericks and all of this production. He even built a Palladium down here.
Yeah, hell yeah. Wait, what? He built a Fulcrum as well? Nice. He can't stay near that high ground because enemy phalanx will pick him off. But he's still causing Shambler huge headaches by having this position. And he needs to send that military back. Excuse me. Yeah, there you go. Even stims a bit.
Yeah, why not? I think he only stemmed like 3 of his units too or something, so that's pretty funny.
He needs to siege up for this fight.
Yeah, he maybe needs to take that mound too, that little cliff
Oh,
there.
Madrigal versus Maverick.
Oh, the Phalanx versus Maverick.
Maverick versus anything.
Yeah, well, you know. There's the Desperation Mines at the last second.
I like him. Oh, not quite.
Oh, there we go. Hit the Madrigal. They're not deploying. The clerics are trying to do their best over here. Meanwhile,
she pushes it back.
Yeah.
A third base is coming up finally for Lucifirius. Now, still no extra production at home though. The 2 Falcons. Oh, we've got an Atlas though. Ooh, I like that. That's very exciting. All right, does take out that Madrigal. Is this enough DPS? He's not microing it.
Yeah, he doesn't have any more phalanxes coming out, and he needs to clear out the clerics somehow, right?
Oh, Harakans would have done well, but alas, doesn't quite have what he needs.
Oh, he can drop a mine from that freshly made vulture, but he's not actually going to go ahead and do it just yet. The Goliaths are coming back up from 9 o'clock. I think this is just going to be enough for the
he's going to intercept another expansion attempt by Shambler, though. These vultures looking real dangerous.
Yeah, it just landed, so he has a little bit of a window of opportunity to attack into here. But the Phalanx is still up, so that's kind of posing a bit of a problem. Shambler is trying to really think about how to deal with this. If this attack comes in at the same time... No, he's going top right! So that's where there's some gas being mined.
That Phalanx, by the way, has 1,100 damage. Oh,
yeah, I love that. Yeah, there you go. Add him up. Unfortunately, that is going to do it.
A lot of it got healed. A lot of it did get healed.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, he finds that secret base. That's huge. And I assume he'll even check for 12 o'clock again, which Shambler just lifts immediately.
Yeah, he lifts the 12. Masons. Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, there you go. A dirty game, and there you go. The Stockades and the Fulcrum are all on their way out. You know, you can self-destruct that Palladium. People don't know that, but you still have control over it when you lift it off now. So.
I did find that out when I misclicked and did it, because you know I do that like 1 in every 3 games.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, that would have been good, but he did kind of stutter step away from it.
There are 12 Wraiths on the way. Or 12 Wraiths already done, rather.
Yeah, I like them as Wraith, because the Magicals aren't really keeping up in number, and you can just, like, fly into, like, the main. You wouldn't be that hard to deal with the one Cyclops, and then you kind of do a lot of damage. But he does have to defend himself, and there's a lack of ground production still. That said, he's spent all his money, so I can't criticize too much, can I?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem is that he didn't keep 9 o'clock alive, and now his quarry and treasury down here above his main are... He's not even harvesting Vespene with it, you know, he's definitely limited. But his starport is done. He's making some Gorgons.
With some mines here, he might be able to defend his natural. But yeah, a Gorgon's really going to do much against these Goliaths.
I think if you cap... Like, you have 15 Wraiths. I don't know the math on how much it takes to one-shot a Goliath, but I feel like he's approaching that number.
It's like 8 damage, right? Oh, no, it's 10. Okay, 10. So it'd be 8 with armor.
Yeah. 200 health. The Wraiths are going to go for a counterattack along with the Vultures.
25 shots.
Well, there you go. I mean, he's only 10 away. He can do it.
Okay.
Look at this, though. The Wraiths are just going to rip over these Phalanxes. I mean, he needs to correct the needs to correct the forces and try to do some focus fire. Looks like he's going to do that. Yeah. The response being all of these Phalanxes returning back home. There are still some, anti-air, watchdogs and such.
Well, he needed to hit this top left. That would have been enormous if he took that out. But Shambler's still just trying to expand everywhere. Very tenacious and not giving up on expanding. And there are no defenses. This whole game
no Phalanxes here. There's no Palladium, right?
Okay, we do have a couple Gorgons. Maybe you're right. With these Wraiths and the Gorgons, he could focus fire.
Oh, he's picking off the Clerics. That's a big deal.
Oh, and Harakans are huge too. But how quickly will they die? Pretty quickly, it turns out.
Yeah, the Gorgons aren't even making it into the fight right now. It's just the mass Wraiths. Still up to a pretty healthy count of a dozen. Needs to get those Gorgons into the fight. I think I remember certain StarCraft 2 character saying that.
So StarCraft what?
StarCraft 2 character, it's Warfield. His only quote is, "Get another Gorgon into the fight." That's all he says.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, they're a lot bigger in StarCraft 2.
Yeah. Well, the Harakans are going to once again sort of occupy some damage. The Clerics were completely far away from the Goliaths, but I think it's going to be enough.
What kind of maverick doesn't want to die in battle? Come on.
Yeah, come on.
They killed one, then walked away. Okay, looks like he's just about clearing it up. A bit of a bad retreat there. I don't think he should have stopped fighting, and now the Mavericks can get slitted.
There you go. He's adding captaincies to the front lines here. He still wants to, try to work on them. It didn't go according to plan, but he is staying in the game.
Yeah, the Gorgon does decent damage. Cyclops doing the damage he needs to deal with the clerics here, and he will clean them up. Yeah, but I mean, Shambler behind has gone up to 98 Masons. Look, it doesn't matter what you do in StarCraft, you have to make workers, and Shambler's doing that. So I think he's in a pretty decisive lead. Even another Ministry's ready. He doesn't even have tier 2, does he? So, but he's just making a lot of tier 1 stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 11 phalanxes. He's got, 7 Goliaths. My God, man, the Atlas is only now coming on, adding even more fulcrums.
If he gets a bunch of Gorgons, they can still fly around and do a lot of very good harassment.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, he's adding only another star pad instead of a starport. That almost feels like a misbuy based on where it is.
Whatever, combine them, I guess. Wraiths are remarkably cheap, honestly. I never tried.
Gorgons are also cheap, but they're so much more cost efficient versus things like Goliath is my thing. So
true.
I think what he really needs, he needs Phalanx Gorgon. That's what Phalanx Gorgon Wraith or something like that. That'll really give him a big help.
Would be like mass Sirakan on the ground and all your gas into Gorgons, I think.
Maybe.
But instead it's Mavericks. Look at them go.
Madcaps, though. 4 of them.
Oh, they're huge, but they need help. They can't do it on their own. They need a buffer.
Need to get on that ramp, maybe. This is our jungle ramp.
With mines.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the vultures are out.
Silly, but if you still had like those 20 Wraiths or something, they could actually serve as a pretty good buffer for the Madcaps. Oh, Goliaths. That's the unit. That's the one. Needs healing, though. Vestry would be very good here. Oh, there's the Hurricanes.
Trying to take up bases yet again.
Close.
Oh, there's only one Gorgon in this area, though. You definitely need to do what
Look at the Madcaps go, though. They are no slackers. They're doing a lot.
No, they are doing a lot. They're not very spread, so the phalanxes are going to overwhelm them, and I think that might just be enough here for Shambler to concede, get the win under his belt, and it's going to be a best of 3 between Jack and Lucy to decide second place at this point.
Well, to be fair, once he lost the top left proxy position, what hope was there? You got a lot of mileage out of that, though.
I despite all of what we've seen, right? The first group was a little bit more lackadaisical, I guess, but Londier was pretty obviously like a guy to look for and root for, but there's a player, at least one player in every single game that impressed. In every single group, I mean. There was always somebody. Like, GreenEggs impressed a lot. I mean, I'm surprised Benno 4-0'd, obviously, but GreenEggs impressed me.
Yeah, GreenEggs played really well.
Yeah, and then, obviously, you think about this group, like Jack in that last match, what a match to remember. Obviously, Lucy in this game, I thought he did really, really well in the early stages of the game. Like, a couple tweaks away from maybe getting a victory, or at least getting into a more even state. So.
Definitely. I mean, Shambler was on the ropes, for sure.
Yeah.
And, like, I really like how well he did just with constantly varying Hurricanes. Yeah. That kind of thing that's like, after you first reveal it, surely it's bad. But no, he just constantly sent them in, and they kind of kept Shambler on his toes. Even the first 4 Wraiths did very, very good damage. Shambler doesn't want to let this one slip away. You see him continuing to, like, double expand. He just really wants to make sure of this.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, he's just trying to get into the habit of doing that. And,
Yeah, it's good. I think that's something that's been lacking in his play for sure.
Yeah. This is a very different Shambler than I... Like, remember I was telling you... I don't remember if this was on broadcast or not, but I think it was, because I was saying that I could, like, quaz only and kill a Shambler as Terran. Like, that's not, like, as a thing that... Like, as much as it's like, oh, isn't it funny because I'm dunking on Shambler? It's not really why I'm saying it. It's just, like, to give you a benchmark of, like, I do that to, like... The new players that like just pop in and then think that maybe they can do something, and then I just show them like, no, you really need to drill your mechanics, your fundamentals. The fundamentals were not there for Shambler's Terran, and now it seems like they really are.
Yeah. Well, look, like I was pointing out to you, Shambler's the kind of guy who's willing to just like throw stuff at the wall which he knows is probably going to fail, and you learn a lot doing that. And this is the product, right? He was up against some funky stuff there, but he kind of just grinded it out. There wasn't really much Lucifirius could do. There were, like, inspiring moments where he was doing this or that, but Shambler was just kind of powering forward over time.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And again, the Terran that he was playing when he started practicing for this event, which I think is maybe a little BM in some ways to practice. But hey, whatever, that surprised me. I guess I learned my lesson, Neblime. I will end up siding with you that he was clearly above he was clearly above the cut of everybody else. And that's despite Jack playing a lot of really, really cool matches. So,
Yeah. Jack, as you can see, is pretty good. But Shambler had the moves. Almost took a game off him, almost.
Almost. And even Lucifirius in that last match, I thought it was a lot closer than the Fata Morgana one. And I thought the Fata Morgana one, even though it looked really one-sided, and Shambler probably had no fear. I meant to say that at the beginning. Shambler probably had no fear of him after that Fata Morgana match. But honestly, it was like one A move away from being really scary, right? And we talked about that a little bit too.
Definitely. The thing is, though, even if he wasn't suffering from that fundamental problem of like giving up all the space in the map, it's like, okay, if you have the map, then what are you doing with that? You have to be able to macro from many bases and, you know, that kind of stuff. And Shambler is astute enough to either find a good way to break the contain or just go by air or whatever else. You know, we wouldn't see him sort of running the whole army and getting destroyed either.
Right.
So there's one step on the long stairway to success.
Dude, you were very much a close match player there, Lucy. And you know what? Now you've got an opportunity to smash Jack if you think you can do that to him. A very different play style there, and I think the fact that Lucy isn't afraid to do combined arms from a very early stage, whereas Shambler's been very much like, no, I'm just going to do mech with maybe some clerics. That really does.
Yeah, and we can see so much value from really just a few minerals. And, you know, what change I like with these most recent changes is it's a lot more gas-starved game. You're always, for all three races, going like, oh my god, I have a lot of minerals but not much gas. So it gives you a lot more scope to do things like just throw in a bunch of Mavericks of your army or whatever.
Yeah. It's also like combine that with like Maverick time cost -1. Doesn't sound like a lot, but you know, every 12 you make is a free one in terms of time. And so you add that with the Legionnaire, you add that with the, you know, the Zealot and stuff like that, where like a lot of the time costs got reduced. I didn't really touch Zerg too much because honestly, like, I felt like they were already in a pretty good spot. Maybe that's something to reevaluate later on as we get more high level games in, but. All right, it's going to be Blood Drought. This is actually the first and only time we will see this map in this tournament because the last ones we didn't go the whole gamut. By the way, in our first group, we were really close. If Londier defeated 3 Crow and then DeadInfested defeated Londier at one point, we would have actually had the FFA decider, but we were denied.
Yeah, you're always waiting for it. Has it ever actually happened?
No, it's never happened in any of these events.
May never.
That's one of those things that we're holding out hope for, like the really competitive group, regardless of skill level. A really competitive group.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if you get like a tier 1 FFA though, it's gonna suck.
Is it?
Yeah, because I don't think anyone will do anything too interesting. You just go pretty aggressive in early game and try and, you know, pick on the guy who the other guy's picking on at the same time and not get picked on. That's pretty much the game.
Well,
I think anyway.
Maybe. I also think maybe, and again, we haven't designed like bespoke maps for it. We were going to play it on Victory Square if it happened here, because it's like a pretty defensible force spawn map where you can get that in-base nat and then, you know, maybe turtle up. And especially with the air changes where they're no longer as attractive and much more expensive, it feels like maybe it would be a possibility.
Yeah.
Plus, also, this isn't a Class 1 invitational, despite Shambler being.
Yeah, of course.
You know, we'll have to see how it works out. I am interested in seeing the results of this particular match. This will be the first time and only time this map has been played. So.
Okay, he's got blood in his oil, not oil in his blood.
That's right.
Which is probably a good thing.
Well, I mean, he's made of oil, so that's what you would say. Oh. It's like the inverse of what you know, instead of oil in my blood or whatever. All right, we have jakulangski in the top and Lucy in the bottom. Have you seen this map at all? Have you looked at the layout?
Only the bitmap. I haven't seen the actual map.
Gotcha.
I just realized with jakulangski, assuming he's from Philippines, I just realized he's in the same time zone as Indonesia, so it could be.
Could be. You know, the name makes me think like a Polish person because they often have ski at the end of their name.
Yeah, I guess. Isn't that more like a Russian thing? I don't know.
I don't know. I associate.
I'm no linguist. I don't know what to tell you.
It's always like Lukasz Babanski.
Oh yeah, but it's not spelled SKI in Polish.
Oh yeah, I guess it's a Y, right? I thought it was an I.
CSZ, you know.
The SZ is zh, and so for a while Vik was calling it the Gizithalor. Which is almost, you know, it's fine. You know, it sounds pretty nifty.
I like it.
Going to be a fulcrum here for.
Yeah, interesting. He did go fulcrum that other TVT game, but hey, there's TVZ now.
Yeah, very different.
I don't know if he was watching the stream. Most likely was, right? Learning from.
I think he was typing in the chat. Yeah, he was hyping up the paladin that showed up. It's going to be a hatch here. So let me talk a little bit about this map since it is the first time we're seeing it. It's a little unconventional at Group D, right? So the base right above and below your main, depending on who you are, like from Lucy's perspective, the base right above it, I kind of foresee this one being the natural because the whole left side and the north side is all, like, you can't access it through ground, right? So we would have to worry about air, but I'm building this assuming that we probably won't have air dominance in the early stages of the game because of all the balance changes, right? So at least, maybe that's a fallacious assumption. We find out later. The base a little bit further to the right, that's going to be the double gas base that you take. Obviously less minerals, an option for you to enjoy. And I think both of our players trying to figure out exactly where they want to take their first expansion, because that will dictate what resources you have. You may remember Death Spiral, another desert map I made, where it was much worse in terms of spacing, but it had a similar choice where you expand maybe a little bit closer to your opponent, where in terms of air distance or travel distance in general, but you get more general resources, or you can go for a further away base that gives you more gas. And that's sort of a similar thing over here, but it's a little bit different.
Lucifirius decided he's going to replicate his success, right?
That's right.
In the and honestly, this position is a lot better because it's right close to the mineral line, right?
I think so, yeah.
Jakulangski playing wild game here. He's not even lifting the K-Grin. He just built it on the Hatcheros instead. If a Vulture came across or a Cyclops even, it probably could just run in there. That said, Lucifirius will be safe at home at this rate, and his Hurricanes will probably get work done. Now, the overleft might return on an unfortunate path. He's going to go to the left, or this is very dicey for Lucifirius, because he might just go right past that stockade.
Yeah, right now I think he might just want to keep... I'm trying to figure out where he's pathing it to. Yeah, okay, he's off to the side here for now. So he's going to idle it. He did idle an Ovaleth in between, on Pantheon, Shambler's Natural in third, in that like weird 12 and I guess it would be 1 o'clock positions.
Dude, Jakulangski already has the K-Grid in his mineral line. Is he expecting this?
I mean, he did
see...
Oh,
it's a Cyprian... There's nowhere to land, though. He can't get in there. I guess the K-Grid actually helped with that.
A little bit, yeah. There's a little bit of a nook.
Oh,
right
he sees it. He sees it.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
He sees it.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, you can land on the low ground. I just realized that's what he's going to do. He's not even going up there.
Mm-hmm.
He's just going to land on the low ground. It hits the mineral patches.
That's right. I mean, he can use the Quasis to sort of draw some fire. He's actually going to go ahead and load up some Zets as well. This could be a bit
enough for a double
spooky.
Cyprian bunker, though. That ain't going to do it. Could get the anchor, the Mason, though. Oh, don't lift up. It's dicey. If he lands now, misplay by Jakulangski, or is it?
No, really look at this. The anchor's going to try to hit on the high ground. I mean, he's not going to be able to stop it from landing, but he can start to.
Good.
He did. He unloaded it right underneath. That's going to be it for the anchor. It doesn't matter if you landed now. It's too low.
Yeah, he didn't even unload everything on the low ground very smartly. He was very.
No, he killed the Mason. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah. Honestly, heads up play from him.
Yeah, that's the way to put it, right? Because he knew exactly what he needed to do. Like, he didn't really hesitate. Then look, a lone Hurricane coming out. Hurricanes are pretty good against Quasilus, but I don't think 1 versus 3.
Well, the Cyclops and look at the mech push. I think maybe Jack might be thinking he's held the aggression, but I mean, well, the Circuit is going to kill that Cyclops, and that's going to be a little bit awkward.
Well,
you can tell what Lucy was trying to do here. He wanted to just see if he could run by, but there's another defensive Circuit as well. He's at least going to save his stockade, but that's about it.
Control here was pretty poor, unfortunately. I don't think that's going to help him here. But yeah, you can build up a bunch of Hurricanes. If Circuits are your problem, oh boy, do I have a solution for you. But it's going to take time to build up the forces now. They lost those Cyclops. If he didn't try and go up the ramp at all, if he just cleaned up those Quasilus, he still have 4 Cyclops, and they're not bad against Circus either. That said, oh, look at this! Turnabout is fair play, says Jakulangski. He put his own Circuit over here.
Well, you know what's so funny is this is a
yeah.
crazy overreaction from Lucy, and I'll tell you why. That Ovaleth wasn't even around to continue scouting and providing the intel.
He knows it's going to show up sooner or later, though, and I don't know if Lucifirius really does have a way to deal with that. I mean,
he's got the Goliath he could bring back home, but actually that's being focused down now by Jack. I think Jack has this game, honestly, just from that move.
Yeah, seems like.
Well, he's idling a lot of his Zeth units over here, his Quas units.
Because he knows he doesn't really need them.
Yeah, that's right.
He's going, whatever. Already got this 3rd hatch down.
Well, he killed the most important unit, which is the Cyclops. Oh, no, there's 2 more. Well, maybe he loses still.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's 2 Cyclops out here to do work. 1 Goliath can kill that Circuit without getting shot, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, with the
From
clone advantage.
Yeah. What is the range of the Circuit? It's 8? Oh, it's only 7, yeah, definitely. So yeah, you're right.
Going to evacuate too.
Yeah. Or is it? Yeah, of course this won't finish that off.
Best they can do is try to bring it below half HP, and it doesn't look like they're going to be successful in that.
Is it half in Cosmonarchy?
No, its burning is the same ratio. We didn't adjust that.
I
was just saying that would be their stretch goal, is get it down to below 500, and they didn't do that either. So.
Oh, this is rough because now Lucifirius has to defend a very wide open area, but he's acting like he's still in his main. I don't think he's really thinking about this because look, he's on his ramp like, yep, I got this. But his workers, meanwhile, are all down here.
Well, he could start a treasury and maybe transfer over, but yeah, the Zet's actually flooding in a little bit too soon. That's going to scramble the Cyclops, and that is actually a bit of a misplay by Jack to not really be masked up. However, in some ways, it might go work with him because... Oh, no, never mind. There's more...
It's going to help a lot here, actually. Look at me.
Yeah, look at that.
Well, yeah, it's enough Cyclops to deal with this. Yeah, not a very good trade for Zerg there. Got one Mason.
He killed 4 Cyclops during that whole ordeal, and yeah, he did kill
I didn't know there were that many Cyclops alive. Oh, I see the corpses.
Yeah, well, maybe only 3. Okay. I'm looking for the 4th. I thought I saw it, but it was probably a Mason instead.
Given how that game started, the worker difference... Oh, he's not done. Although, I don't know
Menace.
Enough. The Cyclops could go deal with that. He's just lived off.
Yeah, why not?
At some point,
now you cancel for the Chad move.
No, now what happens is you pick it up, you put it behind the mineral line on the high ground, and it's over.
Yeah.
He needs a bunch of Nafra cores, so when the next time the Ministry lifts off, he catches it and eats it.
Now this is an interesting choice. Jack is taking the far left base. It's like another main almost. It's like one less mineral field.
Yeah. You got this back path here.
Yeah, it's a very... You can tell it's a really roundabout path, as you can see, down towards 12. And so... it's going to take a very long time for Lucy to see that if he is going to go for the ground army. So that's kind of like a hidden base. He's also thinking about taking 9 o'clock, and a treasury has indeed, like you said, been set up in the mid-right. So
I like this defensive position because the buildings actually bait a lot, and it funnels the Cosmonarchy into the Cyclops.
Oh my god.
Really nice setup here. Oh man, he's doing a lot of damage.
Oh, and the Goliath here as well. You're never going to break this.
Crushed that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Lucy's still in this game because he has 2 bases. He's got a decent work account. His production's still alive. So this all amounts to nothing. It's just a nice extra base Lucy can take later when he has good forces to deal with circuits, right? Hurricane's coming out. I think Hurricanes are an excellent choice here because they do tank Quasilis very well for their cost.
That's right. I mean, the 2 armor is just nothing to scoff at whatsoever.
Well, let's be real. Anything could be happening in the game, and it'd be like, Hurricanes are a good choice.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you here, and I am obviously not biased at all for having added an Ahmed advisor into the game.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
With 3 hasn't been taken yet. It's a gas-only base, but the IRL is like halfway done, so...
Oh, dang, I didn't even see it started. Well, that's pretty serious for Terran here. He's putting up the mech army. Look, if jakulangski doesn't have a bad attack, a counterattack is certainly possible here. Now, where's he going to drop? He's just going to flank. I like it. It is going to increase the effectiveness of attack, but
look, it's just a run-by. He's forcing the units out.
No, you don't want to do this, though, because look at how jakulangski is forced to engage now. This is a really bad engage for Zerg.
Yeah, some of the Cyclops off to the side, and this is still going very, very well. I mean, he did kill 5 or 6 Masons.
Yeah, that's kind of good, but, I mean, I don't know. It looked like a good idea, but the way Lucifirius was set up here, it was actually like the worst possible.
Oh, he's losing the obelisk too, yeah.
Yeah. Those buildings have taken a lot of damage. They've done their work. And still even on workers. Now, I think he needs to go across the map right now and put some pressure on.
Well, there's more circuits being set up. He still hasn't even taken his lower nat, right? So that's kind of interesting.
We don't see many Tef's Oracles these days. I think 4 Tef's Oracles would end this game pretty quickly here.
Yes.
But not today. What is he going to make? I mean, make Matrival Nestwood as well. The Oracles.
Or even the Mutath for Protathalors. I don't know. He hasn't shown them at all, so...
Yeah,
that's what's so. What's so cool in the blind? We just rattled off like 3-4 different tech options that he could go, and they are all valid depending on the situation.
True.
I feel like that's pretty legit. I feel like maybe that's a sign of a good game. I don't know.
He could still just get Alexhandr and get Maxilis.
There you go. Add it to the list. I mean, right now he's just he's not even bothering. He's just going to keep staying on tier 1 despite having the tech node. So
a Vigoralisk could actually be pretty good against Cyclops, I think.
Yeah. Oh, they got adjusted recently. They have like the slower movement speed, but even more durability. So the idea of them is like busting, like almost like base busting. So that's the idea anyway. You can just walk them through and they'll deal ambient damage, draw fire.
Yeah. Cool. But again, this is like a surprisingly good defensive location for Lucifirius.
Oh, the circuit has been put up, though. Look, behind the what is now the natural.
I said this was going to happen, right? Because this is the next logical step. He's going to kill. He's finally going to get over his fear of circus. I have to shout out Lucifirius. He's done a really good job producing workers despite this desperate situation in this game. He's been on top of that really well. But look at
I don't like this attack, though. The Cyclops anchor, the double Cyclops in the anchor, that is going to be so much damage.
Oh!
And he's killed the circuit behind it, too.
How many kills those Cyclops in there have, do you reckon?
I don't know. I'm going to say, it's hard to say about kills, but I can definitely tell you damage-wise, it's north of like 200 a pop, almost certainly.
Well, more than that, I'd say. 200 is like 1 explosion at that rate.
With that
you really
many,
need to take out
yeah,
this one
fair
in the
enough.
main. You really need to take that as one in the main. It wouldn't be hard, and you can retake that. It'd be fun. Because look at that, jakulangski's not giving up. He's putting the pressure on. And you know what? Now he's tier 2. Why doesn't he just continue that? Get the
Prothathalors.
Gosvalevs. No, the Gosvalevs.
Well,
and,
fair enough.
just
yeah.
drop the what do you call them? He's making one. Oh, Irrelef, that's what it is. What's Gosvaleth?
Oh yes, yeah. Gosvaleth is the worker you're thinking of.
Yeah. Look, he's going to do it. He's going to take these circus. I hope he upgrades them too. And just drop them behind again. And this is why Lucifirius really needs to clean this out.
Yeah, because it only metastasizes after a certain period of time. It becomes even more difficult to deal with. Never taking the bottom right.
If I think about it, these might not actually be that good a choice because the Quaslists and even Vorves won't tank very much. Oh no, not even Vorves. We're not seeing Vorves. I don't know. The Quas units will not tank that much, and then the Cyclops can easily catch up to the Prothathalors and nuke them. So I don't know about this. I mean,
well, if they're busy dealing with this high ground circuit again, you know.
Yeah, he can at least bust through the bunker, right, and then run everything in instead of having to deal with that. Oh man, come on, get up there, Lucifirius. There you go. He'll kill it pretty quickly though. I don't think this attack is synced up enough. I think Lucifirius is going to defend this.
That empty anchor drawing the initial fire, but there's a Goliath going to get roped on in. It was only half HP anyway, so that's made short work of.
Well, let's see. He's sent his arm back out. Oh, he does finally clear out the main as well.
Oh, there you go. He went in for the little bit extra time. Now he needs to rally back. Arakan's charging forward.
He moves in here. I don't really see the Cyclops not cleaning this up. He's got so many.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. That's a lot. But he needs to stutter step. He's not microing them. A move will not do. You can be kited pretty well. He needs to get close. Oh, that's a lot of Prothathalors, man. Oh, Cycralisks? Okay.
That's an interesting choice.
Could be decent. I mean, it's just because he has the Spire, right? Yeah, they do pretty good damage. I think it'll do. It's just enough to sort of tear through this. And
they're shorter range, too, so they kind of like occupy a lot of the attention.
Yeah. jakulangski's production is quite superior here. Even though the worker count is even, I think he's just getting more efficiency over time. Now, is there a third base for Lucifirius? No, but he could take the main. Oh, he is mutating a Scorch Rift now. That's what he needed to do. And he's going to drop it in the same place. I hope. Yes, go on. Do it.
Atlas almost done.
Oh, where is it?
Must have been put up in the natural? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is that the natural? Is that what you call it?
Well, yeah. It's something like that. Yeah, this map is weird, man. Oh, no. Yeah, he's just never maintained dominance over that area. And now, again, this is a much more synced attack. So you are losing a lot more workers because it's a Scorch Rift. Even though they got nerfed recently, yeah. It does like 8 less damage, and then that means that the secondary attacks deal 4 less damage. But it's still more than enough to deal with this. It's a graveyard over there.
Man, those Cyclists are killer. If they can get close, they will just tear through this. And it's like, the Cyclops doing their goddamn best. These heroes in the bunker, man.
Yes.
They're trying.
Desperate repairs happening as well. Oh, man, they're wiping on through. But they can't range the Prothathalors. That's going to be it. GG.
17 kills on one of them. I didn't see the other.
Yeah, I couldn't click fast enough.
I accidentally clicked end game because I was trying to click the unit. 162 kills from Lucifirius. 102 from jakulangski. What a game. That was a wild one.
That was a wild one.
If your opponent just keeps dropping circus over the top of you, you kind of have to do something about that or else... Like, one bunker with a couple Cyclops would have stopped that. Bunker? Anchor. And, you know, like I said, he did really, really well producing workers. So, if he didn't keep getting damaged from that, he probably could have kept going. Like, the game would have gone on pretty evenly.
Mm-hmm. Omnivore is going to be selected by Lucifirius.
Alrighty. I'm going to bring it back, but feel free to start without me.
Alrighty. I do like that our players have decided to go for the, like, oh, I'm going to proxy you. Oh, I'm going to proxy you back. Like, listen, Jack has some pretty cool ideas. I like that. Just going to be waiting on him to pop on in. What an interaction. What's up, Londier? Dude, shout out to you for getting second place with your fucking wardens. That's so crazy to me. All right, we have Lucifirius in the top here. It's going to be jakulangski in the bottom. Neblime will be returning momentarily to accompany me in what might be our last game of the event. Lucifirius can battle back and defeat jakulangski to force a decider for second place. Jack, though, looking pretty solid, and maybe if Shambler hadn't been poisoned by food and thus in a weird state of permanent psychosis and constant flow, I think maybe, just maybe,
oh man,
Jack could have won.
Good thing I hurried.
There we go. Yeah, it's a very fast pool here. Jack trying to close it out. I wonder, he asked me if that was the last game, and it's hard for me to read people, especially if they have like a little bit of, through text that I don't know, if they have maybe a bit of a language barrier, which is a little bit there from what I can gather from Jack. But I can't tell if he's like, hey, I want this to be, I'm done. I'm ready to finish this. It's tiring me out. But I mean, if it's, morning time or whatever.
Like you said, it's only like midday there.
Yeah. I don't know if he stayed up forever for it or what.
True.
Pool is on the way, though, and that has been scouted. We'll see what the reaction is. There's actually a stockade coming out from Lucy, so he is going to be going for more bio. And you know what? This Mason, was it scouted? I'm not sure. So Omnivore, you've said that this map is a tricky one. There is a proxy stockade coming. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you think about this map?
Okay, so, man, I don't know. Do I want two of this going on? Is the proxy stockade the option? Actually, you know what? It totally is.
It totally is.
Sorry,
just waypoints and Hurricanes.
It totally is, because your opponent going for this pool first is sort of balls to the wall, sending units out, although he didn't even save lava, so I'm not really sure what the idea is there. He's not going to be having stuff in his base. He's going to be in your face.
It's going to be a fast drop or what? I'm not sure what the Obeleth is for.
Yeah, it could be. You get Cocytus. What? He's looking for it. What the? Oh,
he actually found it. I cannot believe it.
He knew Lucifirius would do this. That's why he went pool first.
Dude, what a legend. No, he's still going to finish it, though. The stockade finishes, starts queuing up Hurricanes immediately. Okay. The Mason is out the way, and we've got Hurricanes on the ramp to hold as well. Lucy is indomitable.
Oh, I know what jakulangski is going to do. He's going to put a K-Grant above the minerals.
Yeah, hey, Ben tried to do that with a proxy. You remember, you watched that game and made a meme. So.
And I was very cross with him. Yeah. He's been a bad boy.
Oh no, it's attacking the stockade. It does.
He does need to make some actual units. He can't just make Zephyrcores to deal with this. What are you doing?
Repair the Hurricane! Repair Ahmed!
Oh my god, he's not going to do it. No, that's a mistake. Although the second Hurricane, though.
Oh my god, no, they were tasked manually onto the stockade instead of an attack move. Somehow, they managed to not die, and there goes the Mason. Canceling the
That's a real shame. That's a real shame, because that's a situation where Micro could have just straight up won the game for Lucifirius.
I agree.
Unfortunately.
He's forced out all those. No, it's attacking attacking the solo instead of the main. All right,
he knows what the best unit is. No one needs to tell him. He's making them.
Both of our players not yet harvesting any NICOLAS beam besides the 50 that was afforded for the Obeleth. I don't know what. I still don't know what that was about.
Huge bank. Oh, dude, he can build Mavericks up here, but they're not going to do much. But he can do it. They'll be safe up there. You know?
Yes.
Well, later, jakulangski starts like a macro hatch, and he's like, "Wait, why didn't that finish? What happened to my macro hatch?"
You know what? There might actually be a spot imba that I haven't seen yet. Where no, he can't get there because of the bottom of the map. Okay, thank God. Yeah, I thought maybe you could like put him in between like the next ledge, and he could shoot like one drill out or something. The drop is hat.
I think Cosmonarchy. Oh, nice pickup. Cosmonarchy are very good to drop because they kill workers real fast. And Zephyrus actually struggle with that.
Yes.
But yeah, you see the really OP spot there, right? You know you can fit a Madrigal there. Just FYI. In fact, really I'm surprised Shambler didn't.
What, the spot next to the Mavericks?
No, over to the left a bit more. See the highest ground spot?
Highest ground, yeah.
Yeah, you can fit a Madrigal there, but look in the 12, you can't. There's no spot, so that's a bit of an imbalance.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, I can move the shift. I can shift the whole thing down again. I already did that once, so it's kind of surprising that it's like that. But
just needs to fix that little bit.
Yeah.
If Shambler played on this map, he 100% would have gone for that, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Lakizalisk drop on crossguard, anyone? Does anybody remember? I like when DF thought that DF was facing off against him, and he's like, yeah, I know what he's going to do. Oh, no, it wasn't that. It was Mystery Meat. So DF like thought it was a bug that he couldn't see it or something.
Oh,
and then he's died. And then, and that was in like a playoff series. And then Mystery Meat lost to it. But after already knowing he was going to do it. So it's really funny that like he's like, oh, I know how to deal with this. And then he didn't. He couldn't.
So. Well, I mean, there was that time I knew it was going to be Solarians and I still lost. So, you know.
Single Zephyr Core.
Yeah, doing work.
And running away.
Got his kill.
Atlases have burned down, by the way. Oh, look at this. Dude, the Mavericks are here to allow for like a
burning down. Dude, if it wasn't burning down, this would actually be super dangerous. I mean, yeah, it could still do a lot. There's a freaking circuit there somehow, so he's fine.
You know what
You might
doesn't
get
make any
one.
sense to me that I want to just point out that is like absolutely breaking my brain somehow?
Yeah.
Starpad coming over here. The quasis are distracting. Look at the click on that anchor. There's a fucking Zethra core in the anchor, dude.
Oh, he left them to die as Zephyr.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not allowed to attack though, are they?
No, but it's just like of all the things to keep the anchor warm, you used a Zethra
Yeah, I know,
core?
it's the cheapest one.
I know, yeah, but it's just like imagining like walking in there trying to enter. It's like you can't enter. The dog's holding the door. Like what the? Fuck?
Yeah, he's just like leaning on it. He's not going to finish the third Huracan over there. Two will be able to get a draw lift or two though.
Well, the quasi's just finished. I'm not sure. Oh, maybe. Oh no, the other one got body blocked by his buddy.
Yeah.
Ahmed,
Yeah.
burning Ahmed. Okay, one worker dead.
If Ahmed had a twin, what's the name? It's like it's
just
something
Ahmed.
slightly different but the same. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just
Well,
all
there you go.
Yeah.
They all die. So here's what he has to do. He has to send a Trojan and like visibly unload it in front of Jakulangski and then fly it into his base. And Jakulangski will be like, "Oh, that's just a distraction. I'm not going to pay any attention." Then boom, he picks up the
Yes, I like that. Yeah.
Although he does have the star pad, but he made a Wraith. So I don't know. Oh, you know what? If you bring like the Wraith and the Ancil and the Shaman, actually, that would be a really strong spot. But you need at least 3 star pads for that. He's in a second. You know, I see this a lot. I feel like everyone needs to realize that if you want to use Wraith to harass, you've got to commit. You can't just make 1 or 2 star pads. It's just not going to do enough. You
I
need to
do
make
feel
3
like
at
yeah,
least.
like 5-6 star pads are like a pretty good spot on 2 bases.
Ooh, speaking of star pads, we have a Zorkiz, so this might work out very well for Lucifirius, especially if he's able to scout it and double down. Oh my god.
Flying over the quasis, no worries.
Yep.
No big deal.
Yep, no problem.
But hey, the bio's moving out. They can easily take care of these quasis at this point.
He's sweating all over the controls in there, but he's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that army could destroy that.
Even with the listen, you can put as many Zethra cores in that anchor as you want, buddy. There's no hope. No way.
Yeah, right. You know what you should do? You should make infinite melee units fit in an anchor because they can't do anything.
You clown car.
Yeah.
Hey, the Ovaleth is drawing his attention away. He thinks it's a drop. It's empty.
Yeah. Still no Trojan.
Still no expansion, but I think Lucy's going to try to fix that for him right about now.
I think he's
Oh,
gonna
he
get
was
rid of
just too
Zerg's
short.
expansions.
There we go.
I think he wants to attack here because he's got a lot of bio.
Still
and
has 7 Mavericks down there. I
Now,
can't believe he did
Luciferius-
that.
Lakislisk is coming out, and there's no way to get. He has the star pads he needs, so as long as he can engage the Lakislisk on the map and hold them back, he'll be able to get the Ancil, and then they'll be locked down. They're easy to pick off then. If only you could put the Lakislisk in the anchor.
I know, I keep trying to, but it just Blizzard doesn't want to make it work. It's really annoying. Oh no, Ahmed!
Oh,
no,
God.
don't do it, Ahmed! Oh my
The
god!
Okay, this is okay.
2
this is
Ancials
okay,
immediately got
because-
started, by the way.
No, he needs to hold the high ground. What's he doing? Oh,
He's
okay, it's a
holding
big
the other
mistake
high
to pull back.
ground. There's no anchor there,
Mm.
but he is holding it.
No, he's not. It's a huge mistake to pull back here. He needed to hold as much space as he could to stop the Lakislisk getting on top of him before he has an Ancil.
yeah. Well, I mean,
he's
the
getting double
analogy
Ancil.
I would make is, you know, Dark Swarm in your natural in, you know, ZBT
Yeah.
StarCraft 1, right? It's like you don't want the Lakislisks there. Oh, unfortunately,
That's what
though,
you mean,
Jack is
loses
getting
the
a little
game.
bit too antsy, and he's going to lose
Ooh.
another one. 2 Ancials out. That's going to detect the
Oh.
other.
Yep, that's it for your Lakislisks. And that's the thing, he already had the 2 star pads, so this Zorkiz is probably never going to be a very good investment. And he's making 5 Lakislisks. Is that what that tiny
Yes.
pixelated number says?
That's right.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's going to be a big waste, honestly. As long as Lucifirius can stop them from just running across the map somehow, then they're going to get picked off very easily. But look at this. I mean, Jakulangski knows what he's about. He's just going to run them across the map. And for some reason, Lucifirius went around the side. Again, he's going to the back door.
I think so, yeah. I think that's where he's heading.
If Jakulangski just counterattacks, he wins, 100%. And they barely miss each other.
Yeah,
He
there's
even
no
puts
Ancial
one
back
down.
at home, even though there were 2 that were made, right? So there's no way to
Yeah.
defend that. And he seems to have realized, wait, I don't have any Trojans with this army of units
Well-
made out of the star pad.
Yeah, like what's he going to do? He still is not going to rescue these guys.
Oh no, the Cyprians!
Oh,
Oh, that's
he
at least
needed
one
those.
dead. Okay, narrowly
that might already
avoids
be
losing
too
the
much.
others. He can lift
Well,
this and
on the
move this
bright
up to the
side-
top right, and maybe try to hold the ramp.
He'll 100% bust this main, actually. Dude, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Lucifirius does win. If he can hold the ramp. I don't see
He needs
how
to
he
hold
can
this
do
ramp.
that.
He has no anchors, nothing at all whatsoever. There is an Ancial or 2 queued up, but it's going to have to get through the Wraiths first. The Circuit is going to finally fall.
Dude, having no clerics might be critical here, actually. That might be what causes him not to be able to win. If a few more circuits go down, although there's no anti-air except these Quaslists. If they all get lost, the Wraiths can pick off any number of circuits. Okay, but he's bringing a Lakislisk back. He still has the Zorkiz. And he's making another Lakislisk. But I mean, if the Ancial's out,
Ancials
the
are here
Wraiths
to protect.
available.
I don't think there's really anything
Yeah.
he can do.
Oh, he's
bringing-
going in.
Yeah, he needs to go in. It's got to be a committal. The Cyprian's doing a lot of good damage over
He
here.
needs to pull back. Don't go in. Pull back. Oh. Again, if he pulled back on the ramp, he probably could have held, but now...
It doesn't matter. There's what can you do to versus the Wraiths, right? Like the star pads, the ant seals are here.
Done it, but they all retreated. I don't know why they didn't go in. And now the main is gone. There's no tech. Can't produce anything except Circus. He's making another Zorkis though.
Oh no, he's going to charge in. This is GG right here. I don't think he can really do anything. He doesn't have any Hurricanes to bust the circuit. He's not focusing down the Quasis either, so this is actually a little bit of a throw.
He has Antilles and Wraiths, he's just not reacting because he's too busy with his attack. And yeah, as you say, I think it is a bit of a throw because you could take out the top base pretty easily. And then pretty easily menace Zerg from the top. I'm pretty sure you can get that gas from Mavericks. And Wraiths could harass too. Okay, but he does clean up his base.
So listen, he suicided 2 Lakizalisk to kill 2 Cyprians, which I thought was kind of funny. Oh, no, look at this, though. The one Lakizalisk in the main killed so many workers.
Yeah, I thought that's what you meant when you said it was a bit of a throw. I thought you saw that.
No, I did not.
Sorry, I would have pointed you to it. But okay, he does have a scary amount of Wraiths. There is no Quasev pool right now. Doesn't matter what you make from the Zorkis, it's not killing Wraiths. So he can definitely get a lot done. If he secures the ramp, wall with the stockades, I think is the best move here. Put the Cyprians in a bunker behind it, and then he can go and harass and probably stay in this game. He's low, but it's not so low that he can't rebuild them. And
Jack has 2k minerals. Like, he's got so much money right now.
Wait, there's the hidden resource. If he just gets a Trojan...
I know. I keep looking at it. Like, what is that map?
That, becomes the clutch resource to win the game. But we do have a Hydrift coming up, and that will be very devastating. But Lucifirius is making a big mistake here, not going and harassing. I think if he does lose, which who's to say what will happen, that is going to be what costs him the game. Because there's no spores here. There is no anti-air unit can be made right now. There's just a bunch of helpless Quasilists. If you stack up... Yeah. Here you go. He's going now. He needs to somehow get stacking though. I'm not really sure how he's going to do that right now. You could use that Marine that's stuck, for example.
There's 7 of them. Could be the clutch factor.
If you have 3 Anseals on top of each other, they're not really going to care about Quasilists, right?
Yeah.
Now it is Soyuz.
The Quas are actually moving across the map. This is a little rough.
There's potential for an attack here, but I don't know. It's tough. That's enough Mavericks probably, but I don't really like his formation. Like I said, I really think he should have used the stockades to wall. But the Quasilist will have a really hard time getting out of that ramp, and he does indeed turn around. He's like, oh, wait, no, wait, what am I going to do now? And this might be deadly damage. You can't
the Anseals are obviously going to detect the burrow, and just like you were saying, so he's going to pick off some of these guys.
Dude, these Quasilists are useless. They're not going to do anything. Like, they're just going to get slaughtered like the Drolevs. Spore comes up, but it's too late. Does he even know about the top base, I just realized? Maybe no,
I don't think he's ever scouted it. Some Hydras are going to trickle in and a little bit on rally point there. Trying to break through the Anseal shields. I think this will be enough.
Yeah, he needs to get out there and regenerate his energy. No! Okay. Does keep some alive. Keeps enough alive to miss the Zerg. But a bit of a mistake to engage there. If he just kept flying away and harassing,
look at this. This Wraith not able to detect the Wraith. He's got to move a little bit closer there. Yeah, there we go. That probably looks so funny to Brood War players.
Nice micro to save that. Oh, wait. Ooh, okay, he's fine.
Yeah.
Again, getting spread all over the controls.
Still randomly like 3 Quasis in the north. Like this is the chaotic games are always the most fun to cast. Right?
Yeah,
like people just forget stuff.
Mavericks are still there, aren't they?
Yes, yeah. Still no Trojans to be found the whole time.
Unfortunately, though, unlike the last game, Lucifirius really let the Mason slack, and even now he's not producing from both.
He lost so many with that one Lakizalisk, yeah.
He was producing constantly from when the Lakizalisk wiped him. I think he'd be back on even workers by now. Unfortunately. He's really pulling ahead now because of that. And, like, he did what he needed to do. He went and harassed, but unfortunately he did not produce his own. Now, he has a very scary Air Force still. I still think it should be across the map menacing the Zerg, because if he's in the main ramp, I don't think Zerg's getting up here. But he does have drops.
He does, yeah. And, you know, the Wraiths can try to deal with this. I mean, it's only, like, 3 Quasis and 2 Izzies, so...
There's even an Anseal there already to distract them. Yeah, okay, this is a disaster for Zerg. I can see it already. Because he's not going to get many workers, if any. Oh, that's kind of brutal.
Indeed, yeah. We could see a Vestry add-on at some point for Lucy, get a Shaman going to repair some of these wounded Wraiths.
Oh, you definitely want it. You definitely want it. But like I was saying, he didn't really fully commit anyway. He's only got 2 star pads.
Oh, no. He's flying directly over the main army.
If he didn't turn around, it would have been better too. But look at
hey, he's got the bio, yeah. This is actually maybe beta Jack into a wrong fight. Is he going down? Hydra's trying to shell mostly the Wraiths, but that's mostly the ground army going to stay alive. There was one Lakizalisk made. I don't know where it is.
Dude, we need to stage an intervention for Jakulangski's Quasilisk addiction. Like, they're a fine unit, don't get me wrong. You know, sometimes you need morphine if your leg's broken, but you got to stop at some point. You know, they're always the best unit. Although it does push him back. Still no anchor here.
All 3 more Quasis coming out and being rescued from the 12 o'clock. So now it's just Operation Saving Private Maverick.
Yeah.
7 of them, in fact.
Yeah, it's still out there. Well, you know, in the movie, there was like a whole squad still there. Oh, he's gonna have to go back up the main ramp unless he gets.
Oh, focusing down the Lakizalis, gets one shot off, and that's it. Here come more Harakans to try to buy some time. Anseal's already lost most of their shields, but the Cyprian's doing so much work in the back line. There's only Quasi's going to be left over for this fight, but I think it might just be enough.
Oh, it's gonna be close. No, the Wraiths actually kind of tank a bit.
My goodness.
Oh, it's so close.
It is, yeah. I think he's just barely broken him on that, but there's 3 more Harakans. It's not over yet.
They're here. Oh, the Wraiths. Poor Wraiths.
Yeah, I know. They just can't get the break. Another stockade being added meanwhile.
They're like the elite Maverick, because you just make a high number of them and they just get picked off like flies. They just function the same.
Yes, yeah. Flying Maverick. Atlas on the way, top right.
Ooh, that could be big. No tech going to be coming up for Jakulangski, is there? No,
he's got all the tier 1 stuff that he could need. He isn't evolving any of them just yet.
Yeah.
It kind of. Do you think it feels bad psychologically? Oh, look, his list drop. Hold on, we'll hold that thought.
Yeah, I see it. Oh, where's the Anseals?
All the way. I think all the Anseals died already. Yeah, there's no detection here.
You know, Lucifirius does have 3 ministries though, so it's going to be alright. But
hey, look at this force on it. Yeah, the natural's going to be broken anyway, even without that Lakizalisk in the main.
Looks like this will be the end. Those Mavericks, man, they're going to make it to the end. They're going to be okay.
Yeah, there you go. They stayed alive. GG. And look at these bad boys that stuck around the whole game.
Amazing. I assume, like, what happened is they're like the staff of the stockade, and like, okay, this building's going down. Everyone get out. Where are we though? You know,
that's right.
Oh man, what a game!
Yeah, even those matches are very, very back and forth, very interesting.
All the games have been so exciting. God damn.
And I like the new changes. I do think that it led to like more units being made on average and like more interesting stuff. I will concede your point that you brought up initially that I do think Shambler very obviously was playing better than the rest of the cut. Despite that, though, I think both Lucy and Jack took it to him in, 1.5 of the 2 games they played against him, right? Like one of the games it was like good, except like it looked a lot close. Well, it was a lot closer than it looked, and then the other game was actually genuinely close, and it really could have gone either way. So I got to shout out both of the players for doing that.
Well, I'm very excited to see some of these players in. What is it, Acropolis now?
Yes.
Because they're looking pretty good. They're coming up. The Gauntlet will be a proving ground for sure.
Yeah,
I think so. To contend with Shambler in there.
No, that's true. Yeah, and it doesn't look like Mystery Meat will be available after all either, which is a bit a darn tootin' shame if that ends up happening. And you know what? There's still a chance that he comes back to us, but either way...
Well, whenever he comes back, he's going to have to go for a gauntlet, so I'm still looking forward to that.
I know. I mean, imagine, think about it. It's the same way if, Urbmon decides to pop in and, we get some of, the Brood War players. I thought about, and obviously I was, reaching out to Terror and some of those people. So it's imagine some of these, bona fide, actual amateurs, and then they get booted up or even, I think...
That's what I was expecting to happen, right?
Yeah.
Like how I joined, right? First game ever, here's Mystery Meat.
Yeah.
Just trying to get back into it. Gosh.
Well, there you have it. That is pretty much it. GG's all around. Thank everybody for playing. I mean, these games were really something else. The scoreline makes it look like, oh yeah, we had people that just got banged out, but I'd say Alexhandr had some interesting matches against Btyb.
Alexhandr played really well.
I would say obviously you look at Benno's 4-0. That's pretty crazy.
He came out swinging.
Yeah,
that's not even a bad thing that he 4-0 because that's a really good result for him.
Yeah. No, it's that in that situation, it's whoa, man, I can't believe Benno surprised us. But even then, he looked very mortal in all of those matches, right? Scholar almost had him in that match that on Titan Forge that had all the Star Sovereigns, right? That's crazy stuff.
Yeah.
There you go. GG's. Thanks everybody who played today. It was a cool time. And obviously, we even technically had Beaver stand in for NICOLAS towards the end of Group C, but otherwise, everybody showed up, right? That was pretty cool.
Even NICOLAS technically showed up, and the Bringing got to play. That's the perfect world.
Yes, yeah. He only got to play 2 of the matches that he was supposed to, but we'll take those. And we got to see some TVT at the end of it anyway, like we wanted.
Of course.
And yeah, one of the things I did want to ask, and I was starting to ask before that, Lakizalisk drop kind of cemented it at the very end of that last match. But do you think it feels bad as a Zerg player to mutate the 1.5 thing, the ski-backed scab from the Hydra's Den or something like that?
I like making the ski-backed if I'm gonna win the game with Skifra cores, but other than that, I really don't like doing it for sure.
Because it's not a required mutation. You're actually spending more gas total to get the Deathbeth if you get it.
And a lot of the time, I make the ski-back for Bactylus, and then later I have to mutate it anyway, and I'm like, oh, this sucks, So Yeah, I definitely don't like making them for sure. And I like Vorpal a lot, but I really don't want to make the thing just for them. And Nefracores, I don't think are really good for a rush right now. I don't really see why else you'd make them.
I think they're really good versus like wraiths or vassals or something in small numbers or something like
I think
that.
they're really kind of mid versus wraiths, to be honest. They're not bad, but you can just make hydras.
Well, the thing is, the order queue timer change was actually pretty massive for improving their ability to actually attack. So I'm actually kind of scared of Naths. I feel like maybe they're a little bit more powerful than people will give them credit for, because they have that expectation of how jank they were, right? So.
Maybe I'll give them a try.
Yeah, I mean, I would test them out in the test map first, make sure that what I'm saying makes sense, because I just remember seeing them look a lot better, but I didn't exhaustively test that. But I feel like if that is true, then like, oh man, the Naths could be really nasty. So anyway, that is that. We did get to see some pretty exciting changes and some pretty exciting games. We had a couple of frustrating hiccups there with the tech stuff, unfortunately, towards the start. But honestly, I think it was all more than well worth it. Even the highlight of the day, I mean, I know you didn't catch every single game, but for me, there's like a highlight in each group, and then there's the highlight of the whole day. And for me, obviously you might have a differing pick. I think Group A, the highlight match, was obviously Londier versus 3Crow with all of his crazy warden stuff. The first time he deployed it and pulled it out, that was nuts. And he, it got pretty damn close. Like, that was a very competitive match between Londier and 3Crow.
Well, I haven't seen it, but I'm sad if he didn't win with it.
Listen, I'm gonna say you'll see points where it looks like, oh man, could he win? Could he lose? Like, what's happening here? And like 3Crow is just stumped the whole way through. Like, never seen it before. It looks so silly because he opens with 2 wardens at the ramp, and it's like, what? Am I playing against like a goofball? Like, what's happening here? And then no, it like really catches you off guard.
Well, that's what happened the first time I played against him with that. I'm like, oh, he just doesn't know what he's doing. But it's like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Maybe I don't know what he's doing. Like, that's pretty nuts. So there was that. For sure.
What's going to happen in the gauntlet? Definitely, there'll be people who don't know what to expect. He'll kill.
Oh my god, yeah. I hope he plays in the gauntlet just for that. I mean, he might not even play Protoss. I think his main is Terran. So it's kind of funny because he said later on in chat, he's like, I actually don't know how to play Protoss, and the only reason I picked it was for that.
Yeah.
So, you know what? I love it. Group B, obviously, I guess that you have to give it up to one of the earlier matches between Btyb and Alexhandr, which was back and forth for a really good long while. And then at some point, with the Artisans harvesting Vespene from neutral reservoirs and stuff, Btyb was able to secure the Star Sovereign at an early enough timing that Alexhandr couldn't handle it. But up until that point, it was
the first time it was just like, where did that come from? It's just there.
Yeah. Right, so, and then obviously Group C, Benno versus Green Eggs. I want to say Fata Morgana, but also, honestly, that's a hard one to do. I think Scholar versus Benno on Titanforge, where it was like the Terran, and we went super late with like Sundogs and all this other stuff as a back and forth from bottom to top. I feel like that maybe was the highlight. That might steal it for me. But either way, I think the Green Eggs moments were really, really cool with all the bio.
Yeah.
Something novel. And what's the whole pick for the whole day for me is definitely the jakulangski Sovreleth attempt versus Shambler with all the infestation.
It was such a good game.
They're so back and forth, man.
He did try to make his own Eidolon, just maybe was not that good a move. But other than that, I think he did pretty well.
Yeah, if he had better rallies even, it probably would have stayed alive longer.
Well, I did point out, if he just made like 6 more Hatcheros and every engagement had like 100 more Zephyrs.
Yeah, could have maybe done it. Tide of Death plus all the Rilla core, like the brood spawn, right? So, I don't know, dude. That's the kind of thing where it's like you really see the scale of the battlefield go up over time. And even when it's like, oh my god, I'm about to win, but then the Sovreleths come out, like from Shambler's perspective, that
was
must
crazy.
Have been really whack. So that's crazy. Yeah. Do you have any particular picks you wanted to highlight for other stuff that I didn't cover, or anything that stuck out to you for these matches?
I mean, the Lucifirius games were pretty good.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
The one against Shambler, I mean, again, he did have a real chance for a bit there. I mean, it's hard to pick because they were all really good, I thought. Honestly, I just liked all of Benno's games just because of like the level of play he was bringing. I think was really good.
Yeah, he was definitely staying on top, trying to make sure he spent his money. Obviously, in the mid game, it slacked off, but that's what you would expect at this level of play. And so the fact that he was able to 4-0, and it was pretty good. I got to shout out the people who made competitive. Go ahead.
Like you said, the last one of Green Eggs was like pretty tense.
Yes, absolutely.
It was close.
Yeah, the Fata Morgana match. Yeah, absolutely crazy stuff.
Exactly.
So, I want to shout out the people who debuted their first ever time playing in a tournament. Not necessarily against other players, but for Green Eggs, that was true. Obviously, Green Eggs, I got to shout him out. First time he's participated in a tournament. Only second time he's ever been casted, and the first one was versus AI in a team game. Like, not at all the same thing as what you saw here. And he did very, very well for himself, despite not being able to score dubs versus Benno. On the 3 Crow side, the Group A side, obviously I got to shout out Londier. This is his first competitive debut as well. He's never made it to a cast or anything like that. There was one like unlisted video I did a long time ago, just like going through some replays or whatever. And if those don't work out, I just like put them up and keep them unlisted for people to see. But that was it. That's the extent of it. And then of course jakulangski, who popped in, and this is his first time making a debut in the competitive side. If I'm not sure about Londier because a lot of it is like kind of meme strats or whatever, and he doesn't have much faith in himself. But I do think that Green Eggs especially and jakulangski as well could really practice up, and there is an outside chance for them to qualify to the next Acropolis depending on the level of play. So I do honestly,
he's guaranteed.
Okay,
I think jakulangski is guaranteed to get in, honestly, based on those games. Well, actually, how many spots do we have?
Because there's 6 spots open. The people who received invites.
6
No. Well, right now it's only planned to be 4 spots. We might open up even more later.
Oh no, I mean for Acropolis.
Acropolis is we're assuming it's the same 4-group method, and then
yes.
You had the top 6 from Ascension 7 will receive invites. So that's obviously you for winning, then Hamster. We had Hepsea, Veek, Shambler, and I Sarcasm. So those 6 people will receive direct invites. If one of them does not accept that invite, then obviously that'll open up yet another spot. And we'll have like a consolidation between some of the last players or whatever. But assuming all of them accept them, we need to do the gauntlet as triple elim, where like the qualifying series keep going lower and lower. And so you may remember. Did you watch the gauntlet stuff? I'm not sure if you went back and checked
out a little bit.
Okay. The way that it worked out in the last match, it was actually Newt reverse sweeping Veek, which is crazy.
I heard about
the highlight gauntlet matches.
Yeah.
And then that's how he got in. Obviously, due to availability, we had to put them in the same group, which is a little unfortunate because they already had past experience. I wanted to maybe if they both get into playoffs, they can meet again and have revenge or whatever. But the revenge came a little bit earlier. And then, of course, the other stuff happened. The Sipiak took Veek to Game 5 and almost won in a mammoth match on Infinite Velocity. And of course, Sipiak ended up getting an invite to replace Mystery Me because he was obviously the next strongest player. You spectated the match between Moonhunter and Hepsea, and where Moonhunter took a map, so that was kind of surprising.
Yes. Well, I mean, like we talked about, it was just a matter of inexperience, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, pretty good shot. Absolutely,
well, I think,
good games. Yeah.
Given the lineup of players we have, it's going to be competitive spots, but I think jakulangski is going to make it. I think Benno has a good shot. I wouldn't say he's guaranteed. He has a good shot. Green Eggs, I'd say the same. He has a good shot.
Yes, yeah.
Depends how much he plays stream now and then. If he practices stream now and then, if he practices hard, I think he could definitely do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, with 6 slots open, it's a little bit more permissive than the 4 of the last tournament. But also remember, we might have people like Urbon stepping in. I don't know if Mystery Meat will be available. There's other people that might be a little bit more mammoth names. And Keen likes qualifiers, but he left the server a while ago. You might have to persuade him to come on back. So.
Right, I'll talk to him.
Let's see. I mean, it's not a big deal if he doesn't. I'm just saying it's sort of cheeky because I know you guys have history. So. More as a bit of an offhanded.
For it.
Yeah. So, that's just the way that it is. We'll obviously keep you guys posted. The payouts will be in probably by tomorrow. I think I can give myself a little bit of time because, it's 12 hours casting. Thanks to Neblime for popping in midway through Group B and obviously joining me for the last 2 groups. Really helpful because otherwise my voice would definitely be shot. So big ups on that.
Tough casting on your own.
Yeah, for 12 hours. It's a big deal. So happy with that. I appreciate that. And, shout outs to all the homies who obviously put in prize money. Unfortunately, Shambler won all of his games, so we didn't get the extra bounty from Neblime, but always next time.
I knew I wasn't going to pay that.
Listen, Neblime, I'm going to say, I want to be, and this isn't to throw shade on Shambler, although maybe a little bit because he's the heel, but not really genuinely, right? I want to get to a point where the Shambler and people like the Shambler, even maybe you and Hamster and stuff, the finalists of the last tournament, that's the new Class 2 standard. We get way better players in Class 1. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm hoping we go eventually. We scale things up. But, Shambler keeps saying
I reckon.
Go ahead.
If it's going to take Mystery Meat coming back to knock me down now, it's sort of thing.
Well, you say, yeah, okay. That's probably true for this very tournament, but I'm thinking eventually if we keep scaling it up, I want to see people some of the top dogs over in the BSL or whatever. I want to be able to see, maybe we can persuade some of them to pop in, and maybe some StarCraft 2 GMs or whatever will pop into. Who knows? There's a chance. Maybe Hepsea can convince more people to pop up, give us a chance here. So, anyway.
Well, we can only hope.
Yeah. I don't know if you had any closing words for us, but I'd say this was a pretty great success as far as the changes to the meta are concerned. I feel like we had a pretty good time.
I'm looking forward to fighting some of these people in the Class 1 Invitational.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's right. We didn't talk about who we were going to invite up. I think it's pretty clear Newt has deserved the invite for topping
Yes.
his group, and he
You've got to put
looked
Benno
cut
in.
above.
Benno has to go in.
Listen, Benno obviously 4-0'd. It's a pretty impressive situation
yeah.
there. Shambler was already set up, so I guess Jack would be receiving the invite
I mean,
second.
he's a class 1. That just shows you how ridiculous it is that you put him in here.
Of course. And, I would give it to Londier for the strap. 3-Crow won the group, so most likely going to be the recipient of the Class 1 invite. That'll add 4 players to our tally if they're interested in participating. And, if not, we might go down the list, or maybe we'll hold like a mini sort of like game off real quick. Like I just throw people into a bracket if they want to see if they want to qualify.
Tryouts.
Yeah, tryouts. Yeah, I mean, I wanted Sipiak, and he kind of got into it after the announcement had already been made, and he didn't sign up for this event. He got back into the game, started playing it this morning. So, he clearly it's like brought some interest from him back. Maybe we can, convince some of the other people. I still haven't gotten signups from like iSarcasm yet. So,
I would break him in.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll get him in. But I am looking forward to that. That's going to be on the 16th of March. So stay tuned, boys, and we will indeed be seeing you then. I'm really excited about the future of the maps that we make that are going to be better, hopefully, and obviously the future of the meta, which definitely seems to be
A new tile set win.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
Gotta make that happen for sure. All right, wow. That's pretty much all I have to say. I don't know if you have any other closing words for us, or if we're getting out of here.
Nope, that's it.
That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hanging out with us, and make sure that you always get that smash done. You got to get the smash done. The smash shall continue. We will see you guys very soon.